Odyssey Sports Station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. They get their work in.
Hey! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
Oh, yeah!
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Thank you to ESPN for putting that it is Tuesday on the TV screen for me. It's going to be a good day.
Don't be misled by ESPN's graphic that says the Tigers at Astros starts at 2:30. It starts at 2. Well, they're showing
that's Eastern time.
2:30 Eastern.
Yeah,
it's 2:32 Eastern.
2:32. You
prime
love that.
time.
Yep, prime time.
That's right.
2:30. 1:32
yes,
here.
Yeah, 1:32. Sorry,
yeah, let's
I'm
not.
staring
It's
at
early.
Sports Center with their Eastern bias.
Yep. Welcome in, everybody, on a Tuesday. And yes, the playoffs get started today. We'll get to that in the second segment as more and more of you get into your automobiles. How are you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I feel like a little bit of that overwhelmed feeling of, oh, man, there's so much sports going on.
A lot of stuff.
We've got these.
Man.
I guess these 2 Monday Night Football things are going to be. I bet by there'll probably be 17 of them by 3 years from now.
They had one last week. They had one again this week, the doubleheader. And I'm still torn on the 2 games at the same time.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Honestly,
I don't get it.
And honestly, too, as much as people say, well, they make too much of who the announcers are. Nobody tunes in to watch the announcers. True to a degree, but I definitely turn away if it doesn't feel if it's a lackluster game about teams I don't care about. Then I'm just, it doesn't feel the same.
Yeah.
It's like when you go to, why do people pay extra money for a nice hotel? It's usually not that much different.
Right.
And everything, all the little
things.
details and everything. Yeah. So that's how I feel about Monday Night Football. Give me something that feels something like it's something special.
I would say this about last night's Monday night game. First of all, the Titans game wasn't super compelling just because it was a blowout, and Miami's awful without Tua. I don't know
watching Will Levis get
banged up
again.
Well, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going with this, because if we take a look at the Titans game, the Titans, if you missed it, the Titans ended up blowing out the Dolphins last night. 31-12, I think, was the final score. The other game, Seattle falls from the ranks of the unbeaten, which you could see coming from a mile away based on how shaky their 3-0 start was. I mean, they beat some bad teams. Detroit ran them out of the gym last night. They scored 42 points on them. 42-29, the final score in that one. Seth, I'm looking at the Titans and I'm looking at the Colts 2 days ago, the Colts. And in a weird way, this is one of them. I won't say it's worst case scenario, but it's definitely skews in that direction for the Texans.
Yeah.
I think the worst thing for the Texans is for Will Levis and Anthony Richardson to get hurt.
I know.
100%. Those are scarier football teams right now with Mason Rudolph and Joe Flacco.
Those are the classic guys where when you're playing a rookie quarterback, for instance, that your veteran QB on the roster is probably better.
Andy Dalton and Bryce Young.
Right,
I know Bryce isn't a rookie anymore.
No, I remember watching the Jets when it was Sanchez and Brunell was his backup.
Right.
And man, I tell you what, Brunell wouldn't be hurting his own team. 42-year-old Brunell in. So, yeah, with Will Levis, he goes out and he's just Mason Rudolph's not going to make as many boneheadedly stupid decisions, including now Levis. This is going to be Levis. This is what he does. He takes so many stupid hits, like stuff that he
got
just
a shoulder injury.
Yeah, and you take as much contact as he does, especially needlessly, it's going to add up over time. And Richardson he's flat out injury prone.
He's injury prone, and he got injured in the game on Sunday, and they brought him back in, and they immediately run a designed run for him, and he gets knocked out again.
Yeah.
So
Flacco doesn't worry me as much. Even though we saw him in the regular season and he tore the Texans up, I think he's got a shelf life in terms of, all right, once he spends a certain number of games in an offense and they see how they're going to use him, then I'm not as concerned about that.
I'm not super concerned about either team. I just think it's interesting that both teams functioned better this week. In week four, there's no denying that both of these teams, the Indianapolis Colts and for sure the Tennessee Titans, functioned way better with their veteran backups in than they did with the young guys that were drafted alongside C.J. Stroud in that class of 2023.
And then I'm thinking last night as I'm watching the Dolphins without Tua, and just a screen pass turned lateral, like all the things that are that probably wouldn't happen with Tua in there. It was ugly. Yeah. I feel like if you're trying to figure out, okay, who probably made the worst decision in paying a quarterback that you weren't quite sure about, Tua, it's still very much up for debate whether that was a smart move. Clear that they're better off with Tua, obviously.
Yeah, for sure.
But the Jaguars, there's nothing good you can say about it. He was bad that's the Texans' biggest sin in that game is in which they only, they didn't actually let the Jaguars score a whole bunch.
No.
But they turned Trevor Lawrence into a more efficient quarterback than he typically is. But he still wasn't good in the game.
18 to 33.
Yeah, he airmailed a couple of easy touchdowns. I mean, that's what was frustrating about it, was that you were letting Trevor Lawrence into that game. But, man, the Jaguars just did not. There was nothing about Trevor Lawrence in that performance where you thought it was worth him getting all that money.
No, they I thought about Tua also last night. I'm like, God, it is a weird dynamic with all these quarterback contracts. I mean, I've had a link sitting on the rundown for a week now about how bad all these $50+ million contracts have been. Like, there's not a single one that's been doled out that doesn't have some sort of really bad hair on it. The Tua thing is interesting because in some respects you go, like, you watch Skylar Thompson or last night Snoop Huntley or whoever muck around out there and look horrible, and you're like, well, that's why we pay Tua $53 million. And then you're like, well, he's concussed again.
And he's already right. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like,
it's weird. It proves the point of having to pay a quarterback.
Yeah.
And at the same time proves the point of, well, don't pay that quarterback.
Man, Michael Silver, is that his name? Michael Silver, the guy that was on NFL Network,
yes.
And now he's doing.
Yeah.
I saw him doing an interview. I think
got that weird raspy voice.
He's like Harry Carey.
Yeah.
But drunker. He was. I think he was on, but he was.
I saw this interview
when the Shanahans were in Washington, and after RG3's rookie year, that basically Mike Shanahan wanted to play Kirk Cousins. That despite, and I think it was either after his rookie year or his second year. It was one, right after he was coming off of Rookie of the Year, all that.
Yeah.
But they kind of felt like, no, we already don't like what we have in RG3,
right.
And we'd like to trade him away.
Right.
And it just got shut down by the owner. Right. Yeah, they should have traded him away. So I think, with Tua, it's not on the play side of things, even though I do feel like there's, as a player, he's fine. But he's concussed all the time.
Yeah.
But there's something like, I feel like if you're the Dolphins, you're Mike McDaniel. I know he's always positive all the time, but was there any skeptical part of him that thought like, gosh, this guy's brain is jiggling around in his skull like a pinball? I don't know, man.
I haven't had a chance to watch. I want to watch McDaniel's press conference from last night and just see how he was with everything that went on out there. What a weird game. There was Ben sent us the audio. Ross Tucker was on that game last night on the radio. And apparently, I didn't see it. I was out. I had my appearance. Shout out to Legacy Cigars and Lounge. We had a great time out there. We had a great time out there last night watching football. But they had both games on, obviously, on all the TVs in there. And at that point in the game, where there was some onside kick, or no, it was like a safety, like the free kick after a safety.
Yeah.
And I guess Miami tried to onside the free kick. And the super confusing ruling that Clete Blakeman had to explain, like over-explain to the entire crowd, whoever was left in the building at that point. And Ross was just like, I just don't get it. I don't understand what's going on right now.
Ross is this is why I like Ross as a color commentator better than Tony Romo as well, is that Ross is aware of when he's being dumb.
Yeah.
Romo just keeps out, especially with the rules officiating stuff. Romo, who's their rules analyst with Romo?
Is it Sterator?
Sterator.
Gene?
Basically, Sterator will say, well, so you see, Tony, it's because his knee was down and then his elbow hit out of bounds. And Tony will be like, yeah, because it's all about whether the elbow is in bounds. I know what you're saying, Gene. Let me quote you inaccurately. And Gene's like, well, no, Tony, it's actually, no, his knee was down. And right. That's the worst when you're trying to explain. This happens with Brandy and I a lot. I'm trying to explain something, and she's saying, yeah, I know, I got it. I'm trying trying to be a good husband. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, no, I can tell you don't get it. And she's like, yeah, no, Seth, I got it. And I'm like, oh, she's going to think I'm mansplaining her, but I know she doesn't understand what I'm saying.
So what primal instinct kicks in for you? Do you continue to explain, or do you back off?
No, I let her go try it for herself, and then she fumbles it.
Chops off one of her fingers.
Yeah,
like,
listen, sweetie.
That's how a baler
if I
works.
Can't explain it to you.
I told you that's how a buzzsaw works. Good news yesterday from our friend DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans. DeMeco didn't give that news, but Will Kunkel on X of Fox 26 said that Tank Dell is expected
Nathaniel
back this
Dell.
week. Nathaniel?
He's Nathaniel until he gets back on the field.
And then you can be Tank again.
Yes.
All right.
I saw somebody in a heated discussion during my chat yesterday about whether or not Tank Dell should be returning kicks. And I used to try to be Rico analytical about this and be like, well, statistically, it's no more dangerous than crossing the street.
Where are you on it now?
No, hell no. Keep him off the field except when he's absolutely
I was a Dell kick return guy too. I'm not on that anymore. So yeah, I saw Will tweet that out yesterday. DeMeco did confirm that Christian Harris will not be activated this week.
This was okay. The Texans have Sean. Let me. I hope I didn't put this in the notes. Okay, of the linebackers who are not Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shire, who have played on defense, not on special teams, but on defense. Who is it? Like, who's played the third most, and how many reps does he have?
The third most snaps?
Yes.
I'm going to guess Neville Hewitt because that's the only one I can think of right now.
With 1 rep.
He played 1 snap at linebacker?
Yes.
Wow, man.
So Cody Souza asked a question yesterday about all the snaps that the linebackers were getting. And Cody asked it in such a way that he was asking about, like, are you worried about almost like are they getting too much usage or going to be on a snap count or something? With linebackers, those guys generally don't rotate. Your Sam will just come off the field and nickel. And but right now, they're never in their 4-3 base. They're in nickel and dime all the time.
Basically the other.
They don't feel great about the other options. I think they're going to play mostly nickel all the time anyway. But there's times where, man, I just feel like they could use some big bodies out there. Yeah. There's some things in the run defense that it feels like statistically, I don't think it was as bad as the numbers showed, and they hemmed it up towards the end. But it was leaky versus in the last couple of weeks. And they need Christian Harris back. They need Nico Collins back. That's just there needs to be a little bit more angry aggression and athleticism at the second level right now.
All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday. Payne and Pendergast.
Body weight.
Payne and Pendergast with you.
Yeah.
Let's get to the Astros in the next segment here. Let's lay it out. 1:32 today, first pitch. We've got some updates on Yordan Alvarez. The roster is probably going to get released for the wild card round while we're on the air this morning. Oh, so we'll see who the Astros. There's still a question about Verlander being on the roster, and the big one's Yordan Alvarez.
And we gotta rip AJ Hinch too.
We gotta rip AJ Hinch. Yeah. We'll hear from AJ in this next segment.
Are we doing 10 Reasons I Despise Him?
We'll get that all put together.
Okay.
As I mentioned, I had a cigar appearance last night, so some things may have.
I had nodding off and on the couch to do, okay?
Yeah.
So we all have our challenges, Sean.
We'll get to it all. Astros talk, getting you ready for the wild card round. That is coming up next.
C.J. Stroud put on his cape and carried the Texans to a Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland. On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Playoff baseball today, baby. 1:32 p.m. is first pitch. This is as good a matchup as you can find in the postseason as far as pitchers go. Framber Valdez against Tariq Skubal of the Detroit Tigers. Before we get into this series, updates on certain things from Joe Espada before or during their workout yesterday. Here was Joe Espada yesterday, the latest status on Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, so hitting right now in the cage. And we also want him to go outside and run. So once I get to see those things, I'll give you a little bit more here, probably post-workout.
Okay, and I had not seen, and if it's out there, I apologize. I've not seen anything from Espada post-workout.
Yeah.
The mere fact that he was taking batting practice and giving it a go at running would have me, and again, this is without me having eyes on it, but that he's at that stage where he feels good taking batting practice and trying out the knee, I would keep him on the playoff roster, even if it's just the mere possibility he could pinch hit for you.
If it has to be an emergency save, or just walking up to the plate for the last at-bat of a closeout game in the ninth inning.
Whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, just have him ready, and you never know exactly when all of a sudden.
He can win you a game with a swing of a bat.
Right. Yeah. So, no, I'm with you there. Unless he's, obviously, if he tries to run on the treadmill and it doesn't go well.
Right.
If he tries to slide. How many sliding drills do you want him to do, Sean? You're in a bind here, aren't you? Because you want him to get better at sliding, so it's not so scary.
Can you imagine that's what Espada said? He's like, well, he just got out of the cage. He's going and practicing his sliding over there.
Yeah.
So I thought that was...
I'm going to give it a 53% chance he's playing by game 2.
By game... Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, 53% chance he plays by game 2. I think he's going to be on the roster, if I had to guess. Espada was asked about Verlander and the possibility of Verlander being on the roster, and there was a general question about experience on the roster as well for the playoffs. Here's what Espada had to say.
It does matter. It matters a lot. You know, postseason baseball, the energy, the stage, it matters. When it comes to our roster, we're still having conversations, so we'll have the roster set by tomorrow morning.
Okay, so I would imagine we're going to see the roster sometime while we're on the air here. So I think those are the two big questions people have. Is Verlander on the roster? If I had to guess, I would say no.
Yeah.
And is Yordan going to be active for this? And if I had to just total guess based on the progress that he's made and all the flowery news, which we know comes with a lack of trust with the Astros anytime there's good or bad news with injuries, I would guess Yordan's going to be on the roster.
Yeah, so, if you had to make the decision between Yordan, who might or might not be healthy enough to play, versus Verlander, if it was just between those two. I know different position, but still, if you had to make that decision, what does your gut tell you?
Yordan, no question.
The upside with Yordan, I think, and the trust that you could have for him to deliver, even in one of those 3 games, which same thing as a pitcher, you can only use him for 1 game.
I literally don't think Verlander would play in this series.
Right.
You know, like that's the thing. So, which is sad, but maybe you get to the ALDS and ALCS and he starts to factor in. I was happy to see Verlander get a quality start in his last start of the season.
Mm-hmm. I was a little bit perturbed. I felt like, okay, just let's have some clarity here. Just go out and struggle. I don't want to have any doubt in my mind or anything or throw anything.
These are our top 3 guys.
Yeah, look, we saw Jose Abreu had a nice push at the end of last season, and it was enough to almost capsize everything.
Yeah. We're not on the hook for Verlander next year, so that's good news. Game 2 starter not set yet as of Monday afternoon. We know Framber starting today. Here was Joe Espada when asked, have you set the rotation yet?
We're having conversations about who's going to start game 2, so not yet.
I can't imagine that it's not Hunter Brown. I Hunter Brown's been their second best starter over the last couple of months.
Yeah, I would have really no issue with any order that they threw out there. I mean, I'd be surprised if it wasn't going to be Framber.
Yeah.
Framber, I mean,
Framber's pitching today.
I know. I'm saying I would have been surprised if it had not been Framber for game 1. So, sorry, awkward phrasing, Sean. I apologize.
No problem, Chandler.
Do I need to explain it to you again? Is that, no, I think that, look, I think Kikuchi, who's got very little playoff experience, is the most intriguing one here. So, yeah, I would expect Hunter Brown, Kikuchi, some variation of Blanco and Arrighetti, depending, in the next series or whatever happens. Somebody piggybacks here in the first series. Mm-hmm. We'll see. But I guess of these three pitchers, Framber was not good in the postseason last year.
No.
12 runs in 12 innings, 0-3. It just wasn't pretty. And
is that what it was? I knew I remember him struggling. I'm like, I don't want to go back and look at the numbers.
It wasn't so hot. It wasn't so hot.
Yeah, it was bad.
Remember, it was
him and Javier both.
Yeah. Well, Javier. So Hunter Brown and then Kikuchi. Regardless of what order they level on those three, 1 through 3.
I would say Framber number 1, which is wild because there have been little appearances here and there this season of the bad Framber, but it's been a while. He's been amazing the last couple months. Framber number 1, based purely on performance over the last couple months. I would say Hunter Brown number 2, who actually does have experience pitching in the postseason. Yeah. Kikuchi's got very little, and then Kikuchi number 3.
Okay. As far as my overall trust level, I guess I'm like asking, like, all right, yeah, that's where I am. I was trying to in my mind make an argument for Kikuchi's trust level at least being higher, if not I don't feel as aggressively, all right, let's shut this fool down. But,
Yep. Here was Joe Espada yesterday. Big. Actually, Ben, let's stick with Framber here as long as we're talking about it. Here was Joe Espada talking about Framber's struggles last year.
But one thing that he has left out in the past, and that's in the past, and I expect Framber to go out there and perform the way Framber has performed this whole entire second half. He's one of the best pitchers in the league, and he wants the ball, and I expect him to go out there tomorrow and give us a great start.
Yeah, and I'm not worried about last season. I'm with Espada on this. Framber has also pitched really well in the postseason at times.
Yeah.
Last year was just a weird year. This is one I want. I haven't heard this one yet. This is AJ Hinch. He did some media yesterday as the Tigers get ready for the Astros the next 2-3 days. And Hinch was gone by the time Framber started to turn into this version of Framber. AJ Hinch had a much different version of Framber Valdez that he was managing.
Yeah, right.
When Framber first came up back in 2018 and 2019.
It's a great point, Sean.
Thank you. Here's AJ Hinch talking about Framber. He's grown up a lot.
I think with Framber, when he broke in, you could see the stuff was incredible. You could see the unique movement, the hard breaking ball, the durable body, and someone who took the mound and tried to attack every hitter. I think it's hard to predict that guys are going to go on have this kind of success, but from a ingredient standpoint, it was really fun to watch him break into the big leagues and become more and more dominant as he's gotten more and more in the strike zone and around the strike zone. He gets a ton of chase, he gets a ton of soft contact, he has weapons for everybody. He's been really good against left-handed hitters, which is not that unexpected given his stuff. And I think his world has calmed down around him in terms of his maturity competitively, when pitching on the big stage. I mean, he's pitched as important games as anybody in that room. So I can see the growth in him from the first day that I saw him as a prospect and then leading into now anchoring a staff.
Yeah, they say AJ Hinch gave him the nickname La Grasa.
Yeah,
I always like this swag. That's what I want AJ Hinch to say. I always like this swag.
Kid always had swag.
All right, so AJ Hinch, the psychology major in college. Do you think he's gonna? Do you think he has a big brother effect, like a kind of a Like
do I think you can get him from head?
When all of a sudden is shaken when their brother, who used to be a bully growing up, walks in the room. Yeah, do we get a little bit of that?
I'm a little nervous about AJ Hinch having his moment here with the Astros.
Somehow try to gaslight Framber into erratic performances.
Yeah, maybe as part of it. Yeah, but I've got a weird feeling in my gut about this wild card round, man.
Yeah,
it's just
you should.
Yeah.
It's just so random.
Yeah,
it throws everything into disarray.
Yeah,
because there's no other sport where it's as easy for a lesser team to beat a better team. So it just throws a big old monkey wrench of randomness into it.
Yeah, I mean the Astros are, I think, top to bottom, they're clearly the better team. The Astros, if you missed it yesterday, they did the All MLB. It's kind of like All Pro in football. The All MLB nominees. yesterday, and the Astros were tied for third with the most guys on the ballot. There's, I think, 70 guys on the ballot across all the positions. They had 7 guys on there. It's still a really, really talented baseball team.
It's a very talented.
They had 7 guys on there, and Kyle Tucker wasn't one of them because he missed 3 months.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I think that it's so weird in the way this season's gone for how you feel about the baseball team, where in a lot of respects, they're one of the more likable, lovable bunches, partly because you didn't know half these guys before they started playing. But there's still I still have this hesitancy. I can feel it within me, where I almost don't want to accept some of the things that are really good because I'm so scarred by the opening weeks of the season.
Yeah.
Which is strange. I feel guilty about it, Sean.
You do?
That I've watched this team since 2017 just overcome various obstacles, all that.
This year.
And yet this year, where since June 1st, they've proven it.
Yeah.
And sure, there's weaknesses here and there, just like there have been in every other championship season. There's something I just hold back a little bit, and I don't know why. I think it's not just the start to the season, it's the weirdness of Kyle Tucker, too.
Yeah.
And the Kikuchi, you know what? Probably a little bit of shame over being wrong about Kikuchi.
Oh, you're not alone on that one, though.
I have deep shame about it, Sean.
Yeah, I don't.
I got to go talk to Brene Brown
whatever,
or
he's
something.
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is, I got issues, man.
Okay.
I'm very emotionally conflicted about you know what I am, Sean? It's like I feel like I'm a little bit of a traitor for having doubted the Astros, and now I can't fully wrap my arms around them and admit that I was completely and totally wrong.
You got to let it go, man.
All right.
It's a postseason. You got to hug them.
What are the odds telling me, at least
Here are the
on
odds.
Fangraphs? Tell me what
here are the
who's most likely to win the World Series?
The most likely team is the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, okay, yes, I knew that.
The next most likely team, according to the odds board, is the Yankees of New York.
Well, okay, yeah.
2 very lovable teams that if the Astros don't make it, the world will be just fine.
Yeah, the Yankees are going to fall apart in the playoffs. We know this.
Number 3, the Phillies of Philadelphia.
Never heard of them.
Yeah.
It sound like rude people. Who would disparage an elderly mattress salesman.
They would, and he will go right back at them.
Yes, he will.
4th on the board, your Houston Astros.
Yeah.
Plus 750 to win the World Series. 7.5 to 1.
That's where I always try to consult Vegas and the computers to see if I'm being objective enough or not. And I
find out.
I guess I'm my inability to really 100% wrap my head around. It's not even my arms around it. I love the teams and the players. It's been a scrappy underdog story, which is awesome. I thought we were past the days of scrappy underdog stories in Houston. I can just I feel something holding me back.
Yeah, my biggest concern is that we get 2 games that look a lot like a ton of Astro games this year, where at the end, you and I come in tomorrow, and you're like, I can't believe they were 1 for 14 with runners in scoring.
The
position.
Risps. Yeah, they got a case of the Rispies.
The Rispies scare me a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm worried. That's what I'm in a short series, and especially today against an elite pitcher. That's what I'm most worried about is just situational hitting.
I got to get my brain right for this. I reflected upon it last night as I was falling asleep.
Do you like it being in the afternoon?
I do. I actually do, just because I don't. Well, for one, you know how Brandy gets. She just gets so stressed out in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So those night games, and she can't sleep afterwards if the Astros lose.
Which means you can't
Which
sleep
means, right, well, or no, I sleep right through it.
Do
It's
you?
just like, yeah, champ. I don't have that level of empathy. So I sleep right through it. I got to get up in the morning, but it affects her. It affects her mood.
Yeah.
When she's chronically sleep deprived during the playoffs. So I like the afternoon games.
Yeah.
I don't like getting it out. I don't like waiting for an evening game all day long. I just want to. I want to get to it. I got these feelings in my gut.
Well, and you and I have a unique schedule compared to a lot of our listeners, probably, where we actually can watch it. So I was a little just telling how much I love afternoon baseball.
You know, it's
great.
If you don't have a real job, it's the best.
It's so awesome.
It's Sean and me and stoners and retired people.
It's great.
Kids
and we
faking
are
their
into it, man.
Kids faking that they're sick who are home from school.
We are into it.
Watching Donahue.
By the way, Donahue, R.I.P. Donahue. By the way, R.I.P. to Dikembe Mutombo and Pete Rose.
Yeah, I know. We've got to, yes.
We'll hit that in headlines. It deserves more than the minute, too, that we've got left in this segment. By the way, the Astros are favored in this series fairly significantly, minus 175. You got to lay 175 to win a mere 100 on the series on the Astros. So that's
the play-by-play announcer is going to be Michael Kay.
Dude.
Is that right? Michael Kay, the Yankees play-by-play guy?
Michael Kay, Todd Frazier, former Yankee, and other things.
What the hell, man?
And,
if these guys...
Tim Kirkjian is our sideline guy.
They suck during... Why does MLB do this during the playoffs? They make it as...
They got a lot of baseball. They got to staff it, man.
I know. But Michael Kay, at least Dodger Joe there, I feel like he's pretty... unbiased when he calls the game.
Yeah.
As much as it was, because even Astros fans that were dead set on hating Dodger Joe, what the hell's his last name?
Davis.
Thank you. Joe Davis had to concede, like, okay, you know what? He calls this pretty clean.
Yeah.
I think of all people, I think he's very conscious of not making any being better than everybody else scandal references.
You think Michael Kay's a lock to make?
Yeah, Michael Kay's a fraud when it comes to this stuff. He almost just like talks about the buzzer allegations without explaining that they're actually things.
He might be listening right now, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure he's putting. No, dude, that dude does. He works.
Yeah.
He works. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He has his radio show.
Yeah,
too.
I don't think he's spending time scanning the other markets.
But he's in town. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
He might. No, I don't mean he's on his app up at his high rise in New York listening to us. I'm saying he might be driving to go get coffee or something.
No, I'd give it. He works his butt off.
He does.
I feel like on this topic, though, he's had some fraudulent. He's handled it fraudulently in a lot of ways. A little bit like John Boy, you know, just kind of glossing over the details and leaning into the narrative.
If you're remotely associated with the Yankees, you've had a bad moment with the Astros and the sign.
In terms of just your actual integrity.
Yeah,
you've hoed it up a little bit.
Yeah, you
belong to the streets when it comes to talking about the Astros.
Hoed it
stuff.
up. Way to use hoe as a verb. Good job. All right. Headlines. We got some Texans injury news, some good, some bad. The Astros will certainly get some baseball mixed in here in headlines. Monday Night Football, and yes, sad news from both the world of basketball and baseball that we will get you up to speed on coming up next. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic. Friday, my Men's Tea Clinic day. I head there, I get my testosterone boost, and in 10 minutes, boom, I'm on my way. That's how it works. I went there 4.5 years.
before you buy.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday, and here was the update on linebacker Christian Harris, who has been on IR for the entire season so far.
Christian won't be practicing this week, so he's still on the road to recovery. He's doing well, on the right track. We'll get him when we get him.
Okay. Thankfully, Henry To'oTo'o has been playing well this year. If Henry To'oTo'o hadn't taken the jump he's taken from year 1 to year 2, this linebacker, it's already a bit of a dicey situation, as you pointed out earlier.
Yeah, because they're out there playing a 4-2-5 defense every single snap.
There's no depth.
Yeah, and they're trying to stop the run with lighter bodies in there, and it's having a third linebacker. Not that they're going to always be lining up in a 4-3, but they've got no choice.
It'd be nice to have the option.
Yeah, and then also Christian Harris, I think, in terms of being an all-around linebacker and his potential in pass coverage and all of that, there's just more athleticism on the field. I mean, To'oTo'o has done some really nice things. So just having that option is going to be huge, especially going against the better teams. Somebody asked me yesterday, hey, does it seem like this schedule's been a lot tougher than you expected? I said, no, it's been exactly what I thought it would be. I mean, I thought the Vikings would be the toughest out of all them. It's been exactly what I thought it would be. It's just that the Texans aren't as good as I thought they would be. Yeah. This is exactly how it should go.
You thought the Vikings would be the hardest of the 4 teams?
I thought there was a chance that it could be. It was a really big. I knew all the positive press Sam Darnold had in that offense and the way he played in Carolina. I was just curious about it. And in terms of the whole roster, I've been intrigued by them.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's a terrible take or anything like that. I just remember my impression of you know how I felt about Sam Darnold coming into the season. Now he's a top 5 MVP candidate. I thought the Colts game was of the first 4 games. That was the one I was most nervous about.
I wasn't intimidated by them because I didn't expect Anthony Richardson to be good. I knew exactly how it played out. It's just terrifying because Anthony Richardson can suck the whole game but kill you with 2 plays. He's that. He is that guy. Yeah. So, but as far as I don't think that it's those teams the Texans have struggled with are better than we thought. Like, no, they've gotten destroyed by other teams. It's the Texans haven't been as good as we thought they'd be.
The Texans, by and large, over the last season, plus these 4 games, the things they do most often are allow teams that I think are inferior to hang around with them. Yeah. Ultimately winning the games, which is great. You know, they're now like 10-3 at DeMeco Ryans. That's noteworthy. Or they get blown out by teams that are better than them.
Right, and especially right now, I think even more so than last year, I think they had the ability to beat up on bad teams a little bit. This year, if teams are playing as conservatively as they are to limit the passing game for the Texans, they've got to be better at the stuff that should be easy versus bad teams. Just running the football, hurting them with short passes, all of that. I felt like that final touchdown drive, I'm trying not to read too much into it, but I feel like they figured a lot of things out and started operating a little bit more efficiently in this world that they're going to have to operate in. They took advantage. The Jaguars played a lot more zone than they typically do, and the Texans took advantage of it. It just took a while to get it clicking.
The Astros get going. Postseason 2024, it's here. Man, we're lucky. We get October baseball every year here in Houston. 8th straight year that the Astros have hit the postseason. The roster for the wild card round should be coming out this morning. According to manager Joe Espada, this we do know. It'll be Framber Valdez and Tariq Skubal over at Minute Maid Park.
I am really excited about the matchup of Framber and Skubal. And I honestly, I see in every article written outside of Houston and inside Houston too. I mean, just it's known with Framber that he's been erratic in the past. Mm-hmm. I do feel like it's been a long time since I've worried about him emotionally. The only time this year was when he flat out said that he went off script.
Went into business for himself.
Well, yeah, he just said basically, I pivoted and decided to do something that I definitely should have done. But then he rebounded from that, and I don't worry about him the same way they used to in the past.
No, I don't either. Yeah.
The only thing I worry about is what you had pointed out. Is there any? Does AJ Hinch just know how to just maybe give the right look from the dugout or something?
If anybody would, a psych major from Stanford might know how to do that.
Diabolical.
Yeah.
If he says, you know what I would do if I were a diabolical psychologist
what would you do?
villain? I would just plant the seed in his brain.
Yeah.
I would say things. I would come up to him beforehand, and I would say, "Boy, it's really great that you figured out a way to overcome the emotional, these emotional challenges. You must have forgotten all about that story you told me, right? About peeing your pants when you were 13,
See, this
or
is
something like that. Yeah, just throw it. Yeah, whatever their triggering thing is.
I don't know what Framber's degree of English speaking is because I know he uses the translator in post game and whatnot. But he needs to keep the translator far, far away. And just when AJ Hinch walks up, just go, I don't, my guy's not here.
He needs to have his sports psychologist with him in the dugout. I know he's valuable to the Astros organization throughout the year, but just have him in the dugout.
Right there, yeah.
Breathe through your eyelids.
On retainer,
Framber.
Breathe through your eyelids. Sad news yesterday. We'll start with the one with the closer ties here to Houston. Former Rocket and many other teams, Dikembe Mutombo, passes away at the age of 58. Universally, he was beloved. Like, he was a beloved figure. He was a great humanitarian, built hospitals back in his native country over in Africa with his own money in really, really downtrodden parts of the world.
Right,
he was always helping people. I didn't know he was sick.
He, and especially with building, like, obviously that's the last thing you're trying to do for glory in America or anything, but he had, he raised money for it, which is, and just with some of the best sports commercials of all time.
Dude,
with his no.
The Geico commercial is the greatest.
We lived in the same building as him for a year.
You did?
And like back in 06 or 07.
Yeah.
And I don't think he knew who I was, like that I was a football player or anything. Maybe he did, but I had a few just pleasant conversations with him, just small talk, like in the lobby and in the elevator at times. And he's just a pleasant dude.
Yeah.
But I was in the elevator, first time I was in the elevator with him. He went to press the button. And I wanted it so bad that he was just going to do like a little finger wag before he pressed. And I always wish I told him that. But I didn't want him to know that I knew who he was. I just wanted it to be kind of like oh, I'm not going to bother this dude. I'm going to just whatever.
As he was reaching for the button, you should have reached in and intercepted it and then gone, no.
That would have been awesome for him if he had just done that his entire life, just wagged the thing on any elevator.
Everybody.
People are going to be looking at him wondering, is that Dikembe Mutombo? And then he does the finger wag, and it's 7.
Could it be 7-4?
Is there anybody more? It's one of the most notable finger gestures.
Yes.
That's so easily identifiable with a single person.
Absolutely, it is.
Yeah,
you got commercials out of it, like you said. The other sad news yesterday from the world of baseball: R.I.P. Pete Rose. Last night, about 6 o'clock. News came down.
3 years old, and I'm
the full 83 years.
I'm kind of glad for all of the weirdness that the internet has brought to our life and social media and everything else like that. I do feel like as there became more and more places to get on camera, Pete Rose had more opportunities to be on camera and maybe get some exposure in such a way that people realized, all right, well, this is just kind of an entertaining old guy at this point.
Mm-hmm.
If he can get on TV without just tearing into the commissioner for 5 minutes straight, and he ends up being in studio shows and just being a personality, probably making, because of all the things and the way things have changed, I probably made a good amount of money in his later years. So I feel like without getting into the Hall of Fame, there almost was a redemption story in that he was fully more, I think, embraced back into the business of baseball.
Yeah, I think it helped that everybody softened on gambling as a whole.
Yeah.
With him. And, like nobody made a better cottage industry out of not being in the Hall of Fame.
Right, even he would go to Cooperstown and do his own autograph
during Hall of Fame weekend. He'd be up there signing stuff. Yeah. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Monday Night Football last night, by the way, Titans get their first win of the season. They beat the Miami Dolphins, and the Detroit Lions knocked the Seahawks from the ranks of the undefeated. Speaking of Monday Night Football, Ross Tucker, he was on the call last night for that Dolphins-Titans game on Westwood One, a game you heard right here on Sports Radio 610. He was on the CBS broadcast of Browns-Raiders this weekend as well, and we'll get his thoughts on the Texans, too. I'm guessing his Ross Tucker power rankings are up and running. So we'll talk to the great Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL Insider.
Jewelers is the place to go if you are planning on popping the question. If you're thinking, hey, around things,
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610 here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour we go. And on the line right now, the hardest working man in showbiz, our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. How'd I do?
Really well, I'd say.
Thanks.
I mean, that was probably like a 8.25.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Good job.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I think you got into the 8s there.
What can I do to be better, Ross, on that? I want to be respectful of the sponsor of this segment, which we love talking to you, so I want to be respectful to them and to you. What can I do to get back into that 9 and 10 range on that Hellman's read?
Yeah, it's just the level of enthusiasm and energy when you say it.
Okay.
Like, I feel like Seth would be a 9-something.
Okay.
It would be like, what's the line again? Mayo what?
May your game day be delicious.
That was pretty
Yeah,
good.
so
right
I think Seth got up to like an 8.75 right there.
Okay.
For me, like it would be Sean would be like, all right, we got Ross Tucker, our Odyssey Insider on here. He's sponsored by Hellman's Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious.
Oh, yeah, that's a 10.5 right there.
I'm learning Japanese so I can speak Japanese without people accusing me of being, stereotypical or
Ugly
something.
American.
I want to be a good enough in Japanese because it's just fun to say things in Japanese.
Yeah.
I'll do it in Japanese for the Hellman's.
That's just showing
I don't know
off.
if mayo's big in Japan. I can make it big in Japan. I could probably get super famous in Japan as being the big mayo-colored mayo spokesperson
That's
from
a
America.
good project, yeah.
Famous American football player. Legendary American football player, Seth Payne. He's one of the best football players who ever lived, and now he's bringing this condiment to you.
He's bringing mayonnaise to Japan.
Okay. Back to football.
Yeah, back to football. So, you've been busy, Ross. You were on that game last night here on our air, the Titans and the Dolphins. You were on that Browns-Raiders game as well. I was very curious when I saw you on that game. Your impressions of where the Browns are right now with Deshaun Watson.
Well, that's what made that game so interesting in particular. I thought he played really well, and they still lost. I mean, they just have a lot of issues right now. Their defense didn't play nearly as well as they did last year, or they need them to play. And, I mean, Amari Cooper had a brutal drop that led to the only interception for Deshaun. You know, Deshaun was constantly under duress. The offensive line is really struggling to pick up certain blitzes and stunts. They have a new offensive line coach. Maybe that has something to do with it. They also were at, down 3 starters on the offensive line to start the game. Yeah. And then their center went down. So they're down 4 starters on the offensive line. And then, late in the game, he throws like a 70-yard touchdown pass to Amari Cooper, but the center got a somewhat questionable holding penalty. Just a roll around performance by the Browns, but honestly, on the list of reasons why it didn't work out or issues, I would say Watson was very, very low in that game.
And then as far as the other game, the Titans, speaking of mayonnaise, Will Levis gets injured last night because he's going to keep getting injured because he takes so many hits like that. Should we, as Texans fans be more concerned with Mason Rudolph perhaps being the quarterback than Will Levis?
Yes and no. I think Rudolph is probably not going to make some of the critical errors that Levis makes that really put the team in a bad spot. And we saw it again last night. I mean, he threw the ball directly right to Emmanuel Ogbah. And Emmanuel Ogbah was able to, dropping edge rusher. And I think there was on the monitor, you could see Will Levis saying, I didn't see him. Like, yeah, we saw that, Will. You threw it right to him. I mean, we noticed that. And so that was an issue, obviously. Rudolph, though, he's not going to make some of the plays. He won't make the plays with his legs that Levis does. He won't make some of the throws he does. He's kind of like a statue in the pocket. But they're pretty good on defense. And they've got pretty good skill guys. They could be, I wonder what their record would be if Mason Rudolph had started all these games.
Yeah, right.
Because Levis has these critical interceptions. Yeah. If he had started all these games, the Titans are probably like 3-1.
Yeah. Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, because they brought in Bill Callahan, one of the better offensive line coaches in the league, and my concern was that over the course of the season, the Titans will figure that system out. It takes some time and be coached, and that they're going to look like they looked a little bit more like a Bill Callahan offensive line last night, I thought.
They did, and they got a lot of young guys up there, and you would think that they'll just sort of continue to look better in that regard, like they have so far. And I think once they do that, they'll be a force to be reckoned with. they didn't even have Jeffrey Simmons last night, which makes a big difference as well. And that Tavondre Sweat, from University of Texas, that guy is an absolute monster. He was my defensive player of the game for the game last night. He's certainly a difference-making player. So I think that the Titans, they're not a bad team. They're not, I know they were this second-to-last winless team and whatever. They're not a bad team. Not many teams are going to win games when your quarterback's turning it over, like on average 3 times a game.
Right. Ross, Tavondre Sweat was so intriguing to me because he's so big. He had trouble keeping his weight under control in college, and then he's coming into a league where defensive, like run stuffing defensive tackles, and I know he can push the pocket too, but he's just so big they didn't have as much value as they used to, and now all of a sudden we're in this year where, man, it looks like teams are really going to have to start fall. I feel like Tavondre Sweat might have been a sneaky, brilliant pick by the Titans, because I've seen him do to guys in the NFL what he was doing to guys in college, just manhandling them at times.
Yeah, he is super, super impressive. I mean, there's always going to be issues with guys like that with their size, about motivation and effort. I mean, he was all kinds of motivated with great effort last night. It was fun to watch for sure.
Ross Tucker joining us here for his weekly visit with us. He's our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery stores to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Ross, Texans and Bills coming up this Saturday this Sunday, I should say, at NRG Stadium. And obviously Stefan Diggs is a huge storyline here. I don't know, the Bills got run off the field by the Ravens on Sunday. Does that factor in at all to your handicap for this Bills Texans game this weekend? The way that the Bills were maybe exposed a little bit by the Ravens?
Yeah, always. And I wouldn't say it's because they were quote unquote exposed. I would say because I expect them to bounce back.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at it, we talk about this a lot on the Even Money betting podcast, but when a team, like the Bills Sunday night gets blown out like that, especially a good team, prideful bunch, it seems like, they usually bounce back the next week. And I don't necessarily mean winning I'd be really surprised if they laid another egg, right? I mean, it feels like they'll be able to come out and play much, much better than they did in that game against the Ravens. And by the way, as bad as that was against the Ravens, a couple things. Number one, I don't think the Texans are going to be able to run the ball on the Bills like the Ravens were, right? They're a different team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's fair to say the strength for the Bills probably is in their secondary. And then number two, they were about to come back till they called that trick play. That was going to be a game, at least it felt like that was going to be a game that came down to the end with Josh Allen. They had scored a touchdown. They were marching for another touchdown. They went with a trick play. Joe Brady did, and the next thing you knew, Josh Allen got strip sacked. Ravens scored, and the game ended up being a blowout. But I think it was going to end up being a pretty close game.
Ross Tucker, I don't know why I said it that way. Hey, Ross Tucker.
Yeah, why'd you say my whole name right
there?
Yeah,
what's
Ross
your middle
Tucker.
name? Do his whole government
My
name.
mom's about to get mad at me because I did something wrong. What did I do?
Yeah, listen here, Ross Tucker. If you look at the Texans right now, I mean, the biggest thing for me is I think that the Texans' offensive line, despite still getting way too many penalties, I think they figured some things out by the end of that game. I just don't know if it was because they were facing the Jaguars as opposed to the Bears defense or the like any other defense. So I feel like Joe Mixon, going back old school again, just like Devondre Sweat might be a more valuable defensive tackle right now this year. I feel like Joe Mixon is a very success for the Texans to have a shot at really looking good versus the Bills.
Well, it's funny that you say that. I mean, I really thought a couple of years ago that Joe might be done. I thought he was kind of beat up and just wasn't expecting him to be able to play like this again. But you're right, having like a banger of a back, a sustainer, like Joe Mixon is, it does feel like sort of like what you said about Devondre Sweat, that Nick Caserio was ahead of the game, bringing in a guy like Mixon, which is what the Texans need. And I think in particular, to be able to finish some games, right, late in games when you have a lead, to have a guy that can get you those tough yards like we know Joe Mixon can. I think that's a big part of it. So it'll be interesting to see just how healthy he is. It sounded like, he might have been able to play against the Jaguars, but they wanted to give him a little bit more rest, which makes sense. I'm curious. I don't actually see the quotes. What are they even saying about all these penalties? Like what is Laramie saying and what is DeMeco saying?
We've reached the point where, there's nothing really you can say. I think we're getting the same thing. I mean, like, I don't know if they bring in some psychologist or something. As far as Laramie didn't have any false starts. He had 2 holding penalties. And the thing is, Ross, that he's we forgot to get your opinion on this. They mentioned this on the broadcast. I got a text from a former teammate about this. Laramie he wears bright red gloves. Broadcast pointed out that, like, man, offensive linemen really shouldn't be wearing bright red gloves against the white jersey. So it felt like, all right, you got the false starts under control, but this still feels like a stupid penalty again out of Laramie Tunsil.
You know what I think is really interesting about that? I don't know if there's any rules regarding the color of your gloves, but now that you say that, offensive linemen should absolutely wear the colored gloves of the other team's jersey every week if they're allowed to. I mean, I'm sure there's some rules, but like that'd be worth it. Like if the Browns center was wearing the Raiders black glove, I don't know. I mean, maybe they wouldn't have called it. That's just interesting. It's funny to think about, although I don't know, it'd be weird like if a Raiders guy was wearing Browns orange gloves.
Texans are playing the Packers. Right. Texans are playing the Packers, and Laramie's got on green gloves.
This might be one of those things that a lot of people know and didn't like. Because like my one friend from college, that was the first thing he was told. The first thing he was told in college was never wear bright gloves as an offensive lineman. But that might be one of those things that not a lot of people, you never think of it. So
yeah, we'll see. Ross Tucker joining us for his weekly visit. Ross, the power rankings, were you able to get those cobbled together? And if so, where are the Texans right now?
Oh yeah, man. Got back to the hotel around midnight, did the power rankings last night. Got Steve Fezzik to wake up at 4 a.m. Pacific so we could do Even Money Betting podcast this morning. And now I'm in an Uber on the way to the airport in traffic. I don't know how people do this every day. Holy cow. Anyway, I think the Texans, I had them like 5, maybe. Okay. I don't know off the top of my head, but I think 5 or 6 seems about right.
Is this the hardest season for you since you've been doing power rankings to kind of put this thing together? It feels like there is not a dominant. I mean, there's teams that have had dominant performances, but it feels like this is about as even a year at 4 weeks in as we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with NFL power rankings is that much different than college in particular, you just cannot, like, you cannot overreact to any one performance.
Yeah.
And I forget what property is, the transitive property maybe, like, you can't say, well, they beat them by 30, so then they would, because like you'll get twisted into a pretzel if you try to do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't work, right? So I would say, yeah, I think it's a difficult year, but I don't know. I feel like they're all difficult years.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's more distracting riding in an Uber than it is driving yourself, depending on.
Yeah, is the driver enjoying the conversation right now, Ross?
I'm not sure. On his radio, he's listening to like political stuff.
Oh,
so probably not.
Oh,
doesn't seem
put
like
it on speaker. No, I'm just joking.
bold move. Bold
Paul,
move by an Uber driver.
He likes American football.
Oh, good.
Oh, he just said the Jets are his team.
Oh, well, tell him we're sorry.
Or, it's your typical 12%, Ross.
Give you a big tip for being a Jets fan. John Paul is he's the driver, but he says he's a Jets fan.
Oh man, poor guy. All right, yeah, take care of him, Ross. That's a rough life to live right there. All right, the great Ross Tucker joining us. He is our Odyssey NFL insider, and Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious.
9.
Yeah,
9.2.
Yes. I'm going to get that 10 someday. I got to figure it out. Ross, we appreciate you, man. Safe travels. We'll hit you next Tuesday.
All right, see you, dudes.
All right, thanks. Ross Tucker joining us here on the program.
We should play the David Bautista audio I sent you yesterday at some point. Though you can channel maybe a pro wrestler when you start thinking about. Yeah, now, this was an interview by him. It wasn't a promo.
Right.
He got caught by the guy that caught Cal outside of his car.
School of Hard Knocks.
Asking about business advice. Batista gave some really good advice.
I had no idea that Batista lost a bunch of his money after wrestling and before he got into doing all those Marvel movies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So he was down on his luck for a little bit.
Yeah. He was a main eventer, man. He's main evented WrestleMania before.
Yeah.
He's a big star. He's a big star now in all those superhero movies.
I thought that interview started off with like, oh boy, Batista wants no part of this. We'll play it later.
He was good.
Yeah, he was really good.
He was good in that one. That was good advice. So we thank Ross Tucker for joining us on the program. The Bills and the Texans this week. Sounds to me like the Bills getting blown out by the Ravens. Probably not good news for the Texans.
I think that
he looks at it through Ross has a handicapper's gene to him.
Yeah.
And he looks at that as when good teams get blown out, they very rarely come back the following week.
They snap back.
Yes, I think and play like they did the week before.
There are a couple things where, not to boil it all down to the run game, the passing game still matters more, et cetera, but I think that the Texans, for them to be functioning and operating with a lot of potency, the way they're designed, the way that Bobby wants to do it is like Kyle. It very much feels like Kyle Shanahan. The pass game and the run game are both interrelated, and with Joe Mixon out there, I feel really good about it. I'm not saying he's going to run for 199 yards or anything like that, but I think there are some areas to attack with the Bills and to put them into binds if you've got the run game going. So I'm optimistic that it's going to look a lot better.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon in there. Defensively, the Texans, like, for one, just getting Christian Harris back should be good overall. Mm-hmm. The Texans and the Bills are both kind of light defenses. They got light bodies, and it's going to create liabilities versus the run. The one thing that I'd like to see more of is, at times, the defensive backs are just on some of these outside runs, they're not playing their responsibilities like they should. And there's a certain Derek Stingley last year I thought got really good at the selfless part of it, where sometimes you're probably not going to make the tackle, just turn the play back
Force
inside.
It back inside.
And that's just a matter of getting to your spot and crashing down on a bigger offensive lineman sometimes. And they got inside on the outside runs too. That they've got to snap some of this together, because teams are going to do it. If they're able to keep the offense from really churning, like, teams are going to keep trying to run the ball on you.
If you want to be at the game on Sunday, I don't know why my lips keep forming themselves to say Saturday for this game, but Sunday, you can be listening later on in this segment. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. We need to mention that. You can be sitting in the bullpen front row on Sunday at Bills Texans if you're listening, and if you're the right caller when we do the call to action. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Excited about that. This is one of the best home games of the year on the schedule. The Bills coming up here. Here's DeMeco Ryans asked yesterday, how do you feel about your squad 4 weeks in?
Yeah, with where we are now, we're just excited for the next one versus the Bills. Like, really good opponent coming in to our house. So we're excited. We're fired up about this matchup. We know they're not feeling their best after the loss, and we're not feeling our best after how we won the game. We're excited about the win, but there's a lot of things to clean up, a lot of things for us to fix. We're excited to fix it off of a win, but we still have to get us right as a team, and we'll continue to work on that.
Yeah, I don't think that DeMeco is under any illusions at all about where they need to improve and how they need to improve. That they're not playing. If he were asked bluntly, do you think they've played like a Super Bowl caliber team? And if he were to give a frank and honest answer, he would just have to say no. I would expect in his mind it would be, oh, hell no, they're not playing like. And then
the answer is
then he would change some things. That I think it's very easy to see if they played that tough schedule, depending on what happens with the Chiefs as the season goes on, or if late in the end of the year. Right now, if they had opened up with that schedule, let's say if they had opened up and Tua were healthy for that game, and they had played the Dolphins and then the Chiefs and the Ravens, I don't think they'd be 3-1 right now. Oh
no! Oh God, no!
Yeah,
no, they would be whoever the fourth game is. Whatever. Yeah, they would lose to all with Tua. They would have, the way they've played by and large, especially the last 3 games with all the penalties.
Yeah.
They would have lost to all 3 of those teams, I think, assuming those teams bring their normal game to NRG Stadium.
You know who's really up high there right now in penalties, too, is the Ravens, who got off to a much more lackluster beginning than you would have anticipated or thought. There's a lot of sloppiness all over the league, but for some teams, it bites them. We saw this with the Ravens last year offensively. It took them a few games to really get going. So
here's the thing about the penalties, is that there's never a direct correlation with the most penalized teams and the worst teams in the league. Like, that's, I think, what needs to be pointed out. There's many years where the best teams in the league are among the most penalized, but it's the nature of the penalties the Texans are getting. Like, the penalties that the good teams get are maybe, defensive holding, but they're getting away with it 10 other times, that kind of thing.
Or back on the Legion of Boom defense, kind of like they found this balance where they were going to be real handsy, but they knew that the payoff was they're not going to get called for it that much.
Right, the balance sheet is like, all right, we're going to get a couple here, and we're going to give up a couple first downs, but the flip side is they're going to have a really hard time moving the football because the refs can't call it every play.
Right.
They can't call it. And I think there's other penalties, too, with teams that have an ethos about them. The Ravens are one of them. The Steelers, teams like that just have a culture about them that, they might get penalized more because they're hard-hitting types of penalties. They're penalties with a residual effect of intimidation or something like that. There's nothing intimidating about the penalties the Texans are getting.
Right.
They can't line up. They jump off sides.
It's false starts, right.
They hold. Yeah, Steven Sims is talking trash to somebody after a 0-yard punt return on the sideline. They're like the Texans, the penalties the Texans are getting are they're dumb penalties.
Yeah.
They're soft penalties. They're silly penalties.
Right.
And they're inopportune penalties a lot of times as well. So
and also if you take, they have 12 false start penalties. If Laramie had never jumped off sides, they'd be right in the middle of the pack in terms of how many penalties they have. They would only have 5 false start penalties, which would put them as an average team. So a lot of this is single-handedly Laramie Tunsil.
Which team leads the league in false start penalties?
The Chicago Bears.
How many?
Team known for their offensive wizardry right now. They've got 9 false starts.
Okay, so Laramie's catching up to them. Laramie's got almost as many as the Bears.
Yeah. No, it's definitely the nature and the timing of the injuries where they've just been absolute drive, and it's the consistency too. It's just the fact that they've been able to make a difficult situation that much more difficult than it had to be.
Yeah.
False starts on third down. It was a third 12.
Yeah, that's huge.
It's hard to, you've only got one chance to convert that 3rd and 12.
That's huge, man. That is huge. Yeah, I just hate the fact that anytime there's a good play, I can't even really enjoy it because I'm looking all over the field.
I went back and I watched the TV version of the final touchdown drive. And that's what the announcers were thinking immediately. You saw yellow on the field, and they said, oh, here we go again.
On the first play?
Yeah, well, it ended up being a defensive penalty on the Jaguars.
Yeah.
But that's what I felt.
Me too.
Oh, crap,
that was the play
yellow.
where CJ scrambled to the left, the very first play of the series. I felt the same thing. I'm like, oh, who held? How do you feel about this team 4 weeks in?
I feel optimistic. I think that the biggest question marks in my mind right now really are, what's Kenyon Green going to be as a football player?
Okay.
Because Kenyon's having a rough go of it. I think he's better athletically and in a lot of respects than he was his rookie year, but he's still having some really bad snaps at times. I think that I'm just trying to table how I feel about Laramie Tunsil until after this game and figure it out. But I mean, look, on that touchdown drive, on CJ's 1 yard scramble, Laramie blocked the guy he was supposed to block. There was nobody else to block, and he's just standing erect.
Literally standing
erect.
Yeah.
His body was his posture was
he was perpendicular,
erect. And it just looked almost just like completely and totally a spectator. And then he saw that there was somebody to block, so he had to drop down to an athletic position and then go.
Too late.
It's the weirdest thing. He's just standing completely erect. There's just something about Laramie there is not that dog in him the way you want out of a team that is going to be a genuinely good rushing offense. It was so weird. It was so weird.
A dog would be looking for somebody to hit.
Yeah, I can go gore somebody or something. I can scan. But it's everything you would coach him not to do.
Laramie had a posture about him where he's like, well, my work is done here.
That's one thing that gets him. His body language really gets him in terms of how people feel about him.
Yeah.
There's just never any.
Well, he's so laid back.
He never looks one bit upset like that his guy tackled the quarterback or anybody else.
Right. Yeah. Here's DeMeco Ryans looking ahead to the Buffalo Bills this weekend.
What makes the Bills dangerous, I think they play complementary football as a team. The offense does a great job of running the ball, the RPO, getting the ball out to their playmakers. They do a great job of keeping drives going, and they score touchdowns when they get, in the red area. So in their defense play does a really good job of, disguising their coverages. They're very sound. You can tell they're well coached. They're sound, and they play well together. Those guys fly around. Smaller defense, but these guys, they fly around, they hit, they play together, and just collectively as a team, they play good complementary football, and I think that's why they've been really good over the past few years.
I think McDermott has got those guys. Enough of those guys have been in the system long enough that with McDermott, a lot of it is similar in methodology to DeMeco. You don't want to be overly complicated or anything. You just want guys to be really, really good at what they do. That's where the Texans need to get to. I think defensively right now, some of the biggest questions are just you feel good about your cornerbacks. Lassiter is having some rookie moments versus a better quarterback. Lassiter would have gotten torched on a couple of plays. He did get torched
a couple times this year.
He didn't have to pay for it last week, right? So, but I think he's going to get better. The problem is that, this is what I worried about in the preseason. Jalen Petrie is not a slot corner. He is a safety playing linebacker who they're also asking to play in the slot. And teams are realizing it and noticing it. So there's times in the game where in zone, Jalen's awesome at getting into passing lanes, making the play on the ball, all of that. But even when it's zone that converts into man, he's a liability. Teams are going to start picking on that. And I think Murray the same way. He made some really good plays, but there's also times where in man coverage, you can see that it's teams are going to figure this out.
Yeah.
So the antidote for a lot of this is really simply pass rush. You just got to get a more menacing pass rush than they've had. They've had moments and they've had some good spots, but the huge sack production in the Bears game was a lot more about the blitzes than it was individual butt kicking. So yes, you'd love the defensive tackles to be better, but the two name guys, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, I need to see a little bit more kamikaze out of them.
That was a disappointing performance on Sunday by those guys.
And the Jaguars were chipping them a lot and doing a lot of things to make life difficult for them. But it seems like that same problem early in the season is that he just seems at times to just lock into a bull rush, and turn it into a shoving match. And that's where these pressure stats from NFL Next Gen, they're based kind of like on GPS where, okay, he got this close to the quarterback. That's a pressure.
Yeah.
Not really. Not in the NFL. Not when if you've got a guy that's willing to stand there and the pressure is slow and compressing. It's not the same as a genuine pressure where you're getting a hit on the quarterback.
Yeah, Will is a physical freak, and he's an eager physical freak. He's a physical freak that is willing to learn and that gives all-out effort all the time. We've seen physical freaks that don't do that all the time. Will is not one of those. He gives all-out effort. But, yeah, that's the thing, and when I focus in on him, is that for all the talk of him trying to refine his game, finish better, add some moves, I feel like every time I'm honed in on him, he's still just shoving the tackle into the lap of the quarterback. Yeah. Or when he's getting sacks, it's because there was some sort of mental error along the offensive line that leaves him unblocked, and he just goes and murders the quarterback.
Right, or something where he seeps out because of pressure from the inside.
Yeah, there's been no refinement to his game.
It doesn't look like and you know what that probably is? I'm guessing it's his ankle. I mean, this is what he's not a naturally bendy guy, and when you're learning to play with that shin angle and all that, that puts a lot of stress on your ankles. So maybe it's just that he doesn't 100% feel great about his ankle right now.
Here's a text message. The fact that it's 7:30 a.m. Tuesday morning and Steven Sims is still on the roster is a joke. Send a message. I guess they did. Clear implication from the text being that if Steven Sims is still on the team, it's okay to make mistakes in the return game that could have cost you the game, and then 15-yard penalties that could further cost you the game. DeMeco was asked about Steven Sims yesterday at his media availability. Here's what he had to say.
For Sims, and for every player, right, you just have to be accountable, and that's the message to everybody. Like, yeah, we all wish we didn't make mistakes with plays, but mistakes happen. You move on. Like, you just move on. We can't go back and correct it. We just move on.
I heard that answer yesterday, and I'm like, I think he still might get cut.
Yeah.
Like DeMeco immediately pivoted to everybody's got to get better and didn't sprinkle a little confectionery sugar of the good things that Steven Sims does.
I get really, I don't think that the way to fix certain issues is to just cut somebody as an example or something. You live 100% constantly understanding that you're always in danger of being cut.
Sure.
So I don't know if doing it for one particular game or mistake is necessarily the right way to go about it, but I do think that you should, that he's on watch. He's on, do you cut Laramie Tunsil because he's had all these?
Of course not.
It feels like I want it in the moment. Emotionally, I want to.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you got to do that balance in your head of, all right, what are we giving up versus all this? And Laramie, even though I feel like his status as a player is a little bit overblown at this point. I think some people have succumbed to some propaganda because he's not nearly as good overall as he is. He is a good pass blocker, but he's a flawed player. The fact of the matter is that damage is already done. You'd love to say, well, sunk costs, get rid of him. You'd never to replace him and to also take the dead cap hit and all that. It's not it. And Blake Fisher's not ready to replace him.
No, he's not. And Tunsil screwed himself out of the Pro Bowl this year because it's so much about impressions. People aren't watching left tackles across the league. You know what I mean? Whether it's coaches voting or fans voting or whatever, the only thing they know of Laramie Tunsil are all these graphics going across their social media timelines of him setting records for false start penalties.
Yeah. It's just weird that it's strange. It's almost like he's got a defensive ends mentality who's a pass rush specialist and doesn't care about the run at all.
Yeah.
It's like he's an offensive line pass blocking specialist.
Yeah.
Which is the least dog thing I've ever heard.
It's very finesse.
I don't like to stay. I don't know the run game. Frankly, it's not for me. I'll let the blue collar folk handle that. I'm a pass blocking specialist.
Text message, when does our suspended defensive end come back? He's got a name, first of all. His name is Nico Collins. He's not the suspended defensive. Well, he is, but refer to him by his name. He'll be back week 7.
Right, and part of that with Nico Collins coming back is that he can rush from the inside, too. And I think some of the interior pass rush is a work in progress right now. They're trying to figure out who do we want in there and when. Tim Settle has shown up. But I think that Autry might make a difference just in terms of being able to get a more menacing pass rush across the board instead of having it's not menacing right now.
Yep. Text message, Seth Petrie needs to be benched. They need a real third slot cornerback. Call Steven Nelson.
Steven Nelson. That'd be interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
Steven Nelson was on his podcast dogging DeMeco again after the Vikings game. Yes.
What did he say?
Yeah, he posted a Milk Dud graphic and I don't know exactly what he said.
Yeah.
The Milk Dud graphic is enough.
Boy, what's a strange thing to live in Houston and make it your brand to go after DeMeco Ryans. Maybe that's going to be his thing.
Does Steven Nelson still live here?
I thought, he has like a farm
he's got
up
a
in
farm,
Humble.
that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, that's
Well,
right.
I mean, I farm. I say they've got animals.
Like a ranch. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying like they've got land and some animals.
Oh, do
it's
they?
not like a working farm. But
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
They've got farm animals.
Okay. But someone like me, that's a farm. I know you grew up in the farm industry. So
I guess I call it a farm if you're actually like getting revenue from it and everything. Yeah. And, it's just, it's not even a hobby. He's not even trying to use it as a tax shelter, I don't think.
No.
So,
because he's got so much money, remember?
Right, that's right. He decided to walk out. He turned his nose up at all these offers.
Like Warren Buffett.
The one team that might have been willing to pay him respectable money, he just decided to just go off insulting during a hurricane.
Took a nasty plunge into a big pile of money after it.
Now so with Petrie, it's interesting because usually you say bench somebody, it's almost like you got to bench him for bad performance. I think for the good things they want him to do, I think he's been doing a lot of those things. I think as a nickel run, a nickel linebacker, I think that I've been happy with a lot of what he's done, but he's just not a guy in man coverage. And I really did. In training camp, I kept watching and I just kept wondering, like, all right, what are they really going to do with Jalen Petrie, right? Because they can't. I'm watching him play slot corner and like, no, right? He can't really be the every down guy, can he? And lo and behold, it turned out he was.
Dude, he is.
And it looks like what I feared is that teams are going to be able to start picking on him when they identify that he's in man. People want more blitzes. All right. When it's not, it gets real predictable when teams know that, all right, Jalen Petrie is good as a blitzer, but if he's not blitzing, he's awful in coverage. It gets a lot easier to game plan with that over the course of time. So he has value. They just got to figure some things out differently with the way they're operating right now.
Someone said it sounds like Steven Nelson owns a petting zoo.
You know what? He should do pictures on animals. Yeah. Own a llama, own a camel, own one of those things, and then you can rake just going and charging $5 a picture or whatever it is these days.
Hey, someone's asking, what did you think of Blake Fisher's snaps when he was in at left tackle? Have you had a chance to rewatch him yet?
Yeah, you know what? Fisher is more steadily impressive than I expected him to be. I think right now, over the last couple weeks, I'm really way more worried about Kenyon Green. So I think, did you say Blake Fisher? Sorry, I apologize. I had Drew Scruggs in my mind.
Yeah.
Same thing I thought of him during training camp. There's something there, but man, he doesn't. Mm-hmm. He's got to learn. As a taller, lankier guy, he just doesn't have quite the base and the technique yet to get away with being a taller, lankier guy. I think he wants to be physical, but he's clearly not as good as Laramie when he's in there.
Yeah.
Look, I think people have tried to create this straw man of all these people saying that Laramie shouldn't play because of Blake Fisher and throw him in there no matter what. It's way more complicated than that. I don't.
Laramie has good snaps.
Yeah,
too.
I think honestly, your best option at this point is that Laramie. I think maybe I'm hoping that it was like an intervention.
Wakes the hell up.
I'm hoping that it was kind of an intervention after the Vikings game.
Yeah.
But it's going to take a little bit. It's just not naturally in him to be a finisher in the run game.
Yeah.
He's not built like Trent Williams.
Nope.
So he's got to consciously think, oh, I should keep going now instead of standing completely erect at the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
I should be engaged in this the entire time. But even though he was standing completely upright while his quarterback was still behind him, to his credit, he did try to dive in and help out.
He's like, oh, there's people.
So baby steps, right?
Yeah,
baby steps.
Yeah, good call.
At some point, all the money he's making will be worth him actually trying to block extra people in a run play.
There you go.
I mean, it was a pass play that turned into a run game. But
Yep. Let's give away some Texans tickets for this Sunday. Bills coming to town. 713-572-4610. And you can be sitting in the front row to watch C.J. Stroud and his crew battle Buffalo. Be caller number 5 right now to win the bullpen at 713-572-4610. You got 2 more chances to win today. One in the noon hour, one in the 5 o'clock hour. and listen for your cue to call in either of those hours. If you're not caller number 5 now, you still got 2 more chances. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, our last one for a little while because the Texans are on the road for a couple of weeks after this. So your home of the Houston Texans is Sports Radio 610. We're getting you to the game. All right, up next, Nico Collins. Where is Nico Collins right now on the list, in the tapestry, if you will, of offensive players in the NFL, specifically wide receivers? Is Nico Collins a top 3 wide receiver right now in the NFL? We'll get to that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. I told this story.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We got a lot to get to still on the show, man. We'll circle back to the Astros. We're going to do the weekly Pettycast.
Oh, Pettycast.
At the top of the hour. Yeah. Yeah, I always, we started doing that a few weeks ago. We get super petty or we play people who are super petty. It's really just a chance to celebrate pettiness.
Right. Yeah, like embrace the ugly part of you.
Right.
Yeah, embrace the part of you that doesn't try to, to worry about like, is this the right thing or not?
Yeah. If we keep it contained to one segment, then,
This is how I keep from being a criminal.
Right.
Because I get to exercise a little bit and pretend that I'm a horrible human being.
Yeah.
But then I get my kicks that way instead of then also being like, and it'd probably actually be pretty easy to rob a bank. Yeah. And who's being hurt anyway? It's all insured. Yeah, there we go.
It's all insured.
Yeah.
Here was DeMeco Ryans. This is from Sunday. This is right after the game. A game where Nico Collins had 150 yards and probably would be enough. We'll find out tomorrow to get player of the week in the AFC offensive, except that Derrick Henry went bananas on Sunday night.
I bet
Henry's going to get that.
Henry,
Henry's going to get it.
He was in prime time.
Prime time, and he 87-yard touchdown right out of the chute. He was the reason they won the game. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the connection that C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins have.
No, you don't like this answer, but it's simple. Nico is open. So that's why the connection is strong. And Nico is... And he's open, but he's also, he's so competitive at the catch point. He's strong, he's physical, fast, big receiver. Like, that's a easy target for CJ. And Nico has showed up every time we needed him.
I think the biggest question right now is, and a lot of people have asked me this, I brought it up yesterday, is CJ at times stretching the play out too long? I've been very conscious of this and trying to watch and figure out, where's you got to find that balance, of like, okay, sometimes you just got to really concede early on and then check. I think they are, like many quarterbacks do, I think they've worked their scramble drill, and I think that I think it's generally pretty educated when CJ is trying to extend the play a little bit, and he feels like he likes where guys are in relation to the coverage and that it's whether it's realistic or not. So he's got to try to do that equation in his brain before he decides to check it down. I thought early in the game there were some times where he definitely should have thrown the ball earlier than he did. Later in the game, I thought the balance, final drive, obviously, when to throw the ball to Gumbawale and whatever else. And it's going to be a work in progress, and that's something that you get better and better at over time. But I feel like he's got the right balance right now. It's if they would just stop shooting themselves in the foot with some of these idiotic penalties, it would look a lot better.
Yeah, that last drive is how you want it to look, man.
It's the part of it is he's holding on to the ball longer at times than it seems like he should. But remember, a lot of times it's because it's 3rd and 17.
Yeah,
or it's 3rd and 12, and it's going to take a while for stuff to develop. I don't need him checking down right then. I don't want him to have a tepid personality that's happy with just, hey, we'll have 5 yards better position to punt with.
Yeah, one of the biggest compliments I can give to CJ probably is that I feel like when he gets flushed out, when the pocket breaks down and he gets flushed out, especially when he's rolling to his right, I feel like good things are going to happen.
Yeah.
Most often
I feel comfortable with him throwing back across the grain.
Yeah.
When he's running to his right and throwing to the left. It's usually a pretty educated decision he's making with that. So I feel good about that so far. And it's also been without really good pass protection. I mean, it did help the Texans' offensive line in this game that the Jaguars barely blitzed at all. And one of their weaknesses has been picking up blitzes. I thought they did a good job handling movement and did some things better. But the offensive line got a little bit of a reprieve last week, and it's not going to be that way this week versus the Bills.
With Buffalo, no, it won't. CJ's so slippery sometimes in the pocket too, man. Like he does.
When they're
guys getting hands on him,
pocket's getting compressed and he just seeps up through the middle. And that's that pocket movement that he talked about during camp that he was working on. I thought he was getting really good at it by the end of last season. This year, he definitely has a very good awareness of when to panic, when not to panic. Yeah. I thought when he scrambled for 11 yards at the beginning of that touchdown drive, the game-winning touchdown drive, he was about maybe an eighth of a second away from having somebody to throw to, but the pressure was in his lap, and he bailed. And that was the appropriate thing to do in that moment. I didn't think if he had tried to extend it there or tried to back up a little bit, I don't think it was right there. So I think he's got good judgment.
Yeah, they're giving you 11 yards.
Yeah,
Take it.
Yeah.
Able to get out of bounds, too. Here's CJ talking about his connection with Nico Collins.
Man, it's grown. I always go back to, like, when I first met Nick, throwing on the field during OTAs. And I told him, man, like, you're a superstar. And, I'm going to make sure people know that. And I feel like ever since then, like, man, he's had a swag and a confidence starting from, last year. And it's just rolling it now. So, he's been big for us. He's always somebody that I lean on. Like, when I'm ever, like, just looking down or whatever, he come up to me. He don't do too much. Like, he just be like, hey, Merrill, like, you good. You know who you are. And he always give me confidence, just like I give it to him, because, he's just a heck of a player, man. I'm super proud of him. I was told that he was I think he was leading franchise in 4 games. Man, that's huge, bro. What years we had, so come through this Texan organization, man. So I'm just, I'm very, very happy to be a part of his journey.
Yeah, Justin Jefferson is amazing. And then I think Nico is right there. He is right there.
I think that everything you talk about with teams playing more zone against the Texans, et cetera, around the league, it's not a big deal with Nico. All the opportunities that you get from the defenses the Texans are facing, CJ's being able to connect with Nico on that. Okay, creating that space, finding spots in the zone with a well-placed pass so you can turn and run and get that run after the catch. He's been very good in that regard. That deep strike he had down the middle last week was in just classic cover 2. Got a slower defender trying to cover up the seam. CJ places the ball perfectly right in the honey hole. Like, that's why I don't think or worry that, okay, this is just a 4-yard burst and at some point defenses will catch up. As long as either Stefan Diggs or Tank Dell is healthy, I think they're going to keep having these opportunities.
Yeah, and he's so good run after the catch. He's so good on contested stuff.
Yeah.
He's great going to the ground. Like some of these throws that CJ makes, and CJ's doing it by design. He's throwing it low and outside so that the only guy that can get it is his guy. Nico's ability to go to the ground, like and catch low balls, there's really other than like super duper top end speed, there's really nothing there's no aspect to being an elite receiver that he doesn't have in his bag.
Conversation we need to have later, we don't have time right now, is right this moment, was the Stefan Diggs trade worth it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Jotting it down right now. Was the Stefan Diggs trade worth it? I like that.
Just based on right now.
Yep. We'll get to it. All right. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We're going to get petty in the next segment. We will get petty. We're going to hear people get petty. So get ready if you're in your car to get petty. We do the Petty Cast every Tuesday at 8 o'clock coming up next. But first, Texas Star Grill Shop. Love the Martin family, Rick and Michelle. They are sponsors of the Houston Texans, by the way. Texas Star Grill Shop.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so on Tuesday at 8 o'clock, after we've had a couple days to let the weekend of NFL football simmer a little bit, you start to hear clips and read stories that bubble to the surface. That either involve someone being petty or involving somebody that we're petty about, or both.
Yeah, and I guess and I will be petty this entire segment.
Promise?
Sometimes I start taking up for the people that we're supposed to be petty about. Yeah, I'll be petty.
Just hold it together till 8:18.
I've watched nothing but images of people being mean to each other on social media this morning. I did a 45-minute reel, yeah. I feel really bad about humanity right now.
Good job.
Yeah.
A lot of fight videos
all
and things
is
like
lost.
that.
Yes.
All right. I think this probably fits in the category of this person is very petty, and we can be very petty about him, and his name is Aaron Rodgers. It is not going well in New York right now.
Which is a huge shock and surprise.
Yeah, I just couldn't believe it. So I guess Robert Saleh at some point post-game, and keep in mind, they lost to the Broncos at home 10-9.
10-9. They couldn't beat a rookie quarterback who threw for 60 yards in that game.
Bo Nix.
Did he have 60 or was it less than that?
It was bad.
I don't want to be. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He threw for 60 yards.
It was bad. And this is that was the matchup where Nathaniel Hackett beat them last year, the OC, and he had 9 points. So I got a comment about Rodgers' cadence. Rodgers is always trying to game the defense with his cadence at the line of scrimmage. Well, it turns out he was gaming some of his own guys. He had a bunch of false starts.
What's that like? I can't imagine.
So here was Aaron Rodgers. They had a reporter that did kind of the old Mark Berman thing where he's like, hey, so-and-so said this. What do you think of that?
Oh, yeah.
So Robert Saleh said this about your cadence. What do you think?
The cadence specifically, Robert said that might be something you guys have to dial back a little bit. Is that something you think could potentially help the situation?
It's one way to do it. The other way is hold them accountable. I mean, we haven't had an issue. We've had one false start. Morgan had one false start, I believe, until this. So, it's been a weapon. We use it every day in practice. We rarely have a false start. And to have, 5 today, it seemed like, 4 or 5. Yeah, it seems like an outlier. I don't know if we need to make mass changes based on kind of an outlier game.
Nothing like the head coach and the quarterback hashing it out by not talking to each other.
Yeah. Look, that's okay. So that's the one thing as a rule. The one thing I would tell players is never, ever, ever respond to a reporter saying, "Hey, this guy said this about you," because it never emotionally lands like, "Oh, I'm sure that Robert was just actually being complimented." You don't know exactly how he said it or what have you. I think in this instance, you've got reason to perhaps take it that way, okay, we can talk about this in-house, right?
Right.
Saleh, this is what I wondered about with Saleh, because we saw this from Hard Knocks a couple years ago. Saleh is a defensive mind. He's completely unaware of that you got to try to walk the line a little bit and not let the offense think that you're completely on the defensive side. In Hard Knocks, he was just flat out telling the offensive players, the offensive line, we got an awesome defense. You guys got to measure up. I mean, those guys are awesome. So this game especially looks like a perfect example of the potential for that drama to blow up.
Schism?
Yeah. The other thing about Saleh, too, is I always feel bad about it, except it's true. One of his job requirements right now is managing the sometimes volatile potential eruption situation that you have with your quarterback. And you've got managing the Aaron Rodgers situation, and the Nathaniel Hackett, the offensive coordinator, is Aaron Rodgers' chosen do-boy. You got to manage that carefully, and he seems to take a misstep every time he gets up to the podium.
Saleh's getting killed yesterday by a lot of the national media and a lot of the media up there in New York. As long as we're being petty, let's hear Mike Francesa get a little petty.
A first-year quarterback in September beats a Hall of Fame quarterback, and don't pin this on the kicker. Don't pin this on the kicker. This is not about, we had a chance, we did everything right, we had the kicker. Nonsense. They did everything wrong all day that they brought the game down to that. This team is so badly prepared mentally and physically. The coach is a fool. He's always been a fool. He's always acted like a fool. His record is atrocious, and he can't win with a team that should what? the way they're going nowhere, and he's going to lead the parade. And then the only thankful thing is it'll be right out the door.
That's hard.
Yeah, so
That's
I don't
tough.
think Salah survives this one, based on Mike Francesa.
Based on Francesa. Now, I got some Mad Dog, too.
Okay.
It's really mostly because Mad Dog butchers a word in the English language, yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, was 40 years old, but, at the end of the game looked a little disheveled and hobbled.
Disheveled. I don't actually
make fun of,
Googled disheveled.
It's not that I'm not going to turn. I did too. I'm
Yeah, just to make sure.
I'm going to sit here. I'm going to be that
Just
guy.
to make sure.
Yeah, like when somebody. Yeah. We
All
get
right.
that on the text line sometimes. People are like, "Well, actually, it's pronounced thusly."
Yeah.
And you're like, so you got to look up the dictionary. Like, no, dude, you're wrong. You can pronounce it either way.
That's funny. Pettycast, Lamar Jackson. This hits right. This is where I'm getting. This is me getting petty right here. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson tweeted this out yesterday morning. This is a team sport. I'm not out here satisfied when I throw for 300 yards and take an L. If I throw for 50 yards and we win, that's WTF matters. Y'all, stop commenting on our socials about the yards y'all FanDuel or parlays ain't hit. Thumbs down emoji.
It's good. I'm glad that Lamar expects that people will now follow his
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to get no tweets about it. Well,
this is my favorite. God, I love when somebody hops on social media and is like, "Hey, listen, you people are not being pleasant on here, and I need it to stop now."
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Exactly. The thing about this, Jackson signed a big contract in the last year, over $50 million a year. A lot of that revenue that drives his salary and other salaries comes from, sorry, Lamar, gambling and daily fantasy.
Or just fantasy in general.
Fantasy
sports in general just was so perfectly suited to the NFL that's one of the things that made it such a. There's no gender difference anymore in men versus women fans or anything.
Dude,
like,
a lot of people that watch your games don't care who wins the game.
Yeah, I would say honestly, just athletes need to stop caring about people caring about fantasy. It's just it's a reality of the world. That's just what it's going to be.
Yep.
You don't have to be on Twitter. You don't have to be on Instagram. You don't have to look at all of it, but people are going to be talking about it.
Absolutely. All right, so that was me getting petty with Lamar Jackson.
Now that he's as rich as he is, he's not going to get the benefit of anybody's. People aren't going to be like, yeah, poor Lamar.
Blue collar guy.
Yeah, why doesn't everybody just leave Lamar alone?
Right. Now he's got his money. Doug Pederson, he was, of course, the head coach on the other sideline on Sunday for the Jacksonville Jaguars. As we pettycast this thing, Doug Pederson himself got a little petty here when he was asked about his job security.
Start worrying about your status at this point.
My status?
Yeah. After an 0-4 start.
I mean, no. I mean, it's kind of a strange question, but okay.
Actually,
It's kind of a strange question.
Actually, not a strange question at all, bro. If you looked at the odds, you're the favorite to get fired.
Illegal enough. How do you just not have a stock answer for that stuff? Same as just it's never going to be an answer that satisfies anybody or anything.
Yeah.
But like that's an easy stock answer. Like I when I got into this profession, I committed to just understanding the reality that people get fired a lot, and you don't think about it. You focus on the next week, and that's what I do. So yeah, whatever noise there is or anything else like that, I can't. It's just a stock cliche answer. The fact that he got as emotionally rattled by it and thought that it was a weird question.
That's a bad sign.
It's probably a sign that yes, he's thinking about it a lot.
Yeah, that's a bad sign. The Jags are the only winless team remaining. Tennessee got off the schneid last night, and Cincinnati got off the schneid against Carolina this week.
It's a shame.
So it's just Jacksonville.
It's a shame for it's a shame that the Jags lady it's basically proof that the league is out to get them. As she's long been convinced.
They are.
Took it to the limit.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're trying to steal the show.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have a newcomer come in and steal the show.
Not that new anymore.
Right.
Yeah,
So it's the villains on Park Avenue that are keeping the Jaguars
So
down.
they play Indy this weekend. They host Indianapolis this weekend. Are we rooting for anybody in particular? I guess by math, you root for the Jags to win that game to get the Colts pushed back a little bit.
You root for the Jags, but this is pettycast, and there's a part of me that I feel more petty about Trevor Lawrence right now than I do about Anthony Richardson.
Good
I feel
call,
like
Seth.
Anthony Richardson, every time he gets injured, that's when I'm at my pettiest. Anthony Richardson and Will Levis, when they get injured, I just think, yes, Of course. Will Levis he needs a sports psychologist.
Yeah.
There is something in him that turns him into a complete idiot, where I don't think he's a genuine bona fide idiot.
Yep.
I think he's an idiot in the moment, and it comes in the form of really bad interceptions and then also taking way more hits than there's any reason for him to take. He's out there playing like he wants it.
Yeah.
You know what he's out there playing, Sean? It looks like he's trying to do like death by unsportsmanlike conduct. He either doesn't actually want to play football and he just wants to get a career-ending injury so he doesn't have to make the decision, or he genuinely wants to die.
Yep.
But it's going to happen. One of the two things is going to happen.
I like Anthony Richardson. I like him a lot.
You like his personality?
I like his personality a lot. Yeah, I told
Doesn't
you.
sound very petty.
Oh, that's true. Okay, we'll save that. Yeah. Thanks, Seth. Good job policing the pettiness. John Gruden. John Gruden has started to, in the last couple of weeks, grow sort of a social media following. Yeah.
He's got a YouTube channel. He did a breakdown on the Texans before the Bears game.
Yes.
That was very good, I thought. And it was just him standing in front of a whiteboard for like 25 minutes, and I watched the whole time.
He's perfect for this.
He wasn't doing like in-depth film analysis or anything. It was just him being him.
It's really good.
It's always nice to hear Gruden talk about your team because 50% of the guys on your team are future Hall of Famers.
Oh,
yeah. I love this guy. This guy.
The QB camp?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Dude, there should be so many great quarterbacks in the league right now based on Gruden's QB camp back in the day. So this was yesterday. This wasn't part of his film breakdown or anything. He just comes running up to the camera, sweat dripping down his shirt. And
you know what's so sweaty? Yeah, I've been watching Jaden Daniels on film. That's it. I just sit here watching Jaden Daniels, and I start sweating. My heart starts beating. Watching him run around, this guy's freaking awesome.
Dude, it's funny, but you're creepy in that video right there.
It's a Steve Smith scenario.
Yeah.
There, right?
You know why I'm so sweaty? In the bathroom watching Jaden Daniels.
Thinking about, Meltzer used to say that sometimes. He'd be like, I was in the shower this morning thinking about Jaden Daniels.
Too much information. So that was a little creepy, right?
Jaden Daniels was the first quarterback ever to start off with, not just as a rookie, but start off with a 75% completion percentage.
He's complete. The ball rarely hits the ground in a Washington game.
Look, there's a petty side of me that just I'm waiting for the Cliff Kingsbury effect to take hold, where halfway through the seaon they figured out what he's going to do.
You got to stick to that, by the way, because he is getting more and more love.
I know he's getting an incredible amount of love.
I got to
start saving receipts. I don't know, but I also I don't want to be so petty all the time that's how I'm enjoying football this year, is waiting for Cliff
rooting
Kingsbury.
against Cliff Kingsbury.
Imminent demise. Yeah.
Creepier, John Gruden sweating, saying he was watching Jaden Daniels, or
Texans are this fun young team.
I think that's creepier.
That was creepier.
Yeah.
That was Peter Schrager talking about the Texans.
It's fun young team.
I felt like I was his paper boy.
Texans are this fun young team.
Yeah, that was weird, man.
I get the double edition on Sundays. I get to see Old Sethers twice.
Okay.
Traeger, that's the guy from The Simpsons.
Petty guy, Family Guy, right?
Family Guy, yeah, that's right, Family Guy.
Petty cast continues here. Okay, Pep Hamilton, former Texans offensive coordinator. This is as petty as it gets because he hadn't been the OC for 2 years, and Pep Hamilton's probably drinking his coffee going, what the hell did I do? I'm just doing hits on Channel 2 now. I'm doing the Pep Talk on Channel 2. Which
I enjoy those.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I think he's good on there. I think Pep does good stuff on the NFL Network. I thought he did not perform well at his job of offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans in 2022. Why am I bringing this up? Because Nico Collins has been a big topic really over the last year and a half. And as I go back, remember that Nico Collins was on the team in 2021 and 2022? Remember that? And he was, rarely getting used. Somebody posted the route tree or the next gen stats that shows all the routes Nico ran. This particular one was in a game in Week 10 in 2022 against the Giants. And I'm counting, he must have run, 12, 13 routes, something like that. There's not a single route that even comes close to touching the middle of the field.
Yeah.
They're all routes that are like out routes or, like a dig route where he just runs up, stops, and turns around on the outside. He's 2 zip codes away from the hash marks in any of these routes.
Yeah.
Damn, Pep.
I'm having a hard time being petty about Pep in this regard, and just that I do feel like his hands were tied in a lot of respects.
Okay.
It's easier to take away other areas of the field back against that Texas. This is really hard for me because I like Pep Hamilton as a person.
I do too. I do too.
Which has always been the conundrum, I think, with a lot of people at various places, is they really like him as a person.
Yeah.
I think that really the frustrating thing about, oh boy, what was the frustrating thing about that season that Pep Hamilton was out? My biggest issue is just always that there would be something that clearly wasn't working, and the defense was shutting it down, and the Texans just keep going back to that exact same concept. And I guess just hoping that at some point the wall would break after you pound it enough times.
In some ways, I shouldn't be petty about the 2022 season. It's what got us C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
You know?
You're here ready to erect a monument for Lovie Smith, but somehow you don't want to give that same credit to Pep
Hamilton. No, you're right. You're right. Well, not for the next 2 minutes at least. We're being petty still right now. All right, last one. Gary Cohen, Mets play-by-play announcer. There was a weird situation in baseball yesterday where the NL playoffs had not yet been decided. The Mets and the Braves played a doubleheader with each other, where if they split the doubleheader, both of them make it to the postseason. If one of the two teams sweeps, then the team sweeping would have made it, and the Arizona Diamondbacks would have taken a spot in the postseason.
Meanwhile, Chris Sale gets scratched with a back injury.
The back injury in the must-have game because the Mets won the first game of the doubleheader.
And by the way, that's where I missed the golden age of newspapers a little bit. I didn't see a single back-scratching joke or headline about that or anything.
About
a
Chris Sale?
clever something. Somebody would come up with something clever about a back.
There was a
scratch.
funny meme.
Being scratched with a back,
There was a funny meme someone had of someone tearing. This is how Chris Sale hurt himself. 'Cause remember, he used to get so angry about things. But the Mets clinched their playoff spot in the first game, and it was a really good game. It was back and forth. Lindor hit a home run that ended up, I think, winning the game for them. It was a really good game. What do we think of this call on the final out of the game for the Mets clinching the postseason?
2-2. Ground ball. Lindor waits on it. He's got it. And the ball game is over. From 0-5 to OMG. What a ride. The Mets are going to the postseason in 2024.
From 0-5 to OMG. And I'm like, 0-5? 0-5? Oh, yeah, they started the season 0-5, and that's it's a 162-game season.
Listen, you think you've suffered? You think
7-19? Hello.
I'll tell you another thing too. You're talking about the Mets here. I feel like Mets fans themselves are like 0-5.
The little engine that could.
That was I never left. I had a semi the whole time. It wasn't like 0-5. Like that's what my misery was as a Mets fan.
From 0-5 to OMG. And by the way, Buddy had that thing scripted from August.
The OMG thing, it's corny as hell, but it is also, that's been their whole thing, the OMG sign that they hold up and everything the whole season. Which is corny, though, too. It speaks to, I'll go back to, you leaned into the corniness.
Yeah.
Go die with your OMG. You're like Flois you're like, just like a house wife in 9 covering OMG. OMG, that's going to be our thing now, girl.
But 0-5 in baseball is like, who gives a damn? It's 5 games. Like, if it were an NFL team, there's your, 0-5 to OMG in football, a 17-game season, that's an appropriate call. I am getting super petty right now. 0-5 in baseball. That's not even a week.
Gary Cohen just doesn't know baseball. That's the whole thing.
That's
not like us.
Good call.
Not like us. Yeah.
True that. All right.
True
that. Listening to the radio, waiting for Sean to drop an F-bomb. #free podcast Sean. Oh, I do. I curse a lot on my podcast these days. Yeah, people like that.
People like that.
Yeah.
I give the kids what they want.
Yeah.
That's what, I remember Bill Simmons. That was when he started off on his own HBO show.
Yeah.
Remember the promo they were running?
Oh, yeah.
Where he said the F word. Yeah. They're like, oh, Bill, you're so edgy.
I don't do it just gratuitously just to do it.
Yeah.
I do it when it's appropriate. People seem to free podcast Sean as a hashtag. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. You asked a question earlier in the show, and I think it's a good question.
Oh.
Was the Stefon Diggs trade worth it? At this point, right now, how are we feeling about the Diggs trade? We'll discuss that coming up next. Flight by Yingling. So October the 12th, up in Tomball.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday when asked about Stefan Diggs and his impact on the team.
For Steph, the thing that I like about what he's brought to our team, he just brings that relentless energy, passion for the game. He loves football, and I've said that multiple times. You see it, the way he practices, the way he plays in the game. He loves ball. He plays with effort. That's all you want. Guys are going to play the game the right way, encourage your teammates, and be a great teammate yourself, and that's what Steph does.
All right, so that was DeMeco Ryans on Stefan Diggs. We know throughout training camp, Diggs' leadership was quite evident out there every day. Has not had the killer, explosive Stefan Diggs A-list receiver game yet. I don't count that the Minnesota game. I know he had 94 yards, but it was on 10 catches. And a lot of the numbers that the Texans put up in that game were in the second half of that game when the game was kind of out of reach. So suffice it to say, Stefan Diggs has had some moments so far. I mean, he had 2 touchdowns in the opener. He made a great play to score a touchdown in this game this past Sunday. You posed the question, so I'm going to let you answer the question. Was the Diggs trade worth it at this point?
I feel at this point that it was worth it? I still do. He's on pace for 1,000 yards right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's probably going to have a game or two here along the way where he just, it's his day to have the big game.
Yeah.
The biggest thing was where you saw evidence for it in the game, especially on that final drive, is he still has a gravitational pull. And that's why Dalton Schultz, Agumbawale, various other times this season, that when teams are playing zone especially, the cornerback's cheating towards Stefon, and it opens up. And I think that's where Stroud is going to get better and better at figuring those little things. The zones that they're seeing right now, it's always going to be different versus every defense. It's not just hey, this is how you play cover 2. This is how you play quarters. This is how you play all these things. What are the nuances of it? And, teams are still adjusting the way they play defensively to Stefan Diggs. So I'm cool with it for right now. I think so many of the issues on the offense not looking like a menacing offense boil back to offensive line stuff that I don't look at Stefan Diggs nearly he's one of the reasons they're not reaching their potential.
Right.
It's that the problem, the offensive line is keeping them from really taking advantage of all the opportunities that the presence of Stefan Diggs provides.
As far as the Diggs trade being worth it from another perspective, I agree with everything you just said. When Tank Dell went out with an injury this week, my feeling was okay, this is another one of the reasons. You went out and got Stefan Diggs for a couple of reasons. The main one was with the hope that everybody remains healthy, or at least by the end of the year is healthy. And you've got this Nico, Tank, Diggs thing that is just going to be a monster for teams to deal with. The second one, though, is that Nico has dealt with injuries and Tank has dealt with injuries. And Diggs is a rock.
Yeah, if they right now are rolling out there with Nico Collins and just Robert Woods or Xavier Hutchinson or whomever else, you're not going to feel as good about it.
All.
As far as the trade, which ultimately really becomes more about just how much did you get in terms of years and everything. I look at it kind of like I would a trade at the trade deadline. Yeah, second round pick for a really viable veteran receiver.
It's a good way to look at it.
That's always a fair price in my mind, even if he's on an expiring contract. So in that regard, I think they're looking at it we can't rely on both these guys saying, as good as you feel about Nico, historically, in his first couple of years, he had a lot of injury issues, and he did have injury issues last year. And then with Tank, we just don't know what to expect.
I can't wait to see. I mean, I can't wait because I want this season to play out and really enjoy the season. But once the season is over, do you feel like Diggs is coming back here?
I think let's say he gets 1,000 yards receiving.
Yeah.
Just right on the nose.
Yeah.
Not anything super impressive, but something still respectable.
He's like a 60-yard-a-game guy.
Do you think he comes back? I don't know, because the Texans aren't going to be in a position really to – I don't think they'll spend as aggressively on short-term contracts next year as they did this year.
Well, I guess the question, though, becomes what do you think his market is out there, out with the other 31 teams?
Yeah, I could see the Texans wanting to give him a really nice one-year contract, but I think there'd be another team out there that would be willing to go stretch a little further.
There's always a team out there that's willing to spend.
Yeah.
You're right about that. I wonder, I think some of it will have to do with how this team looks throughout the rest of the year. Like, are they a legitimate Super Bowl contender?
Yeah.
And how badly does Diggs want to be on a legitimate Super Bowl contender? And I think this too. They'll have, at that point, the Texans will have a year's worth of intel as to exactly what Stefon Diggs is all about. They've never been unwilling to pay their own guys at or above, they don't underpay their own guys.
No.
Titus got $18 million a year.
They'll give him it's a little bit of shorter of an extension, but it's a very lucrative extension.
It's a very lucrative. I mean, Dalton Schultz got $12 million a year.
Yeah.
Like, if they I think more than anything else, Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryan, intel and the knowledge they have of what a guy is behind the scenes, and obviously how he is as a player. That's a given. He's got to be a good player. But in terms of choosing who to pay, Diggs feels like a guy so far they would want to keep around.
So who says no then? Just given all things equal, let's say it's a fair offer and both sides agree to it. Who's more eager to have who's more eager for Diggs to be on the Texans at the end of the year? Stefon Diggs himself, because of the trajectory of the team. If he's like a 1,000-yard receiver. Yeah. If he doesn't have a breakout year, is he going to be a guy that's like, okay, yep, this is what aging receivers do. I'm on a good team. I appreciate it. Or does he feel like there's just still that all-pro season left in him?
I would say if I had to pick who says no, I would pick Diggs just based on the fact that he's hopped teams a couple times. Yeah. And it's not to say like I feel strongly about it that way.
No, I think he's wired like a wide receiver should be, that he wants to be the guy.
That's a good way to put it.
I think he's going to – I don't think there's going to be any drama. If it were to go like that and, man, like this is just what it looks like, I think he knows and understands, like, first and foremost, his number one goal this year needs to be a team leader who says the right things and all that stuff, and he's not going to be a headache, all of that.
Yep. Let's see. Someone says no, 10,000 times no, not worth it. Okay, I need reasons, texter. Another texter, Diggs trade unequivocally worth it. Think of what happens if we don't make that trade, no Tank and no Mixon against the Jags.
Yeah, and no that version of Nico Collins. I'm not saying he would still be producing well, like he's propped up by Stefan Diggs or something. But it would have been a lot more difficult.
Yep.
A lot more difficult.
Yep. Absolutely worth it. He's been dependable, makes great catches when needed. Tank hasn't been the powerhouse we thought of as of right now.
I think, by the way, to credit, I think it was John Crumpler who tweeted this question out yesterday.
Okay.
I can't remember. Or maybe it was Branham, whatever.
I saw somebody, it might have been Crumpler that I saw this with, which is someone saying, okay, do we need to have the hard conversation about Stefon Diggs yet?
Yeah.
Because he hasn't had that breakout type of game. But I think the point you bring up is super valid, which is his presence out there. Like if there were a way we could assign credit to some of the other guys getting catches, I think Diggs gets a portion of that credit.
Yeah, and I think also too, part of it without Mixon on the field is that they don't have a back right now that's as good at just taking those extra opportunities in the passing game and in the receiving game. They have a hard time catching the actual football. So Mixon's going to clear a lot of this up, I think, if he can stay healthy. I mean, this situation with Joe Mixon and the Texans is the exact reason that running backs don't get paid like it feels they should. It's not that there isn't value to them. It's that they just get injured so much.
Yeah.
And you just don't know, like, okay, how much are we going to commit to a guy that I can only expect to be around for half the games?
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing with Mixon is that it's not one of these things where, it's not like the injury that knocked him out in training camp, which is like a quad injury, which feels like one of those soft tissue, he's getting older kind of things. He got hip drop tackled. Who rolled his ankle?
I liked Sean Payton, what he would do forever, which is he'd have at times he'd have 4 starting caliber running backs on the roster. Yeah. None of them making a ridiculous amount of money, but adjusting for and understanding, okay, the position does matter. We can't give you guys top of the market money and everything, but it does make a big difference having an actual starting caliber running back in there, no matter what era of football you're in. So to have a 1-2 piggyback potential for injury, it's nice.
Yeah, makes sense. Text message, why did you leave your underwear in the studio yesterday?
Oh, okay. And it was clean underwear. I thought those guys were being a little too dainty about seeing a pair of man's underwear on the counter.
Right.
I guess it was I had folded them so well that I could see they might have thought it was wadded up or something.
Oh, yeah.
But it was right on the counter there. Because I was going to work out in the building gym here afterwards, and I was getting so my underwear in my bag, but I had to grab some stuff out of my bag, so I had set the underwear down.
Forgot about it.
Yeah, and then I went down to the gym, realized I didn't have my underwear to change into, so I came back up, looked around the spare studio for my underwear, couldn't find it.
Is that why you came back up here half naked?
Walked in, yeah.
Hey guys, I can't find my underwear
naked
anywhere.
From the waist down. Polo shirt, no underwear, no pants. Worst look on earth for a man.
Lopez made it sound like you left like a nuclear bomb in the middle
like
of the
I had
table.
pooped my pants and taken them off and left them there or something. Well, these are no good to me right now. Let me leave them.
Right. Lopez is like, I need tongs.
This is where Lopez Lopez has the worst hygiene of any of the hosts. Is that when it comes to studio hygiene? He puts his feet up on the counter.
There are coffee rings that get left on the table sometimes.
Yeah. This is where Lopez.
I don't know if they're his, but they're near where he sits.
This is where I am the victim of this, and I'm going to talk to Lopez about it during the toss. There's two things. Lopez will say that I'm the worst at responding to people on the text line, like letting it agitate me or let it get me distracted. Yeah. Whereas Lopez himself, if I'm not the worst, Lopez is right up there.
You've
in the power
way
rankings.
better.
Yeah, I'm very. It's been a while since I've been distracted too much by the text line. And criticizing me in this. I don't want to hear from Lopez.
Okay,
I don't want to hear from Lopez.
This is going to be a fun toss.
We also have to ask him about my feeling of that when I was at Chipotle when my face was all bloody. The fact that the young cashier who was very nurturing towards me.
Hispanic
she was very
Florence Nightingale.
It made me feel even better that she had an Hispanic accent.
Yes,
and I don't know if I'm being racist in that, but there was something about it like that I wanted to call her my abuela. It felt right. It felt good.
For those who don't know, Seth went to the Chipotle right near the station here with a bloody face.
Yes.
Because the parking garage arm, the gateway, what's it called? Like
no, it's a barrier arm.
The barrier
Sean.
arm.
Everybody knows that.
The barrier arm hit Seth in the head and busted him open.
Yeah.
So, of course, the first stop from there is not urgent care. It's not to go back to the studio or anything like that and get bandages.
Just to get me a burrito bowl.
Get you a burrito bowl.
Yeah.
Blood dripping down your face.
And then I asked the girl if I slump over or something, just
she was
let me
all
know.
about it.
Oh yeah, and she came over and checked on me.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's great. We'll ask Lopez.
It's one of the role playing things Brandy and I do. I ask her to speak with a Spanish accent and
wear a
like,
Chipotle polo shirt.
Yeah. And I don't want it's nothing sexual at all. I just want her to nurture me. Yes, please. Just yes.
And bring you a burrito bowl.
Make me feel like a man. Like not sexually, just like
Right. All right, let's get to the Astros. We're awaiting the playoff roster coming out. What do we think this thing looks like? Yordan, Verlander, those are the two big ones. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Well, Karam Law, that's a big one. If you've been injured in an accident, if somebody has wronged you, you have to walk in.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Diggs is getting the lion's share of the support. I'm 4 games in. I'm extremely happy with the Diggs trade.
Yeah, I think it's all in hindsight. Everything is just very reasonable about it. It's not as reasonable as Nico's contract. Nico's contract right now looks like the renegotiation of the century.
It's the best move they've made in the offseason.
Yeah.
Because Nico's extension.
That's a really good point. If we could go through, we should do that tomorrow. Like all the offseason decisions, which ones do you feel best about? Either that or we should be talking about like the Astros 10-run victory over the Tigers
we do both.
or something.
It's a 4-hour show.
Those are the 2 things I'd like to talk about tomorrow.
I would too.
The Texans offseason moves and the Astros having a 10-run victory.
And you know what?
And I'm just owning Scooble.
Yes. Yeah. I don't need to sweat today, man.
Yeah.
Am I getting a little choosy? Am I getting a little picky? I'm just making.
Yeah, let's just get a nice healthy margin here.
That's it.
Let's do what you did to Scooball last time. Oh, nobody can stop him. He mows everybody down.
Not everybody.
He had like 5 strikeouts and he allowed 4 earned runs in that game.
Yeah, not everybody. Yordan Alvarez. This was Joe Espada yesterday on the status of Yordan Alvarez and his knee injury.
Yeah, so he's about to go and start hitting right now in the cage. And we also want him to go outside and run. So once I get to see those things, I'll give you a little bit more here, probably post-workout.
Okay, we should point out, no roster yet from the Astros.
Right, 10 a.m. is when they have to announce it.
Yeah.
I feel like now it's they're not going to release the roster any earlier than they have to necessarily anyway, but I do feel like if they release it at 9 a.m., then it's a good sign. Like Yordan showed up to the park and was said, "Yep, I feel great, ready to go."
Yeah.
Versus if they're like running a bunch of little tests to see how he feels and
well,
everything.
we'll know. I mean, it's releasing the roster, so if he's on the roster, then that's a good sign.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm saying like how quickly do they
Oh,
release it?
got you.
If they release it now versus if they wait until 9:59.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
okay.
they're like, all right.
Ben, did I not explain that right? Was that my fault?
I think you did.
Okay, I did explain it correctly.
I think so.
Right. By the way, you're on my list of things I'm grateful for, Ben.
Well, thank you.
Sean used to be.
Do you have that list handy?
I don't have it on me right now, but
he's a fraud, Ben.
You're on
That's
it.
why
Sean.
I'm not on the list
Sean,
anymore.
You've been on it for a long
Thank
time.
you. I appreciate
Sean.
that.
Both of you have been on it for a long time, but I don't think I ever told you that I was on it.
You too. Oh, thank you.
You know those little gratitude exercises
This is the opposite of the petty cast.
This is what happens. We get.
I like
credit.
this.
When I first started doing gratitude exercises a while back, I know now that I was in a bad place because I was kind of like, I guess I'm grateful for this or that, and I realized like, oh yeah, that's something you should be really, really grateful for. Why did I try to edit it before I even supposed to be in brainstorming mode here? And I'm like, I don't know about that, about this person or not.
That's great.
But you guys were right. Even in my most skeptical days, you guys were both on it.
Thank you, Seth. Likewise.
And that's what we should do is the list of things that were excluded from my grateful list. All right. We'll do it. Ben, put that in the book of things to do tomorrow. So I'm so grateful that you handle these administrative things for me.
Book of things to do tomorrow.
Put it in the Google Doc of things tomorrow. The things that Seth that did not make the list.
Oh, my God.
People who probably think they're on my gratitude list who certainly are not.
No. In honor of Dikembe Mutombo.
No.
In honor of Dikembe, Seth's going to wave his finger at a bunch of you tomorrow.
You are not in the circle of gratitude.
No.
Get out.
That's right. Here was Joe Espada yesterday on getting the roster set. Specifically, this was a question that involved Justin Verlander being part of this team for the wild card round.
It does matter. It matters a lot. Postseason baseball, the energy, the stage, it matters. When it comes to our roster, we're still having conversations, so we'll have the roster set by tomorrow morning.
If you were Espada, what would be the hardest decision right now for you heading into this wild card
Hardest
round?
decision would be if whatever Yordan has is something that could totally be aggravated again. That it is a very much, all right, you're really risking him not being available for the rest of the playoffs. That's the hardest part. So, or if it's something that's going to get aggravated quicker. Remember his wrist kept for...
Yeah, his hand,
It was
right?
his hand,
Yeah.
I remember his hand. He would come back, and then it was still just wasn't quite right, and they'd lay off, and we're in that gray zone with his hand for a long time. I think that's the hardest part right now. I think my gut would be that Yordan doesn't play today. If they have to make a game-time decision, that in and of itself is enough reason that they shouldn't have him play. So they just, because they want to be sure that that he's available for the rest of the playoffs.
I think if his only role that he's capable of performing physically right now is to pinch hit, he should be on this roster.
Well, now, and having said everything I just said, I think he should totally be on the roster.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
He should totally be on the roster. It's just whether or not he plays. But
Yeah.
100%, I think even if he's 50-50 right now, he's on the roster in case of a Game 3.
And then your hard decision is how to use him.
And then in Game 3, it's like, okay, he might injure himself again, but who cares? We got to actually get to that spot to worry about
That's
it.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. Here was Joe Espada on the rotation, not quite set yet after Game 1.
We're having conversations about who's going to start Game 2, so not yet.
Okay. Hunter Brown and Yusei Kikuchi, in my mind, should be the only two names in that conversation right now.
For the three-game series,
For the three-game series, and yet, of the nominees that the Astros had for the All-MLB team, they just came out yesterday, so they nominate, guys across all the positions, and this is like all-pro. There's only one first baseman. There's only one second baseman. There's only one shortstop, etc. These are the best of the best. The Astros nominees, there's 7 nominees. Yainer Diaz nominated at catcher, which was beautiful to see. Jose Altuve, obviously. Bregman, one of the nominees at third base. Yordan Alvarez, DH. Josh Hader, closer. And then the 2 starting pitchers that were nominated for All-MLB, Framber Valdez, Ronel Blanco.
Yeah, Blanco. Well, the thing about Blanco was at the All-Star break, there are a lot of things you could point to where, like, okay, the advanced stats show that he got kind of lucky, et cetera,
in the first half of the season.
Yeah, in the first half of the season. That, yes, his ERA was incredibly impressive, but there was a little bit of luck involved. And then he went through that little bit of a rough stretch, but then he came back and recaptured it. And I think that by the end of the season, you got to stop looking at the expected stats and everything, because whatever happened.
Yeah.
And, okay, we don't even care whether luck was involved or whatever. At the end of the year, then, you ended up putting in a really good performance.
Yeah.
So, I think this last month where Blanco's been very steady and very good, and I feel good about him going to the playoffs, helped that puts a bow on the entire season.
Yeah, I think maybe the thing that keeps, ironically, the thing that keeps Ronel Blanco from being a starter in the postseason, at least early on here, and maybe in the ALDS too, if they make it, is the fact that he can flip the switch and come out of the bullpen, whereas these other guys are all conditioned to be starters. You know what I mean? Like, he can be coming out giving you compared it to the Charlie Morton thing from back in 2017. They used Lance McCullers that way too in the ALCS, where he threw the 24 straight off-speed pitches. Blanco can be a weapon. You're going to need, if you're going to go on a long playoff run, there are going to be games where you're going to need some dude with some good stuff to come in and give you 2 or 3 innings.
Right.
Out of the bullpen.
Yeah, no, and we've seen that time and time again. The ability to piggyback, it matters. Especially, and then for keeping your relievers fresh for the next series, too.
Yep, for sure. One more. Here's Joe Espada on facing AJ Hinch, his former boss, AJ Hinch.
Actually, I'm looking forward to it. He's a good friend. We have spent a lot of time together. I learned a ton from AJ. But I think this series is about the Astros against the Tigers. So, they're playing really well, really good baseball. So I'm just looking forward to a really good series.
And they are playing good. But these are 2 of the hotter teams in baseball.
I wish there was more bad blood between these 2 teams. There's a part of me where I really want to dislike AJ Hinch. I just I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it.
I'm guessing that AJ's probably got a decent amount of bad blood boiling. He's not allowing it to seep out.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing, there's got to be a big part of AJ Hinch that
he wants to stick it to Crane or stick it to...
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, I don't... did he feel he was justifiably fired? He's been accountable at every turn publicly, but that doesn't mean that's how he feels privately.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard. There's such a... The whole saga of all the interpersonal things that go into this are so common. Feel a bit of blame for not stopping it or arresting it, and what's the right way to handle it for Jim Crane? I don't know if there is a correct way for him to handle it.
This is the part that would have me the hardest thing that would be affecting my sleep if I were AJ Hinch. The toughest thing for me to digest with all of this of getting fired back in 2020 is to have watched the Astros the subsequent 5 years and know that I probably got fired from being a Hall of Fame manager.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think they win. Congrats to Dusty for winning in 2022. and I know everybody feels AJ Hinch botched the 2019 World Series, and that's on him because he took Zach Greinke out of the game, didn't use Garrett Cole, whatever the case may be. AJ Hinch is a good manager. I think we're seeing that in the fact that the Tigers are in the postseason. He's a good manager. He would have won at least one more along the way. Maybe he wins. Maybe he wins the one. Maybe he actually plays Yainer Diaz last year in the postseason instead of riding Maldonado into the ground. That would be the hardest part for me if I were AJ Hinch. Is like, man, I got fired from a chance at baseball immortality.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Yeah, but again though that. I don't know how he feels about Jim Crane handling it. Yeah. I don't know if Hinch doesn't seem like he's a guy that's wired to hold a grudge and have a chip on his shoulder.
He would be bad at the petty cast.
He would be awful at the petty cast.
He would be bad at that.
Now he's stuck in now he's stuck in that job instead of morning sports radio.
That's right. All right, 9 o'clock hour coming up. We will power rank the power rankings, man. Texans coming off a win that gets them to 3-1, and yet there's a lot of people that feel they've been unimpressive start because of all the penalties. What are the experts saying? We will power rank the power rankings, and we will do that coming up next. But first, Texas Star Grill Shop. They've got the big Napoleon Grill sale going on right now through the end of October.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
My question to you, Seth C. Payne, before we get to the power ranking of the power rankings, would you pay $35.89 for the following drink? The Astros, this is according to Chandler Rome, tweeted this last night. The Astros are selling an electric Haterade drink, Hader, so in honor of Josh Hader, during the Wild Card Series, which contains lemonade, blue, is it Curacao? How do we pronounce that? Hey, Ben, you drink all the time. Is it Curacao? Curacao, okay. And
I've never known how to pronounce it.
I've never seen Ben have a drink ever in his hand.
I see it on the fancy drink menu all the time at restaurants, and I've never actually said it or remembered hearing it.
Kind of rolls off the tongue.
Yeah.
Curacao, yeah. Lemonade, blue Curacao, tequila, Sprite, a tagine rim, cherry, and lime garnish.
I guess I'd have to know how juiced up is that thing for $38. That's
very
it's gonna be like a Long Island iced tea where there's like 5 drinks in one there or not?
That's too much fruit for me, man.
Yeah, that's not my thing. But
for $35.89, it's definitely not my thing.
Isn't there they've got a special bottle for it though too, right?
It better come with, dude.
But it's gonna be a glass bottle probably, right? It could be. Yeah. So if it's a nice big glass fancy drink, then maybe that's
if it comes with a souvenir container,
commemorative wild card round container, that's what does it for me.
Okay.
I'm paying at that point. I'm basically paying $35 for the container and $3 for the drink.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. All right, so power ranking of the power rankings. Let's do this. And has NFL.com put up their power rank? NFL.com's website is the worst website. It just loads so poorly, and their power rankings aren't up yet. So we'll just go with 4 sets of them.
Your loss, NFL.com.
Your loss. I got to find a 5th set of power rankings to replace.
Just got somebody laid off at NFL.com.
Well,
they do about 1 per day.
Be better about. Yeah, I know.
You know,
you can join the club.
Hey, there's a sports radio host complaining about the website not being up.
You're fired.
Who should we fire? Fire the only guy that we have left in charge of that very thing. We'll never put it up again.
Oh, man. All right, here we go. So I've got 4 sets of power rankings, and at 9 o'clock on Tuesday, we power rank these specific outlets based on how they've treated our Houston Texans. So, number 4 on the list, SI.com.
I'm guessing they've got the Texans at 13.
They have the Texans at 10th.
Okay.
So the lowest they're in the top 10 of the 4 major power rankings that we use. Connor Orr, SI.com.
Actual human being, not AI.
Down 2 from last week. Mm-hmm. So the Jacksonville win did not impress Connor Orr.
Well, the big thing that, when you look at the standings, the thing that jumps out at you is like, oh, okay, the Texans are minus 15 in score. You like to see a team that's got a winning record, but also has scored more points than their opponent. And right now, the Texans have played 3 games down to the wire that didn't seem like they should have been theoretically down to the wire, and then you got blown out once. So that's about what it feels. It's where they are right now.
Here's what he says. The most encouraging part of this Texans win may have been the nature of the slog. At almost no point did this game look beautiful. Stefan Diggs had to take a very cool throwback that we actually saw Jared Goff score on Monday by himself. Even on the final touchdown play that won the game for the Texans was an all-out commitment from everyone on that offense to sell the Jags on a run play to the opposite side.
Yeah.
Which okay.
Is that a mark
kind of a weird. Is that a mark against them?
It's a well-executed sprint out or boot. Like, yeah, okay.
This is why
they had to resort to a play-action pass on the goal line. Oh,
that
gosh,
worked.
Yeah. Nobody ever wants that. What the hell are you talking about?
Wide-open Daria Gavawale. Like, what the hell? That's why you're last place, Connor, or you're 4th.
You know what I think it was is that I guess maybe in his mind, if it's a game winner, it should be a fade to Nico or something.
Oh, something a little more romantic.
Something that looks a little bit more electric.
Yeah.
No, that is a weird little jab to throw in
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Even their final play that scored the winning touchdown, like, who the hell cares how they scored the winning touchdown? All right, so they're 4th out of 4, SI.com. Number 3, ESPN.com. They have the Texans holding steady right now in their eyes at 8th. So the Texans are 8th in the eyes of ESPN.com. Their category this week, Seth, that they opine on in these for each team, biggest issue on defense. Before I tell you what it is that DJ Bieneme chose for this, ESPN beat writer, what would you say is the biggest issue on defense?
Oh, I think there's two things. One is that I need to see a more menacing pass rush, but that's, I think, what's keeping them from being a really, really good defense. So the sum total of it would be the thing that I can see really starting to hurt them versus good teams is the run defense. It's showing more and more chinks in the armor.
Okay.
So I think DJ said run defense.
He said safeties in coverage.
Oh yes, dang it. That's a better answer. That's a much better answer.
Sorry, Seth has to get a buzz on that, Ben. Sorry about that.
All right, now, no, not yet, though, because did DJ mention Jalen Petrie as a safety or as a cornerback?
Let me read to you what he said. Houston safeties are getting picked on. Come on, ESPN.com's website. You're horrible. Houston safeties are getting picked on by opposing offenses. The Texans run cover 4 on 34% of first and second downs. So teams run play action to make the safeties cover vertical routes, which is part of why the Texans have allowed the second most yards off play action on early downs. Also, foes are putting their better wide receivers in the slot to match them up against those safeties.
So Jalen
mention him
Petrie.
by name.
Yeah, he's not a slot. Everybody was telling me he's a slot corner, and I'm looking around like, no, the hell he is not. And I didn't think the Texans would use him in the slot as much as they have. But oh yes, the hell they have. Slot corner.
Yeah.
He's a nickel linebacker. So right, I think by virtue of DJ including him in the safety group, but not by name, just shows you the issue you have there. Is that Jalen Petrie, when he's in the slot, is playing a lot more like a linebacker / safety and not a cornerback.
Yep. Good enough for third on the power ranking of the Power Rankings ESPN. All right, we're getting to it. Number 2, Power Rank the Power Rankings. Number 2, theathletic.com has the Texans 7th. But similar to SI.com, they bumped them down 2 spots from last week. The Athletic had them 5th last week. This Jacksonville win has not impressed some of the people out on these here streets.
No. And we've noticed this just even leading up to last week. If there's one thing that happens when the Texans play the Jaguars, nobody really notices much at all or talks about it or anything. I mean, it's just dead out there right now. Mm-hmm. There was just no luster to this. And imagine that. That's Trevor Lawrence versus C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And if anything, I think it's almost an emotional vote against the Texans. Like, come on, entertain me. Titillate me.
I know.
Give me what I promised in the preseason prediction.
Putting a 20 in your G-string right now, and you're doing nothing.
All these writers and everybody, myself included, all these people that gushed over the potential of this offense, right now, they're feeling a little bit put out. Like, hey, wait a second. Where are my fireworks, Daddy?
Yep.
I was promised fireworks.
Yes. I want an Oompa Loompa now.
Yes.
It was funny. If you go back and look at the articles from Week 12 last year when Trevor Lawrence came in here and threw for 360, and the Jags beat the Texans. And won, they'd in first place in the AFC South. The Jags won, so they were in first place. The articles that day, like the Mike Sandos and the Peter Kings of the world, were all about, like, this is the rivalry that's going to carry the AFC South to glory for the next decade.
Yeah, and the Jaguars are going to be the Jaguars were at all but shoo-ins. At one point, the odds were so heavily in favor of them winning the division.
Yeah,
and it's just been nothing but downhill since then.
Like literally, it's been
since that victory.
Yes, yeah. Here's what the Athletic says about the Texans.
Except the Texans aren't making it as like an extreme difference. It should be at this point. It should be, wow, look at that. Texans are firing on all cylinders, and the Jaguars are down at the bottom of the heap.
No, we're losing ground in the power rankings after a win. This is what the Athletic said, by the way, about the Texans. The Texans did okay in the 2024 draft, considering they didn't have a first-round pick. This must be the topic they're doing, like, how are the rookies?
Yeah.
Their top 4 picks are pitching in, starting with second-round cornerback Kamari Lassiter, who is starting, tied for the team lead in tackles on Sunday with 6. Ooh. The real story against the Jags, though, was Nico Collins, the 2021 third-round pick who had 151 receiving yards Sunday and leads the NFL with 489 this season. This is me talking now, not this article. He's 100 yards ahead of the next closest guy.
Yeah.
Nico's having an insane year so far, statistically.
Where's Tyreek Hill?
Dude.
He looked frustrated last night.
He's going to be frustrated all year long.
Mm-hmm.
Is there talk of them sending him back to
Florio
Kansas
tried to
City?
push it this morning.
Oh, is that okay.
It said
it's a Florio
it's
thing?
easy. It was one of those things where it's almost feels like he's an active rumor out there where he's the one creating the actual rumor.
Good job,
He's saying,
Florio.
it's easy to connect the dots between Tyreek Hill and the Kansas City Chiefs. It's easy.
Yeah.
It's one of the most obvious things in the world. He did that with Sean Payton and the Cowboys forever. Remember?
Oh, yeah,
It's like 10
yeah.
straight years he
Yeah.
was trying to push that.
Yep.
So I would be really surprised if that happened.
Why would too? I mean, he just signed a big contract extension
Yeah.
with the Dolphins. So I'm sure there's
No,
cap
yeah, it would be really, really
ramifications.
hard to do it, get complicated. And like, I'm not saying Kansas City wouldn't do it under the right circumstances, but these aren't the right circumstances, I don't think.
So either. All right, last one. Number one, power ranking of the power rankings. How about our guy Pete Prisco, who I believe makes Jacksonville home, right? He lives in Jacksonville.
He and Vaselli do a show together.
CBSSports.com, Pete Prisco. He has the Texans all the way up at number 3.
Oh, my gosh.
Number 3, behind only the Chiefs
all right.
and the Vikings.
Okay. What's he say?
He says this. They didn't play great against the Jags, but they found a way. They have to start scoring touchdowns. The offensive line is a problem.
Yeah, the offensive line is a problem. I agree with everything he said, but I don't see where that puts them up at number 3 right now. If I were DeMeco and I read that, I'd be like, oh, come on, Pete. Are you serious? I'm trying to tell these guys that they need to be better, even though they got a 3-1 record, and now you're putting us 2nd overall or 3rd overall?
Yeah.
No,
he's got the Buccaneers 4th.
So he's got them above the. So he's got the Texans above the Ravens?
Yeah, he's got the Ravens 6th.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got the Ravens 6th. He's got the Lions 5th.
This is an engagement
Buccaneers
special
4th.
here.
You think?
Yeah.
Buccaneers. I will say this, because the Buccaneers are a part of this message as well. That everybody that was freaking out that they lost to the Vikings 34-7, like, are they still a Super Bowl contender? Are they this? Are they still that? It's one game. The Lions, if they had a real field goal kicker, would have been in the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
They lost 38-6 midway through the season in a game last season.
The whole thing about the Bills right now is if you look at when you jump to conclusions too early, they played very, very impressively in their second and third games, especially versus the Dolphins and the Jaguars.
Yes.
So and they looked way better than the Texans have at any point. They certainly looked way better against the Jaguars as that. But in terms of them being, an unstoppable force, and wow, Josh Allen has become. Look at what Josh Allen has transformed into, and all of that. I think perhaps people got a little ahead of themselves in that regard. So Buffalo, even though one game doesn't matter, I think it was a good reminder that we jumped to a lot of conclusions early on. And Big Bad Buffalo doesn't look quite as scary as they did before. And like any other team in the league, they've got their flaws.
Yep.
But they full credit that they beat the snot out of the Jaguars, where the Texans had to take it down to the wire.
Yep, for sure. For sure. Man, it's going to be a fun week, man. Buffalo coming to town on Sunday. Are we going to get Diggs? Is there going to be a Diggs media availability?
There will be a Diggs availability at least once. Everybody has to speak at least once.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess. Okay, this isn't the question. The question is not, will Diggs say something, to insult the Bills or something? Because
that chance already.
The question is, will he say anything that can be taken out of context and then people will run with it?
Especially about Josh Allen.
Yes.
Who he himself said some things that he claims were taken out of context.
Whenever Josh said something nice about his own team, this is what happens in these situations. You say something nice about your own team, and people immediately interpret it as like, oh, yep, throwing shade at the old guy.
That's right.
So
That's
I think
right.
Stefan Diggs, he's going to say something nice about CJ Stroud, and that's what's going to get interpreted and put out irresponsibly by like one of those aggregator accounts as Stefan Diggs talking smack.
For sure. We asked the question earlier in the show, back in the 8 o'clock hour, about do you feel like the Stefon Diggs trade thus far is worth it? Text message. A lot of people answering on this. The only thing I've seen as a negative with the Diggs trade is just getting him integrated into the offense as a whole. However, aside from Nico, it's looked like that across the board. Is that because they're trying to incorporate Diggs, or just getting up to speed in the regular season is tough to do?
I think what was the second question?
So
the second part of the question?
Yeah, they said aside from Nico, it's looked like it's been tough integrating everybody.
Yeah.
Is that because you're trying to? Is that because of trying to integrate Diggs? into things?
No. I think that No, I don't think they're trying to force it to Diggs whatsoever. I don't and I don't think they're just scheming or game planning to try to, other than they do for any other wide receiver. It's that when teams are going to play a lot of cover 2 shell, it's funny right now that for anybody of a certain age, people are acting like the cover 2 was just invented this year or something last 50 years of football. Like, it's not like there were never any good wide receivers back when teams played a lot of cover two.
Right.
But there are some things where, man, going back to having a big body guy with just good vertical speed that's got great run after the catch, it's back to basics in some regards, and Nico is more that guy. The era of the hyper tiny dude that can exploit man coverage and everything like that might be, the pendulum might be swinging back the other way.
Yep.
And I think Nico is a cover two beater. Like, there's certain routes and things you can try, etc. Well, you got to take the easy stuff underneath, but then there's also guys like Nico. So, I think it's as simple as that Diggs has produced. You know, Diggs has come up in some clutch moments. Some of them, was one of them erased by penalty 2 weeks ago? Did he catch one of those? No, that was Hutchinson and Tank Dell. To make a point, there were times on that final drive and in that game in the second half where it was the gravitational pull of Stefan Diggs when the Bills were in zone that got other guys open.
Absolutely.
You know, on a Gumbawale when he caught that check down there out in the flats, it looked like they were playing cover four, and the cornerback was just kind of shaded and creeping towards Diggs more so than he might otherwise. So there's I'm totally cool with it right now.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Monday Night Football last night. At least one of the games contributed to a trend that I don't know is best for the Texans. We will discuss that coming up next.
Trajan Wealth, what's the best thing for you? What's the best for you moving forward?
is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Monday Night Football last night, and it's kind of strange, man. Monday Night Football, I didn't know that the Titans-Dolphins game would necessarily move me one way or the other, and certainly the Lions and Seahawks was an exciting game to watch.
Yeah.
A lot of offensive fireworks in that game. But the dynamic going on right now with what we're supposed to be the other two young quarterbacks in C.J. Stroud's draft class that we're supposed to about the next 10 years in this division, predictably, neither of the other two, Anthony Richardson and Will Levis, can stay on the field.
Right.
Anthony Richardson knocked out of his game on Sunday. In comes Joe Flacco, and he was doing Flacco things like he was the Cleveland Browns quarterback again. And I mean that in a good way, not the playoff Flacco. I'm talking about regular season Flacco that had 5 games where he was averaging over 300 yards, and he won Comeback Player of the Year. Similarly, with Tennessee last night in Miami. Now, that is a bad Miami team right now with no quarterback play. The offense can't do anything to take pressure off of the defense.
Yeah.
That said, Will Levis goes out of the game, and Mason Rudolph just game manages the hell out of that thing.
Yeah.
No mistakes.
Right.
Run the football.
It made sense in theory to have the Dolphins versus the Titans with Tua Tagovailoa, and then, what is Will Levis going to be? I saw a good tweet this morning that said basically, Will Levis was never actually good in college. He's never actually good in the NFL, and he never actually had the potential that people claimed that he had. It just
other than that,
it's he just hasn't lived up to a lot. That he never actually genuinely had any great potential. I feel like he had a promising year at Penn State before he transferred, but it wasn't like who was the guy that had the rookie with Bill O'Brien had the good year as a rookie a freshman quarterback at
Christian
Penn State.
Hackenberg.
Christian Hackenberg.
Yeah.
People would talk like Christian Hackenberg had been one of the best quarterbacks in college football his freshman year.
Right.
And that somehow that sustained him on through not doing anything after that into people thinking that
Second-round
he
pick.
was actually going to be a good quarterback in the NFL. Will Levis. Yeah, I'm at the point now with Will Levis where I feel like, all right, I think I might be more scared of Mason Rudolph just because Mason Rudolph's not going to make the same mistakes that Will Levis does.
And that's my question to you is if Richardson, because I don't know how hurt Richardson is, if he's going to miss a game this week. I just know he's going to get hurt again because he always gets hurt. And Will Levis, same thing. And I think Anthony Richardson is just injury prone. I think Will Levis is legitimately stupid when it comes to how he handles his body in NFL games. As a Texan fan, do you view the Titans and the Colts as bigger threats with these veteran backup quarterbacks than with the injury-prone starting or the rookie quarterback or second-year quarterback?
I look at the Titans, yes, as a bigger threat because they made so many mistakes, and that Will Levis really doesn't have the ability to do the upside stuff that Anthony Richardson does.
Yeah.
So I think with Mason Rudolph, especially they're very Kubiak-like. Running the ball and trying to taking an old school mentality to controlling the game. That could be really good with a guy like Mason Rudolph in there. If they can get their run game going, and it looks like the offensive line is starting to look more like a Bill Callahan coached offensive line, then they'll get easy opportunities for Mason Rudolph downfield. And I think he'll be smarter about taking advantage of. So yeah, I think they're probably a better team with Mason Rudolph throughout the season because I don't think Will Levis is a good NFL
Yeah,
quarterback.
I don't think that's the thing. I don't
think Mason Rudolph is awesome, but I think Will Levis is just not even going to be a backup.
He's the worst kind of bad. He's the bad that makes back-breaking plays that kill literally add points to the scoreboard for the other team.
And Anthony Richardson remains what I've always thought he was, which is I don't think unless he makes the Josh Allen transformation, he's just not nearly consistent enough. Not to mention he's injury prone. He's not consistent enough to actually lead to a really good season. But on any given Sunday, he can destroy you. Just because with his legs and his arm, he's got the capability of making some of these big back-breaking throws. So I think I'm still more nervous about Anthony Richardson. I think Flacco is a guy that naturally turns into a pumpkin after a few games.
Okay, that's that. So let me frame the Colts part of this a different way. Let's pretend that the Texans are playing the Colts in Week 18 like they were last year. For a spot in the playoffs. It's a play-in game, basically. Yeah. Who would you be more nervous about facing, Joe Flacco or Anthony Richardson?
Richardson, because it's boom or bust. Yeah, he might play an eighth of a game and be out with a broken clavicle. He might complete 37% of his passes, yet still have 4 brilliant touchdown passes.
Yeah.
So I don't like the wild card part of that.
So that's a development from last night, man. Like all of a sudden, like, okay, now Levis is out and Richardson's out. We got these veteran guys.
They got to quit it with this 2 Monday night game stuff, though. They just keep adding. They keep adding to it every year. Once on opening week. That's all I.
Do you not like the having 2 games that kind of overlap, or would you be cool if they played them back to back?
No, I only want
you wouldn't
one game.
stay up.
I
for
only
the late
want one
anyways.
game. Yeah, I don't. It just gets to the point where you're asking a little too much of the fans in terms of, okay, we have a question on the text line.
Yeah.
Which is relevant to this. What was the question?
You want me to read it?
Yes.
I'll read it. Okay, here we go. This is a question. Here it is, 3579. Good morning, gentlemen. The cheapest Texans ticket for this Sunday is going for $142, while the cheapest Astros playoff ticket, presumably for today, is going for $11.
Right.
Can you please explain?
Yes, football. It's football. And that's where, again, going back to the number of primetime games on Monday night or anything, there's still, because there's so many fewer games and because the NFL just far outweighs the other sports leagues in popularity right now, that regular season games still get, every year, there are multiple NFL regular season games that have higher ratings than any World Series games.
Yes.
Than anything else. It's NFL playoff games and then NFL regular season games that are much higher than any of the other sports leagues. So there's that. And then especially this week, Bills fans travel pretty well and are willing to pay a good amount of money.
Yeah,
they'll have a whole section of Midtown blocked off or something. It's
Okay, do you think that
I know it affected airline prices.
Did it really?
I was looking for a ticket for somebody for this weekend.
Fly down.
That, and it was like all of a sudden 2 weeks before the game, it spiked out of nowhere, way more than the normal spike.
Yeah.
I'm like, is this just a holiday? What's going on? Bills game.
Bills game. There's so many things that go into it.
That person is now driving to Cleveland to fly to.
The easiest answer is it's football. But I think you bake a few other things, like the Astros, maybe they're, I don't want to say playoff fatigue, but maybe we're like a little too taking for granted kind of, I'll wait till the ALDS to go. It's the wild card round. It's also during the workday, whereas the Texans are on a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's all those things. But I think you're right. That's a huge gap. At the end of the day, it's football. And there's scarcity with the football as well. It's 8 home games. That's it.
Yeah.
There's only 8 home games. Do you think that you know a little bit about Bills fans? You grew up around.
I used to be one.
Yeah,
I had to have tattoos removed.
Yep. It was fairly loud with the Bears fans on Sunday Night Football. Yeah. Do you think that the Bills travel better than the Bears fans?
I can't remember that playoff game. It seemed like the Bills fans were pretty loud. Right?
Yeah, I don't remember.
When the Texans beat the Bills in the playoffs.
Yeah.
There were quite a few. I remember I saw a romance begin and end in the section in front of our Odyssey suite where there was a shirtless guy in Bills overalls.
Okay.
And a woman just in a, frankly, an irresponsible halter top.
Okay.
And they were both drunk off their asses.
They met each other?
By about the second quarter, they were making out.
Okay.
And then by the beginning of the fourth quarter, she actually slapped him. And it was, I had watched it all play out right in front of me, an entire lifetime.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish you'd film that.
But there were a lot of them
Put
there.
some
There were a lot
soft
of
music.
Bills fans.
Yeah.
And they were very quiet at the end of that game.
They were at the end of that game.
The
Do you have an early feel on this game on Sunday? Thought about it at all?
Yes. I do think a lot of it for me just centers on Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
I think the offensive line is what it is, and they need to get better, and they've made some improvements in some regards. But you really need Joe Mixon to take advantage of some of the weaknesses and issues for the Bills, which I'd call them issues, but I'm not saying that the Ravens all of a sudden had a blueprint for how to beat the Bills. Lamar Jackson is a different quarterback than C.J. Stroud, but the ability to attack over the middle of the defense with Nico Collins especially is going to be good. The ability to run with Joe Mixon, and it's only with Joe Mixon. Yes, Dare looks great at the end of the game there, but it's Joe Mixon and his ability to threaten and stress a defense that's they're lighter. They're like the Texans. They're playing with lighter guys on the field. That's the opportunity. So I do feel that the Bills are still a very good football team despite the lopsided score in that game.
Yeah.
The Bills were making a nice comeback, and then they botched a gadget play that kind of kept them out of it.
I'm picking the Bills.
Yeah.
I'm picking the Bills in this game.
Okay.
Yeah. Just based on the fact they got blown out last week. And,
no. I'd pick the Bills. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just asked, do I feel any better about the chance for the Texans to compete with them? I thought.
Yeah, I was just saying, do you have a feel for the game? Dude.
Yeah, I have a feel that the Texans have more of a fighting chance than it might feel like at the moment, but they have not operated. And they've the Bills have put away some bad teams also, but they absolutely 100% put them away. They look like they're operating with more precision, less sloppiness than the Texans.
So you're on the Bills too.
Yeah.
I just think I think.
Well, you asked me about my feel, but as far as the actual pick, I don't even know what the line is right now.
Yeah, I think it was Bills -2.5, -3, something like that.
I would do the Bills. Yeah.
I just can't the Texans. This is 4 games now where they've played a C+ level game with a bleep ton of penalties.
You look unserious.
Yeah,
you look unserious until they show me a reason to feel like they're an actual serious football team. Yeah,
dude,
I can't do it.
They're 0-4 against the spread, and I am 0-4 picking them so far this year. I'm done. So prove me wrong. I will be rooting for the Texans like nobody's business.
Yeah, and it's not like I'm being overly pessimistic about it or anything. The reality of the situation is the Bills have looked like a much better football team than the Texans have.
Absolutely, they have. Yeah.
And, I'm very willing and eager for them to change my opinion of that. But DeMeco or any of the players, CJ himself would tell you, they've just been sloppy.
They have, yeah. They know it.
They've handled their affairs the way Deshaun handles his black book. It's just sloppy. Sloppy.
That's how they've handled their line play, yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, heading into the final segment here. We're keeping an eye on it, see if we got the playoff roster yet for the Houston Astros. I have yet. Oh, wait. Postseason. Oh no, that's an email for a press conference from the Astros. Never mind.
Geez.
Yeah, well they've got 24 minutes, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Little love fest going on between the two managers for this series. We'll hear from both of them. Start getting you ready for the Astros in the wild card round. That's coming up next.
Trajan Wealth is here to help you. 2 offices here locally, and they've been doing this with decades. We have advisors who have decades of experience, they're vet-led, and they have helped hundreds and hundreds of people who are like you. You've worked hard, you put yourself in a good spot, and you just don't.
It's Legacy Cigars and Lounge in Stafford.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know, actually, I'm looking forward to it. He's a good friend. We have spent a lot of time together. I learned a ton from AJ. But I think this series is about the Astros against the Tigers. So, they're playing really well, really good baseball. So I'm just looking forward to a really good series.
All right, that was Joe Espada talking about his former boss, AJ Hinch. AJ Hinch, now the manager of the Detroit Tigers. He did some media yesterday. He said he's got the ultimate respect for Joe Espada.
I really do appreciate and respect everything about Joe, from the times, toiling in the minor leagues together to being on the same coaching staff to now watching him, guide his own team. I've really enjoyed watching him, sometimes up close, sometimes from afar. And, when I was drawn to him, it was, it's the personality, it's the vibe, it's the intellect, it's the baseball IQ, it's the fearlessness, his consistency, his work ethic. I mean, I could go on and on about his qualities, and that's what's made him a very good, major league manager in short order. I mean, his time that he spent on various coaching staffs under different managers was a time well spent, because he grabbed something a little from everybody, and now he's making it into his own. So he's had an incredible year guiding this team, and I've stayed in touch with him. We've talked a lot. Not sure how much we'll talk in the next 72 hours, but there will be a moment. Maybe it's exchanging lineup cards, maybe it's behind the cage, maybe it's crossing paths at this media stuff, where I'll get a chance to congratulate him in person, because it's fun to see a good person grow in a job that he's really wanted for a long time.
You're right about AJ Hinch, Seth. He's not petty.
He's not petty, which is good. Like, he won't play any psychological head games or something, No. If this were Greg Williams in this situation, Greg would probably be like trying to figure out ways to poison people's food.
He'd have to get hired by another team first.
Right. Well, he had been since he was after, he was back in the league.
Oh, that's true.
After his cheating, after his
Bounty Gate,
his gate.
Yeah.
So, there's no, I can't dredge up any kind of personal animosity for AJ Hinch or anything. It doesn't. When I try to put myself in AJ Hinch's shoes, I think there's probably a part of him that feels, you're going to wonder what you could have done differently, even though it felt like you didn't have any control over the clubhouse and everything. He probably feels partly responsible for it, even if he didn't partake in it or endorse it or anything like that. But he also understands that, Jim Crane was kind of in an impossible position himself.
Yeah.
And certainly none of the players on the team. I guess the only thing, everything's just changed in terms of people keeping their mouths shut and everything. I guess. Could there ever be any part of them where it's I wish that, the players could have just not talked? Because they were offered immunity, but there was always an argument that baseball probably couldn't have punished the players anyway by the CBA for all of that. There's probably might be a part where kind of nice if you guys don't follow the old Umberta rules and just shut up. Don't talk to the feds.
Bregman and Altuve and calls them rats.
Yeah.
He ratted me out.
Maybe he does that if he wins this series. He's I have you finally beat those rat bastards.
Right. The rats. They're all rats. So, AJ Hinch and Joe Espada, big respect there.
Espada, going back to the being better than everybody else scandal, Espada had an interesting, because he was with the Yankees in 2017.
Oh, yeah.
And but also before that, there was some Carlos Beltran crossover there where, Carlos Beltran, the story was that he told the Astros, you guys aren't stealing signs like the actual pros do it. Yeah. And then meanwhile, Espada was on a Yankees team that Beltran was also on. So, I don't know. I'm sure this isn't the week that Espada just dishes on everything.
No, probably not. You know what I would be curious to ask AJ Hinch is, where does this season and getting the Tigers into the postseason, how does that compare to winning a World Series? You know what I mean? Winning a World Series is the ultimate holy grail, but man, getting this Tigers team into the postseason, they were sellers at the deadline.
They were sellers at the deadline. I think there's that. It probably feels, I don't know, maybe if pure is the right word, just in terms of the Astros did it the new old-fashioned way, which is they tanked. Yeah. You can call it a reset or whatever you want to call it. They tanked, and they tanked hard. Where it was more nuanced than that with the Detroit.
Yep. Larry is here. Larry's in Stafford. In Stafford last night. I used the first in Stafford as part of your name there, Larry. But how's it going, man?
Hey, it's going good, man. And there was no way I wasn't going to be over there where you're at in my city, man, experiencing Legacy Cigar Lounge over there, man. It was a fun time last night seeing you and Reggie and a couple of the fellas, Ivan and everybody else, man. So it was fun, man. But real quick on AJ Hinch. AJ Hinch and Jeff Ludow should not have to ever buy a beer in the city of Houston ever again, man. There's a lot of people that still truly appreciate and love AJ Hinch, man, because he got us to the World Series and got us that win. And obviously the second win should have happened if he doesn't do that with Greinke and all that other stuff. But as far as I'm concerned, he'll always be one. He's up there like with Rudy Tomjanovich for me as far as managers and coaches in the H, man. But hey, Seth, this morning you guys were talking about Laramie Thompson wearing them red-ass gloves, right, when he's on the offensive line. And I went back and I watched that game, man, like you said, that last 2 or 3 minutes, and you can physically see the hole with them red-ass gloves on. I'm starting to believe that y'all might be on to something, man, that you wear gloves the color of the opposite team, man, because it stands out so much, and the refs can actually physically see that contrast when you're holding.
Right.
So there might be something to that, man, because if Laramie can figure out how not to get those penalties, man, the line is going to be fine, because we got to always remember, you got to break the season down into quarters, and we just finished the first quarter 3-1, and our next 4 games are 3 against AFC teams with the Bills, Patriots, and Colts, and 1 against the Packers. You have to try to get through these next 4 games with the same kind of record so that it'll set you up for the second half of your season. But I think we're going to be fine, man, once everybody gets healthy and once everybody's actually get on the same page, because I think this game against the Jaguars really helped CJ start getting into his rhythm, which is what we've always been wanting to see this season with all those weapons. And as far as the question of if the Stefan Diggs trade or whatever is still a good thing, you damn right it's still a good thing, because Stefan Diggs caused a lot of eyes to go to him, which is opening up a lot of the play that Nico, and I'm not taking nothing away from Nico's skill set, but when you got dudes like Stefan on the field or whatever, they require attention, which makes the game a lot easier for everybody else. We need to get Joe back, and then we can get to play them Bills this week, man, and go and do it up. Son, I saw you take care of that steak last night, man. I might have to venture over there myself again on a Monday night in our hall.
All right, thanks, Larry. Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, that steak was good last night out at Legacy. No doubt about that. Reggie had one, too, so he can vouch.
Astros lineup is up.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, let's give it to the people. Jose Altuve leading off, batting second, but this is the big one. Yordan Alvarez batting second and DH today.
Yeah, so to go. Any of this hand-wringing we had over whether or not they had to make a tough decision or not, it seems like he's probably healthy and good to go. He'll be sliding into second, Sean. He'll be sliding into third. He'll be headfirst diving into home, okay?
And I'll be drunk as hell tomorrow, Kyle Tucker batting third, playing right field, so they got the 2 big lefties back-to-back. Bregman's batting cleanup, starting at third base. Yainer Diaz is catching today, batting fifth. Jeremy Pena, shortstop, batting sixth. Victor Caratini is playing first base today and batting seventh. Mauricio Dubon is in left field, batting eighth, and it is a Jake Myers joint in center field today, and he is batting ninth. So the big news there, Yordan Alvarez healthy enough to play in the AL wildcard round. We'll see. We'll see how he's moving, see how he's hitting. But this is fantastic news for the Astros. Still have not seen the roster yet.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm trying to find it. Yeah,
I haven't seen it because I'm on we all are on that Astros email list. They usually email out the roster. They haven't, at least to me, they haven't emailed it out.
Sorry, I left my underwear up here yesterday. Are you? Were you guys worried that somebody had taken off their underwear at the desk and just slapped their dirty underwear up on
you never know.
I thought they were neatly folded. I thought it was pretty clear that they were. No, they weren't even like my rattiest underwear.
They were folded neatly, but I don't think any human would want to grab them and move them or see, hey, whose are these? Raise them and put them in the camera.
It's like just being at a laundromat. Sometimes somebody's left their laundry in there. You take it out, and you're like, I don't feel all that great about it. But
I thought it was a little tongs.
I did need
Yeah.
tongs.
up.
Yeah,
that was messed up, man. People couldn't tell that they weren't actually dirty. That you might.
So
have
I
just
could
thought
put a clean pair of my underwear right here on the table between you and Sean, and you'd have no problem just picking them up.
I'd be cool with it. Yeah, if I knew they were clean. If I knew they were clean and folded, I'm not picking them up from the crotch region or whatever.
Here's the I guess issue
Yeah.
I had is like I just didn't understand in what world and how it came about that someone had their underwear clean or not, took
Yeah.
them out of their workout bag, whatever, and said, you know what? I'm gonna set them right here.
It's like pens. I lose underwear and pens. I don't know where they go or why I would leave them somewhere.
Me
But
too.
that's
I'm the
where they
same
leave.
way. Underwear and pens.
It's plausible deniability, John. That's why my wife's never going to be in a position who's like, hey, why were your underwear at my best friend's house? Like, hey, that's just what I do.
I lose
you
them
know?
all the time.
Yeah, it's crazy. I left my spares there while we were over for coffee. Yeah.
Hell, sometimes when he's wearing them, he loses.
So where does that stack up on egregious studio sharing violations?
Well, it's
of
never
code?
happened before.
Yeah.
I don't think anywhere.
Uncharted territory in this way.
I mean,
I don't like getting criticized for it from you, John, because you're not the best with keeping the table clean. You put your
I'm not
feet
the
up
worst.
on it and everything.
Oh, I always
so
put my
I'm
feet
not
up.
the worst. That's the standard Lopez has.
Yeah.
I'm not the worst.
This is
That's another thing I tell Brandy.
This is a clean fishing shirt because this is the first time I've worn it.
Yeah.
Every one of my, as Reggie already knows.
If you had to choose one item of apparel that defined clean on the desk, what would you? If you said, but you didn't know they were clean, would you rather see socks or underwear?
Socks.
Socks. Yeah.
Socks.
Definitely. Yeah. There's more potential for just all kinds.
Because they would be folded, crisply, and it'd be much more clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, bodily waste isn't typically.
Right. I mean,
you don't have to wash that out of socks. Well,
No.
I guess some people.
I carry.
Feet veer into different areas.
They did an American Pie. I don't know.
Look, this is Houston, Texas. I generally carry around a spare pair of underwear just in case I'm going to be out away from the house for more than like 8 hours in a day.
Right.
I feel like if I get stuck outside and then I got to go stand around with people in polite company, I'm going to change my underwear.
What do you do with the underwear you swap
got a
out?
baggie.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would just toss them.
I always keep an extra shirt. I always keep an extra shirt in my truck.
You do?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
God, I gotta get up to speed on this
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, I
Spare
guess-
clothes?
Yeah.
Are you a spare clothes guy?
I
Reggie?
have not been a spare clothes guy, but I'm
Extra
also
shirt and deodorant. That's always
I
in my
deodorant
truck.
in the car. Yeah.
I can't
wipes.
stand if I go if I'm sweating outside and I go in and stand in an air conditioned place. I just feel so gross
Yes.
with those underwear on
Yes.
as they start to get cold and clammy
Yeah.
around you.
But again, that was my only issue. I'm like I was telling Sean, like even at my house, outside of folding clothes, I wouldn't just say, you know what, I'm going to set my underwear right here on the table.
On the table.
Right, it's not like I consciously did it. You leave stuff places. Do you find your keys every time you leave your keys somewhere?
No, I do not.
No, right. So it's just
Keys,
it was in my hands. I was,
pens, and underwear.
I was shuffling, set them down as I was trying to look for something in my bag, and I forgot about it.
Would you like to ask John about your new friend over at the Chipotle?
Oh yeah, so when I bloodied my face the other day,
Yeah,
and
we
I
were
walked
talking about
into
that.
Chipotle,
As one does.
Yeah. And you know, I walked in, and I'm like, these guys are gonna think that I'm just somebody that's crazy or on drugs or something. The cashier was a young Hispanic lady, and I bring it up that she was Hispanic because I felt comforted by her accent. Because she was like acting very nurturing towards me and
That's a
concerned
good
and everything.
point.
And but it was one of those things where I was wondering, like, I was like, is it kind of racist that I feel good that she's got in this?
No, it's very
just-
grandmotherly.
I
Almost.
guess, yeah.
Even
I
though
don't
they're
know.
young.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no,
All
I
right.
like that. I think I'm down with that.
Yeah. I felt jealous for you and how many times that you were nurtured by it. I called up my mom. I was like, "Thanks, gringo. Thanks for never properly comforting me when I was growing up."
It is soothing, like in I guess is it in one of the cartoon shows, Family Guy. Oh no!
Yeah, there was something. There's a gentleness. You know what it is?
no.
Yeah, there's something you can do with the Spanish language
Yes.
where, like, it can express an empathy that I don't know if we're capable.
They could be
of in
cursing
English.
you out.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh no.
Okay.
Have you been back?
So
to
it's more of a linguistic thing than my racism. Okay.
Was she speaking in Spanish? Wait, what happened? Was she speaking in Spanish?
She had an accent. She had an accent.
All right.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't know you were fluent in Spanish. Okay.
Like in Spanish, you can say, "Oh, pobrecito."
I still
and
think
it sounds nurturing. But if you say the same word in English, it sounds like they're being a jerk.
Like, oh, poor baby. Yeah. Bless your heart.
I'd still like to know if you share the same opinion about her if she hadn't been walking over with the burrito bowl.
Hey, she was
Just
charging
positive
me for the
association.
burrito. She was not my burrito builder.
The nurturing was free.
Yes.
Come for the nurturing, stay for the burrito bowl, as they say. That's a big Chipotle ad. Have you been back to
I have. She wasn't there. I don't remember what she looks like. I think I was concussed. I was.
Are we sure that this was a real person?
Yeah, no. There's.
Like, was this just a figment of your imagination?
Like your Tony Soprano was on Prozac. And he's got
your
vision.
brain just knew that you needed.
The dream sequence is always the worst episode.
A Latin person to calm your nerves at that point and offer you support, and you conjured her up.
I can't.
I wonder if the mescaline had something to do with that too. It seems to be pretty common.
Oh my God! All right, still no playoff roster. That
I'm
I've
looking.
seen.
I'm looking.
They're holding true to this 10 o'clock, aren't they?
They really
they're
are.
taking it right down to the wire.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll let you guys take a bite at that apple, the Astros playoff roster. But the big news, if you missed it and you're just tuning in, Yordan Alvarez in the lineup, batting second and DHing. And I would guess that DH is going to be where he's at for the foreseeable future.
Yes.
I don't see him running around in left field, but who knows? We'll see. But for today, he is DH, Mauricio Dubon in left field. All right, gentlemen, the floor is yours. Seth, antibodies to you,
Antibodies, mi abuela.
All right, you're listening to KILT and KLT. HD2, an Odyssey station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. There in the loop.
Right. How do you follow that?
I don't know.
guess we'll do our best over the next 4 hours in the loop. Sports Radio 610. You heard it, man. You got John Lopez. You got Figgy Fig. You have myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. And the postseason starts now. Let us know what you think when it comes to these Astros facing off against the Tigers. That'll be get going at 1:32 exactly.
32. Don't forget the 2.
Don't forget the extra 2 minutes. Otherwise, you will be sorely disappointed tuning in at 1:30 that there has not been a pitch thrown. But yeah, let us know what you're thinking. The YouTube's going, the Twitch is going. Those are both available to you. YouTube is Sports Radio 610. Twitch is 610 Houston, and of course the text line always available to you 713-572-4610. Lopez has his hands in the air like a good schoolboy, and so I will call on him. Lopez, what do you got for me?
Chandler Rome, 39 seconds ago, Justin Verlander did not make the Astros wild card series roster.
Okay, so we have
bless
some
his
news.
heart.
Bless his heart. Is it possible that we may have seen the final efforts of Justin Verlander for these Astros? That's another thing that comes up. But like with all of this, there's various things. We got a postseason roster being unveiled. We got the lineup for this game, as Sean Pendergast gave to you just minutes ago. We'll circle back to that again. But first of all, like, I just want to say that I'm doubling down, and honestly, now with the lineup that we have and knowing that Yordan Alvarez will DH, hit second for your Astros, and which obviously means he is available for postseason play and will probably do that all the way through, I'm tripling down, in fact, on my lack of fear for the Tigers in this series.
More, because I think this is going to be a terrific series. I think today's game is clearly pivotal, and I'm not going to say, if you lose, you're out, but just a pivotal game.
Must win.
No, you know how I feel about that.
Baseball game.
That's in
honestly, the whole postseason determined by the game that happens at 1:32.
I don't know about that.
Really? Okay.
That's in the same neighborhood as it is what it is when people say must win, and there are more games to be played. But. Enormous factor in this series is Yordan being on the roster and in the lineup. They said it was 50-50 yesterday, so that's big. No Verlander, not entirely unexpected.
You're right.
By any stretch. But today, I mean, lefty versus lefty. And if you want to get into like the weeds a little bit, I do find it interesting that they go lefty-lefty at the number 2 and 3 spots against a really good left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going to be tough. Like, it is going to be tough. Like,
now, Yordan hits him okay.
Yeah.
Actually, Kyle Tucker hits him good, too. But still, lefty-lefty.
But, yeah, Tarek Skubal is the man. That is the man that they are throwing out there for the Tigers. In fact, that's the only real starter that you're going to see. They're going to probably go with what AJ Hinch has described as chaos.
Yeah.
After you get Tarek Skubal today, but Skubal, best ERA in the AL. But, I mean, the Tigers come in and they're hot, right? Like, that is the way that they made their run into the postseason. It's been mentioned multiple times that this was a seller at the deadline, and somehow,
and they did
in some
sell.
way, right?
Yeah.
Like, that they have gotten themselves here. But even just looking at September, right, this month in which they were hot in order to get themselves to this place, the top 4th in ERA, like that pitching is great. The bullpen is indeed great. 2nd in WHIP, so don't expect them to give you bases, right? All of those things. They don't strike out guys a whole bunch, right? 26th in strikeouts in September. And then also offensively, there's just the numbers are not in such a place where I am afraid of them. If you're looking at, okay, the pitching is going to be real tough. This Astros team and a lineup, particularly with Yordan Alvarez, who, as you mentioned, right, he hits pretty much everybody, right? Like, he is an equal opportunity masher, right? Whatever you throw, whoever you throw, whichever side of the rubber you are throwing for, he has something for you with that bat and in a big way. I think that this lines up well against the Houston Astros team that offensively can do some for you, and you have your own lefty going in Framber Valdez, who will take a large advantage of a Tigers lineup that doesn't scare you. They got 2 guys, one of whom is Riley Green. Both of their guys are lefties, like when it comes to at the plate, and they kind of have a tough time against lefties. Well, you got a lefty of your own in Framber going today. And so I think that gives you an opportunity to neutralize some of the effect. And I don't say that lightly. Like, Framber Valdez had the 3rd best ERA in the AL this season, right? I think that Tarek Skubal, a fantastic pitching prospect, but I think if you put all of those things together, I think that it allows you to neutralize some of the effect of having a bona fide ace on the other side going against you. And ultimately, if you're neutralizing this and you just go Astros, Tigers without any level of multiplier on one side, I'm going Astros.
I'm going Astros. I just feel like this is going to be a fun game today, and it's going to be a very important game. And I think what you said about the obviously we've seen this offense do things, against aces multiple times. So you're right.
They did against Skubal last time.
Yeah, they did. The Astros, I think, won 2 out of 3 in both series against the Tigers this year, including a win over Skubal. But here's where it gets interesting for me, because as clutch as Framber has been in the postseason, and he has been, he's had 12 starts in the postseason, 3.8 ERA. He has been. He's had his bad moments, but he's been good. This is the first time that he is the unquestioned named ace. They've never gone into a postseason with Framber Valdez as he's our ace.
Yeah.
And Figgy, how many times we've been asking over the last couple of years? Is he an ace?
Your ace?
Is he an ace? Is he an ace? And I've said if you're still asking over 2 years, after 2 years, then he's probably not. But you know what? This is a day when he can change that narrative. He's acted like an ace before, but he's never been. That's our guy. That's our game one, and he's going against their guy. And let's see what he does. That Framber is a bigger part of the story as anybody on offense. Right
Absolutely.
Now.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to have to hold up his end of the bargain here, clearly, right?
Yeah.
It has to be a solid outing from him. You expect a solid outing the other side, and especially knowing the arms that they have all the way through this, right? Not just with the starter, but then knowing that they're going to bring some good arms out of the pen.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough. So he definitely has to produce, but he's more than capable of doing that. And while he has not had that title and necessarily the fullness of that responsibility, he's shown you the capability of handling or more than I think capable of handling it, in fact. All right, so we do have the fullness of the lineup here. One of the interesting things that pops up is that Chas McCormick is indeed one of your outfielders in the course of this. Obviously, Yordan is one of those guys, but I think he DHs the whole time. And so the other 4 outfielders, clearly Jake Myers, Kyle Tucker, Chas McCormick, and Jason Hayward. And I did find it interesting that we're getting Mauricio Dubon in left field today. I thought, like, in my mind, and maybe this was just a little bit of recency bias, maybe a lot of bit of recency bias, in fact, seeing Jason Hayward handle that left field spot pretty nicely, especially in the absence of Yordan late, started getting me to this place where I was like, hey, maybe Jason Hayward is that guy that you lean on, especially with experience being one of those words that pops up in postseason play. I was like, maybe Jason Hayward gets that opportunity, and I think that he will factor in. Don't get me wrong. But Mauricio Dubon, again, being the guy that this team leans on and feels confident in, he'll step in left field, and he'll utilize his bat as well.
I think they love what Hayward has done, but they trust Dubon more.
Yeah, that's probably the word.
And the trust is there. The other thing that's interesting about the roster, which has just been released, they're carrying 15 position players and 11 pitchers on the wild card roster. And, of course, that is a product of Yordan Alvarez. He will not do anything but DH. I promise you that. He will not slide unless absolutely necessary. I can promise you that. And so it gives Espada some room, some wiggle room to manipulate some of the guys in situational baseball settings. And so, yeah, they're carrying position better than I would have expected, but that's a product of basically Yordan. And one more thing on Framber that I meant to say earlier, and I think it's as key as anything. One of the other things that every Astros fan knows is a part of the Framber experience is how is he going to be mentally in a given game. He's had moments where the pressure seems to kind of get to him, and he gets rattled. And so now that he's the named ace and he's the game one starter, how is that going to play out? Is he going to be postseason Framber that really has been tough and has been largely, a big success? Or are we going to see hints of that? And frankly, Reggie, I think we're gonna know in the first 3 innings because not only if he gives up runs and such, but fly balls versus ground outs. He is a ground ball pitcher, and when he gets rattled and he gets a little bit off his game, he tends to get the ball up a little bit, and there's fly ball outs or long fly balls, heaven forbid, etc. But we're going to find out is Framber in the mental space that he needs to be.
Well, I mean, Joe Espada in his availability yesterday talked about that specific thing, Framber and his mentals.
Huge. I've been here since the first day he got to the big leagues. Maturity, he knows his role. I think he knows that there's also a lot of, guys in there that look up to him. So be more of a role model that's a leader on the mound. And he's done that. I think he's also know to expect when he has the ball in a big game, how he's the ability to set the tone, and the way he goes about it has a lot to do with our performance for the next game. If he can take us deep in the game, he takes pride on that. I seen these young kid that got up here to the big leagues a long time ago, really mature both personally and on the mound.
Let's hope. That's as big a part of today's game as anything. Are we going to see that Framber?
Yeah, and that's the level of belief that they clearly have in him. So being your first guy up, right? He is the first guy on the rubber for the Astros when they step into the postseason, which will get going at 1:32 today. During the course of our show, I'm so excited to have baseball on, and postseason baseball, there's not much like it, so I'm excited for that. But within the course of that, right, and looking at the roster as we now see it, do you see some names that could, if for you, exist as, and we have to do it as postseason, X factors? Right?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I've got some X factors for you, man. You want X factors? I got X factors. And not all of them necessarily are on in the roster, but obviously Yusei Kikuchi to me, and for the Tigers. How do you say Yusei Kikuchi in Spanish? Keter Montero.
I was like, where are we going here? Because I don't understand if there's a translation to a name like this.
Because Montero, by the way, what did AJ Hinch say? It was chaos after that?
Yeah.
I think his nose is growing. I think he's going to pitch Montero in game 2 and try to get a good solid 5-6 innings out of him. Montero has been to the Tigers exactly what Kikuchi has been to the Astros. He came in July. He's 24. They didn't know what to expect. Had a good run in AAA, which got him the call up way back. And then all of a sudden, he's 4-1 with a 3.8 ERA since August 11th. Like, he has been their Kikuchi. So I think he's going to start game 2. We'll probably hear about it here in a little bit because I think AJ Hinch was playing a little game there. Now if he doesn't go 5 or 6. I think then all of a sudden it will be chaos for the Tigers bullpen, but it's been very good. But I think Yusei Kikuchi and Keter Montero for the Tigers.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I'm inclined to take them at their word in that regard because of how strong their pen is. But no, I think that's fair. Like if you can get as decent of an outing as you like, he might go in with the idea of he is a opener, but if he gets in there and he gets rolling. That's a good thing.
He's had 3 shutouts since August 11th. Like shutout outings.
Yeah, good.
Like,
that's good
pulled
form.
In the 6th inning or whatever.
No, that's good. That's good form to be going with into this. But for your Astros, it feels like it's going to be the big dogs that make things happen. I think that Dubon already, that's the easy answer for X Factor, and he's already showing like why he's useful, and it's nothing that's novel if you followed the Astros even because he's so damn versatile and he steps in and he does anything you need him to at a sufficient level, if not better, right? Like one of the things that comes up is, going and looking at Jason Hayward's stats. And by the way, before I even give you the stats, stat head or whatever is gonna have to see me, because why can't I see the splits on Baseball Reference? Why can't I, right? Like this is an incredibly robust statistics repository, and yet and still, if I want to see if somebody did better against lefties versus righties, they're like, nah, you got to pay for that. Absolutely not. I will not do such a thing. But Jason Hayward against lefties,
I like that one.
Against lefties, I guess over the course of the season, I do need to break down those splits further and see what it's been like in the more recent past here. But sub 200 batting average, and so I get it, right? Even though Dubon, I think, is like 240, that's significantly better in that instance. But yeah, the idea that Dubon can step in with his bat, but then also defensively, you don't feel a drop off. I think that matters a good amount.
And then my other X factor is the most obvious one, but it's a big one, and that's AJ Hinch. AJ Hinch has been in so many postseason scenarios. He talked about that yesterday too, trying to compliment Joe Espada, but in the course of that, did say, boy, it's a whole different world. You know, it's a whole different world when you get in the postseason. And AJ Hinch knows this squad so well. He knows some of the holes in the approaches of Altuve and Bregman even. He knows where the defensive liabilities are, where the soft outs are, how the Astros generally make every approach to the game. AJ, I don't see how anybody can say anything else, but he is the biggest X factor in this series.
Well, I was about to go with the other manager, right? Like, it's again, another potential cop-out when we start talking about, well, the manager's going to affect this. But Joe Espada is coming in, and this is his first postseason. In fact, he talked about that yesterday.
So, talk about, tomorrow's going to be an emotional day for everyone, and you asked me personally for my personal as a manager, first-year manager, postseason, and it will be. But for me, it's more about, faith in God, faith in my group players. I will lean on the players. I'll lean on the coaches, just the same way I've done all season. And this team is going to be ready to play. I'm going to be ready to do my job. And this is a team that when postseason comes around, they know what it takes to win. So that helps me sleep at night.
I'm super interested in what role Espada plays in this, because he has not been without criticism, right? Like that, and he's gotten some level of credit after the Astros officially, clinched the AL West division championship. But I know some people are still a little skeptical of those situations, and he mentioned the emotions on top of that can complicate things. Seems like he's on. I'm going to lean on the people that have been here, which is the players and the coaches around me. But it'll be interesting to see when those big moments come up where you as a manager have to make a decision that ultimately has a chance to swing things. How steady he is and what the decisions are that he makes, and we'll know this about this. But I'm very intrigued to see how he handles those moments, because that's going to matter.
And I think it's going to matter in such a way that even today, in every game, but even today, there are things that you can, depending on how it goes and how his defensive replacements go, that he's going to be asked about and maybe questioned about. I mean, Chas McCormick made this roster.
Yeah. Chas McCormick, who they sent down to Sugar Land not too long ago to get himself back right.
Yeah, and you mentioned Hayward. I mean, I think they trust Dubon more. Hayward has been hot. Like, there are already things that you can see even before they throw the first pitch where you're like, all right, that's got to be a big Espada call right there. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, so look, 132, we get into the fullness of postseason baseball where Astros take on Tigers at Minute Maid Park. It is Framber Valdez. It is Tarek Skubal. It is going to be a delight to get going, and I can't wait, man. Playoff baseball.
It's the best.
It really is the best. We're off and running in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next on a Texans Ticket Tuesday, mind you. I should get into that. I think I might have softened my big picture stance with the Texans after DeMeco talked yesterday. I'll tell you why next.
CJ Stroud sealed the deal with a
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Oh, yeah. In the loop. Sports Radio 610 with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula. And excited for an AL Wildcard Tuesday, a Texans Ticket Tuesday, and just an overall great time in H-Time to be alive. So, man, super excited for what's happening here today on the program. We should have a fun one. I'm already looking at it. It's also a B. Scott Tuesday.
It is a B. Scott
If you needed a cherry on top. So we will have B. Scott in during the 11 o'clock hour. We will give away some tickets to a huge matchup between the Texans and the Bills on Sunday. And so if you need an opportunity to get into that building, we will hold it down for you. And then, of course, you'll have another opportunity during the drive. But all you got to do is keep it locked here. Just keep it locked here. We told you earlier that the Astros will indeed have Yordan Alvarez in this series against the Tigers, rather. And then, of course, Justin Verlander not on the roster here. So that is an interesting thing to see. But it made sense. Like, we had seen him not play necessarily
he knew it
as well as you needed to be. Yeah.
I mean, just reading between the lines what he was saying, he knew it. And by the way, you're going to hear from Joe Espada in a little bit. He's speaking before the game to have that for you. But among the things that we can certainly tell you that they're talking about over there, that Justin Verlander handled the news, the conversation like a pro. Like I said, he kind of knew that it was going on. And then the other thing that is obvious, but certainly worth noting, Yordan Alvarez will not take the field whatsoever.
DH
in this series. Yeah.
In fact, real quick run through the lineup: Altuve batting first at second base, Alvarez second at DH, Kyle Tucker right field batting third, Alex Bregman third base batting fourth, Yainer Diaz catching fifth, Jeremy Pena at shortstop, and then Caratini, who's playing first base today, and then Dubon at left field, and Jake Myers in center field, and of course Framber Valdez going for your Astros. So this is going to be very interesting to see. But I did mention the idea that I was listening to DeMeco Ryans yesterday here on Sports Radio 610 talking about, or just talking in general after a big 24-20 victory against the Jaguars, I guess Monday, the day after. And there was something that he said that allowed me to take what has generally been my wide, big picture view of the Texans and saying that, hey, man, they won, but they didn't play well enough to be the contender that they're supposed to be.
So you're feeling better?
I am feeling a little bit better, and it's because of Fig 13 here, what DeMeco Ryans said when he was asked about how he would assess the first quarter of this season.
For the first quarter of the season, we are where we should be. We're 3-1, and we still have a lot to improve upon. And I'm excited with better in certain facets of our game. We're getting better, and that's always the goal of the season. Is can your team continue to progress and get better as the season goes forward? We're not a finished product right now, and we still have a long ways to go to becoming a really good football team. That's us handling all the details, all the small things, and being on it, and that's when we'll become better.
And with this, within that, I'll ask you a question before I lay all this out for myself. Did it seem like DeMeco said anything that he hasn't expressed before?
Yeah. The one thing that he hasn't expressed before is we're getting better. I don't think we've heard that this year. But he continues, as we noted this yesterday, continues to go back to the theme that we all are sort of wringing our hands over, and that is the mistakes, making sure we get these things corrected. But he said we're getting better. Now, obviously, he's on the film, and he's on the field, and he knows what that is. I would be interested to get more specifics on that.
Right. And that was the thing for me is I kind of, once I had my moment, I was like, I don't think that DeMeco said anything that was too far away from. He's talked about the idea, hey, we need to do these things right. We need to get the details together. If the Texans don't beat the Texans, we have an opportunity and all these types of things. But sometimes you just need to hear it a particular type of way. And the acknowledgement from DeMeco that we are not playing like the team that we believe ourselves to be and that we need to be in order to be that contender. Like, he basically acknowledged that pretty as clearly as I would imagine a coach would. It's kind of set me at ease, like, oh, yeah, that's right. Through a quarter of the season is prompt, right? Yeah. And there's still opportunities to get better. And with that being the case, like, thankfully, as we've mentioned, the final drive of the game and various different points, seeing the explosive plays that you get, seeing the goal line stand from your defense. It's like you've seen a little bit here and there of the possibility, the proof of concept that this is where it could get. Yeah. And I think there was a little bit of comfort for me in the fact that they acknowledged it tacitly, like, hey, we know that this isn't where we need to get, but we are pushing to that place so that when we get to that point, when it gets to that time of year, we will be ready. And now it still needs to be done, but I appreciated him saying it out loud.
Well, here's where you can back up DeMeco's words there. And I don't know if, we're getting better is right as much as we'll get better. And this is what I mean by that. Where were the Chiefs after 4 weeks last year?
Buddy, they looked like they were in deep in the gulag.
Yeah, and that was a team that had a very established and proven coach, a very established and proven quarterback, tight end, obviously with Travis Kelce. Defense was already established, and they were getting better, but they hadn't shown that they were getting better.
They duct taped it together that year, right? The defense was a carrying factor. That offense just got duct taped together.
Yeah.
Last season.
And they had experience. They had veterans. They had pelts on the wall, from a lot of players. So this is where I could get in line with what you're saying and what DeMeco said there. This team has a second-year head coach, a second-year offensive coordinator, a first-year receiver in Stefan, running back in Joe Mixon.
Well, first year here at least.
Yeah, first year in the organization. A first year, really big part of the defense. If you go across the front line, in one end, a tackle that's not even playing, a new defensive tackle in Fadakasi, Jalen Petrie at the nickel, never been there before. A rookie, a cornerback, and a rookie safety.
Yeah.
So if you're going to say we're going to,
do we mention the middle linebacker
and middle linebacker, new middle linebacker? So if you're saying, look, we're 3-1, I'm not so much down with we're showing that we're getting better, as much as I have confidence that we're going to get better. And the Chiefs, with a much more established sort of baseline last year, did it. So it's clear the Texans, as these guys kind of get their feet under them, could do it.
Yeah, and shout out to Derwin on the text line, said when you're not playing to your potential and you've only lost one without your running back, you good. And I hear you on that. I'm not going all the way there because it's the type of issues that they're dealing with, because it feels like a lot of them are ones that are relatively easy, or it's the offensive line where I do wonder what ultimately is the thing, the output that you can expect eventually, even if they are all firing on all cylinders. What is the max output for that offensive line? Those are questions that I'm still kind of batting around. But I think the tacit acknowledgement that if DeMeco Ryan sets it in front of himself that he's not delusional, which I don't think anybody thought he was, but hearing it explicitly and knowing the way that DeMeco Ryan's drive folk with his team, I think it gave me a little bit of ease. With
rest assured, I'm talking about in the macro sense. Like all these new guys, they're going to get better, and I'm confident because we're 3-1, despite them not showing that yet. Trust me. There are some big ifs that can derail it. Like if the line doesn't get better with some of their mental errors and physical errors, then doesn't matter what he says, because that if the line continues to be a problem, it's going to be a problem. If the secondary continues to let free runners behind them, I don't care. I don't care how much these guys are gaining experience and gaining a comfort level in this organization with this team. It ain't going to get better. I'm just saying, like, in a big picture, I see where he's going.
Yeah, and that was the thing, is the big picture of it brought me back to also the idea that week after week, you need to find a way to win games, right? And I think that has been the expression, right? Like a win is a win. But along the way, while you're winning games, work on getting better. And I think that you have seen a level of progression in some ways, even though I think the starting point is lower than we wanted. Is absolutely lower than expected, right? Like that is the thing that we can absolutely say. The way that they started, the immense number of penalties, the types of issues, the ones that are like pre-snap that don't give you any level of benefit. It's not like you're inflicting your will upon other teams. The lack of finishing at times, like those types of things. The mental lapses. Those are the ones that are really frustrating when it feels like that is the bar that you are starting at. But you are seeing progress, and I think you saw some of that in the Jags game. There was moments that on the way to having 3-1. I think you pair those things together, and I feel a little bit better on being as not as skeptical as I've felt like I've been thus far.
Yeah, I hear you.
Now I do want to go to DeMeco on the coach's show because you set this up. You had an interest in when he was talking about the offense kind of moving the ball.
Look, he was on the obviously he had availability with the media, but on the coach's show. I felt like he was really more, and he tends to be a little more candid sometimes. On a little more candid about exactly what we're talking about.
And that's a credit to Vandermeer and
for
Harris
sure.
as well.
Comfort level, all that.
That's what I showed the guys. It's like, it's not a matter of not being able to move the football. Like, we can move the football. We move it in those 2-minute drives and situate but let's continue. We're an explosive offense, but when we get out of our own way, whether it's penalties or it's guys not executing the call the right way, like when we clean those things up, like we can be a very explosive offense, and they've shown that. Now, we don't like all the 3-and-outs and the punts there in the second half, but like you said, whatever it took, like it took a 2-minute drive at the end of the game to win it. Like, okay, we're able to do that. Now, let's clean up all the other stuff. So in games like this, if we don't have to be in these situations, let's not make ourselves have to come back in these type of drives.
Not to oversimplify it, but there are other issues, and we're going to get to them today in terms of confident level and on some of these things. But if they do just clean up that one thing, just that one thing on the offensive line, penalties, and there's not the pre-snap penalties, and then there's not guys downfield, you got the quarterback that can give you a buffer, even if you are making mistakes and aren't as good in other areas.
Yeah, but as mentioned on the 832, and it's the thing that we've harped on, those challenges are right around the corner, and it begins on Sunday versus the Bills. Like, it needs to be getting cleaned up in an expedited pace, right? You are moving forward, but it needs to be moving forward faster. Otherwise, you're going to have some disappointments soon. But they are getting better, and I do need to acknowledge that in the course of this. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Thanks for hanging out with us. Coming up next, let's do the question of the day. Inspired by maybe the end of the Texans game, maybe a Monday Night Football game. There's a lot of things that have happened in our growing world of gambling and sports. What's your worst bad beat in sports or maybe in life? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
It may not have been pretty.
Web Now 1. That's 877 Web Now 1.
Football, fall, and Sagamore Rye Whiskey. It's a match made in heaven, y'all.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. If you have not heard yet, first of all, it's an Astros AL wild card game.
Oh, that's today?
Yeah, if you have not heard.
What time is it, 1:30?
1:32
now. Get it right.
Yeah.
Get it right.
You probably should be there a little early. This game is on ABC, letting you know. So that is where this is going to pop up. And Yordan Alvarez, DHing. And batting second, which means he did indeed make the roster. Justin Verlander did not too unexpected. Let's get into the question of the day. This is inspired by a few things. What's your worst bad beat in sports or in life? 713-572.
I like the life angle.
4610. I got one for either.
Beat. Now, obviously, I thought, we actually talked about this yesterday. And I thought we were going to play it off of the end of the Texans game.
In fact, we had two situations.
Yeah.
Monday Night Football had a similar thing. Well, although one of those was the safety. Because, I mean, the Texans, it felt like they should have covered at the end of that game versus the Jaguars because I thought that they had a safety.
Yeah,
in that one, and they ultimately decided no, that he had somehow
forward progress, even though he got away and tried to run.
Yeah, once you try and run, that forward progress is erased and negated, and you are in the paint.
They got the call from Vegas.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess
fixed.
so.
It's a fix. The fix is in.
All right, I don't want to encourage this foolishness.
All right, no.
We got to make sure that's not a safety.
Yeah. And so one of these games on Monday night, we had a safety that wasn't, and then it was. Well, it was, and then it was, and then it was again. But then in the other one, the game with the Titans, where the Titans, I guess Mason Rudolph is just going to be the quarterback of the Titans now. We'll talk about that more later. But there was a backdoor cover in that, which I definitely didn't see because I got away from that game as soon as I realized what the end result was going to be.
Yeah, the over-under was 37.5. And with less than, 2.5 minutes left, they were up like 8 or 9. I mean, it was under by 8 or 9. Well, then they get a safety. Then there's this bedlam on the ensuing intentional onside kick. Lo and behold, the Titans have the ball on the 10-yard line.
Kill playing fullback, and they hand it off to Pollard, trying to bounce it to the edge. Pollard going for the pylon, diving, signal, touchdown.
What a wave,
Tennessee.
A wave of emotion.
About the
I was like, what created the emotion there, buddy?
It was 30 damn seconds left.
30 seconds left, and they get 9 points and go over. And the internet, of course, naturally went berserk. But it got me to thinking about what's not even sports, because my bad beat, my all-time bad beat is not sports. So what's your worst bad beat in sports or life? You haven't heard this story yet.
No, I have not.
The year was 1991.
Okay.
So I'm covering my first Masters in Augusta, Georgia, all right? And there's this writer from the East Coast, I believe at the time he worked in New Jersey, that was really into investments. Like he'd made a lot of money on, in stocks.
Okay.
And he was sitting next to me all week long telling me, man, there's this company down in Austin I really like a lot. I put a little bit here, a little bit there. And keep in mind, I'm still in my 20s. So I don't really.
You're like, get out of here, old man.
You ain't thinking about that type of stuff right now.
But here's the thing, and Figgy, you know this part. I got a little chunk of money for a book that I contributed to, that I collaborated on. So I had like $5,000 just sitting around, thinking I'll just put in savings. And I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to trust him. I think I'm going to pull the trigger and put $3,000 or $4,000 in this stock. I didn't.
What'd you do with the money?
The stock was Dell.
Ah!
The stock was Dell.
That'd have been useful.
And I looked it up this morning because every time we've had this conversation, I've always said, I wonder. Okay, in 1991, Dell was selling at $17 a share. It had just really been public since the 1989, a couple of years before, whatever. So I'm covering the Masters. Ian Woosnam won that one, by the way. And in 1991, it was $17 a share. It has since split 11 times.
Oh, boy.
So $3,000 or $4,000 at $17 a share, I would have had, decent amount of stock. It has since split 11 times, and the stock price today is off the charts even, but in the 90s, it went nuts. So I looked it up right now. Today it's trading at $113.71 after 11 splits. Okay.
Yeah, that's
$1.3 million.
Man. Well,
$4,000 would have gotten me $1.3 million. Now, clearly, I always justify it this way.
You would have sold a long time ago.
I would have sold in 1995.
You'd have been like, we have ridden the wave.
I won $5,000. I earned $5,000. I'm out.
We came, we saw, we conquered.
But had I kept it in from 1991, $1.3 million.
Damn, that's tough.
That's a bad beat.
I was like, well, how do I follow such a story?
Yeah, I'm about to say, what kind of computers are we on right now?
We are on Dell.
Yeah, you get to see that every day. You get to look up at it and see.
It's a rude reminder.
That's tough. For me, I was trying to quantify what is a bad beat in life. So I have two things here. Y'all tell me if I'm on the right track. Feels like everybody appreciates to some degree, and I'm usually pretty good about them, except in one circumstance in particular, and that is the trial that ultimately turns into the recurring charge, or just the recurring charge in general. I am currently fighting Google on this one in particular. There was a point in time where I needed a little extra storage space on the cloud, and so I pay for their cloud service, right? And like, all right, you pay for the year. All right, I can pay for that up problem, up front, right? And every year I'm like, remember to cancel it when we get up to that time because I don't need it no more.
Yeah.
I'm going to use cloud storage for it. And every year I get that notification, your account has been charged for the next year. And I'm like, damn it.
You get beat every year.
Damn it.
I do too. I got to tell you, I always buy the cloud space just because I don't want to lose anything.
But it's always like, man, I'm going to get in under the gun before it charges my card. And I'm usually really good about all that. I cancel the trials, I set it, and Google keeps beating me. And I don't know why I have let them beat me like 3 years in a row and charge me for some cloud space I'm not using.
Yeah.
So that's one of them. Mm-hmm. The other one, I do wonder if this one works because I was talking about this. I was on the train that in this past NBA playoffs, that there were only two good teams in the East. That is the Boston Celtics and the Philadelphia 76ers with Joel Embiid. And I was like, Joel Embiid, once he worked his way back from an in-season injury, people were like, I don't know if you still. I'm like, nah, he makes his way back. He doesn't even have to be all the way healthy. If he's playing, that is one of the two good teams. They'll make it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
And in game one series, while putting up, I think he had like 29 points, in fact, actually. And he was 8 rebounds, 6 assists, and he goes up for a dunk. and comes down and he is injured on like an and one dunk where he throws it off the glass to himself and he comes down injured, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Right? Like, this dude had barely been back to basketball off of his injury for a few weeks, and he was just getting himself, and he wasn't even like fully himself and was already hooping. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm about to be right as hell, man. It's about to be great. And then because he just, not because necessarily, but it felt like because he decided to try and be and one Escalade or something, or the air up there, or one of these guys, threw it off the glass, tried to dunk it, came down, and now he's hurt, and then he misses the rest of the playoffs, and clearly the Sixers did not win in that situation. I was like, man, I was this close. I felt like I was this close to being right on that note. No, you
want to be right.
All right, so my bad break. This is a bad break in life because I've been doing my podcast for a long time, and it was, I want to say it was 2018, 2019, and we had Carl Crawford up here, and a lot of people know Carl Crawford as the baseball player, but he's like this hip-hop mogul now who have his own record label and all that stuff, and we had him on the podcast, and we was up here with ESG, chatting it up and all that stuff, and he brung up this artist he had named Megan Thee Stallion.
Get out.
So I'm like, look, me being me, I had no idea who that was. And bring it up. I'm like, all right, cool. Just kind of brushed it off a little bit.
Yeah.
Didn't realize this was Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah.
I could have had her on the podcast, man. And I just totally blew it off. It wasn't until months later where I'm like,
she blew up.
Yeah, I'm like, oh,
so she hadn't really blown up.
Nah, she haven't blown up at all. She was, people knew her on the internet for like freestyling outside of a car and all that stuff. But nah, she was nowhere near this big yet. And I was just like, dog it, I could have had her up here in this studio.
And I thought you were going to take that maybe to another level where it was like, could have gotten a number or something, like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, I would have had her on even if I thought she sucked.
But see,
just because of what she looked like.
But see,
that's crazy.
I had no idea who she was,
right?
And so I'm thinking like, all right, Carl trying to do this record label thing, and he got these artists
trying to promote some
these independent artists, and
like,
everybody
whatever.
got that. Yeah, but I'm like, dang, I
missed it.
Yeah, I missed the opportunity. I even sat there. I was talking to T. Ferris was up here too.
Yeah,
talking to him, and he was just like, yeah, everything cool. I was so focused on Paul Wall.
Yeah,
I was up here trying to get Paul. I should have been focused on Megan Thee Stallion, but by that time I realized how big she was going to be. It was too late, man. Like, she ain't about to come up here now.
You could have been in her posse right now, man.
I know,
in her circle.
The other thing is, back to my podcast, I had the chance to have Crazy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony on.
Yeah.
And I kind of screwed up because I didn't realize he was living in L.A. So
bad timing. Time zone.
Top me, man. I'm thinking like, all right, he gonna hop on 1 o'clock.
Too late.
So
early.
I'm sitting there like, hey, where's he at? And everything just got totally missed the opportunity.
That's
man.
tough.
Yeah.
Some coming in. There's some good ones here.
Yeah, the 832 is making me feel pretty good about my Dell thing. Said his uncle was one of the first 4 or 5 employees of Dell, but left to go to Hewlett Packard, which went bankrupt.
That oof.
Oh man.
If you're one of the first 4 or 5, you're probably worth $100 million.
You are not actively working anymore. I'll tell you that for sure. Another 832 mentions their junior season in high school basketball. They made the shot to send the game to send the playoff game to overtime. Then they got a high ankle sprain on the landing, so they couldn't play overtime, and then they lost.
Oh, that's a bad beat.
That is tough.
That is
tough.
beat.
And then there's another person who actually has like a ticket. Bad beat. Rice basketball last year, plus 7.5 against North Texas. Less than 10 seconds left, down 2 points. Rice missed the shot. Coach thought there was a foul there, and they fouled UNT. And then the coach got ejected. 2 techs. UNT made all 6 of those free throws.
Oh no!
And they won by 8. They said they had a 14 parlay for $200. Would have won $2,400.
On the coach, 2 techs, and all 4 made free throws.
Like, what are the chances? What are the chances that you have that kind of thing? And then, of course, Bitcoin. Shout out to 832.
Bitcoin might have got a lot of people.
Yeah, it did.
Bitcoin. It just never made sense to me. So I was like, why would I do that?
Yeah.
You telling me I'm buying
what's
this thing that doesn't exist?
And all this? What's the FPCs or whatever that is?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Even if it is.
Oh,
that
NFCs?
is exactly what it is.
NFCs and all that crap. I was down with it.
John is right. She's too fine not to interview.
Right.
What was your problem?
Let me be clear. I had no idea who she was. I ain't see her.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he just said I got the artist Megan Thee Stallion. I'm just like, oh, okay. I ain't think nothing of it. I wasn't hip to her. I did not. If I seen her, of course I would have been like, come up here now.
Right.
But I haven't seen her.
Actually, I'll come there wherever you are. Don't even worry about it. Some bad beats on our question of the day on this Texas Ticket Tuesday. We will be giving out a pair of tickets to Texans-Bills in the noon o'clock hour. But coming up next, we're heading into the 11 o'clock hour, and you know what that means. We get to talk to B. Scott. We'll start with talking around the NFL. Let's talk a little bit about that Monday Night Football game and what it might, or games rather, what it might mean for the Texans. We do that next.
CJ Stroud.
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we welcome into the studio B. Scott, Brandon K. Scott. He's from Hiram Clark. You will hear that mentioned very definitively in the next segment. But right now, with B. Scott, we go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist, your no-hassle solution to reselling your tickets across every marketplace. Download Quick Assist from your app store today. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And B. Scott, how'd you take in Monday Night Footballs?
It is the second straight week I'm going to come in here and say the NFL and its broadcasting partners ought to be ashamed of themselves for putting some of that stuff that they put on TV last night, man. What were they thinking? The audacity. Fortunately, we at least had an alternate game to pay attention to that did not include a Tyler Huntley-led Miami Dolphins team or any kind of combination of quarterbacks that the Tennessee Titans want to try out there, whether it be Mason Rudolph or Will Levis. The damn audacity of them to put that on TV. Just like the week before when I said the Jacksonville Jaguars should not have another national. Even if they should not. Somebody should intervene. Same thing with this, man. This was awful.
I will argue that I don't think it was a good thing that we had an alternate broadcast, and I'll tell you why here in a second. But I did want to start with the idea that, I can't knock the NFL on at least the Dolphins, like on that Dolphins game, because they thought at least, hey, man, even if the Titans stink, we don't get these boys running up and down this field. Yeah. You don't get to watch Tyreek and put up to like 200 yards in receiving, except now you got Snoop Huntley out here.
They thought. Yeah. is the key phrase thought. There. They thought is the key phrase. They thought, and they were wrong. So, yeah, man, no, I don't necessarily fault them, but I fault the experience.
Yeah, no,
I don't care who is to blame. It just should not have been.
I didn't get to see any of. Well, get too cute. I didn't see any of the second half of this. John, how long did you last when it came to Titans?
I was flipping the whole time.
Oh, good for you.
I was flipping the whole time. And I'm not going to lie, I may have squeezed in a monk there at some point.
Oh, okay.
Just because I was out of it. Because that game was, man, if I'm a Dolphins fan, I am just beside myself. I mean, what happened? Like, that's the story to me. And then I put this in my notes. Will Levis is better at memes than football. He is. That face he made when he was stretching his shoulder, and then the one, I guess, down on the sideline, and another meme that was making the rounds.
He is a meme at this point. Think about it. Not to derail it to AFC South, but the AFC South right now is full of, outside of C.J. Stroud, full of meme-worthy type of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
You want to take it or whatever angle you want to take on it between Anthony Richardson, obviously Trevor Lawrence, and, of course, Will Levis. They are all, like, meme-worthy. And I would say, like, with the Dolphins, man, just since we're going around the NFL, I want to make this point about them. Bad job by them for not having a better plan at backup quarterback, knowing the issues with Tua. Like, you know how important he is to what you do. Forget what the conversation is around Tua and how good he is. They know how good he is and how important he is to what they do. And for them to not have a better backup plan for that or to that, to me, is negligence on their part.
I think there's a little bit of tightrope walking here because you're not wrong, right? And it is worth noting that this is quarterback 3, right? Yeah. If any team gets to quarterback 3, not going to look all that great necessarily, but Skylar Thompson, Wildcat.
But they didn't have a backup.
K-State, I respect, but I understand. That's not great.
That shouldn't have been your backup plan.
But the tightrope that you're walking here is you gave Tua money, which I think you would say, okay, well, cool, that establishes him. However, y'all see the way that people be talking about Tua. If you give them people, and you know what I mean when I say them people, just the people that are watching this team, particularly in Miami, right? If you give them people an opportunity to go, hey, that dude behind him, he should be playing. They are going to wear you out with that. We've seen that with many a quarterback, especially if there's one that people don't feel great about. And so I think that some of that was also finding a way to like win the outside noise of this all and not put additional pressure on Tua. Tua also being a quarterback that maybe might be a little fragile.
I'm not disputing none of that, but as a credit to Tua, I would say he's been better than that. So, like,
as in it's by the fact that he's out and that thing fell all apart.
And when he played, like, he's been pretty good. Like, he has not been, I would say, phenomenal, but for what they're doing, you just need somebody that's accurate, that can get the ball out on time and can make the most out of these weapons. He has done that when he's been out on the field. So when he actually plays, there's no reason to be clamoring for the backup quarterback, especially if it's somebody like, say, Joe Flacco, like what the Indianapolis Colts did, or somebody along those lines.
Yeah.
There's no reason to be clamoring for another guy to play unless, again, of course, Tua is hurt and can't play.
Well, and then part of the contract discussion is the concussions. I mean, you have to put that into the equation, which is another reason. I mean, you don't want to wish anything upon him, but it's there, which is another reason to have a better backup plan. I think that ties in as much as anything with we got to get a backup that we can rely on.
Yeah, and I think their opponent probably felt better about their backup situation.
Well, I think that's an interesting thing. That brings it back to Texans' focus is I think that with Mason Rudolph, clearly he's not as good or with like the talent-wise as Will Levis, which probably says less about him and more about Will Levis, if we're going to be completely honest. But also, I do wonder if, like, Mason Rudolph can at least do the things that he's supposed to do in a way that Will Levis comically seemingly cannot. And does that then put with the defense that the Titans have and with the offensive line, a Bill Callahan offensive line that's just going to get out here and do exactly what you're supposed to do with the offensive line, back in that place where they are a nuisance again in the AFC?
Yeah, I think that is in play. It's a good point because the issue, I think, I'm with you, John. You mentioned issue still over Levis, but the thing that they have in common is they do a lot of really difficult things well, but a lot of the game is doing some of the simple stuff, and they're horrible at it. Like it's the exact opposite. Like they don't do it well at all. Whereas with Mason Rudolph, maybe you can have a more measured plan. Hey, we're going to try to run. They got a good run game. Their offensive line is young and not very good in pass protection, but fairly decent run blocking. So can they be true to the traditional Titan identity of a bully ball type of team, or is that their closest, form of winning? Yes, I think so.
I think there's an argument to be made that you can be more scared of the Titans now without Will Levis, depending on where he is, because they still have the number one defense in the NFL today. Like after 4 weeks, they have the number one defense
on yardage,
yards per game, and so there's that, and then there's the offensive line. Kind of to your point, you know what? Let's change our identity. This guy can't hit the broadside of a barn,
You can't be scared of the Titans, though. They're just
a nuisance is the way he put it.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I think just to kind of bring it to the Texans for a second, I think that this is another highlight of their opportunity. Like we're having a conversation: are the Titans better off with Mason Rudolph than they are with the guy that they drafted and tried to build their team around? That is an excellent position to be in, even if you're a Texans team that's leading the league in penalties and beating yourself even in victory. Like that is ideal, I would say.
So I got a chance to, when I was watching Monday Night Football, I was doing that in Stafford. Legacy Cigar Lounge treated the boys right. I know Sean was out there hanging out with the people, and I was like, I'll hang out too. I want to do that.
Y'all were up the street from me then. I too was in Stafford.
I should have hit you up then.
But at home.
Oh, I should have hit you up then. My bad. Larry Stafford popped out. That was fun. But one of the things that me and him were talking about was watching Lions-Seahawks, where the Lions won 42-29. What was y'all's big takeaway? Because for us, it was a thing that we were longing for and seeing both the Seahawks and Lions team do.
I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm interested in your thoughts, B. Scott, because as it pertains to the Texans, I thought this game pertained to the Texans much more because the Lions clearly are further along in their development in this era of Lions football, but they look like the team that the Texans should look like. They haven't always been perfect, but they don't make mistakes. They have a quarterback that is incredibly efficient. They have, talent everywhere. They can run the ball. They can throw the ball. They can set up one with the other and vice versa. Like, to me, the Lions are what I thought the Texans would look like this first 4 games.
Yeah, there's really one real big thing that stands out about the Lions that the Texans don't have that I so wish they did, or I think fans would feel so much more comfortable about them if they had this. And after week 1, I think they did feel like there was potential for this before you knew that the Colts were the Colts.
Here it is.
But did you see how the Lions just dominated the line of scrimmage?
Yeah.
That's it.
How they just they're parting the Red Blue.
Yeah.
And they're out there making it happen, man. Like, guys 8, 9, 10 yards down the field, those Now they got two really good running backs. That's probably what they have that the Texans just cannot say that they have right now. Two dynamic running backs. They got Joe Mixon, who's been injured, but outside of that, they got a decent Cam Akers. They got an injured Dameon Pierce and an injured Joe Mixon. Like, your running back room is not whole in the way that between David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, I mean, that is top of the line 1-2 punch right there with the Lions got. And then the offensive line simply does not compare.
That was
in terms of talent,
dominance
across the board. Like, they look better, more cohesive. Everything about it, better coached. All of it looks better. And so I feel like Texans fans, I don't know how you could watch that game and watch the Lions operate the way they did and not have a little envy or at least desire that out of your own football team.
You say the Lions, and the Lions are the easy one, right? We've been talking about them for the last few years as having one of, if not the best offensive line in the NFL. How about the Seahawks also ripping off these runs as well? Because they had 133 yards rushing themselves. They actually had more rushing yards and a better average of rushing than the Lions in this game. It was just looking back and forth at the ways that these teams were able to move the ball up and down on each other, mind you, right? So maybe the defenses have a little something to talk about. But like up and down, you saw the ways that both these teams could throw the football, but running the football, being associated with it and doing it well. That was definitely the thing where it's like, man, I'm longing for it. And with the offensive line point, it brings me back to the idea that you have so much up in this offensive line, and it's frustrating that you're not getting the offensive run push that you should get, or maybe not even to the level of these ones, but anywhere near what these two teams gave you.
Every starting offensive lineman for the Texans is either on a second or third contract, on a multi-contract at this point, or a premium pick. A first or second round pick. So, like, that's the investment. Last year, and we could last year they were most invested in the offensive line, and they brought all those guys back, okay? And their whole – so, like, to watch it, I think – and you made the point about, Reggie, about the fact that the Seahawks and the Lions can both throw the ball. That's irritating, too, because the Texans have the quarterback. Like, you have a quarterback that can, at the very least, can match what their quarterbacks can do, and in most cases you think is better. Like, you think C.J. Stroud is probably better than Jared Goff, better than Geno Smith, certainly. So you've got the quarterback, you've got a star stud receiver in Nico Collins who's only emerging more and more as a star. Why can't you have this basic principle in the game that maybe isn't as basic as I'm making it seem, but certainly something that they've invested in, and you would think you'd have a lot more production out of.
ROI is just not there. And that's going to be the story if this continues because, like I said, I was looking at the Lions like thinking that's how the Texans should look, and I didn't even mention the offensive line, so I'm glad you did, B. Scott, because that's as big as anything. Like what they're doing and the way they've invested in that and the way they're producing on that investment.
It's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
It's the biggest thing. I keep going one. And, man, it stood out to me because I did not think the offensive line was great in pass protection. C.J. Stroud was running for his life. And even in the run game, they had some good moments. And maybe even more specifically, I'd say there were a couple of players that stood out in the run game. But really, you go back at that, Joe Mixon, 158 yards, but 101 on yards after contact.
Yeah.
Like, that was really a big Joe Mixon game. That was really a – Joe Mixon himself shouting out Case Stover in some moments of freeing him up on some blocks. I know Kenyon Green had a standout game. Drew Scruggs had some moments.
That was his standout game for the season thus far.
Yeah, for sure, because it has not been as good since then.
Yeah.
But really, overall, I just did not feel the way the narrative was after that game, and it's kind of rung true. My feeling, I would say, since then, unfortunately, because I'd like for that to have been the case. But the offensive line just has not figured it out yet.
Yeah, it was an individual brilliance game more than it was an entire offense game. Some funny things about this outside of like the Texans, view that we put on it. Geno Smith, do you know how many pass attempts he had during the course of this game?
Not offhand.
56 pass attempts.
He was out there dealing.
Yeah.
Geno looked good.
Yeah.
Good, man. And Geno was another one of those. Shout out to the redemption quarterbacks.
Yes.
Two of them playing against each other in this game. Jared Goff, Geno Smith. You got Baker Mayfield doing his thing. Sam Darnold at the Texans' expense, I know, a couple of weeks ago now.
That is actually a conversation that I want to have. Is just like, is that
draft
the new,
class?
Not just the draft class, but is that the new space to be a little bit better odds, better money and get yourself a good space.
And Goff 18 for 18.
That was the other part, was that you had one guy, 56 passes, the other side, 18, and he hit all of them. In fact, I don't even know if his head coach knew that he was playing at this level of perfection. This was Dan Campbell when asked about it.
Yeah, well, I just gave the game ball to somebody else, so I feel awful right now. Yeah. No, I knew he played a heck of a game. I did not realize he was perfect. I did not know he was literally 18 for 18. But I knew he played really well. You could feel it.
He's taking him for granted, which is another sign of how good this team is. He's like, oh, really? 18 for 18?
Hey, if Jared Goff did not have a problem with not getting the game ball and his head coach not realizing he was 18 for 18 in a victory, he is a solid dude.
That's what I'm saying.
He seems to be a solid dude.
That is a solid dude.
Yeah.
For real.
I mean, that's a dude that's already felt like he was abandoned by his first team. So I feel like he has no choice but to be solid in his mindset. But there you go. That's Around the NFL, again, brought to you by Quick Assist here in the Loop. And we got our guy B. Scott all hour. So you know what we got to do. We got to make the most of this and get into B. Scott's thoughts. We'll do that next.
The Astros will face a familiar. Every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yeah. In studio, all hours he typically is on a Tuesday. Our guy, Brandon K. Scott, don't forget the K. B. Scott for short. But he is indeed from Hiram Clark, and he represents Hiram Clark and Sports Radio 610. We appreciate you, my man.
That is right. Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all for having me, man.
Man, I would have you all week if I could. It's always fun, man. That was a fun discussion just around the NFL, talking about the games that we saw yesterday. But let's get even more Texans focused, why don't we? And let's get into your thoughts. Well, what you got on the table right now?
So I don't want to be the dude that complains about everything after a win. And so with that, I would point out in this game, CJ Stroud, brilliant. Like, if you didn't already feel great about CJ Stroud, and how could you not? This would be a case in point game to point to. Like, why do you think CJ Stroud's so good? Okay, here's Tampa from last year. Here's Cincinnati from last year. Here's the playoff game. Here's this game. All right, another data point for CJ Stroud. So check that box. Quarterback looked elite in this game. Nico Collins, we mentioned that in the previous segment, but emerging as a legitimate star. I think it was it either DeMeco or one of those guys after the game, kind of giving him politicking for all pro. I know we're only a few games through the season, but he's playing like that type of player. They got some things going for them. Shout out to Kalen Bullock for saving points at times, right? Like they had some moments and some players that made plays. Daria Gumbawale, not just the touchdown, but a couple of plays that he made that I'm going to be honest, I ain't know Daria had.
I didn't either.
I think I might have turned it. It was probably next to Bijani. I think at that point.
At that point, I had left because I was in the suite when this play happened. But I know which one you're talking about. When he gave that little shake, gave him that little jump cut. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I told Bijani, I was like, I didn't know he had that wiggle to him. Okay, my Nigerian brother. I should have known. It's in the hips. We got it. You know what I mean?
And I did not know it. So credit to him and credit to everybody that played really well in the win. But the Texans got a cornerback problem, man.
They do.
Like, they have a serious cornerback problem.
Or DB.
I would say, yeah, that's fair, DB, but I would specifically point at cornerbacks wherever, I'm not going to even say not named Derek Stingley, but wherever Derek Stingley isn't. Mm-hmm. And even him at times doesn't always necessarily give you the exact effort that you're looking for, even though at the end he seems to make plays like he's time when the money's on the line type of player, Derek Stingley, like he gets up for that. So I'll take that. Mm-hmm. But everything outside of him seems to be a little bit problematic to me. They don't really have a slot corner. They've been able to operate with Jalen Petrie playing in that role, but really serving as a third linebacker, but just a hybrid linebacker, defensive back that does linebacker and
linebacker safety, really.
He's really a tweener.
Yeah.
He's really a tweener of a linebacker and safety, but certainly, and this is not an offense to him because I like Jalen Petrie, everything he stands for, but he's certainly not a slot corner. He's not a cornerback in any kind of sense of the imagination. He's just a hybrid type of player that allows you to do multiple things, and they've been able to get away with it. But now we've seen 2 weeks in a row what happens when the opposing team's best offensive weapon, their best wide receiver, is somebody that they move around and specifically allow to operate in the slot. Obviously, Justin Jefferson is an anomaly. He can do anything, anywhere. But Christian Kirk is also specific of, hey, we put him in the slot, and we're going to put our best wide receiver against a dude who's functionally a safety kind of hybrid linebacker. Like, what that is, to me, that's foreshadowing an issue for this team going forward if they don't address it in some form or fashion. And the problem for me is I don't really know what the solution is there because this is kind of a personal
You're
thing.
100% right. I'm glad you brought this up because I actually had this in my passing thoughts and I never got to it yesterday. Like I said, coaches are going to pick that scab all year long.
I mean, we had this conversation.
Yeah, last week.
After, and we were like Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, they're going to just pick and pick and pick and pick. And then the other thing, the second part to that I had, and you guys know how I feel about Kamari Lassiter. As soon as I laid eyes on that cat, I was like, this is a dude. Ball skills off the charts. But make no mistake, and I know you guys noticed this, they were testing that 4.6. They were trying to get him moving, with some fast dudes, and they were testing that 4.6, and he failed it a couple of times, but Trevor Lawrence failed more.
Testing the 4.6 and the eyes, right?
Yeah.
Knowing that you know that you have a 4.6 when it comes to the 40. Hey, are you going to bite on this double move?
Yeah.
You going to bite on this double move because you have to recover? Okay, we got you.
Yeah. And catching, like you said, and that, to me, that's the eyes and I wouldn't even say the 4.6, but.
No, they were trying to get him moving.
But I think it's a little bit of the 4.6 because when you get caught flat-footed, okay, how fast is your recovery speed?
Mm-hmm.
You know, how fast can you make up for that? I think Derek Stingley is kind of the opposite of this. It's like you might be able to catch him flat-footed and maybe he can recover a little bit better, make it not look as maybe not get beat as bad, make it a little bit more of a competitive play. But Kamari Lassiter, we saw that with rookie on rookie with Brian Thomas.
Yeah.
When he gave him that double move.
Yep.
And then
ones,
Trevor Lawrence tried to give it to the people in the third row.
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah. And he did that a couple of times.
That's what I'm saying. There were other ones, too, where I'm like, he's a step behind.
So this is my thought on that. And I had a little bit of this kind of during training camp as we're moving along. It's like, this is cool. This Kamari Lassiter story is cool, and I like what I see. And it's like they see immediately, like on site. This dude is ready to start straight out of Georgia. Cool. But it did say something to me that he was able to so quickly and so decisively beat out veteran players. Like they brought in veteran guys to compete for that job. And I was not sold on the idea when he got drafted that he would be able to just immediately.
We thought he might be a nickel.
I thought he might be a nickel. I thought he might be a backup, somebody that might play, but kind of in a rotational way, similar to how Kalen Bullock is at safety, like somebody they want to play, but they got these veterans that they're going to rely on. To me, it said a lot about, I thought at least that it said a lot about the veterans that they brought in, but with Kamari Lassiter, I'm like, man, is he really this good, or is it really the veterans themselves that aren't necessarily up to snuff or are clearly as good as they wanted them to be?
As it is in a lot of situations, there's probably all of the above to some degree, right? Like all of those things factor in within this. And so I think the question then becomes like, where can you maybe find some help in that regard? But I also don't want to sneak past one of the things that was a small thing if you were not super aware of it during the course of this game against the Jaguars, which was this team blitzed more. And when you blitz, that's going to ask more of your defensive backs in those circumstances where you can get got on some of those open things. But the problem is the give and take, because it's zero sum, right? If you are applying that pressure blitz, you can't use it coverage. When you blitz and you apply that added resources to blitzing, you need to get home.
They didn't. Yeah.
Right? When you blitz about half the time and a quarter time, that is a problem.
Yeah, and that goes into the reason why I thought at least this would be mitigated, because I figured, they're going to cause enough problems, they're going to cause enough disruption up front to where this isn't going to be, I don't know how much they're going to be exposed for this, but what if they don't? right? Like that's predicated on an assumption there of me saying, hey, like this is going to happen. But what if they don't? What if the plan is, like, what if I'm saying they're great up front, doesn't matter if they're leaky on the back end, they're going to get home. All right, well, what if they don't? Or the plan is, okay, we're just going to get the ball out quick, and our best dude is going to be lined up in the slot, so all his stuff is going to be quick, short to intermediate stuff, where we don't have to pass pro forever, or I don't have to, like, make it up. You know, like, it's just going to be there because their weakness actually is right there.
Well, their weakness is coverage. I think Petrie actually is good at rallying to the football in those situations.
And that's what I mean. Their weakness is coverage, and kind of back to Lopez's point about DBs.
Yeah.
You know, DBs not named Derek Stingley, I would say, and even Derek Stingley to some degree at times. But really, they've got a really good football player, I think, in Jalen Petrie.
Yes.
They don't have a slot corner on the team.
And exactly. I think it's maybe less of a Petrie issue in himself, but he represents, or he is indicative of the issue that they have on the team. I think that's a great point.
I think it's a sign, too, because you know this. I mean, DeMeco Ryans generally doesn't blitz a lot. Was it the Vikings game he blitzed a lot?
Yeah.
Is that because, hey, we got to help our guys back there all we can? And it worked to a certain degree, even though they got blown out against the Vikings. Didn't work this time.
Yeah, but again, because their best strategy of winning defensively is on the front end and not the back end. It's causing havoc and problems at the beginning of the play and not necessarily bailing the defense out on the back end of the play. That's not the strength of the team right now.
From the 832, go find Steven Nelson. Someone else mentioned activate Des King. On the first one, Steven Nelson, would the vibes work?
Nah, Steven Nelson has taken a new mantra, or I should say a new aura and role as Twitter fingers, Twitter man. Like, he is the Twitter commentator. You can watch the game broadcast and just put up Steven Nelson's Twitter feed if you like a hot mess.
That's the simulcast. We not watching the Manning cast. We watching the Nelson cast. Is that what you're saying?
Boy, let me tell you, it is some entertaining stuff.
So yeah, what those answers might be. I know Des King. That was one of the reasons I imagine he was brought back, is for that possibility. But they haven't made him active yet, so that's going to be an interesting space to continue to watch with these Texans. A little bit of B. Scott's thoughts here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, coming up next, B. Scott's still with us, as it's a Texans ticket giveaway Tuesday. We will give those away in the noon o'clock hour. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping as a sports talk legend, and of course a legend in baseball, past and Astros playing baseball today, baby.
How about that?
Let's talk about all that next.
All right, DNA Auto Leasing right now. You know the rates.
What's poppin'?
All right, what's popping in the loop? Sports Radio 610. We have in our always Tuesday guest at 11 or in the 11 o'clock hour. That is B. Scott. Let's talk about what's popping. And one of the things that is popping in the city of Houston is postseason play. Today, it is a day game, as all of these games in the Wild Card Series will be 1:32 first pitch at Minute Maid Park. ABC is where you got to see it if you need to see it. And what's going to happen is you have Framber Valdez going against Tarek Skubal. However, what's your confidence level going into this? Because I've already doubled and tripled down that I'm not actually afraid of these Tigers.
Yeah, no, I'm not afraid at all. I'm pretty confident in the Astros. My question has always been, how do the Astros measure up against, let's say, the Yankees and the Guardians of the world? I'm going to be real with you with the Tigers. They're their own story right now, because I had buried them about, I don't know, 6 or 7 weeks ago. I did not think that was a postseason team. And you look at what they've done over the last couple of months or so, and it's really a great story. They've really been really good. But, man, I can't unsee what the Astros did to them when they played them earlier in the season. And I cannot get to a point where I think that the Tigers are good enough, albeit a young upstart type of team, that they're good enough to beat these Astros. Now, Skubal got us on the mound today, is obviously a Cy Young type.
He's going to win it.
Yeah, your best left-hander, and obviously going to win the Cy Young.
Yeah,
best in the American League this year. So, I mean, today could obviously be an issue, and I'll be there in about an hour as soon as I leave here. I'm looking forward to that. So he scares me a little bit, but outside of that, the team overall, I would say no.
Look, everybody talks about Skubal, rightfully so, with what he's done. I think the game 2 starter, no matter what happens, Montero for the Tigers, their monster's really come on in the last month. I think he's had 4 outings with a shutout, 6 outings with 2 runs or less that he's given up. So the whole thing about AJ Hinch, and AJ Hinch is a factor. AJ Hinch is an absolute fact. He's got the decided edge, like a decided edge on Joe Espada. But I think that whole thing about, it's going to be chaos after game 1. I bet you it's going to be Montero, and they're going to try to ride him for as long as they can, and then just mix and match, throw everybody at the Astros.
If there's something to be afraid of, it is that the Tigers have the pitching to have the Astros produce one of those, hey, what happened to the Astros bats? I thought this was a prolific offense. I thought it was one of the top, offenses in Major League Baseball, and they have those lulls. The Tigers do have a pitching staff that can induce that. All right, so you do have to be mindful of that. But man, I just think that the Astros, especially hearing that Yordan Alvarez is on the roster and is going to be DHing today and everything, to me, they are the better baseball team. Yeah. Obviously, okay, because we've seen them lose to teams that they're better than. They could lose this series, man.
You play the games on paper, or not on paper, rather.
But exactly. You don't play the games on paper.
There it is. That's the way you say it.
But if I'm going to analyze it on paper, the Astros should be the better baseball.
Can I give you more paper?
Yes.
It is Reggie's stats segment, I guess.
Can't win it on paper. Here's paper.
Here's more paper for you. Paper pusher. But you mentioned the idea that the Tigers have pitching. They absolutely do in a great way. The problem is, can they put runs on the board? Right? They have two hitters that you really have to care about.
Yeah.
Both of them lefties and they don't hit lefties all that well. And here comes Framber Valdez, right?
Yeah.
That comes up. On top of that, the Tigers are, bottom 3rd in home runs. And I was reading something.
They do not hit home runs.
Oddly enough, first and triple, and that's just in September, I should mention, right? All these stats I'm giving you are just from September, when they've been hottest, right? When they've kind of gotten on their run. So I'm trying to make sure that I keep this as accurate as possible for what we're going to see. And they are first in triples, but that's in part because that's a big ballpark that they're dealing with in Comerica. So maybe that gives them an opportunity to hit some home runs. I don't know, but they were 23rd in home runs, right? So this is not a home run hitting team. And when I was reading something in Fangraphs, one of the things that they were talking about was possibly a predictor of offensive success in the postseason is teams that hit home runs. Because if you think of a team that kind of builds an inning of some singles, maybe a double here and there, what is the likelihood that against the best pitchers, as we are, filtering out in the postseason, that you're going to get 3 or 4 hits in the course of an inning or a stretch to get you some runs, as opposed to you caught a pitcher slacking one time and you send one over the fence. And I think that situation definitely puts the Astros in an advantageous place compared to the Tigers.
Well, this is a classic styles make fights type of argument too, though, because I liked Lopez's point earlier about what kind of Framber are we going to get. I think you said that. It's going to come down what Framber can we expect today, and I'm even just going to try to focus on today. Living today, living the moment with Framber, and this point that you're making, Reggie, about them not being a home run team, ground ball pitcher.
We're going to find out real quick. First 3 innings, we're going to know.
Something's got to give, man. Something's got to give here. Like, is this going to be one of those? Is this going to be one of those games where Framber's got traffic and then he's bailing himself out with the ground ball, with the double play and relying on the Astros defense that is not as good as it used to be in previous years, but you still feel like you can rely on for the most part behind Framber Valdez? Like, is it going to be that type of game, or is he going to go out there and be his own version of his Cy Young self? I know he's never won a Cy Young, but he's had like those flashes, those moments. Obviously has a no-hitter. Like, is he going to be that type of Framber, or the one that's bailing himself out of his own messes?
It's the story of game one is these two pitchers, but especially how Framber responds, because he's never been given the ball by the manager for game one. Well, he has, but I'm saying he hasn't been the ace.
It has not been in this realm. I think it was leaning that way last year, but Verlander had just come back in the trade. I think it was kind of close, but this year is definitive.
It's definitive. Yeah. He's the ace, and how does and he's, to his credit, he's been absolutely nails in big situations. On the other hand, he's been like, oh man, in his own head so much. We've seen that way too often.
So just to state this explicitly, if you did not get the news earlier, Yordan Alvarez is on the wild card roster, and he is in the lineup. He's DHing, which I imagine you can go ahead and pencil in for the remainder of his time, maybe in the postseason, honestly. But he's DHing, hitting second. So he's back in that spot where I know that there's been some conversation and consternation about him liking to see more opportunity to really be successful on that first at bat, but I imagine it's just get him as many at bats as possible.
Yeah.
But you mentioned no hitters. This is where I come to Ronel Blanco, and he's in the news a little bit because the Houston chapter of the Baseball Writers Association of America announced their 2024 Astros Award winners, and that is your pitcher of the year, Ronel Blanco. So he gets that. Yordan Alvarez is your MVP for the Astros. Rookie of the year, Spencer Urghetti. And then the Darryl Kyle Good Guy of the Year, Mauricio Dubon as well.
For sure. I could see.
Was there anybody else in contention in that point?
They got a few good guys, but Mauricio Dubon is
the goodest of guys?
The goodest.
Well, I mean, this is like a media type award, so like he is the type that you can just walk up to and has always been this way.
Yeah.
So like that doesn't surprise me at all. I would say, though, on the Ronel Blanco thing, not MVP, but you do not get here without Ronel Blanco.
Oh, no way.
The Astros are not in this position without Ronel Blanco.
Or Kikuchi, for that matter.
And certainly not without Kikuchi. And obviously that's more of a recent thing because, that happens after the trade deadline.
Yeah.
But Ronel Blanco emerging as not just a viable starter, but a surprise as your best starter for a little while until Hunter Brown was able to figure it out. And then Hunter Brown took that over for a little while. Spencer Urghetti had a flash where it seemed like he was that. And oh, by the way, we're not even talking about your ace in Framber Valdez. Like, it is how they were able to stagger with their young pitchers, starting with Ronel Blanco. They were able to stagger like
one after another
at various points of the season between those guys that got them here. They're not here without any of those guys, but to me it starts with Ronel Blanco.
And by the way, I don't know if you mentioned Yordan is the MVP of the squad.
Yes, right.
But it could have been Kyle Tucker if not for the injury, because Kyle Tucker was in the hunt for MVP of the league for long stretches, I think. So I'm with you. They're clearly the better team. They clearly should win, but there are some. We got to watch this to see how it plays out.
Yeah, the MVP is if you have an elite player who plays every day, a Yordan, a Kyle Tucker, that's going to be the MVP. But make no mistake about it. Yeah. Like the value going down the line, starting with Ronel Blanco to Hunter Brown figuring his stuff out and Spencer Urghetti figuring his stuff out.
Yeah.
Them guys working through it. They are not here without it.
No, and I guess you mentioned Yordan, we mentioned Kyle Tucker, and I got to admit, I guess I lied unintentionally as about 30 minutes ago, we got a little shift in the lineup, and Yordan will be batting third. Kyle Tucker steps up into that second spot.
So that surprises
they swapped
me.
Those guys.
That surprises me because that was one of the big conversation pieces, as you mentioned, to start the season. It was going to be the big adjustment, the change, before we actually got to see Joe Espada work, the one change that we knew right away was that he wanted to bat Yordan second more often.
Yeah.
And that's where that conversation starts. Should he not? Like, back and forth. So I'm surprised by that because I know that's something that they wanted to do early in the season and that they have done throughout.
So there we go. Astros get going at 1:32 in Game 1 of the Wild Card Series versus the Tigers at Minute Maid. Scott, we let go of you here in a second. You will get to work in that regard and head out that way. And, of course, Baseball Spo already on the ground out there. Another thing that's popping yesterday, we learned of the passing of a sports talk legend because he gave you a topic that you could always run out here. But it's because he was such a good
Pete Rose make the Hall of Fame.
Such a great baseball player, even though he had the scandal that was in Pete Rose. He passed away. Lopez, you got an opportunity to see, obviously, a lot of this unfurl. Like, what was your impression? What was your first thought when you found out?
I never got a chance to cover him in Major League Baseball. He retired in '86. I really got into the business about that time and wasn't covering Major League Baseball. But I've spoken with him several times, and I keep going back. And I actually saw a graphic earlier that was along these same lines. So 1969 was the greatest year in pitching. Yes, nice. In baseball history. Bob Gibson had a 2.1 ERA. 30 pitchers had an ERA under 3. Think about that.
That's wild.
Denny McClain won 31 games. The MLB batting average was 233. Pete Rose hit 338. That I always go back to that. I mean, you can talk about 17 All-Star games and all the Charlie Hustle.
Yeah.
And you're never going to see a player like that. Running to first base for walks and all that. The greatest year in pitching was absurdly good. He batted 338.
Appropriately in 1969.
Yes,
because that's upside down.
Yeah. I think that's the thing that's kind of sad about the legacy of Pete Rose is that it will be just the kind of the way I interested. It's always about the gambling on betting on baseball scandal as opposed to just how incredible of a baseball player he ultimately really was. And he leaned into it. And I appreciate it on some level his understanding that this is what it is, right?
Great to talk
but hey, man, it kind of sucks that he's obscured by, or his real accomplishment is obscured by that.
Yeah, I wish we didn't have to be so dense though and have to obscure it. Like I wish we could be able to appreciate both or talk about all of it in its proper context because he bet on baseball and that's that part of it is sleazy, but at the same time none of that takes away from the talent that he was.
I'm glad you brought that up because there are alcoholics that have made the Hall of Fame. Alcoholism and worse. Drug addicts that have made the Hall of Fame.
Oh, we can get even worse.
Alcoholism is
I'm not going to force you to go there. But we could get worse.
But people say alcoholism is a disease, right?
Hey, Twitter world.
But they still made the Hall of Fame. Drug addiction is a disease, people call it, and I don't disagree. And they're still in the Hall of Fame. Gambling is a disease. Compulsive gambling is a disease. Why isn't he in the Hall of Fame? And by the way, when you watch the game today, you're going to see a commercial for MGM Grand.
That's
you're going to see a commercial for BetMGM, and you're going to see a commercial for FanDuel.
Pete Rose ahead of his time.
On the game today.
Wow.
You're going to see it.
Never wrong, just early. Pete Rose, MVP, 17-time All-Star, 2-time Gold Glover, Rookie of the Year.
Should he? No,
3-time World Series champion, a Silver Slugger, all of those, man. Incredible baseball player. And on top of all that, a fascinating personality as well. Passed away at the age of 83 rather. People asking, what about Dikembe Mutombo? Obviously, we mentioned that yesterday, but again, we'll salute the big man, the Rockets legend, the NBA Hall of Famer, the Naismith Hall of Famer, and then just incredible guy.
That's a big sports obit day for those two to find out about those two in the same day. I mean, that's huge.
Not gonna lie, that started getting me. The rule of threes. I was like, oh god.
Yeah.
You start bracing yourself, head on the swivel, please don't let nobody be next.
Yeah. Just want to remind you, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro. B. Scott, we appreciate you hanging out with us as you always do on Tuesdays. It's always a blast, brother.
Yes, sir.
All right. Enjoy your time out there at Minute Maid Park.
Man.
We will be watching the game from here. Want to get started at 1:32 p.m. But coming up next, let's get back to this Texans team. We found a little optimism during the course of those first 2 hours of the show. However, we don't want to ignore in victory what you would obviously focus on in defeat. So where is the biggest worry for this Texans team moving forward? 713-572-4610. Let's break that down next.
It may not have been pretty, KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sport presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Texans Ticket Tuesday. We are in that window. In this hour, we will be giving away a pair of tickets to Texans-Bills this Sunday, and that is in the bullpen, is it not?
Man, front row bull. Well, it was front. Well, I better confirm on that, but it's in the bullpen, and it's the game of the year so far in Houston.
Man, it is going to be a blast. That's one of the things that's been cool about being at these games is just seeing like the level of energy. There was 3 distinct moments that I took note of during the game, and that's from the press box, right, where I could tell I was like, oh, it sounds crazy in here when it came to that Jacksonville game. And I imagine that with the Bills and I don't know that Bills fans will descend necessarily, but
they'll descend.
Bills fans are notoriously kind of wild, and the Texans fans have been standing up.
Yeah.
I think that it's going to be a blast in there, so you'll definitely want to keep it locked and call in when we get to that point to see if you can get that pair of tickets to the game on Sunday.
And they wearing them H-Town uniforms.
Oh, man, I meant to bring that up.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing, man.
So you'll see the H-Town
the
blue.
debut of it.
Yeah.
Yes. And it'll be H-Towned out.
You got to wear your H-Town blue, man.
It'll be H-Town. We've seen people in them, and it just looks so damn cool.
It does. Yeah.
So excited to see that happen as well. And we'll be in the building for sure because we always are. It's the home of the Texans, Sports Radio 610. But you can also be in the building by listening to us. You're rolling with us. You know what I mean? But all right, let's talk about this Texas team. There's some things that we want to see cleaned up. We were just talking when they were off air about some of the things on the D line as well. I think it was
both.
I think it was off fair. Yeah, that's the thing that's tough is we have a fantastic conversation for an hour straight.
Yeah.
Exactly, and the show doesn't start. So I'm like, how much did we get to give to the people, in fact? But one of the things is hey, you started the season with the IR, 4 games in. IR is now in an interesting spot. What are we looking at? And specifically, with reinforcements that could maybe help this team get better, but also, what in the hell is happening with Christian Harris?
Yeah. Well, I got to admit, again, this falls in that same category. I don't know if I said this on air or off. I think this was off air, but I will say it on air now. The Christian Harris thing to me, and I don't know anything. I try to.
Oh, are you about to get to the theory?
Yes.
All right. Before we get to the theory, let's actually get the head coach of this team, DeMeco Ryans, actually talking because he was asked about it. Everybody's like, all right, well, Christian Harris, 4 weeks. That's that. He is now eligible to return off of IR if he's ready. What's happening with Christian Harris?
No, Christian won't be practicing this week, so he's still on the road to recovery. He's doing well, on the right track. We'll get him when we get him.
When you hear someone say on the road to recovery, are you thinking he's going to be practicing this week?
Well, he's not practicing.
No, he said he's not. But
we'll get him when we get him.
We get him when we get him. He's still on the road to recovery.
Basically, he said it is what it is.
I like to talk to people over there. I know a lot of people over there. That's not a humble brag or even a brag. I just, that's what 35 years in the city does. And this has nothing to do with any sourcing or any talking with anyone or anything else. This is my gut feeling. Maybe it's experience talking, having seen this in the past several times.
Just right above the belly button.
Right above the belly button is where this is coming from. I have a hunch that Christian Harris had surgery.
Oh,
like it's a hamstring, right?
Yes, a calf is
a calf. I couldn't quite remember. I blocked out there, but it's a soft tissue injury that he aggravated after 1 day back on the field, right, Figgy? One day he was on the field?
Yeah, the first day he came back. Remember, we saw Mixon out there. We
Yeah.
okay.
All right, they're
saw
back.
Chris Harris out there, and I want to say he kind of came up limping a little bit.
Yes. So I don't know, but this has all the markings, let me put it that way, that he may have had some sort of procedure done. And if you have a procedure done on soft tissue injuries, I looked it up yesterday just to double check, but most doctors, surgeons will tell you that's a good 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, that's super, super interesting. And I mentioned this, maybe was it yesterday? It just feels weird because the team had almost pretended, not pretended necessarily, but it felt like, does the team even remember that Christian Harris exists? We had not heard Christian Harris's name mentioned really, and there was people, obviously, fans of the team, like, hey, have you heard anything about Christian Harris? And the resounding answer was no, and up until really yesterday when DeMeco gives us that. And
even what he said there did not feel like it was something with urgency. And what's nice is, though, Henry To'oTo'o has played to a level where I don't think that you're hard up for we need Christian Harris back. But that would be helpful, right? It was made, I think, a great point today. Payne and Pendergast, 6 to 10 a.m. every weekday. And he was talking about the fact that they really have only used 2 linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there might have been one snap where Neville Hewitt got in this in the game in this first quarter.
No
of
Jake
the season,
Hansen,
right? And so it's just those guys, and like that's a place where you might want to get maybe a little rotation, keep those guys fresh and those types of things. And Christian Harris would help greatly in that way. But thankfully, To'oTo'o's handled his business. It's just kind of it's a little discouraging.
No, it is. Worrisome.
Worrisome, maybe.
However you want to put it. But no, it doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right.
There's like a film of this doesn't quite feel exactly how he might need one more week. That is not something that he said at all. Like he stayed very far away from like giving us a particular timeline. Yeah. We'll get him back when we get him back. That leaves the door open, and that's something that is a little bit concerning to me. I'm not gonna lie.
No, as well it should be. Especially the fact that he came back after missing a lot of camp, and they clearly were saying, we think he's good, and he aggravated it. And when you aggravate it, then you have all sorts of possibilities on the table, including maybe some sort of procedure.
So that's what we're hypothesizing. Just us in the loop are hypothesizing might be what's happening with Christian Harris. But all right, let's talk about some other potential, reserves, reinforcements is the word that I'd like to use. Like, who are the reinforcements that might be on their way back? And I guess before I get into that, somebody said, fans, and tell them to learn when to make noise, like when the other team is on offense. I saw a lot of them sitting with their arms crossed, a bunch of new ticket holders shaking my head.
SMH.
Shaking my head. All right, yeah. People, make sure that you're loud when you need to be loud. Also, your quarterback asked you at the beginning of the year, hey, man, when we're on offense, let us be able to communicate and hear.
They're asking for it.
So do people actually cheer when the Texans are on the offense?
I think it's just kind of loud. Like there's energy and
people
maybe some cheering. Yeah. It's an NFL game, man. I mean, I get it.
Be a smart fan, Lopez.
Exactly. You should be, but I get it. People are just excited.
It seemed like human nature. I would be sitting down trying to pay attention to the game.
But you'd also be going, let's go, and that's noise. It's not necessarily like, the cheering to make noise to distract the defense or get them out of their game. It's just like you're loud, you're excited. All right, come on, CJ, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but when you're at home, you don't really do that.
Look,
you sit on the couch and watch it, and when a play happens, then
what I've learned is that some of us might not. Some people do. Yeah. And then you start asking, like, you think that they can hear you through the TV? But you know what? Fan how you want to fan. Do not let me tell you how to fan.
I have no issue with that. But it seems like it's a human nature of just kind of sitting down watching the game until something happens.
But not when people are around you are making noise. Then you join in,
Yeah.
It's an event, Figgy. It's an event.
It is. So be a part of the event.
Yeah.
Make an impact, I think, is what that texter is getting to. All right. So the potential reinforcements. The one that keeps coming up, right, and this was the guy that was designated for return at the start of the season, downs like Christian Harris. Or actually not designated for return because he has a suspension.
Yeah.
DeMeco Autry.
That's going to be huge.
You still got 2 more weeks on that, unfortunately. However, he feels like he's going to be really important because what we were talking about with B-Sky and his thoughts as he was talking about kind of the potential of that secondary to have some exposure with either with some of the big play opportunities that are there or just kind of not having that guy in the slot that can be a cover guy in the slot specifically. You got to make sure that you're getting home. You got to make sure that you're getting pressure. And you've had kind of the handing off from the guys in the interior, Folorunsho Fatukasi. You've had Mario Edwards. Those guys early on really did a lot of stuff pressure-wise. Then you had Tim Settle. He got a couple sacks. But, it's kind of been passing off. It will be, I imagine, it'll be a lot more consistent once you get DeMeco Autry, the dude that you paid to come in and do that and give you that level of pressure, because getting home is a must for this front line.
And frankly, the best players on this team, this defensive line, have been on the interior. I mean, I don't think that's a question. The interior defensive linemen have been the best along the defensive line. We mentioned it before. Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter have a combined 4 sacks in 4 games. You expected more than that. Bring in Nico Collins, and now we might be onto something here because he's a pass rushing specialist from the interior. He's also played the outside. So I think maybe you'll start seeing better rotations, and I think he's going to be huge for this defense.
But right, like 2 more weeks on that one. That's the unfortunate part. But that's the one that I feel confident that as soon as you slot him in, you're going to see an uptick in that. Honestly, I'd say the same with Christian Harris. It's just that one does not seem like it's going to be a definitive. Once he is ready to go, he will go. I have an interesting name here, Jeff Okudah. Jeff Okudah, one of those veteran cornerbacks that we talked about that you brought in. You just didn't get a chance to see him right, very much, and he ends up getting injured. Or, in that first game of the season, he went on IR. So he's not going to be eligible, or he isn't eligible for returning this week. But after this week, heading into week 5, heading into week 6 rather, you have an opportunity for him to be come back. And I wonder, could Jeff Okudah be one of the potential answers to a slot corner problem that you might have here? Like, how do you feel about that, especially as someone who was out at a lot of these practices during training camp and such?
I think he has it in him. I really do. I think he has it in him to be more of a cover, and maybe that turns into a rotational thing, depending on down and distance in the secondary, specifically with where Jalen Petrie lines up, where some of these other guys line up, because I think he has it in him to be that slot corner. But I'm with you. He's obviously he's underachieved. I'm not going to say he's been a bust because he's played and he's made some plays, but he hadn't been a top 5 guy. Maybe that's going to be a spot where you get a little bit of a rotation, depending on down and distance.
Yeah, and especially that might be a, kind of situational guy because you don't want to forget the fact that Jalen Petrie has been good in the things that they asked him, and being kind of that nickel linebacker of sorts.
Yeah.
Coming up and hitting. Even in this game, you saw him make a couple of PBUs in zone where it feels like somebody who has his profile can shine, and you saw that. But when he ends up in kind of man situations, those were not the places that you want to be. And so I do wonder if maybe having Jeff Okudah as a potential handcuff in some ways, for lack of a better term, might be helpful in that. Not this week, but next week, that'd be the opportunity for him to return off of IR, provided that he's ready. Are there any other names that come up? Because I think those are some of the ones that we're talking about reinforcement-wise. I know Kirk Hinch is also still out there.
Well, Hinch, I don't know if he can add anything that they don't already have.
Right.
They've gotten a lot of, as you've talked about, Mario Edwards and Fatukasi, and then you got DeMeco Collins coming in. I don't know if there's a spot for Kurt Hinch, to be honest, given the production. I mean, he'd have to fight for it, Otherwise, I mean, really, it just comes back to the usual suspects at running back, and I'm going to be very interested. I mentioned this yesterday, how they play Daria Gumbawale. Depending on some of these other backups. If Mixon comes back and you got Gumbawale and Pierce and Cam Akers, that's going to be interesting to watch, see how they play the running back position and maybe the return game.
Yeah, that will be interesting. We'll continue. Once they get into practice, I think that'll give us more insight into some of those things. But those are some of the reinforcements. And there it is. I was waiting for the text. We got it on the YouTube from Jeff. 713 also text. Don't forget the reinforcement that is.
AJ Watt here we
puts
go.
The jersey back on, baby.
Yeah.
Why is this so much of a thing? It's hilarious.
Because it's JJ. It's absolutely JJ.
Did he post a pick yet?
That would make for some interesting lineup decisions because JJ Watt's going to play when on the right distance, down in distance. But then you got Autry and all these other guys that have been playing. It'll be interesting. We'll see. We'll see.
What you mean?
Why did you even treat that like that was a real thing? I'm the one who's supposed to be doing the bit. You're supposed to be the straight man.
This ain't happening, man.
You're supposed to be the straight man.
It ain't happening.
J.J. Watt coming back.
If DeMeco Ryans picks up the phone and calls J.J. Watt.
He ain't picking up the phone to call
He said
J.J.
he might.
Watt.
What?
J.J. said he'd pick up.
Why is he doing? Now I have to be the straight man.
DeMeco Ryans is a head coach. He said a lot of things.
Wow. I think he said DeMeco Lyon. That's crazy. 832 asked, why isn't Desmond King getting any opportunities?
I don't know.
That's a great question.
I don't know.
And it's not like he's a guy who comes in and you're like, well, he's getting up to speed on the system. If there's anybody that knows the system
Desmond King.
It seems like they trying to give Petrie every chance they can.
Yeah.
Before I don't think they're gonna trade him or nothing like that. But they trying to give him every chance he can to be good.
Desmond King isn't even active.
No.
You know, I don't understand that. The guy came in and actually helped this team a lot at the end of last year.
Well,
yeah, I think it's a possibility he could play better in the slot than Petrie.
And maybe
I think they kind of know it.
Yeah,
and so they trying to give Petrie every chance he can. Setter, and if it don't work out, you might see a change.
Tick, 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 man.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think you are right. All right, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610 coming up next. It's about that time for us to get into our lunchtime confessions. We'll do it.
C.J. Stroud put on his cape and carried the Texans to a last-second win over the Jags.
2nd and goal. C.J. rolls out to the right, throws to the end zone. Hits Stoerner!
John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to come clean. There's something I didn't tell you and Figgy about the chili that I brought y'all today.
Oh no!
Right? I'm so happy I haven't eaten this
Was
yet.
it raccoon? Is it raccoon in it?
Hold on.
Actually, would I be up? I'm trying to figure out if I'd be upset if it was.
I'm gonna, just so people know, I'm entering a chili cook-off in October. And generally when I cook, I just kind of eyeball the ingredients and, cut up stuff and put in these spices and that spices. So I did a test batch, which was 2 gallons. And just so I can make sure I measure everything precisely, so when I get there, boom, 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 right? You know
That makes sense. That's actually smart, because you can't just make it in a small batch, because when you try and scale up.
Yeah, the spices tend, the flavor profile, as they like to say, gets different. So I said, you know what, I'm going to make a test batch, so when I get there, good to go. But it's a chili cook-off, okay? What I didn't tell you, and y'all might be good with this, I just feel like I need to confess and tell you, it's venison chili.
Oh, yeah.
We good?
Yeah.
Figgy's not answering.
I don't know. I never had it.
Venison or just venison chili?
Venison chili.
Okay.
Oh, it's fantastic. It turned out, I gave some to my kids, and they're, by the way, I'm going to be going against one of my sons in the competition. He's making his own.
I thought you were going to tell me that we were about to eat like giraffe.
I thought you were about to say dog food in the chili.
Yeah. But I feel like I need to
the
come
Wayans
clean.
Brothers episode, man.
But you should give some to your wife without telling her it's venison first, because it.
Yeah.
What reaction were you expecting?
I didn't know. Some people don't eat wild game. And so I thought I better tell them.
Well, I never grew up eating it, so I'm fine with it.
It turned out really good, if I do say so myself. But
I trust you.
I'll be the judge of that.
Y'all be the judge of that.
Yeah, I trust you. So do you got to let them know at the chili cook-off? Or?
Your category, what type of chili are you making?
Okay.
Some people are doing regular old chili, pork or beef or whatever. I'm doing venison as because you got to stand out.
Sure.
And my son is doing actually a kind of a spin on Cincinnati chili, because he actually makes a Cincinnati chili that's good.
So he gonna put it on spaghetti?
Because I don't like Cincinnati chili. What do they call it? Whatever they call it.
What, Skyline?
Skyline. But his is actually very good. So you're trying to stand out to the judges and the fans, and I mean the people that are there and all that stuff. So I was like, I better tell them it's venison. I wasn't going to do it.
No matter what, is it good with cornbread is my most important question.
Yes, it is.
All right,
I feel like venison is kind of like a household name.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Like you got, when you do tamales, you got venison, you got chicken.
Yeah,
beef.
Do people make venison tamales?
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Remind me. Every year.
Remind me.
Have you had mine?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Okay.
Boy,
I think that was the first time I ever had venison.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't think I've been so excited for Christmas in my life.
That's right.
Oh, my goodness.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't think Monday Night Football doubleheader should exist. I don't think they should. And I understand. I mentioned this to B. Scott earlier. And B. Scott, I appreciate the point, and I think it's reasonable and it makes sense. The idea that when you just maybe get a stinker like the one that we were getting between the Titans and the Dolphins, it's nice to have another one that delivers, especially in the way that Seahawks Lions did.
Yeah.
And the kind of staggered starts that they had. But allow me to count. Allow me to retort, right? I think it's nice to have have you worked in retail before?
Oh yeah.
You worked in retail before? I think most of the short time.
Yeah.
I feel like that is the new in the new era of work, is just like everybody did some time in retail or food service. I feel like a bad primetime game is kind of the equivalent of, hey, it's a slow day, so we gonna let you go home early. I would much rather have, I don't have to watch football tonight, right? Like, because this game is out here. I'm out. Let me go. I'm gonna put on the game station, or I'm gonna, go read a book, or I'm gonna watch a show.
Yeah.
Because look,
NFL is already trying to take over the entirety of our week, right? And that's if you just watch the NFL. If you watch college football, your Saturdays are gone. Maybe your Fridays, too, as they're trying to encroach on that. Basketball season comes around, all right. Wednesdays and Thursdays are gone, and Fridays, and actually Tuesdays as well, right? Like, you start and I love sports, don't get me wrong. But, you need a little bit of time to breathe every once in a while. And sometimes
I think it's a good point.
What was nice is having a game where it's the only one on, and maybe it's a bad one, and I could just step away from it. But no, now I had to go watch another great game. Thanks for nothing.
They should do the double hit. I think they did this in the past, where I want to say the first
first
2 weeks of the first 2 weeks of the season it was a double header.
But that was
fine
just
with that.
That was dipping their toe, and then they're like, "Oh, we can do this," and they're going to do more of it.
Yeah.
The NFL is never content. They're like, "Can we do?
We
more?
want more." That's what they do. The NFL says we want more.
That's right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've seen a lot of people post and talk about this on social media, and it kind of got me nervous a little bit. I'm a little nervous about the pork strike.
The pork, I saw that.
I'm a little nervous about it, man. Like, I could be overreacting to it, but
prices are going to go up.
I know.
Someone texted us and was like, make sure you got yourself a full tank and maybe some extra cash.
Somebody said full tank. I seen somebody say you better get your toilet paper together because it could be $40 for toilet paper. That's why I'm like, it kind of got me thinking. I got to confess this too. I would be awful if apocalypse end up happening.
Correct.
Man.
Yeah.
I would be if you see these movies and the first person gone in the movie, that would be me. I would not be able to survive, man. I actually might end it all myself. So I don't have to deal with this, man.
I've thought about this long and hard in the same ways that, like, you and your friends will have nonsense conversations about what would you do in an apocalypse.
Yeah.
I've had this conversation, and I'm just like, I don't want the hassle.
Yeah, I'm out.
Get me out of here.
Literally out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all seen the TV show The Last of Us, which is based off of video
game.
Off a video game. I think in the show they actually it was a guy or a couple or something that took like some sleeping medicine that make you go to sleep forever. I would do something like that, man. I couldn't last if that type of stuff happened.
Oh man.
Because your reward for fighting and making it another day is that you get to get up and fight and make it another day.
Yeah, is it worth it at this point?
Although I guess that's a fairly nihilistic look at time, so maybe I shouldn't continue down that road.
Like, this ain't fun. That don't sound fun at all. Like, what? How do that sound fun?
It does not. It does not at all.
I'm good. It's been a good run. That's how I put it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of the apocalypse, this is kind of in the same category. I honestly have no idea, sincere confession, why Houston, and look, this is somewhat of a political thing, but I don't even know which side stands on what. I don't even know. I don't even know. Exactly, I saw.
Switching the music.
I don't even know what side stands for what in this discussion. So I'm totally ignorant to the political aspect of it, even though I know it is political. Why the hell do we not have rapid transit better, like trains? Did you see the news today? It happened right before the show.
No.
Starting next year, which is just in a matter of a few months, Houston is going to totally redo its highways again. And it said highways. This is highways.
No.
$9 billion, impacting 450 acres, displacing 344 businesses, several homes. They're going to redo pretty much every highway in Houston to add a lane.
Over the course of how long?
Yes, years.
Okay.
Like, that's all we need, first of all, is more construction on the highways. And secondly, by the time they finish adding a lane, they're going to need another lane.
Yeah.
Like, it never fails.
It'll just incentivize more traffic, baby.
Ever fails.
Traffic.
I mean, every major city has rapid transit. I'm not talking about this that are in trains that are going to NRG Park. I'm talking about
little buses. That's crazy.
Like legit Chicago, New York. I mean, all these places that have trains. Why can't we do it right once?
Yeah, I mean, it would be helpful.
You think?
Some
7 million people,
transit.
whatever it is, 8 million.
Yeah.
I see you guys staying out of this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's all you, buddy.
I gave you a decent amount of support.
Hey, I'm sure somebody gonna text in. Who the hell is this idiot on the air right now talking about this?
Well, yeah, we got 979 rather. Would you take the train?
Yes, and I do in other cities. Yes.
I mean, just sincerely, yes.
Yeah.
I
You're sitting on your high horse.
I understand and appreciate what you're doing here, but I personally would, to be completely honest.
I do. When I'm traveling, it's easier.
Yeah. But yeah, I get it. Yeah, we're just gonna leave John there. Sorry, dog.
Find out who your friends are,
buddy. I was like, I was gonna be your friend, but then I also ran from the grind completely. And I will go entirely away from that and mention I am very easy in this regard. Apparently, you tell me steak 9, I'm there. Shout out to Legacy Cigar Lounge.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Legacy Cigar Lounge. They had the steak night yesterday. I know that Sean was out there, and I was like, well, Sean's out there, and it's a steak night. Let's go. And, buddy, I had fun, man. It was a great time. We were watching the game in there, smoking cigars all over the place. Got a few of those to go as well. And I'm a happy man. That's all it took. Very, very easy.
Steak night is one of the everybody gets, you get everybody's attention.
It's like,
steak night. Oh, wow, steak night. I didn't know there was steak night.
So yeah, just easy. Just if you let me know it's a steak night, and yeah, that's a great way to get me there.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I can't even lie, man. I'm all in on this LeBron and Bronny storyline.
Oh boy.
Hey, look. Let me be clear. I am not a Lakers fan. Never been a Lakers fan at all. I don't really care for LeBron outside of him being in the Cavs uniform. But this story, I feel like this story is so cool, man. For some reason, just seeing him with his son in the same uniform, just joking around and stuff like that. I'm kind of in on it now, man. I watched their media day a little bit, and it's a cool thing to see, man. I don't know if we'll ever see this again or not anytime soon.
There's intrigue.
I'm kind of in on it, man. I don't think Bronny gonna be that good, but just the whole storyline and the headlines of it, I'm kind of in on it now, man.
I get it. I'm not, but there is intrigue. But I get it. You know what? I got another quickie here, real quick.
Watch this.
Are you gonna do the politics again?
It's not politics, is it?
Oh, come on.
It's not, is it?
Again.
So there's a special report on ABC right now.
Yes.
Like missile after missile after missile. I guess Iran launched
Is that a missile going?
Those are all missiles. Those are all missiles. I guess Iran launched a missile strike against Israel. I'm setting that aside. Here's my confession. The first thing I thought of, and I told Reggie during the break.
Can't confirm.
No Astros.
Are they going to move the Astros? Are they going to preempt the Astros?
Yeah, we're about an hour away from when the Astros are slated to start. 1:32 p.m.
Is this a little more important than the Astros?
Screw World War III. I want the Astros.
All right, I'm just going to go ahead and set the disclaimer right now. Distasteful joke coming. These are not the bombs that I'm trying to see right now.
Oh, wow.
I'm trying to let you know. I tried.
You tried.
I did.
Actually, you didn't really try that hard.
I tried to make it.
Yeah. I want to see some Yordan bombs.
You know what? Yeah, exactly. You know what? I'm going to go ahead.
Reggie bomb.
What we're going to do is we're just going to stop what we're doing here in this segment. I'm going to immediately commence writing my apology because, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. My bad, y'all. But, yeah, those are our lunchtime confessions, which may be canceled after this segment. You never know. Here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Hope you are having a wonderful Tuesday. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. And you know what? Just because I feel like it, let's do it right now. In honor of the boogeyman himself, Nico Collins, caller number 12 to 713-572-4610 will get a pair of tickets to the bullpen to see your Texans take on the Bills on Sunday. Again, caller number 12, 713-572-4610 will win those tickets. Best of luck to you. Appreciate you hanging out with us. All right, coming up next, it's a Tuesday. Let's do some college football on a Tuesday. Revisit the weekend that was in college football. We'll do that next.
The Astros will face a familiar fate. Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you listening to Sports Radio 610. You're in the loop with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. Let's get into some college football on a Tuesday. It was a fun weekend. Lopez, how would you categorize it, actually? I'm going to let you give me your feeling on the weekend.
Well, obviously, you know, the headliner was Alabama, Georgia,
Yes.
and that was a wow game. One of the best individual games 2 or 3 times over, especially Ryan Williams. And Bama took over number 1. If you didn't know that already, from Texas, who cares? That's my big playoff implication with all this is, oh wow, Alabama took over number 1. Who cares?
Those numbers do not care at this point.
They don't matter at all for the first 8-10 teams, top 8-10 teams. After that, there's going to be some shuffling that's going to affect the playoff.
One or two.
Alabama's cool. Texas is cool. Georgia's cool. Ohio State's cool. You know, they're going to be in the playoff. You can rank me 1st or 4th. I don't care.
So when it comes down to that, the larger perspective, all right, cool. How do you feel about these two teams specifically when we're talking about Georgia, Alabama, the big game of the week where Georgia looked like they were getting absolutely stomped up until they didn't? I actually think I feel a little bit better about Georgia than I had previously because they looked like it really did not. Alabama looked like they had the offensive acumen that Kalen DeBoer brings. That team looked like a Kalen DeBoer team as opposed to like an Alabama team that Kalen DeBoer was coming in trying to figure out. He's like, no, I'm just bringing my thing here.
Yeah.
And they looked like they kind of ran out of gas on keeping it ahead of Georgia once Georgia got into what was a smarter way of running things and not sitting back and kind of taking this for granted.
What you're saying is Nick Saban held Alabama back.
So that I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that at all.
Because there's a little bit of a whisper about that out there in the Twitterverse and in the social media.
Kalen DeBoer had that offense humming, but I think also like Kalen DeBoer did not have all right, I'll put it like this: you let that game run an extra 5 minutes of game time, I think Alabama loses that football game.
They might. And I think I'm with you on the Georgia take because they looked very, very gettable, especially after how they played against Kentucky and then how they played in the first half. And maybe that switch flipped, well, it did flip in that game, but maybe it flipped in such a way that, they're going to start rolling. I'm telling you, man, there's some very interesting teams out there that clearly made a difference and an impact for me this week. And one of them obviously is Tennessee. The other one is Kentucky, man. I mean, that's no cheap win at Ole Miss. Ole Miss was number 6 in the country and really humming with a terrific offense as they often have lately. Kentucky barely lost to Georgia. They beat Ole Miss. And keep an eye on Kentucky because at the end of the year, they're playing number 4 Tennessee and number 2 Texas, both on the road. If they're onto something and they can win both of those games, they're in.
Sure. Yes.
But look what they did to Georgia.
Yeah.
Look what they did to Ole Miss on the road.
I think that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
They are Iowa-like in that they are going to bring this. They're going to slow this game down. That defense is going to be a problem. I don't know that they have enough to actually be contender type things.
Yeah.
And so I think that they could absolutely play good enough to be in that that final area of this, right, getting to that playoff discussion. But when it comes down to actually being a team that needs to be reckoned with, and maybe that's an unfair distinction to make, I'm not. And it's a credit to Mark Stoops, but I think that's kind of the ceiling on the style of play and the way that they are.
I agree. I'm not picking Kentucky. I'm saying, given what they've done, and those 2 games at the end of the year, boy, all they got to do. But I'm saying, it's there in front of them. One other thing that stood out to me this week is when this whole, what do they call it, group of 5 team.
Yeah, I don't even know what we're calling that anymore. Just non-P4 is the way that I'm
non-P4, group of 5, whatever we're going to call it. I was a big ho-hum on that. But it's getting interesting. I'm not saying they're going to have a chance, but there's going to be a really interesting team get in the college football playoff.
Well, there's 2 of them that come to mind for me.
There's 3 of them that come to mind.
Okay, I want to hear what the third one is for you. So, for me, first and foremost, Boise State will be here.
That's one of them.
And it is behind the legs of the best running back in the nation.
Yeah.
I say that full-throatedly with my chest.
Mhm.
Ashton Jeanty is a problem, ladies and gentlemen.
He had like 750-something yards already? Or
that is just...
Like, he's off the charts good.
Yes.
He is off the charts good.
And so, remember that name, Ashton Jeanty, the best running back in the nation. Go ahead and say that to your friends. Make yourself feel good.
Yeah, you'll feel smart. And then the other two is what makes it so interesting to me. So every year we go to the
259 yards this week.
I think that's 750-something for the season. Yeah. It's incredible. You ready for this? You ready for this? Every year we go to the Army-Navy game.
Yeah.
It's a blast. They could both be undefeated. All they have to do is whichever one of those teams, either or both of those teams, can beat Notre Dame. And Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois. If one or both of those teams beat Notre Dame and they have the style of football that can muck it up, they're both undefeated right now. How cool would it be to be at the Army-Navy game with a chance to get into the playoff?
That would be crazy,
with a chance to get into the playoff. Again, I'm not predicting it. I'm not calling it. I'm just saying it's right there.
Yeah.
It's right there. And Notre Dame has shown, although lately, pretty strong, but they've shown some susceptibility.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I did want to, so you were pointing to the service academies, and they look like they're doing some fun, good football things, including throwing the football a little bit, which was interesting. But the other non-Power 5, or Power 4 rather, that I was pointing to, funny enough, UNLV.
Yeah.
UNLV is one of those which makes the all the conversation that we were having about what's old boy Sluka.
He gone.
Maybe not the best decision on his. And to be fair, also this season he had a 43% completion percentage.
Yes.
So maybe that conversation was, and specific to him being that guy was maybe wrong, but they're out here still being really good without Sluka. In fact, the wide receivers very much not really worried about that. We are on to this. And they're playing a really good brand of football to the point where I think that, yes, they are absolutely exist as one of those teams. They beat the mess out of a Fresno State team that's not bad, right?
No.
That 59-14, and they put it on them. And the dude that's starting, actually, I'm looking at Keene from Fresno State, but the dude that is starting for UNLV, Haj Malik Williams, they stumbled into something. He 182 yards, 3 touchdowns, which is about what you need, right?
And they too are undefeated. UNLV. I guess the story with UNLV is it pays to not pay. When it comes.
that is the part that I will stand 10 toes down on, is that we just need better, litigation around all this. We need all of this to be better established so that we know, hey, these are the rules around which you can do this. These are the contractual obligations that can be held to account. That is the stuff that is very, very apparent from the Sluka situation.
No.
What is also apparent in a different way is, hey, man, you did not have the juice that you thought you did.
Yes.
You absolutely did not.
You absolutely did not. And then the last thing that really stood out to me is I think we have our 4 finalists, our 4 players going to New York for the Heisman Trophy. I think it's pretty much established and probably won't change very much. Travis Hunter is going to New York for the Heisman. Yeah. Cam Ward is going to New York for the Heisman. You mentioned Ashton Jeanty. He's going to New York for the Heisman. And I think Jalen Milroe is going to New York for the Heisman. I think those are the 4 leaders early on, and I don't know how much it's going to even change.
Yeah, I think that you're right. It does there's a small chance that it even deviates from that at all. I'm with you. Another thing, we got news today that Gonzaga University will be joining the Pac-12. They're getting real close to having a really interesting thing in the Pac-12, as Oregon State and Washington State are all obviously there. And they've been adding various programs. It looks like in 2026 you'll have those 2 programs plus Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, San Diego State, Utah State, and Gonzaga, the only non-state school as of right now. And they still need a football program to be added, but they're looking like they'll be able to survive in the course of this. So I guess a salute to the Pac-12 and getting a little bit of basketball, but then also getting themselves more programs there. I still think that they need to just stop being too prideful and go ahead and merge with the Mountain West and get that together. But I want to do this. It's a college football on a Tuesday, and I don't feel like we have to stick to Division I.
Oh. Over here?
I feel like we need to give, that is Division I, give that love when it came to, and not just Division I, FBS, in fact.
Yeah.
Big game at NRG Stadium this weekend between Sam Houston State and Texas State. Shout out to Sam Houston State pulling off what was a fantastic comeback. They were down by like 22 points after, a quarter? It was real early, and they just decided we are going to run the damn football, ultimately getting a game-winning field goal at the end of it. It seemed like I wish I had an opportunity to put eyes on this game, because I
just saw the highlights, but
looking back at it, I was like, yo, this game looked like it was. Go ahead and mark that down consistently for the rest. I want to see that.
It's always fun to go to that game.
Yeah, I want to see that one consistently.
Always.
We were talking about that with B. Scott. Let's reignite that rivalry between Sam Houston State and Texas State, because that delivered. And one more. This is where I'll move out of Division I to Division II, I believe, if I remember correctly. And something wild happened in the course of a game in Division II with Frostburg State. They were facing off against the team Mercyhurst. This was their first home game as
I feel like you're making these up.
D1 program. No, these are real. And this happened in Pennsylvania. And so I think to start the second half, this happened.
Teed up at the 35, and it's an onside kick, and Frostburg State, just like that, recovers the football. The onside kick, kicking off is, I believe, Harrison Fritz it is. He will kick off. And another onside kick. Are you kidding me? Frostburg State did it again. Look at the Frostburg bench across the way. They are hooping and hollering.
They start the game with back-to-back onside kicks with different kickers.
Yeah.
That's how you put it on the table.
That's shades of that Arkansas high school coach that never kicked off. Remember that a few years ago? Like he always did onside kicks because he played the odds and figured that whatever it would. And I forgot what it is. What his name was.
Well, it worked out for them. They got a big win there. So shout out to Frostburg State. That made me want to fight though.
Yeah,
you're on an onside kick at the start of the game twice. Oh, we're fighting.
Play me.
We are fighting. Exactly. You don't respect me.
Yeah, you trying to play me like a sucker.
Who do you think?
Well, it worked.
Yeah, it did. That's the tough part. You can't get too mad because you let it happen. There you go.
Frostburg State. What?
That is a great question.
The snowman?
Because wow. I will get you that answer eventually because I definitely don't have it.
It's got to be the snowman, right?
No. They wouldn't lean that heavily into it, would they?
The Frostburg State snowman.
Also, I can't tell you exactly where Frostburg State is either.
I bet it's cold.
Sound like was it Pennsylvania?
Maryland.
Maryland,
apparently.
Yeah.
And
that was close.
I wouldn't have guessed. You could have given me a lot of them. I wouldn't have.
I bet it's something stupid like Tigers.
They are the Bobcats. So you
told you.
Yeah, Big Cat is always a good way to go.
Man.
When you're looking for a nickname, Big Cat is always the way to go.
Go with a cat.
Come on, man. You got to do better than that. What's the other school? Mercyville? What was it?
What are you asking?
That sounds like a prison.
It was Mercy something.
I was like, it is the Mercyhurst. Mercyhurst Lakers.
Oh, they should have been the Cowards.
All right. Okay.
The Mercy Cowards.
Okay. Let's move this along. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to...
Let's go, Cowards. That would be a great calling card.
You can't actively call yourself the Cowards. That's not what you're trying to do. I don't have time for you right now, Lopez. I really don't. Where is the biggest worry with this Texas team moving forward? Let's talk about it next.
CJ Stroud. WTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Hope you are having a lovely Tuesday here in H-Town. We are appreciative to B. Scott. He's probably out at Minute Maid Park, where Adam Spillane is as well, because we're getting ready for some wild card baseball. Postseason begins today. Astros taking on the Tigers. We're looking on ABC at Tarek Skubal, and he's getting himself ready. He is the guy on the mound for the Tigers, and of course, combating him, Framber Valdez, getting the ball and the opportunity to start for your Astros. Yordan Alvarez is a go. He's on the roster and he is batting. This is interesting because we saw some reporting from both our Adam Spillane. On the graphic.
They changed it, didn't they?
We have it from our Adam Spillane and from Chandler Rome that this graphic and what we had originally thought was wrong. The graphic showing Jose Altuve batting first, Yordan Alvarez batting second, and Kyle Tucker batting third. We got it from those two places, which I trust them on Astros coverage that those things were flipped, that Yordan will bat third and Kyle Tucker will bat second. We'll see how that ultimately plays out once this game gets going at 1:32 p.m. Don't forget the two. One fact, I'm going to be mad
if they start early.
1:31, 1:33. You told me 1:32 p.m., and I don't like being lied to.
This is exciting, man.
Super exciting.
It really is. Just back in the postseason and a big time pitching matchup to get it all started.
Man, so yeah, keep it locked. We'll give you updates as we go there. But let's talk a little bit more about these Texans. They got a victory, not yesterday, 2 days ago, at home versus the Jaguars, 24-20. And obviously there is the Jeff Van Gundy quote, which is don't ignore in victory what you would pay attention to in defeat.
Yeah, do not ignore in victory what you would ignore or whatever. Yeah, we get it.
Yep. See, we both stumbled. We love to see it. But
what you would not ignore in defeat.
There we go. And so let us focus on what are the biggest places that need to be fixed moving forward. Because when it comes to this team, there feels like there's been a lot of acknowledgments that things need to get cleaner, that they need to get better, that they need to be on their P's and Q's. But what are those things that we're looking at? And we already got folks texting in from the 713. The biggest concern for the Texans is obviously the offensive line. Until they upgrade it, there'll be no greater than a try-hard any given Sunday team. That was Ocho. That's
a try-hard.
That's spicy. He said it doesn't mean they sneak as a team, but it does prevent me from taking them seriously as a true contender.
Yeah, first of all, a huge shout-out to a friend of the show, Jeff Van Gundy. He's helped radio hosts across the country with that line. Do not ignore in victory what you would not ignore in defeat. And now let's go to another friend, Sean Pendergast. He likes to do power rankings. He power ranks power rankings.
That's right.
In fact, so when I'm power ranking this,
power rank the issues.
Like if I'm power ranking the things I do not want to ignore in victory, Ocho's not wrong. O-line is an obvious choice, but I don't think it's the one that scares me the most.
Interesting. Yeah. For me, scares is an interesting word to use there. I think that might illustrate what you're getting at. I'll let you cook.
You know where I'm going with this, because the one that scares me the most is where these receivers are getting behind some DBs, man. That is a touchdown. Like a better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence. It's a touchdown. It's two touchdowns. Because one would have gone one way and the other one would have gone the other on Sunday, and it's not a common problem. I mean, it's not a unique problem to this team. With as good as they've been in the secondary, especially with Derek Stingley, we know that, and as good as Kamari Lassiter has shown some things, Kalen Bullock has made some plays. They still, if you get consistently burned, and have a free runner behind the secondary, safety or cornerback, that gets you beat. That gets you beat.
You do that enough, somebody's going to take advantage of it for certain. And you're starting to run up against teams that feel like they have quarterbacks that are capable of taking advantage of that, beginning with the likes of Josh Allen, who is, molded himself and crafted himself in a way that I'm still find this. I was very much one of those people. It felt like there was a dichotomy when he was a draft prospect
the idea that, oh man, this is going to be the greatest thing, and this is a dude that's going to get somebody fired. And I very much was in the latter. And then you got him in the first 2 seasons, and he was bad. He was not good.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, there you go. And then all of a sudden, he found a way to be accurate. He found a way to make better decisions. For the most part, he still makes some bonehead decisions from time to time. And that's only grown to the point where this season for the Bills, they found themselves in a more on the quarterback situation.
Yeah.
Can you make more with less? And surprisingly to me in some ways, but maybe that is my fault, and I need to acknowledge that. He's done that as well. And so the idea that he's going to sit back there and dice you up is a possibility, and that continues on when you look at the rest of the schedule. So absolutely that ends up being an issue, is if you do not get that right and you give teams the opportunity and an open shot at you, someone's going to take advantage of it. And those someones that are coming up, like you mentioned, Josh Allen, maybe if you feel, how do you feel about Jordan Love? How do you feel about Aaron Rodgers? How do you feel about
Just
Dak
go down
Prescott?
the list.
Right?
Yeah.
Like you can start naming some of these guys, and you don't want to give them open looks at hurting you, because some of them will walk through that door.
And oh, by the way, Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. I mean, it's just,
oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. So that is coming. That's true.
Yeah, like they're not all going to be awful like Trevor Lawrence. In fact, they're probably going to, down the road be very, very good. So there's that. That's the one that scares me the most. And again, as much as O-line performance is the obvious one, that's still not even my second scariest.
Okay. As you continue to power rank
of the things that you should not ignore. Penalties. It ends drives, man. It just flat out ends drives. It's been ending drives all season long, especially the last 2 games. Texans are the number 1 or 32, however you want to look at it, most penalized team in the NFL. 27 out of their 40 penalties are on the offense. I don't have the number, but the majority of those are on the offensive line. And that is, first of all, you can't give up the big plays that, behind the DBs, and you sure as hell, if you do that, you can't kill drives with mental errors.
Yeah, this team has found a way to get explosive plays. Bobby Slowick talked about that. DeMeco has talked about it multiple times, that they have had the explosives if they do not negate them with their own play. And so, yeah, and again, these are the types of penalties that are so easy, or in theory, right, easy to fix. And they're also not ones that are beneficial in any way, shape, or form. And so everything points to the direction of get the bleep out of here, man. And you give yourself a much better chance of succeeding. The reason why I find that to be a little less scary is that these are things that should, with the right mindset, be things that can be fixed.
Yeah.
Let's see if that right mindset
you would think
finds
they focused on it hard last week, and it didn't get it only changed the look of the penalties this week.
Yeah, it shifted a little bit.
It shifted a little bit. Then I would go O-line. I would go O-line performance. Very concerning. DeMeco interestingly said he thought the O-line took some strides this week, and I'm like, okay, I'll take your word for it. That's not what I saw. I saw some breakdowns. I saw Stroud kind of running for his life a lot, or at least extending plays. I saw Kenyon Green get pushed into the lap.
Yeah.
I saw Titus Howard, which has generally been okay pass blocking, get worked on the edges. But if DeMeco says he thought that he saw improvement, okay.
And I thought that I saw some improvement as well. And maybe one of the biggest places for that for me was there was a little bit of push on some of these run plays. Now, of course, it was helpful that some of these run plays, it felt like there was draws and situations where you got the linebackers for the Jags kind of on their heels, almost feeling like there was going to be a pass play, right? As opposed to coming up in the idea of trying to stop the run and then going and meeting them. Because that's the thing that is concerning about the offensive line is you cannot go and be imposing and impose your will, especially running the football and getting your guys up to the second level. And so no matter how good your guys are, your running backs are, if they don't have space to work into and they're getting contacted at or behind the line of scrimmage, you're not going to have good run situations. And we saw that more often than we saw the better getting up the field blocking for this Texans team early on in the season. So if you want to talk about that as incremental and incrementalism, it is. However, I think from his perspective, that's absolutely where you have to be. It's just like incremental, man. This is all we can work on. Is increments.
He didn't say he saw a lot of improvement,
right? All we can work on is increments at this point, right?
Yeah.
The next game, let's get better, right?
Yeah.
How much better? I would like a lot, but get better, and we can work off of that. And I think that's a perspective he has to take. And I think that it's fair to say that
there was an increment. Although me personally, as someone who is not in that building and can just kind of can opine wildly. Hey, let's worry about big increments, please.
Yes,
big
that.
increments of improvement. That'd be great.
And then the last one for me that you can't ignore is the run game itself. That points more toward running backs, and the reason that's a concern. Well, the reason that's concerned for me is if you really look at the quarter of the season, basically a quarter of the season that's been played, you've really only seen one running back that can be a game changer, and that was in one game. Yeah. That was Joe Mixon in game one. It's the first time you said, okay, they got something. Well, look last night. The Lions had Jahmyr Gibbs. They've got two running backs
Montgomery
going.
well.
They got Montgomery. They got Gibbs. They had two running backs. Most of the good teams have two running backs, or at least a combination of a starting running back and some other running backs that can be effective. The Texans right now have seen just a little bit out of Cam Akers, and it's been somewhat positive, but hadn't been like, okay, we got a number two. And he wasn't even listed as a number two. It was Dameon Pierce, who's injured. Daria Gumbawale might be your second best choice right now in terms of rushing and receiving. So the run game itself has got to be more than Joe Mixon, and Joe Mixon has got to get back.
Yeah, he absolutely needs to get back into this. And I hate to keep bringing it to the offensive line, but that's
Sure.
why I would push them higher, is that all of this seems foundational off of this. And I know you kind of probably slid them back, I'm assuming. You didn't say it out loud, but I know you well enough at this point to be like, well, C.J. Stroud can neutralize some of the things, some of the faults that they have, and some of the ways that maybe if there's not as much or if there's a little bit of pressure, he can navigate that well. However, if there's a difference in what you're capable of doing if you keep him cleaner, and then also if you can garner more of a push, you can give some of these guys more room to use their brilliance.
Yeah.
More of Cam Akers' room to like kind of read and react, as if he's not reading and reacting to small, tiny openings as opposed to bigger, better situations. So like all of this for me, it feels tough to continue to put it on this one place, but I keep coming back to this offensive line. That is the part that is the most scary for me, because I will say it once more, as I've said it many times, this game is about blocking and tackling.
Yes, it is. And the 713, I'm glad you texted this. The fact is they rushed for 100 yards. All right, 713, I want you to look a little closer. Look a little closer at that 100 yards. 78 yards rushing from running backs. The other one was the rest was C.J. Stroud scrambles and end arounds. So like in terms of lining up, turning around, giving it to a running back, they only had 78 yards rushing. That isn't going to cut it.
And I did think they got better when it came to this during the course of this game. Like I think I mentioned it to you during the games. It felt like there's more innovation in the offense for Bobby Slowick in this game than maybe the first 3 weeks. And Cam Akers ran for 4 a carry, J.J. Taylor 3 a pop. But yeah, that's not incredible. And so that even if you're looking at that as like an improvement, that's not something that if it stays at this place that's sustainable. Now maybe at that level, now you put in Joe Mixon and it goes up. That'd be cool, but I need that to be seen because as of right now, over the 4 weeks that you've gotten, that's felt like more of the anomaly because Joe Mixon had individual brilliance in week 1 as well.
Yeah, and so that's a lot not to ignore, and that's why the Texans in a really good space at 3-1. But boy, with the quarterbacks as you talked about that are coming down the pike, with the fact that the run game is still not consistent by a long stretch. And then the biggest thing for me, I walked away from there feeling pretty damn good. I woke up the next morning, as I mentioned yesterday, feeling better than I did when I went to bed because of C.J. Stroud. But there's going to be games where C.J. Stroud just can't do it all.
Yeah, I hope that I don't get to see that. Keep doing it all.
Keep doing it all.
Keep doing it all. You and Nico, just put up points. It'll make me happy. All right, in the loop, Sports Radio 610. We're coming up about that time for Astros baseball, as that thing is getting going or is about to get started here shortly. But also, Figgy's mixtape. Fig, what you got?
Man, so I'll be moving out into the new house this month. It's October. Baby. And I got some questions about my potential neighbors and what are the worst type of neighbors. 713-572-46.
Yeah, let us know what you think, and we'll talk to Figgy next.
It may not have been pretty, but the Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. It's Figgy Fig holding it down on Tuesday. Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I always get mixed up every time I get ready to say the day. But,
Me too.
Yeah, man, happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Got some breaking news that just came across the news desk back here. John Amos, you know him from Good Times. He was on all type of legendary shows.
Coming to America.
He coming to America. Yep.
Mr. McDowell, Cleo McDowell.
Yeah, they're McDonald's. I'm McDowell's. He passed away at the age of 84.
Yeah.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Legend. My
in the
favorite,
game,
like, low-key scene in that movie, you got me thinking about it with Jamie, when he's got the McDonald's book out and he's going through all the McDonald's stuff.
They have the golden arches. You have the golden arch.
No, I'm not copying them, although I'm copying them. But legendary one.
Yeah. Remember, he was outside the McDowell's. He like, hey, what you doing? Get the hell out of here before I bust that camera.
He's got his own money. And when I say he's got his own money.
He got his own money.
He's on the money.
I always knew that kid was special.
And, Good Times was, I saw it live. That was a show, popular
legendary.
show.
Legendary, man. Rest in peace to James.
Damn.
Yeah, James Evans.
Yep.
Rest in peace, man. All right, so if y'all haven't been keeping up with my personal life, I've been putting it all out here on the air.
All of it? I hope not all
more
of it.
than I usually do.
Okay, fair enough.
But I'm moving this month, so everything should be straightened out in a couple weeks, and I'll be officially moving into a house. And we were there on Sunday. And just kind of getting some measurements and all that stuff, just kind of pre-planning.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to looking around. I'm like, man, I have no idea who my neighbors are or what they're about or anything. So we sitting in the driveway. I pulled up to the driveway, and right next to us is a house.
Mm-hmm.
And it was toys all over there.
You'll have fun with that.
I know. I'm going to just run through a couple things, and I want y'all... I want to see here.
Mm-hmm.
Toys all over the yard. You see the chalk on the driveway.
Do they look like? All right. So do the toys look like they've been used? Like they're really worn?
It looked like they having a good time out there.
Okay,
that's a plus. That's not a minus.
Okay.
Hey, kids on the block, because you can just walk back into your house if you don't want to stop. If you want to stop, hanging out, playing with them, throwing the ball, whatever.
Yeah.
You can just go back inside.
Now you might get a knock or two, or or a buzz like, "Hey, mister, our ball went into your backyard. Can you get it for us?" You might get a few of those.
Mr. Figgy, do you want to play basketball, Mr. Figgy?
Hey. Oh, that's something else. Now, you real if they coming to ask you. You're good in the hood.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So how about this one? Across the street from us, as soon as we pulled up in the driveway, step outside the car.
Oh boy. Okay. There's two types. There's most dogs are pretty brave when the fence is closed, and then when you open it, they become just big old They want you to rub their ears or something. So was it a mean dog or was it a playful dog?
I don't even want to know. I don't even know. But I know every time I pulled, all the times we looked at this house, pulled up, that dog gets. So I'm wondering, is this? I mean, I understand if it's somebody that's not from that area.
Yeah.
Like, let me know what's going on. But is this going to be a reoccurring thing?
It might be. I mean, if that dog
every
barks.
single day I come home from work.
I think it's to be determined.
Okay.
It might end up being one of your best friends. And once it gets used to you, it'll be fine. But maybe not.
Also, the question I have, what kind of fence are we talking about? Because I have seen the situations where that dog ends up being pretty innovative.
Oh, man.
And industrious.
Like,
and getting outside of his confines.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, I haven't even seen the dog. I just hear the barking.
Oh, you good.
I'm not sure, like, if he's locked away or on the chain or what. But
might be inside.
Nah, he wasn't inside.
inside?
No, it was loud.
Or he had a megaphone or something.
Yeah. All right, so this last neighbor. So it's a neighbor next to the dog, or next to the house with the dog.
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of a little further back. It's like a field, and then there's a house way in the back. I seen somebody, I thought it was originally a dog.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking out the window trying to see what it was.
Please don't say chickens.
And they were, wait a minute. So I thought they were training a dog or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I looked, and my wife said, no, ain't no dog, that's sheep.
Oh, wow.
Sheep.
Where are you living?
Wait a minute. That's when I started kind of questioning myself, like, man, what type of neighbors do I have?
See, the dog is to herd the sheep. There you go. We figured it out.
But sheep are quiet at least.
Yeah.
Chickens would have been a problem.
See, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to expect with sheep. You telling me I live next to sheep, I'm like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to expect. Like,
I didn't even know that, man. And it's funny you said that about the chicken. We checked out a house before.
Yeah.
And I kept hearing some scratching, some weird noise. I thought it was a kid.
Yeah.
And my wife was like, no, there was roosters.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm like, oh, hell, that's a no.
That's 4:30 every day.
That house is a hell no for
4:30 every day.
Dog, I'm from the city, man.
Yeah.
I was like Isaiah, was it Isaiah Carey? This old country ass.
But fresh eggs, which, hey, that's fire. So you were talking about the idea of what are the worst neighbors?
Yeah, I got a couple type of neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
I want y'all to see how y'all feel about these.
Okay.
What about the noisy neighbor?
That's a no-go for me, dog.
The noisy neighbor that's always slamming car doors, loud, music.
I got to be careful because I'm Nigerian. We be
loud?
We be kind of loud.
Y'all be loud for the hell of it too, man.
It's in the DNA. The respectfully noisy neighbor, I'm cool with.
The late night.
That's fair.
Like if they know
shut
they're
it
noisy,
down, yeah.
Well, not even like, but hey, if we gonna be noisy, we gonna let you know. We gonna invite you to the thing, right? Like that type of stuff. It's cool.
I had a neighbor once that was a drummer.
Oh man.
I mean,
oh man,
the worst.
That's when you got to go ahead and get him them drum pads for Christmas or something.
Oh my God!
Here is an electric drum kit with headphones, friend.
Yeah.
We currently got a loud neighbor downstairs from us, and they do not care.
Yeah.
They just like 4 a.m, honking the horn, telling somebody to come out. It's like, why are you honking the horn 4 a.m? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Here, before we move forward, someone said that the toys in the yard means the neighborhood.
Okay.
It's not a bad point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, I'm down with that. Like, I don't mind the kids, running in the yard and stuff like that. I'm perfectly fine with that. Here's another one: the nosy neighbor, the one that's trying to get all in your business, trying to see what you got going on. I actually have one of those too.
We have one of those, and I find it turns into like comic relief for me. Like I'll tell my wife, hey, guess what she was asking today? Yeah, like guess what she says, wanted to know about. Like, to me, I turn it into a little comedy bit, basically, a little inside joke.
Yeah.
Someone said sheep keep your taxes down. Oh, I'm learning things. Let me take some notes.
Let me get some sheep then.
Get you a sheep.
Sheep.
What about this one? That pet owner that's just an obnoxious type of barking loose dog, or just animals just all over the place.
If your dog becomes my problem, then I don't want to have any responsibility.
Yes. Look, I don't have a problem if you have a trained dog and it don't need a leash. Like, I'm fine with that. But when your dog is not trained, and you refuse to put a leash on it, that's when I have a big issue with that.
I am totally with you.
What about the disrespectful parkers?
Who are the parkers?
Oh, no.
Oh, parking.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't parking on the grass.
Yeah, parking in your spot.
I thought you were naming names.
Oh, no, not the Parkers.
Yeah, the Johnsons, the Parker, the Stewarts. You don't want to mess with them.
Yeah, that's an absolute no. That's and I don't do this very often. I can't even remember the last time I did it, but that's what you call the HOA. Like, if they're
he be snitching. That's
I haven't done it in years, but that's one where you have to.
Yeah. I agree with that. I'm dealing with that. That's apartment living. That's the one thing I hate, man.
Yeah.
When you pay for the side spot and somebody just park in your spot, and you be like, man, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, clearly, this is reserved spot. What about the party animals? I'm kind of dealing with that too.
Oh, really?
Where look, I don't mind the music and stuff. I get it sometimes,
especially on like music nights, right? Like what I despise is actually the uptight neighbor, where it's like, hey man, it's Friday, it's 11. Why are they? Because it's Friday, man. What is wrong with you?
Like I don't mind it, but
yeah,
waking up in the morning, going outside, seeing Hennessy bottles, all in the grass, people just littering, and
the weekend parties I get. But it's
take care. Yeah, take care of
yourself. Yeah, like I get it. We all gotta have some fun, but don't trash the place afterwards, man.
Yeah.
What about the hoarders?
No, thank you.
If it's in your house, cool.
Refrigerators in the front yard.
Yeah, tires.
Parked, boats parked.
Washer, dryer just sitting there.
Yeah, nope, and nope.
I'm cool on that. What about the disrespectful family?
No.
The one that just let the kids do whatever and just kind of all over the place.
We had 2 kids try to come into our house. Like we were talking to. They were such a pain in the butt. And you know how I said you can just go into your house? They were like, nah, man, we still want to talk some more. We're like, no, go back home. Go back home.
What about the constant complainer?
Oh, well, that's in the same ballpark as the nosy neighbor, right?
Yeah, or the ones that's just like, oh, the grass is too high. Hey, this person didn't paint the side of their house this color.
Yeah, that's the worst one. We have gotten to the worst one. That is it.
Yeah,
that is absolutely the worst one. Yeah, no, that one will, because we could talk about this. Like with a lot of these things, what I keep thinking about is, and of course it's a optimal situation, but what's always great is when you have that relationship with your neighbors, you can go over and talk to them about it. Like, hey, even if it's a little annoying, is this something that we can we adjust this? And usually if you built a rapport, you can make that work. That neighbor, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Like, we're calling the authorities all the time. No. That's not the one I want.
All right, the last one, I'm gonna say the gossiper. The one that's trying to stir up the drama, that's talking about Susie down the street and how she ain't do this or do that. It's just like, man, don't put me in
nothing
that
I
mess.
hate more. There's nothing I hate more than just the erroneous gossip.
Yeah.
Or just whatever, spreading lies and all. I'm like, what are you doing?
I was dealing.
What does this accomplish?
I dealt with somebody like that kind of recently.
Yeah.
She was complaining about the person upstairs and their dogs, and then she was talking about calling the news and all this other stuff. And I was just like, all right. I'm like, and I tried to politely tell her I got to go to work.
Yeah.
And she said, where you work?
Oh, God.
I'm like, I was quick with it. I'm like, I work for a radio station. Oh, you the person I need to talk to then. Need to get this out here.
Any announcements that you need for Miss Woman? Do you want to get that out there right now? So
no.
Cool.
Look, me talking about how they're making too much noise upstairs with the dogs.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna do nothing.
Well, I was listening to you, Figgy, and I heard that you said that we was making noise. We apologize.
You're talking about me.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here on this. So, with me becoming a new homeowner, I've been listening to the Tom Tyner show.
Good for you.
Man.
Yeah.
I feel like it hit a little more now that I actually have a home instead of just dealing with apartments and stuff like that. But Tom Tyner, the radio legend, I think he mentioned a couple times, he been on these airways for 39 years doing home show radio. And I was listening to this segment, and he took a call. It was a guy named Bill, and the producer and me almost reached for the dump button because he was talking about I guess the deck in his backyard, but he sounded
different.
It sounded a little different to me. But this was the call right here.
And let's talk to Bill. Bill, you're on Home Show Radio.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. I have a deck question. I have a deck that's about 5 years old. I need to restain it. It's a wooden deck. Should I clean it and then power wash it, or should I power wash it first and then clean it?
Probably doesn't make any difference. I would say power wash it because it might look good enough after you do that. But if it looks really dirty and there are some deck washes, they're oxalic acid all directions, and you're pushing around with a broom and then wash it. If it's really looking bad, don't go real hard on it because the wood's going to be soft on top, and you don't want to tear up the surface. So just give it a light wash. You can do that with the different tips on your pressure washer. Just use a easy tip.
That's Tom. He's doing that on purpose.
That was a wholesome conversation. We're all children.
He's doing that on purpose.
We're children. We are the problem here. I want that to be clear.
So with me having a sick mind, I decided to just bleep that word out.
Oh, goodness.
Let me see what this sounds like with it bleeped out, with the word deck bleeped out.
And let's talk to Bill. Bill, you're on Home Show Radio.
Yeah, good morning, Tom.
Good morning.
A question. I have a deck that's about 5 years old. I need to restain it. It's a wooden deck. Should I clean it and then power wash it, or should I power wash it first and then clean it?
Probably doesn't make any difference. I would say power wash it because it might look good enough after you do that. But if it looks really dirty and there are some dick washes, they're oxalic acids is what they are, and you follow the directions and you push it around with a broom and then wash it. If it's really looking bad, don't go real hard on it because the wood's going to be soft on top and you don't want to tear up the surface. So just give it a light wash. You can do that with the different tips on your pressure washer. Just use a easy tip.
Sounds better that way, doesn't it? Or worse?
I don't know, man.
I still think Tom was doing that on purpose.
No, I think they were just having a wholesome. I'm sure that was useful information.
Hey, Tom, be on his P's and Q's, man.
Yep.
So people on your search. Apparently, the jig is the little tip. You know, you go around at night or on weekends or something like that, and you do some advanced scouting.
I actually did that.
You did?
It wasn't bad.
Okay.
We pulled up at night. We like to do the night drive, so we pulled up, and it wasn't bad.
Good.
But it's one of them areas where you got some nice houses, then you got like a regular house, and then you got look like a farm. Apparently, we're across the street from a farm. So I don't know.
You gotta love Houston, man.
Yeah.
Like that's
no zoning, baby.
That's right, baby.
That's exactly what that area is. No zoning.
But that's the beauty of it, though. I try and tell people, man, is like the diversity, not literally just in like human beings, but just in the different types of stuff that you get in any part of town. It's real fun. Like,
might be stand next to a car shop.
Why not?
One day.
Why not? I mean, I understand some of the reasons why typically people say why not, but I think it adds color. You would not have a segment like we did today, Figgy's Mixtape. Appreciate you doing that. Every 120 right here in the loop. I have a bone to pick with the Astros, but they are going at Minute Maid Park. We'll give you an update of what's happening there and more. Get ready for the drive. We'll do that next.
CJ Stroud put on his cape and carried the deck.
Visit Sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you are indeed in the loop. Sports Radio 610. You got my with Figgy. You got myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you as they are underway. 3 minutes late, but they are underway at Minute Maid Park.
They told us 1:32.
They sure did.
Yeah,
jerks. 1:35 is when first pitch happened. And we are all of an inning and a third through this game. And with that being the case, Lopez, how are you feeling about the Astros' chances at winning a World Series?
A World Series?
Yes.
Let's get through this baby first.
Okay.
But feeling pretty good about this. Valdez is keeping the ball down, only giving up the one hit, which was a grounder. But 5 pitches, 3 outs for Scooble.
Yeah. First pitch swing for Altuve, deep fly, but ultimately allowed out for him, and then
another ground out for Alvarez.
Yeah, so all those things went pretty quickly. But a reason I asked you was we didn't get a chance, or at least I didn't get a chance to kind of let you know some of the odds. Who do you think has the best odds to win this World Series according to the books?
Would it be the Dodgers?
It would be the Dodgers.
Yeah,
7-2. Where do you think the Astros?
Yeah, and it gets interesting after that. I think the Astros probably 5 or 6, somewhere in there.
Okay, so you're a little bit further down. Do you want to take a guess, Fig, or you out on this particular?
I'm not looking at it, so I'm totally.
I know that's the idea here.
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
Odds to win the World Series. Dodgers have the best odds. Where do you think the Astros fall?
I'm gonna say 4th.
He's right. See, Figgy clearly is the baseball expert on the show. I've often said that. 8-1 to it. Yankees and Phillies apparently tied.
Yeah,
next best
that
odds.
Makes sense.
But when it comes to winning the AL, Astros have the third best, or tied for the second best odds rather, with the Guardians, which I found to be interesting. All things considered, they have -180 when it comes to this particular series. That seems like. Is already putting John in a place where his eyes have perked up.
Turn your head for 1 second.
Yeah,
and they got the 2 men on, but we'll see.
Yeah, Framber already dealing with a little bit of adversity, but within the course of all of this, I'm super excited for this series. We talked about the X factors. What do you think will ultimately be like the reason, like almost the win because, lose because, right? If we want to do it with the Astros on this series.
Look, win because I think that gene that I've talked about a lot, the winning gene. It's trite, it's corny, it's real, and that's the difference between what the Astros have and a lot of others. But really, Yordan, like we didn't even talk about this. I'm glad you brought this up. Joe Espada talked before the game and said we're going to put him out there. Not exactly sure how. How much he's going to run, but he'll. We're good with him.
Are you about to get to Dana?
Then Dana Brown spoke, and Dana Brown said, he's not 100%, but we're gonna put him out there. We're gonna take our chances. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what he said. And I'm like, well, that isn't exactly a ringing endorsement that he's back, baby. He's back.
I think it's also fair because look, if you were yesterday talking about we have to see him, take BP and run, and he's 50-50 to play. I think it's a fair answer to get into this, and I wonder if Dana does that just to kind of give a level of, I don't know, to ease expectation a little bit for Yordan.
Maybe.
Because there's always going to be a lot of expectation when you have Yordan on there because he is one of the most feared batters in baseball. And so in the off chance that Yordan doesn't look entirely like Yordan and get out here and just mash all the way, I think that was probably, or I imagine that could be some of the inspiration behind making sure that everybody knows, hey, he's not 100%, but we're going in. Yeah, we're having him try.
That's probably a part of the equation as well. Also win because you get exactly what you've been getting in the regular season from a guy like Kikuchi and certainly Hunter Brown, who's been pitched in the postseason, but altogether different roles for these guys. So I think who knew someone like Kikuchi would be that big of a factor with the Astros trying to keep this run in the postseason going.
I think also, right now you're seeing some of it. Are you going to get defense? And as I say it, we see a little. I don't know how much you can call that a defensive, fault or what have you, but is the defense going to hold up? That's been one of the things that this Astros team has typically looked at as a strength in this time of year when the defense is playing well. This defense, we've seen issues when it comes to some of the play that you've gotten at times, especially when you were missing Bregman for a period of time, when you're missing Tucker. And, that middle infield is going to be a place to watch defensively. Yeah. And it's already showing you that it's going to
would have been a pretty impressive play. But Pena did get a glove on the ball. Astros down 1-0. 31 pitches already for Framber, which means he's probably getting the ball up a little bit, and that's not something that you want to see.
Yeah, so Astros already on their way in this, and unfortunately they're down here in the top of the second, 1-0. Okay, all right. Feeling.
What about you? Win because?
The defense actually win because lose because if the defense does not show up and give the right support to some of these guys. I think win because you find that the Tigers being hot ends up actually coming into play offensively. I think this is a Tigers team offensively that it was one of the reasons why I doubled down on not being scared of this team. Is just like the offense isn't there nearly in the way, even as they've been hot. Like you look at various metrics over the course of September and you go, I'm not afraid of that, especially when you have the good pitching that you are capable of putting out here.
Yeah.
However, we are talking about a smaller sample size. That's the beauty of playoff sports in America is that the long sample size of 162, things even out over that long period of time. A 3-game series, all it takes is anomaly. Like you can get anomalies all sorts of places. And so if that offense pops off, which they already have a couple runs on the board, so maybe you could say that is happening, that can end up being an issue.
There's also this factor, and the Astros were there not long ago. They've been to the 04 and 05, NLCS. But there's also that factor that's a little scary, even though it doesn't seem real all the time. They got nothing to lose. They got
house money.
They are on house money. They are playing like it early on here with a 2-0 lead and just sort of, freewheeling back there. And the Astros were there back in 2015, I should say, and 2017. Obviously 2015 losing to the Royals and 2017 getting it all done. That young, hungry, let's see what we can do kind of squad. There's something to that.
Yeah.
And actually one of our best baseball people is joining us right now.
That's right. His name is Sean Bijani, sitting in for Ron Hughley.
There's something to that, isn't it? Remember 2015?
What were you asking about?
About the young team, the young Astros ended up losing to the Royals.
Yes,
but had nothing to lose. Weren't expected to be there. Yeah. And I think there's a factor here with the Tigers.
With the Tigers, yeah. No, I think it's a really good example. Good pull by you.
Yeah.
And if you remember, they took the Royals to the brink, in that series, and they were one of the hotter teams going in. And that's kind of the fear here is that, hey, look, the Astros have been one of the best, if not the best, American League team for a couple of months now. But they're going into this postseason against the hottest team in the league right now, and the Tigers, a chip on their shoulder. And say what you will, AJ Hinch having an opportunity to come back to Houston and kind of
he knows he's got an edge.
It's absolutely a thing. I believe it. And this is kind of like everybody's Tiger getting on the board right here. It's a lot of soft little contact in a situation in which Framber 2 minutes ago could have been out of it.
It's hard contact, but gettable plays if they're hit to a person.
Gettable plays,
yeah. That's what I call them because those are pretty good shots up the middle, like this one right here. That the Astros are now down 3-0. And by the way, I know you guys are going to be talking about this, Clint, but this is the postseason. He has given up 3 runs, and he is facing Skubal. You might have to yank this guy pretty soon here.
If you yank him, does he start game 1 of the ALDS?
Maybe for that reason.
I don't know. It's early, and we've seen Framber multiple times this year be able to kind of settle down after a rough start. I'd give him an opportunity. You can't let it get much worse than this, though. It's 3-0.
Yeah, against a great pitcher.
Against a great pitcher.
Come on, boys. Come on now.
Mr. Optimism
we're 2 innings
has
into
entered
this
the
thing
chat.
Now. Hey, H-Town, I got you. Hey, settle down, fellas. Settle down. We're 2 innings into this thing. Valdez just got out of it.
Cleaned himself up. We're good.
If you're gonna get down 3-0 in a wild card series in game 1 with this lineup, you want to do it early on, second inning. Hey, we've seen
40 pitches.
It's fair. I get it.
Yeah.
Hey,
We'll get all this little
we've seen Alvarez. I mean, with Alvarez, we've seen him. We've seen Framber. They straighten things out and get into 6th and 7th inning. We've seen him give us a chance. So everybody relax now. Got a lot of
I'm with you in spirit.
I'm with Clint. The only reason I didn't sound so happy about it is because I just got out here full-throated, like, I'm not scared of these Tigers. Boom, hit.
Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you. Hey, Reg, I'm with you. I'm not Astros play their best baseball. There's something about this team that they have the ability when it matters the most. They really have the ability when it doesn't matter to piss you off.
Yeah.
As we know, they did it all. They do it all year long. They tried to piss us off to the 10th degree to start this season, right? But they when it matters most, this is that championship DNA we all talk about, man.
Yep.
This is when it comes to light. This is when it comes to the surface. I'd rather you not get down 3-0 in the second inning, but that's where we're at, boys and girls.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, baby. Let's ride. Let's get Lopez's ass up out of here so he can go watch us come back and win this game.
You know what?
Right.
Let's make that happen. And, of course, we hand it off to the more than capable Sean Bijani, Clint Stoerner, and, of course, T-Mill handling the ones and twos. The drive coming up right now. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And, ladies and gentlemen, the drive is live.
You're damn right it's live. And guess what they did, Reg? This is the first time since Reg's been in the building, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
They let old Dirty grab the steering wheel.
Oh, boy. Oh, man.
They done let old Dirty grab his steering wheel. That smooth talking Reg, nice and easy listening. And then I'm going to come in here barking at y'all's ass. H-Town, get ready, baby.
You fired up, man.
Get ready. We got a Texans ticket Tuesday, mother effers. That's exactly what Tyler put in there. We got a Texans ticket Tuesday. Tyler, you got some details on them tickets, man. You got something you want to share with the people?
Well, I know if the people want to be sitting front row for week 5 of Texans-Bills at noon at NRG Stadium, they better be listening at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock hour. It could come any time during that 60 minutes right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 o'clock. Yeah, I got to tell our lady listeners out there. I mean, I don't want nobody coming after me when I'm out doing a live broadcast like they come after Ron and Tyler. And when I say come after, I'm not talking about my single days out there enjoying the streets. I'm talking about ready to fight.
Yeah, just relax, Melissa.
Yeah,
relax, Melissa.
Hey, Melissa knows how she knows I'm good with her. Texans ticket Tuesday, y'all, in the 5 o'clock hour. We got you back. And, hey, look, the Texans-Bills is a monster game. I don't care if you're a Texans fan or not. I know everybody I'm talking to is, but I don't care if you're a Texans fan or not. The Texans-Bills game is a monster game. The Bills were one of the best teams in football until last week. Josh Allen was a guy that everybody's talking about. Boy, you play well against Baltimore, and you're going to be the headliner in the MVP race. You can coast on home the rest of the season, and you can win the MVP. And them Texans, they've been tested once this year, if we're being completely honest. They've been tested once this year with a team that we feel like is a legit, let's just say, like a good, complete roster that played complementary football, good
Playoff
defense,
contender.
good offense. Well, yeah, we can say it now. I wasn't ready to say that about Minnesota until I saw Sam Darnold get a few games under his belt. Right now, that's really the game that we've – and they struggled in that game. They got doors blown off of them. So who are the Texans – right? Who are the Texans? I know they're 3-1, but who are the Texans? The schedule's getting real, and it starts with Buffalo. And then for Buffalo, are you more of what we saw earlier in the season, or are you more of what we watched last week? Baltimore just run through you, right? Who are you? So it's a hell of a football game. Yeah. Again, whether you're in Houston and you're just all in all an NFL fan, this is a monster game for the Texans and the Bills. We got tickets for you, baby, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Call your mom, call your friends, call everybody you know, get them listening. You got a better chance to win if you got more phones dialing up and trying to get in that 5 o'clock hour when we give you the cue to call. Also, boy, it's a beautiful time, Sean.
Yes, sir.
By the way, Ron Hughley is out. Ron Hughley's out. My man Sean Bijani is in. He's in the side seat over here rocking and rolling today. Always good to have Sean Bijani on air. I love to have him on. We have some good times, some good banter, and we're gonna give you 4 hours of our best work, huh, Sean?
Yes, sir. Today's a great day to be on. If you talk about beautiful weather, but I mean everything you could possibly really want this time of year going on in sports. You got Astros in the playoffs. You got a 3-1 Texans team. Rockets training camp begins today. It's getting to be one of the best times of the year for me. I love the month of October.
Ooh,
and here we are, baby.
We got college football rolling. Man, it's all rolling.
Yeah,
I mean, hell, it's only thing I do is at 46 years old, I got two little babies. So mama and them babies get in the way of my damn football watching time sometimes.
I know what that's like.
But hey, I wouldn't have it any other way, baby.
I can't sit down and watch a football game, like just watch one without actually having to play football with my 4-year-old now.
That's right.
Which turns into wrestling, which turns into golf, and then
take that football and make it a baby doll.
It's
or
a
something.
damn decathlon at my house every night.
I'm at that stage where I'm telling my hey, go put some clothes on. Hey, go put some damn clothes on. What are we doing here? It's noon. Some clothes.
Sometimes you got to say that.
It depends on if Mama's there or not. If Mama ain't there, it's one time. If Mama's there, well, she'll try me. I'd say it 15 times. But we do have an Astros Game 1 wild card series going on right here at Minute Maid Park. Detroit Tigers are up 3-0 in the bottom of the second. I didn't see the first run, Sean, but I know I saw the second too. It was, look, the kind of baseball that I personally, I'll be honest with you, that I greatly appreciate. Just a couple of singles up the middle with ducks on the pond, and they rounded the bases. I didn't see how the first run was scored, but 2 and 3 was scored just playing good baseball and pushing a Framber Valdez pitch right back up the gut and moving runs across the plate. Astros are down 3-0. Going to the top of the third now, and we'll keep you up. No need to go anywhere. We'll keep you updated on what's going on with the Astros. I think, Sean, the big news with the Astros right now, big news, I think bigger picture news for the Astros is really about the starting lineup. I know we're 3 innings into this thing, but the news that Houston got that was music to our ears before the game started earlier this morning. They pushed it down to the wire. When they said 10 a.m., damn it, they meant 10 a.m. on Yordan Alvarez, didn't they? And the first lineup that came out had Yordan Alvarez batting in the 2-hole. They made some adjustments right there, put Yordan Alvarez in the 3-hole and slid Tucker into the 2-hole. I know wherever Ron's at right now, I know he is saying, "Told you so. I told y'all so." 2-hole Tucker is the way to go.
Ron?
But that lineup right now with the Astros rolling is Altuve, Tucker, Alvarez, Bregman, Diaz, Pena, Caratini, Deers. But real quick, Sean, did you have, how concerned were you about Yordan Alvarez and his availability in this wild card series?
I really kind of wasn't concerned. I just thought,
come on, dog.
Yeah, you think
These old
about
worry
it. Look,
warts.
it's the first round of the playoffs. It's the wild card round, and you at this point in time, and like, who knew you would feel this comfortable, like where you knew you didn't have to carry the extra pitcher.
Yeah.
And if you didn't have to carry the extra pitcher and you were going to leave Justin Verlander off of the damn roster, well, you had to make damn sure that Yordan Alvarez was going to be out there.
Yeah.
And unless the guy's just on crutches and immobile, the guy could still swing a bat. So, he was catching, fire at the right time. I just kind of was resigned to the fact that, look, I'll take a long single and I'll take a dinger. I don't need him to go first to third. I don't need him to go second to home. So long as that dude can swing the bat, I'm good. Yeah. Well, he pounded the ball into the ground in his first at bat today, but I was looking very closely, as I'm sure everybody else was. Is there a limp? What does the discomfort for him, the pain threshold, look like? Yeah. And to me, I didn't see anything. Now, granted, it was a lazy fly ball to the right side, so you didn't get to see him really bust it down the line or anything, but there's no limp there. And so long as he's healthy enough to give it a go, the damn guy can swing a bat, whether it be from the 2-hole or the 3-hole, doesn't matter where he's at. Between him and Tucker, they're just going to swing, and both of them have been really hot here of late.
Hey, Tyler texted me. It's crazy. It's like 2:30 this morning. I got a worry text from Tyler talking about, bro, I can't even get to sleep. I'm worried about Yordan.
Hey, too damn bets.
I said, hey, man, go text Ron and we'll worry what Ron with that stuff, man. You know me, I'm over here snoring, man. What's wrong with you?
Those knees, man.
He's all worked up, man. I said, man, let it rest. Come on, man. He'll be all right. And here we are. Does he have a brace on? Hell, the way that Ron and Tyler were worried, I thought he was going to go out there with one of them knee braces that Brandon Burlesworth, one of my offensive linemen, wore back in the day. One of them big offensive lineman knee braces under his.
I couldn't tell if he had a brace on, like underneath.
A sleeve?
Yeah, like something. You don't know. I mean, he could have that copper taped up like, a son of a gun. But he was wearing like a little shin guard, on his right calf. But I would advise everybody do that after Tucker pounded a 120-mile-per-hour ball.
I'm not in the business of creating protective gear for hitters, but whoever is, you need to expand it and just wrap the whole lower leg of that lead leg. And you could sell 1 million of them tomorrow.
I was ready to have Kyle Tucker and Yordan Alvarez, and I don't know, everybody, to be honest with you, at some point in time, like after they'd clinched, like you make every one of those Astros look like the kid from Little Giants. Just put him in the damn egg crate.
Just wrap their legs up. That's great. These Detroit Tigers, other than trying to break my heart at the same time, they are sexy to watch when it comes to the small ball guys, and they just push the outside pitch down the right field line for a double like it's just there's nobody coming out of their shoes swinging for the fence, and the old baseball guy in me, I just greatly appreciate it.
It's not ideal.
I greatly appreciate it.
I'm a little worried about Framber because his breaking stuff does not look sharp so far today.
Yeah.
And when Framber has been on the not here, especially in the second half of the season, that two-seamer and all of his breaking stuff, it is sharp, it shows in the zone, and it lands just outside of it. He could paint with the best of them. He's not doing that right now through the first 3 innings.
Yeah, he's going to have to fight. We will need him to fight through 5 or 6, boys.
They got Ronel Blanco, just an update for you. Ronel Blanco was up in the pen warming up right now.
And there's the power of the Astros rotation. By the way, with no Justin Verlander, which we're going to get to here in just a minute, but just the thought that this starting rotation can, and really staff now, because we're talking about the starting rotation that's not going to be in a starter's role. There's going to be at least one, if not 2 guys that are going to be the long relief guy, the kind of an emergency relief guy, if you will. To have the ability to do that, even though Justin Verlander's not a part of any of it, it's crazy to think that's where the Astros are at right now. Coming into this season, to think that they're as strong as they are, without and it doesn't include Verlander. That's nuts, man.
It's not the embarrassment of riches that you thought you were going to have, but if we're being honest, even the way that this season started,
from a production standpoint, it is right.
From a production standpoint,
Hall of Famer, all-time great. It's not.
No,
I feel you.
You're right. I mean, but who knew you were going to be able to obtain Kikuchi and have him pitch the best baseball? Kikuchi.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. You threw me out there for a minute. I didn't know if we were having a different conversation.
Did I say it too quickly for you?
Yeah, no, I liked it. Actually, you said it just right.
Like, who knew you were going to get this kind of production out of these guys? Like, you're getting Cy Young caliber Framber Valdez. You're getting Ronel Blanco nails all season long. Kikuchi's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown took a significant step or two forward this year for you. Spencer Arrighetti turned it around. And you're very comfortable with this rotation going into a postseason in which you thought was going to look very different, like Urquidy and Javier, and you might have McCullers available. Yeah. You might have Luis Garcia available. And you still have an embarrassment of riches where you've kicked Ronel Blanco to the pen.
Yeah.
And, if Justin Verlander was going to make this roster, I very much thought that it was going to be a piggyback situation between Blanco and Verlander, or Arrighetti and Verlander. Well, we're seeing a Blanco and Framber Valdez possible piggyback situation. Not in the ideal scenario, but hey, it's the rule of 4. And the Astros are down 3-0 early. The Astros are going to have to score at least 4 runs. And yeah, Tarek Skubal's given up 4+ runs multiple times this season. Tarek Skubal just had a little bit of issue moments ago with his hand on a ball that came right back to him, was checked out by trainers, appears to be just fine now.
So
but
you're telling me there's a chance?
He is human. I'm telling you there's a chance. I mean, all of you Astro fans out there that were ready to throw in the towel and did through the first 2 weeks, month of the season, you can't be ready to do that now 3 innings into a baseball game.
You see how T-Mill did it to you again? He's talking to you through drops. When he says that, he's not only talking about the Astros winning this game, he's talking about them bets he's got. So you're telling me you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah. Say it with your chest, T-Mill.
The guys are talking about the starters or the starting pitchers that are on the roster. I don't know exactly how they're going to be used. As we can tell, Blanco's in the pen warming up right now. But you say Kikuchi. Who say? You say Kikuchi. Spencer Arrighetti, Ronel Blanco, Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez. You got Brian Abreu, Brian King, Hector Neris, Caleb Ferguson, Ryan Presley, and Josh Hader are your pitchers. And I think on your position players, the one that stands out here for me is Chas McCormick. There was some doubt whether he would be there from a health perspective, but clearly he's healthy enough that they think at some point they're going to need him and could use him on that. So it's your usual suspect from a position player standpoint, but Chaz, with that injury, he is back. The one name that you didn't hear right there is Justin Verlander, and this is fascinating to me, man, because We knew it was a possibility given how how long his injury lasted, and how when he came back he didn't pitch well. And then after he didn't pitch well, his own words were, "Hey, basically, man, I understand that I haven't pitched well enough to potentially be on this playoff roster."
Mm-hmm.
Now we don't know what's going to happen moving forward, but he didn't make the wild card roster, and it's fascinating to me because, as we mentioned earlier, this is. To think that the Astros have enough pitching, and just in general across the board, and it doesn't include Justin Verlander, is wild. And you think, okay, well, how did that go down? How in the hell did they tell Justin Verlander? I don't care how bad you've been. How in the hell did they let Justin Verlander appreciate trying to come back, fighting through the injury and all that? But what we've seen from you isn't going to cut it. Well, Joe Espada let us know before the game exactly how that conversation went.
It was a very easy conversation. Justin Verlander is a professional. He knows how well our starting pitchers have performed throughout the season. So when we had this conversation, he was all in. He'll do what's best for this team. So I appreciated his feedback and how he evaluated his season and his last few starts, and true pro. He is a true pro.
Big time pro. Tip the cap to Justin Verlander. I tip my cap to Justin Verlander, Sean, really first and foremost for taking the heat off of Dana Brown and Joe Espada. What was it? Like I said, was it a week ago? Was it 10 days ago? Whenever he did. Last time he didn't pitch well when he just basically came out and said, hey, I would understand.
What is today? Tuesday?
Today's Tuesday, October 1, baby.
Yeah, wasn't it 2 Fridays ago, right?
Yeah.
Where he took the onus, as you say, off of them by what he said.
Yeah, so he allowed this conversation to be a very comfortable conversation, right? Which I'm not saying. I think the handful of things that Joe Espada has done that I think were big time game changers this year is how he handled Hader and Presley early in the year in spring training, and then obviously how he handled Verlander. And again, I think Verlander took the onus off of him, like you said, but it's still Verlander, man. I mean, it's still a tough-ass decision to make, right? I mean, I know these other guys have pitched really well, but you're still talking about an all-time great. You're still talking about a guy that you feel is going to give you something. He's going to give you a chance to win. So that wasn't an easy decision for Espada to make, even though JV kind of let him off the hook.
It really wasn't easy because the guy gave you a quality start, the final outing of the regular season, and we were looking for something to feel confident about Justin Verlander heading into the playoffs. And what's funny is we kind of knew, or at least we thought we knew, what we were going to be looking at today within the roster. Yeah. And it turned out that way with no Justin Verlander. I don't know that the guy could have done anything outside of maybe go 8 innings of 2-hit baseball with 10 or 11 strikeouts before you said, oh, okay, he figured something out with this next situation. He's now able to get through, the fastball. He's now able to fully just kind of let go and get that breaking stuff where he needs it. And it just hadn't been the situation. But when he'd said, look, hey, I want to go win. I want to go compete. I'm going to do everything I can to be an asset for this team, but it's Joe's decision. He said that 2 Fridays ago, and I knew then, and I told Chris Santiago in the postgame show, I was like, I think Justin Verlander is that guy at this stage where he will say something like, for better or worse, if he can be a good asset for this team going forward. And I think he gave us the answer 2 Fridays ago.
Yeah, and definitely a voice, too, that is reasonable and you can have faith in what he's saying and what he's telling you, right? I mean, not just a loose cannon that's off the cuff and out in left field. So that's good. On another note, the Writers Association of America, they announced the 2024 Astros Award winners. Astros MVP Yordan Alvarez, no surprise, even though you could argue that one of these young pitchers, if you could single one out, could probably have deserved that, as well as they pitched over the entire year.
I might have been inclined to give Ronel Blanco that.
Come on, man. Hunter Brown was pretty damn good, too. I know there's a slow start initially.
He was.
But, yeah, there's some guys. But Yordan Alvarez, it's fair. When he's in the lineup, it's an absolute game changer. Astros Pitcher of the Year, Ronel Blanco. There you go. There's your guy. Astros Rookie of the Year, Spencer Arrighetti. I think very, very fair. Darryl Kyle Good Guy Award, Mauricio Dubon. I don't I can't believe they couldn't come up with something better than the good guy award. That's kind of like, boy, you were a tough quarterback back in your day. Well, thanks, man. I feel like you ran out of awards to give.
Did you hear how Reggie Atatula introduced me on the show today? He's like, and the more than capable Sean Bijani. Like,
it's like a backhanded compliment.
More than capable. Like, good to see you. He's more than capable.
It's like when I was at basketball camp my freshman year at Ross S. Sterling in Baytown, and we got done with the week-long summer camp, and I won Most Improved Player. Like, damn it!
Hey, are you telling me I was rough? It was a rough start, boys? That's Tyler Milner behind the glass. Sean Bijani is in for Ron Hughley. You're listening to Houston Sports Leader, baby. Stay right there where you at, and we're going to keep you updated on everything going on with these Astros, as well as bring you the news, man. Entertain you. Stay right there. Here's the deal. Jacksonville, if you look at the last couple of Jacksonville Jaguar Houston Texan matchups, man, they've exposed some defensive backs. Last year it was Tavier Thomas. He was never the same. Did they expose another Texans DB, and do we have something to worry about from what we saw on Sunday? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, hey, imagine finding your dream home. Finding your dream home.
Papa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley's out. Sean Bijani is in. And, making it sound so damn good, you know he obviously is in the building. And the Texans last Sunday, I know it's Tuesday, Monday's the Reaction Monday, but damn it, we got things to talk about. The Texans, they won a football game on Sunday, 24-20. All right, with the exception of the fourth quarter for the defense, and let's be honest, I mean, really the last drive for C.J. Stroud, there were some things in between there that were good for C.J. Stroud along the way, but really the moment for him was the last drive of putting the team on his back, going down there and throwing a touchdown. Really, the whole drive, not just a touchdown, but the whole drive to put the team up 24-20 and put the Jacksonville Jaguars to bed, probably for good. Not just for the Texans on that given Sunday, but probably for good. 0-4. I don't know.
Bring on the Jaguars.
No, yeah, bring them on. I wish we could play them about 5 times this year. But I don't remember the stats, but I know 0-4 teams making the playoffs. If it ever has happened, it doesn't happen very often.
Man, that's a good one. I remember one 1-4 team that did make the playoffs once upon a time ago. No. Well,
what was that
maybe
year?
the Texans
what were we talking the other day with Deshaun Watson when they started?
Yeah, that Watson Texans team back in the day was the last 0-3 NFL team to make the playoffs.
That was 0-3. But the 1-4 team that I'm talking about is the 1993 Houston Oilers. Remember when they won 11 straight ball games after a 1-4 start? And then Joe Montana and the Kansas City Chiefs struck in the postseason.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Jags got it in them.
Jags are your only 0-4 team left.
The only one left. Yeah. I know they went out and won. They went out and won 7 back when they made that run to the second round of the playoffs. In a similar situation, the Texans were in, right? I mean, they made a nice run, rough start, and then they rattled off 7 straight wins. I think it was late in the season, but nonetheless. Get off in the weeds with Jacksonville Jaguars. Who gives a damn about the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Amen.
But the truth of the matter is, last year, you know, in the secondary for the Texans, I had one question mark. In fact, it was a dead horse that I beat all year long, and several people really pissed me off, calling Tavier Thomas a defensive back. And it took about 8 weeks, or 6 weeks, or 8 weeks, or whatever it was. But eventually, Doug Pederson and the Jacksonville Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence, Christian Kirk, they really exposed Tavier Thomas in a ball game, right? And the question is we know that happened last year, but did they expose another Texans defensive back or multiple defensive backs this past Sunday? And Sean, I'll tell you what, like yesterday, Ron Hughley, he appeared a little bit more concerned than I was about Petrie in the slot. We obviously saw Kalen Bullock being a rookie. You saw him in coverage get beat pretty good one time, but Trevor missed. And then Kamari Lassiter struggled a little bit more. Maybe he was targeted a little bit more than he has been in the past. But then I'm driving in this morning, and the midday guys in the loop, Reggie and John, and Figgy, by the way, they do a hell of a job. But they're having Brandon Scott on the show, right? B. Scott comes in.
Yeah, I heard that.
And always does a hell of a job. But he comes in, and B. Scott was passionate. B. Scott led with really Kamari Lassiter is what I was hearing. Which those concerns for me have never died down. Like I know there was some hype around him in the preseason, and I know there's this lockdown thing or whatever, this chain he's got or whatever, and he hasn't really necessarily been picked on yet, and he's played well. Let's be honest, he's played well. But that conversation was being had. I'm listening to it, and I'm thinking, damn, did Jacksonville do it again? Did Jacksonville come in here? And they lost the game. And Trevor Lawrence, hell, I mean, what do you have, $150 something? I mean, he was not impressive at all. In fact, I'm more concerned with the balls that he missed, the throws that he missed. I know he missed a couple of times when Petrie was beat. He missed once when Kalen Bullock was beat. I think he did miss once when Kamari Lassiter was beat. Then he hit a go route down the sideline that got reviewed and was a catch on Kamari Lassiter. He even got Derek Stingley Jr. underneath a couple times. But I started asking myself, man, is this something that I should be more concerned about? Did I miss something? I hadn't watched the All-22 yet, but did I miss something? And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm leaning towards where B. Scott is at a little bit more, because as we look forward, the quarterback's going to get better. The receivers are going to get better. The coordinators are going to be as good, right?
Yeah.
And the last two teams, Sean, if we're being honest, that's back-to-back weeks. That's back-to-back weeks where the coordinator and the offense has been able to get the matchup that they wanted multiple times early in games. Now, Sam Darnold hit. Trevor Lawrence didn't. That's the difference in what we're talking about. But are you concerned about the DBs in Houston?
I mean, it's where I feel like you've brought this up now. The midday guys brought it up. I heard the same thing you did when I was driving in today. And the first place that my mind went to is, well, damn, I didn't take any notes on that on Sunday. Like, nothing struck me for a level of concern for me to put that down on paper, or to me to want to go ask questions about that in the locker room. And so it's like, well, it's tough. You're watching all kinds of stuff.
Sure, yeah.
During the course of a game.
Trevor missing is a big part of it, too.
And yes, and you can get desensitized. But, I mean, look, we all remember the Brian Thomas Jr. Route that he'd run. It was like a little stop and go on the left sideline that, he barbecued Kamari Lassiter. But it's Brian Thomas Jr. That was a really well-run route. And I think a lot of young guys, maybe even some veteran guys, would have taken the bait on that little stop. And so that's one. But there's multiple other instances that, you think back to and you're like, Kamari's been close, but he is a rookie. So what are we really expecting of this guy? Like, I almost want to say, you know what? Let's pump the brakes a little bit and not be too damn critical of maybe the player himself. But I'd like to focus a little bit more on just schematically in the positions that DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke are putting these guys in, and let's see how that transitions over the course of the next 2 to 3, 4 weeks, and how much of a difference we can see. Because we went through the same thing last year offensively with this team that I think we're kind of going through again team-wide right now. I need to see this team continue to over the course of the next month, very similarly to the way that they did last year. You flip script after that Tampa game, after that Cincinnati game. It was on when this Texans team reeled off 3 straight wins, and a couple of them in dramatic fashion. You felt a hell of a lot different about that team last year than you did the first couple of weeks.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I do think there's something there to figuring out what your identity is, but along the way, there is I think there is an overarching and overall concern of, outside of Derek Stingley, if these guys can't generate the amount of pressure that we all think they can, because you got Will Anderson, you got Daniil Hunter, you got these guys, and even the inside guys that have eaten in the first few weeks of the season. Tim Settle's got 2 sacks in a game. Mario Edwards has been disruptive in the backfield and had 1 or 2 sacks.
Foley's made plays.
Foley made plays last week. So the thing is can we stop the run with these guys? We'll see. And if you can't generate that pressure, I don't give a damn who you got on the back end. Right, if you can't generate pressure and you're putting those guys on an island in 2024 in the NFL, you're gonna get your lunch ate.
Yeah, you talking about the interior guys. I thought they were overpowered. The Texans D-line was. I thought they looked overpowered. I thought they looked out physicaled. I thought they looked outmanned.
Yeah.
I thought they lost their composure for a little bit in Jacksonville. They seem to have gotten anything that they wanted for a little bit of time in terms of opening holes up against that Texans D-line. That concerned me more than anything that I really saw in the secondary. But like you said, it could be masked just by the fact that Trevor Lawrence missed a throw on Sunday.
Yeah, look, they've got to figure some stuff out. I mean, and you call it finding your identity, call it figuring out what your personnel can do. But at the end of the day, I think I've never moved off the needle and off the point of, hey, Kamari Lassiter is something to keep an eye on. Jalen Petrie is something to keep an eye on. Now you can throw Eric Murray in there because he was targeted a couple of times against Minnesota. And so how are they going to get in that groove of where you're not asking those guys to cover too much man, but still being able to play DeMeco's defense? We'll see exactly how that happens. Are you concerned about the Texans DBs? I think I have been all year, so that needle hadn't necessarily moved for me, but boy, it sure seems to be a talking point for a few. Hey, there's something about this. I was doing a little digging this morning, getting ready for this Detroit Tiger Astros series here, and there was something I heard about the Astros that I'm disappointed in. I am severely disappointed in the organization, and it's not because they're down 3-0 right now in the bottom of 4. It's It's something that just seems to be a bit petty for me. I'll tell you exactly what that is next right here on Sports Radio 6.
with savings. Savings vary.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And another base hit up the middle. Beerling with a single. Scoring as Rodgers. Sweeney stops second. 3-0 Tigers.
Few singles, back-to-back singles. Got the Detroit Tigers on the board, 3-zip, bottom of the fourth. Right now, Jeremy Pena is at the plate. First and second, one out. Take that back. Let's go first and second, two outs. Jeremy Pena just went fishing for a low off-speed breaker that he couldn't get to. Not the old school outside flavor that he's known for chasing. This is a left-handed pitcher, so it was a little bit of one of those inside.
That's a damn good pitch.
Yeah, it's a really good pitch, and had him guessing, man. So two outs, first and second, down 3-zip with Caratini at the plate. He's been hot, been clutch all year, man. So we'll see what he can.
You mentioned the
drum up.
You mentioned the Houston chapter.
Yeah.
The Baseball Writers Association.
Yep.
Gave out their awards today, and
They did.
I thought, if I was to give out a top the clutch performer of the year award, Victor Caratini would certainly be one of my candidates to win that award for me, because he just seems to come through in big situations for the Astros. Runners in scoring position, always able to seem to puts a good bat to ball when he needs to, moving runners around. If you're the Astros and the way that Tarek Skubel's pitching right now, you need to be able to score a run here. And if you do score a run here, that one guy would probably be Yordan Alvarez. We might get a chance to see here in a short amount of time just exactly what Yordan Alvarez is capable of doing. I told you, I don't need a second to home, but damn it, right now I think I need to see him score from second to home on something.
Who would think that in the fourth inning it would come down to this? If Caratini can punch one in the gap, there's a chance that Yordan Alvarez can leg one. And I chased an outside pitch, a little half-ass swing, and
boy, that's a big out for Skubel.
Yeah.
He's fired up too.
Yeah, that's big. Going to the top of five. Astros down 3-zip. Stay right here. We'll keep you updated on everything going on. And by the way, talking about the Astros, guys. I was reading a Brian McTaggart article this morning. MLB.com. A great article. It was really about AJ Hinch and him coming back to Houston, and not only him coming back to Houston, but him with a young team and getting them to the playoffs, as y'all mentioned earlier, kind of like the 2015 Astros.
Yeah.
And it was kind of one of those pieces that was a feel-good story about AJ Hinch and talked about his emotions and all that kind of stuff. And they kind of set the scene. Brian kind of set the scene in one part, and it is totally irrelevant to the point of the article, but it as an Astros fan, it touched me in a way that I'm a tad bit disappointed. Right? Here he is setting the stage, right? As A.J. Hinch talked Monday afternoon in the press conference room at Minute Maid Park, he was surrounded by reminders of the Astros' postseason glory. The room features dozens of photos of great Astros players and moments, several from postseason past, including the World Series title in 2017. None featured Hinch, nor do the photos lining the hallways of the press. Tell me, you mean to tell me all he did for the Houston Astros? And I understand from the outside looking in, from all of Major League Baseball, you can look in and you can say, well, they shouldn't have none of them jokers up there. Hell, hey, look, a lot of baseball fans don't think you should have it. These guys should be still playing baseball. They damn sure don't think they should still have a World Series title. They think they should be stripped of everything. But you mean to tell me in the walls of Minute Maid Park, in the walls of that organization over there, there is no postseason action shots that include A.J. Hinch?
Do they include Springer, Correa, and Cole?
I would think so.
I mean, do they? I don't know.
Surely. Sure, maybe not Cole, because that would have to be like one. He plays one in every 5 games. But the Springers and the Correas, hell, I would think so.
I don't know. I think it's a fair question.
They can't be all of Bregman and Altuve, right?
No, you're right. Well, I know, but
cream always rises to the top.
I don't know. I guess I didn't. I mean, I think it's awfully petty to me. If I were the Astros, I would purposefully have one of him.
Do they not have one of a Hinch, not just because he's no longer managing the Astros, but the reason why he's no longer managing the Astros?
It's got to be it, right?
Well, yeah, no, I get that, but
right.
But the
like you got Dusty Baker up in there.
The only hey, look, let's be honest, Sean. The only people that should forgive and or the people that should forgive and forget the quickest and the most are the people that benefited from it. Like if you can't put AJ Hinch up in them damn pictures, then take it all down. Like you put up all the manager, your guy that was the manager of all of that maybe didn't build the team, obviously, but I mean was on the ones and twos.
I get it.
Come on, man.
I get it, but
I think it's petty
you
as
also
hell,
can't
man.
be tone deaf to the situation that Jim Crane was faced with once the scandal broke.
Oh, I agree.
And we really still to this day, all of the very well worded articles that have been written, there are countless of them, from Jeff Passan to Brian McTaggart to Chandler Rome. I don't care how you paint that picture and how detailed it is. We still to this day don't know a damn thing about who knew exactly what they exactly did to stop it or not stop it. We don't really know. And
I know AJ Hinch busted a TV.
I mean,
he did more than anybody else to stop it. Damn
sure,
it.
that's a report. That's kind of a sexy detail, right? The guy was so pissed off that was going on.
Right.
Sure, but ultimately, from what we believe to what we actually know to what we don't know about Jim Crane and his full knowledge of everything, I can understand it if that is the situation. But again, even if that didn't go down, it's about the players, and I think it's probably very common. I mean, the Texans do something very similar.
I need you to check that out next time you're over. You spend a lot of time. I need you to check that out.
Well, do me a favor. Pay attention to the Texans concourse, in their locker room, weight room area, right?
Yeah.
In the back. They don't have a Super Bowl winning coach.
I guarantee you, if DeMeco wins the coach, his ass is going to be on there.
They routinely change the pictures of the players that are no longer there.
Damn it, Sean, you're not talking me off this ledge. You're not talking me off this ledge.
I'm not
Look,
going to.
When you talk about tone deaf, I don't expect there to be a picture of a trash can. I don't expect there to be a picture of whichever one of the pictures was when they ripped off Altuve's jersey and somebody thought they saw something, right? Or he wouldn't. That was right. It was when he was grabbing his jersey and told him not to.
Wearing a wire, a buzzer.
I probably wouldn't have a picture of Altuve holding his jersey with both, clutching the buttons on his jersey with both hands. That would be a tad bit tone deaf. But I'm just telling you, man, the manager that won that took you to the World Series and won it in 2017, damn it, I think he should be able to come back as an opposing team's manager, sit in that room and feel like he's part of the history of the organization.
You know what?
I think it's
after the Astros win this series, they can put all the damn AJ.
Put him back up. put a sad face of him up in a Detroit uni.
They can put them all up there.
That would be nice. All right, that's Sean Bijani. He is in for Ryan Hughley. T-Mills behind the glass. Espada's out of the dugout, top of 5.
Framber's pissed.
Framber's thrown 78 pitches, runner on first with 1 out, and Espada said, all right, we've had enough. And here's the deal. Here's Hector Neris. It looks like Hector Neris is coming in top of 5 with 1 out. But you got the horses, man. 3-game series. You got the horses. You don't have to worry about running these guys thin in the bullpen, at least not right now. You don't have to worry about it. And this is the luxury that the Astros have, is you got some dudes that you can roll out there. And they're not even going to end up using Ronel Blanco or any of the bigger arms out of the bullpen. So it's an actual reliever.
I don't know if I like this.
You don't know if you like
Neris.
You don't know if you just like it in Hector Neris or him pulling him.
I love Hector Neris. I don't know that I like them pulling Framber Valdez right now.
He didn't like it either.
I mean, outside of the second inning,
with it either.
Framber's let a guy get on base in every inning. But outside of the second inning, where he really got into a lot of trouble, he seems to have really settled in. And yes, there have been base runners after a single, a double, and then another leadoff single here. But he just got an out. He struck a guy out swinging, and you're 1 pitch away from getting completely out of this inning with a double play ball.
What is going on?
In which the Astros really could have gotten out of in the second inning totally unscathed. They got a great double play ball to the left side of Jose Altuve, who made a great turn. It's just you had a fast-ass dude busting it down first baseline and beat it out by a half a step. If I'm Framber Valdez and I've proven to you that I've got my head on straight, my stuff is better, my location command is there, I want to get out of this inning with just 78 pitches, because you win this series. Is Framber Valdez, going to start game 1 of the ALDS at 78 pitches in this one? I don't know. Is he?
Yeah, that's almost that weird pitch count to where if you were thinking that way, you're going to start Framber in that game one of the ALDS. If you get there, you probably should have pulled him sooner.
Yeah.
So you're at this weird point now where he had some workload today. Maybe it wasn't a full one, but I don't know as of now if you're planning on starting him at ALDS game one.
Let's call up Roger Clemens, man. Get him on this next hour. We'll ask him about that. 78 pitches.
Rocket!
78 pitches. Is that what do we decide? The ALDS starts on what? October 5th?
Saturday. Yes,
so
whatever Saturday is.
It's in 4 days, right? So
Roger Clemens be like, I threw 78 pitches in a warm up.
Yeah, who we fooling? Roger ain't the guy to ask. He'd tell you I could pitch tomorrow if I threw 78 pitches.
Rub some dirt on that elbow.
Oh, that is great. Astros down 3-zip. What I say it was, top of 5?
It was top 5. One out.
Yes. Framber made it through 4.1.
Yep. Hector Neris on the bump. And
I love me some Neris now.
I do too, man. I mean, I don't know what the hell happened because I clearly paid zero attention when he was was it Chicago Cubs?
Yep.
I don't give a rip what the hell he did up there. I sure enough like him in an Astros uniform, man. There is a level of intensity and a level of aggressiveness that it bites him in the ass every now and then, but I love the intensity. I love the aggressiveness. I love the no fear. Doesn't matter if bases are loaded. Doesn't matter who's at the plate. You're gonna get Buddy's best effort, man. It doesn't seem to be that there's any level of intimidation whatsoever when he's on the bump, man. So
I need him to spin his ass off of that mound here in about 5 minutes after he gets a big third out, but it's not trending that direction. He's starting 3-0 on his first hitter, so we'll see. And he 4 straight balls walks him.
That's okay too. Like I say, he's more of a man. He bears down and digs his heels in when he's got more guys on base. So Go ahead and walk a couple if you need to, Hector. We'll be all right, man.
Stop.
It's early, man. It's early. Got a lot of baseball left, boys. Don't worry about it. All right, little would you rather coming up next with the Joe Espada, the manager. He has not announced the Game 2 starter for the Astros. And by the way, he said that it has no bearing. Today's game has no bearing on his decision of who that starter will be. So while it's up in the air, H-Town, let's play a little would you rather, man. 713-572-4610. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, everybody, let's get in on this thing. Would you rather you say who, Tyler? You say who?
Kikuchi.
Or big game, Hunter Brown. Would you rather, huh? You got to pick one for Game 2. Which one would you rather in Game 2? Joe's going to tell us after the game. We will cuss and discuss next. Before we do that, though, I tell you what, when you're
Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-47-HELP. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in. Tyler Milner is behind the glass. And, y'all, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. In fact, let me put it in the words of Tyler Milner. Texans Ticket Tuesday, mother effers. So, look here. Here's the deal. If you're out there and you're listening, look, good luck. Good luck to you. But what you need to do is to make sure you call your mom and them, call all your friends, and make sure they're listening to Sports Radio 610. Really, if you're just doing it now, your ass is late. But you need to do it now. The more ears you have, the more phones you have calling in, the better chance that you have to win these tickets. And we're talking about front row tickets to see this Sunday's matchup between the Houston Texans and the Buffalo Bills. This is a monster game. This is a monster game around the NFL. This is the first AFC opponent that the Texans have faced that, you know, there's a lot of folks that pick the Texans to be better. There's a lot of folks early on that picked the Bills to kind of slide back a little bit with no Diggs. By the way, didn't he mention it earlier? The Diggs factor, the Josh Allen, Stefan Diggs factor of those two playing each other. Look, I'll be honest, at this point in time, I think there's probably a lot more made about that relationship and that drama, if you will, than probably was real. But I think there was something there. So there's a little bit of meat to sink your teeth into.
Diggs is supposed to talk this week.
Yeah,
it's going to be all about Josh Allen and the Bills.
Why wouldn't he, brother? He played great, great friends and yada, yada, yada. But I tell you, man, it's a monster game. Again, whether you're in NFL circles or Houston Texans circles, this is a monster game. You want to be in the building. We know the Bills obviously had a little bit of a hiccup last week against a really, really good Ravens team that somehow come back to all of a sudden the Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson thing is better than advertised. At least it was last week against Buffalo.
Yeah, if that didn't make you say,
woo,
damn.
Golly, boy. I tell you what, I'm going to tell you, I know we ended up trading for a running back, and we were in the running back market, and we went after Saquon Barkley and didn't get it, and traded for a guy, Joe Mixon, and he's been injured. So you can say the same thing about Houston in a sense of disappointed in maybe not pursuing and maybe landing one of those bigger fish in the running back market. I would get that conversation. I like Joe Mixon, but I would get that conversation.
Were you all in on Derrick Henry for the Texans going after him? Okay.
Saquon Barkley was one. Derrick Henry was two for me.
Okay.
I was not, but you got to understand, though, I'll be completely transparent. I'm never a guy that just leans into father time taking over on a guy until I see it. Like, I don't go, well, a guy's 29, and boy, yeah, but hell, he still was who he was last year. You know, not that Derrick, I'm not talking about Derrick Henry particularly, but I'm just not one that leans into age, especially when you're talking about freaks like Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry. So, but where I was going with that was, boy, if you're the one that didn't land a running back that's in a rough spot right now, is in boys up 45 Dallas. It's rough. But anyway, Texans ticket Tuesday, NFL coming to NRG, and the Texans are believed to be in the same category. You may or may not believe that, but we'll find out on Sunday. You can win tickets right here in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, one thing with the Houston Texans. We're going to play a little Would You Rather here because what happened was
Astros or Texans we doing?
What did I say, Texans?
Yeah.
I'm in Astros.
Okay.
I'm in Astros.
Just
Sorry,
double-checking.
I'm juiced. I'm juiced. I'm talking about the Astros here. All right, the Astros manager, Joe Espada. We got a game going on right now, 3-zip. What are we in, top of 6?
Yes, sir.
Top of 6 here, and the Astros are losing 3-zip. But Joe Espada, he is not named a starter for Game 2 of this series. And so before he names that starter, which I believe he said is going to happen after this game, we'll see what kind of mood he's in. We'll see if he gets there. In fact, hell, let's hear Joe Espada. Here's Joe's pregame comments about not naming a Game 2 starter yet.
Hi, Joe. Do you have your Game 2 starter set?
You know what? I'll announce that post-game.
Does the result of today impact your Game 2 starter?
No.
There you go. Today, the result does, which I find it hard to believe that. If you're up 1-0, I think I don't know. I think it would. I would hope that it would somehow impact that. But nonetheless,
I have one key reason as to why I don't think it should. And ultimately, it answers the question that you're going to ask here. Would you rather?
Okay. Well, good. I'm glad we're playing a game then.
Yeah.
That's Joe Espada. We're going to play this little Would You Rather game. And Tyler Milner is the most game host-like, I think, person on the drive on a day-in, day-out basis. So, damn it, I'm gonna turn this old steering wheel over to Tyler and let him do his.
Bijani, come on down. Let's play some.
That was a little bit of an old man voice mixed in with a little growl. I like it.
Yeah, this is becoming a favorite of the drive. We're going to play a little Would You Rather, Astros style. And you just laid it out there pretty beautifully, Clint. Obviously, today, Framber got the start for the Stros. He's out of this game. Stros down 3-0. Would you rather Arms edition for the Astros as they hope to get past this wild card round? We don't know who is starting Game 2, and Game 1's not looking great. So in Game 2 tomorrow, if you're Joe Espada, the manager of your Houston Astros, would you rather start Big Game Hunter Brown, or would you rather start
You say
that man that you say Kikuchi?
Who say? I say Kikuchi.
Kikuchi or Hunter Brown, boys?
Sorry, game host.
No, you're good.
Sorry, Tyler. I didn't mean. I was not giving my answer away. I was just letting y'all know. That's the conversation we have around Kikuchi. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sean,
Am I going first?
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, you're not a guest. Hell, you're family. But
I'm more than capable of going first.
Yeah, you are. You are more than capable of leading us off here, bub. Ain't no doubt about it. So yeah, would you rather you say Kikuchi or Big Game Hunter Brown?
I almost blew my answer a couple of seconds ago, but I don't think for but just one reason it can be anybody else other than Hunter Brown. He last pitched on the 23rd of September. Yusei Kikuchi last pitch on the. Now, I'll preface this by saying, whoever is going to pitch tomorrow, I think already damn well knows. So there is that. But on the potential that they don't yet, and Joe Espada's going to break the news to either Yusei or Hunter after the game, Yusei Kikuchi has to get 14 hours of sleep before his start.
You say
He has to.
Well-rested Kikuchi.
He has said that multiple times before, and you can't screw up a guy's sleep pattern and like habitual preparation and just wait until at the conclusion of this game. Like, you're going to screw Kikuchi's sleep pattern up, like his routine pregame.
I mean, I'm
just saying.
I let it slide once. I can't let it go again. Would you please stop?
Kikuchi?
You never want to screw the Kikuchi, man.
Sleep patterns of Kikuchi. I can't. I mean, I can't take you serious. I can't even take you serious.
Kikuchi needs its rest.
Choose your words.
When you have used Kikuchi so much this season, and Kikuchi has been so good for you this season.
Yes.
I mean, Kikuchi's almost undefeated.
Are we still talking about
And
the
some
Astros?
people
No,
will
it's
tell you
not.
that Kikuchi's always undefeated.
Keep going, Bijani.
I mean, he did it to me. It's just like, I'm like the wind-up toy.
He's
You pull the string.
He's falling right in line with the drive.
No, I really do think, I'm serious. I don't think it's going to be Yusei. Because he's on a little bit shorter rest. Now, he's plenty well rested, but he's on a little shorter rest than Hunter Brown. I think it makes more sense for Hunter to go against the Tigers, especially in what could be a very pivotal game, too, because he's had more success against Eagle. While both pitchers have done really, really well, Hunter and his stuff against this Detroit lineup, just from what I've seen today, I think would be overpowering in a very pivotal game, too.
I tell you, I'm gonna go Big Game Hunter Brown too, but I think it's. I mean, I'd really like to go Kikuchi so I could try to break your record of how many times you just said it in a short span of time. But I'm going to try to be a little bit more professional since I'm driving today. But I mean, here's the deal. We just saw them see the ball. They saw it really well off of Framber Valdez's hand and off that left-handed side. And look, I agree with you. Framber didn't have his best stuff, but they saw it well, and they barreled up several pitches, and so that alone, I would like to me, if Framber had a lot of success today and these guys really struggle with that lefty, I would love to follow up that lefty with a power lefty.
Yeah,
and see, a good point. Like that was kind of where my head was at, but now I'm with you. Since they barreled up a few with Framber. They obviously were seeing it well. I would like to take my chances with the big right-handed power pitcher.
So Hunter Brown this year against the Tigers, 2 games, 1 start, 12 innings pitched. He's allowed 10 hits, 1 earned run, 16 strikeouts, and 0 walks against the Tigers. That's a .75 ERA. Now, at some point in time, if the Astros lose this game and you want the series to end how we all want it to end,
yeah, sure.
But Kikuchi against Detroit this year in 2 games, 2 starts, just 8 innings, 13 hits, 9 earned runs, 8 Ks, and 2 walks. Both, I would presume, came against the Tigers when Kikuchi was a member of the Toronto Blue Jays. So there's that. But let's ask the question this way. Okay, not just would you rather tomorrow, but if the Astros lose this game, who would you rather pitch tomorrow in a game to keep your season alive? You say, or Hunter Brown. And who would you rather pitch in a potential game 3 to win that game and propel you onto an ALDS? Like, again, I guess the same question applies. It's just a matter of game 2 or 3. Who are you leaning on to keep your season alive, and who, again, are you leaning on to advance to a DS?
Yeah, well, you're ultimately leaning on both of them, right? Yeah, I mean, I if we're going to assume that we're going to get the guy's best, which I think is the only way to have the convo, right? Give me big game Hunter Brown. Give me, Tyler, what did y'all call him? The Diesel?
Oh, yeah. Ron was pushing that hard. The Diesel.
Yeah, the Diesel.
I like Diesel.
No, I didn't hate it.
I like Diesel.
Just, I don't know.
I mean, big game Hunter Brown it's beautifully, it just flows. It's so good. I don't know.
Did you come up with that?
No. We heard it earlier. We heard it last year at some point.
Is that a Blummer? Is that a Jeff Blum
probably
thing?
that just and I got my father-in-law is a big deer hunter, and he's always into big game trophy game and
got that buck fever.
Yeah,
that's definitely the winner in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
However, I would say if I was giving out an award for like most fun name to say, Kikuchi's the
I'm not
runaway
joking.
champion.
Hey, Sean, I'm not joking, man. When back when, well before the trade deadline, when they just start kind of putting out like what pitchers may be available. One of those way too early lists. I was looking at it somewhere, and I got about 4 names deep, and it was Yusei Kikuchi, and I had remembered obviously this guy pitching before, seen him pitch before.
I love Kikuchi!
And I literally came in and told the guy, said, "Look, I have no advanced stats. I have no history. I don't even know what his ERA is right now. I don't care. I just hope that the Astros end up with Kikuchi, so that we can have
you can say his name.
Well, so that the real perversion that is present on the drive on a daily basis can come to light for everybody out there to hear. So, but he's luckily. We got that good Kikuchi, and next time we see him, he's going to be that real well-rested Kikuchi. One thing of note about today, the Astros, they are losing right now in the, I believe, like I said, top of 6?
Bottom 6.
Bottom 6 now. I think they just finished up top of 6, but going to the bottom of the 6th, down 3 zip. The one thing of note today is Yordan Alvarez was the big at 10 a.m. this morning. The Astros had to announce whether he was going to be on the wild card series roster or not. They pushed it to the wire. Yordan Alvarez is batting third. They came up with a lineup that had him batting second originally, but then dropped another lineup that had him batting third and Kyle Tucker batting second for some reason.
Kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't.
The only thing
I've always thought him batting second with Altuve's aggressive ass batting first was weird. Anyway, I'd want my best hitter to see as many pitches before he gets to the plate as he could, versus potentially seeing one pitch a good chunk of the time, especially to start the game with Altuve batting before him. But it's same problem with Tucker, and so I don't know how you kind of. I don't know how you work that problem out, but my question to you is obviously we've seen him. He's 1 for 2 today, and we've seen him moving around the bases a little bit. They tried to pick him a little back pick off from the catcher to first base. Tried to pick him off. He moved well, getting back. Appears to have a knee sleeve of some sort on that knee.
He wanted
not
to
a big
punch
brace
Jake
or anything.
Rodgers in the throat too. By the way, after that throw down to first.
I love it. But anything that you've seen from him in the couple of the 2 or 3 at bats he's had that concerns you at all?
No concern. But granted, we really haven't seen Yordan move around the bases with the trying to score, like with any type of aggression. We just haven't seen that. And we had an opportunity to see it a couple of different times, a couple of innings ago when he was on second base, less than 2 outs. I think it was Pena at the dish, or maybe it was Yiner at the dish in that situation with 1 out after Bregman had been retired. He would potentially have needed to go from second to home, and we get a chance to see that. I think we need to see that. The pregame report from Joe Espada was that, hey, look, he's done baseball activities with concern of, a little bit of hitting and a little bit of running. You know how damn long it took to get Kyle Tucker to just do baseball activities with his shin situation. Never mind a knee with Yordan, which this is multiple injuries that he's had already to this point in his career. But it's also, hey, win or go home time. I need to see Yordan, who's at the plate right now. If this guy laces one to the gap, I want to see him aggressively attack second base. I think we all need to see that. I'd be resound if the Astro bats were fully functioning. I'd be all in for long singles because you trust the hitters behind him. But right now, I don't trust the hitters behind anybody.
I'll be honest with you. I'd just like to see him put one in the seat so we can watch his big ass trot around them bases. How about that?
Yes.
That's what I'm here for. All right, we got a little breaking news in NFL circles. Don't know how it really impacts the Texans, but it's breaking news. And if you're an NFL, if you follow the NFL, if you love NFL football, you're going to want to hear this one. It's the first of, I would imagine, many to come in the NFL. It's just a way of life in the NFL of players requesting trades early in the season. We'll tell you who that is, and we will cuss and discuss next. But right now, got to tell you about First Service Credit Union.
Wagon, getting you ready for postseason baseball here in H-Town.
The Astros are not playing for a postseason berth or to get to a certain point in October. No, they are playing for straight-up banners.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we told you on the other side of that break right there, there's a little breaking news in the NFL. And T-Mill, what you got, baby?
Yes, sir. This is being reported by Ian Rappaport. As we're on the show, Hughley would say, it seems that things have escalated over in Las Vegas for the Raiders and star receiver Davante Adams, because Ian Rappaport is reporting that Davante Adams is officially requesting a trade. He wants out of Vegas. James Palmer adds on, he certainly has a market. Teams have already started doing work on wide receivers ahead of the trade deadline. It's a position of need for several teams, and they're doing their homework. So Davante Adams could be on the move out of Vegas.
I would say that it will be on the move. If you paid attention, what's good? I know a couple of weeks ago, the head coach Anthony Pierce, he took to the post-game press conference podium and said there were a lot of what phrase did he say?
Business decisions.
Business decisions being made out there, referring to his team not tackling, not finishing plays, and worried about getting injured, so they're pulling off of playing hard. And he said that since they're making business decisions, we'll have to make some business decisions. I don't think we've had some people post some film of different players not finishing plays and acting as if that's who that he was talking about. I don't know that there's anybody that he's actually named. But then you fast forward to now, and what happened was Davante Adams went on Kay Adams' show, who is there's no way in hell she's dating Daniel Jones, by the way.
Wouldn't make sense.
She went on. He went on Kay Adams' show, and Kay Adams asked him about his head coach, again Anthony Pierce, reportedly liked an Instagram post that was making the statement. I haven't seen it, so I don't know exactly what verbiage was on there, but essentially it was saying that Davante Adams had played his last game in a Raiders uniform, and supposedly the Raiders head coach liked it.
Wow, dude.
And so Kay Adams asked Davante Adams, has the organization talked to you? Have you heard from your head coach? And he said, it's crazy. I hadn't heard from anybody. Hadn't heard a thing from anybody. And then before we could even bring that report of kind of like what's going on in Vegas, Davante Adams announces that he's officially requested a trade from the Las Vegas Raiders. I think it's very real. He's clearly been disgruntled and unhappy in Las Vegas. It is not what he went to Vegas for. He went to Vegas to play with his college quarterback, Derek Carr, who's no longer there in New Orleans, doing really well. At least had a hell of a start to the season. And look, it's been rough for Davante Adams in Vegas from jump. And so, I think this is very real. And as Tyler said, that who'd you say, James Palmer reported?
Yes.
James Palmer, which I think he probably felt pretty confident about hitting send on this tweet, is that there'll be plenty of teams that are checking in on Davante Adams. Look, Aaron Rodgers is in New York with the Jets, and clearly that hasn't started this year.
When I came out of the darkness,
I don't think there's any major concern there, but it hasn't started the way that they hoped it would start when you go get Aaron Rodgers. And there ain't no doubt about it, they will be in the mix for Davante Adams. The team that's coming to Houston this weekend, the Buffalo Bills, I would be willing to bet you will at least put some feelers out and be interested and entertain it. That team that is.
Who was that?
Josh Allen.
Oh.
That team that's that's what I'm talking about. That team that's going for a three-peat up in Kansas City that has been absolutely shredded. Their wide receiver room has been shredded with injuries, and most recently, Rashee Rice, their number one guy, has gone down. I don't know what kind of monies are available, but they will be interested.
I like that one right there.
I don't believe the Texans will be interested in any way, shape, or form, but I do believe that there will be some teams that that are on the Texans schedule that will definitely be interested.
Yeah.
The Cowboys, they are Jerry's getting hammered because they're all in. Their approach to being all in on a Super Bowl has looked like garbage to date. Right? They need some help offensively. Would they be involved? I don't know. But Sean, I think there's going to be a hell of a market for Davante Adams.
There should be.
I don't know that he could have timed this any better in terms of having parties interested.
I don't understand it though from Antonio Pierce's standpoint.
From a who? Say it again.
Antonio Pierce. Oh, yeah. You mentioned it. A guy that 2 weeks ago, after an embarrassing loss to the Carolina Panthers, says what he says. Very. Wearing his emotions very much on his sleeve. That's Antonio Pierce. He always did as a player. Now certainly is doing so as a coach. But to say that and then to follow it up with big boy talk like, basically, if you're going to make a business decision, we're going to make business decisions. But guess what? He didn't do a damn thing since that loss. There have been no business decisions made. Check the transaction page of the Las Vegas Raiders. There's been nothing. So you like an Instagram tweet. And it's 2024. You like an Instagram tweet, it's going to happen. That's like Bible, right? Okay, that means you want that guy out of here. And so you cause all kinds of scuttle, added distraction. That stuff just can't happen.
Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
I don't like when that sounder comes and it's followed with Texans, but
the Houston Texans have traded for Davante Adams.
Look out now! Got a little
fake news.
Breaking news on breaking news. Hey, one of them sounder worthy, one of them's not. Tyler, what you got, bud?
Yes, sir. We do have Texans breaking news, but not so much regarding the Texans, but regarding the Texans' upcoming opponent in Week 5, the Buffalo Bills, because Buffalo Bills, Von Miller, a former Texas A&M Aggie, he has been suspended 4 games without pay for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. This coming from Tom Pelissero. It was announced today that Miller will be eligible for reinstatement on October 28th following the Bills' Week 8 game against the Seattle Seahawks. So it's looking like Buffalo on Sunday at NRG Stadium will be without the great Von Miller.
Well, that's big.
Huge.
That's big. I mean, because I don't give a damn what year Von Miller's in. He is still as explosive and dynamic as you're going to find off the end. To not have to deal with him for Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, to not have to deal with him this weekend, that's big for the Texans. Now, what the hell how do you say that again? He got suspended 4 games for what?
He violated the NFL's personal conduct policy.
What could that be?
It's a very blanket statement, but there was somebody just recently violated the conduct policy like ahead of Week 1, and I read an article that could be like a multitude of things.
But to get 4 games, hell, it's got to be. I mean, it's got to be.
Oh gosh, I wish I could remember the example. Was it a Texan? Was there a Texan that was suspended 1 game to start the season?
I don't think so. The only one that got suspended, the only one that mattered that got suspended was DeMeco Autry.
DeMeco Autry, yeah, that was for the substance abuse policy.
Yep.
I can't think. I'll think of it in a second. But yeah, 4 games has got to be something pretty serious.
Yeah, I mean that's wild. I mean, I don't. I'm just trying to think what that if it's not PEDs, if it's not drug related, then I mean it's one of those where you just go, wow, what could that possibly be? But nonetheless, the football gods are favoring the Texans to not have to deal with that guy on off the edge in a game where, look, let's be honest, we've got to be getting closer and closer to the Texans just simply saying, hey, we've got to lean heavy into C.J. Stroud if we're going to compete with teams that are at the top of the AFC like we hope to be, and this week is definitely one of those.
That's big, though. Not just because it's Von Miller. Everybody knows Von Miller's name, but the Buffalo Bills are already shorthanded. They're down a Mike linebacker. Who is it? Terrell Bernard.
Yeah.
Gotten hurt. I think it was this past weekend. And so if the Bills don't have him, now you don't have Von Miller. Look, we've talked and we will talk plenty more about the Texans and their shortcomings and what they need to shore up. But, I mean, this is looking like a really good situation setting up for this home game at NRG coming up on Sunday for the Texans.
Yeah. I think from a personnel standpoint, there's some things that favor the Texans. My problem bigger with the Buffalo Bills is bigger. I mean, when you look at how they've – and this is a different conversation that maybe we can have later on, but when you look at that organization, clearly they had a major shift offensively in what they do. They did it seamlessly, became a better football team. They lost a lot of really good players this offseason, Stefan Diggs and some on the defensive side of the football. They clearly have picked up right where they left off, at least for the first month of the season they have. And so I think just organizationally, man, they are super healthy, super strong. I mean, the organization is healthy, not all the players, but the organization overall is super healthy. And to me, that's the strength that is, the underlying foundation strength, if you will, that is Buffalo. But it's definitely going to hurt not having Von Miller. So thanks. I shouldn't wish that on anybody, but damn it, it's if you're a Houston Texan and you have to spin the ball around the park to win it, Von Miller not coming off the end is awfully beautiful. All right, we lost an all-time great. And Sean Bijani has come up with some audio, some first heard audio has surfaced. Pete Rose has left us, and there is some audio out there that I think you guys would find very, very interesting. So we'll give old Pete Rose, Charlie Hustle, we'll give him a little bit of pay our respects next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, Our Vision Homes, y'all. If you are looking to build your dream home, if you're looking to build that custom home, Our Vision Homes is where it's at. Yes, they are the Houston area's premier turnkey custom home builder. When I say turnkey, I mean it. They take care of everything. Most importantly, they take care of you. And this is what's special about Our Vision.
Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos. And, y'all, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Make sure you and anybody you know, call them up. Make sure they're listening. In the 5 o'clock hour, we're giving away 2 front-row tickets to the Texans-Buffalo Bills game Sunday. 2 front-row tickets to see the Texans play one of the top teams in the AFC. Let's see if they can stand toe-to-toe with one of the top teams in the AFC. It's going to be the first big-time AFC challenge for the Houston Texans, and we'll see if they can see how they look versus see if they can get up and play better than they have of late. And you can see it up close and personal, front-row tickets. Just make sure you're listening in that 5 o'clock hour. The Astros, real quick, bottom of the 7th, 1 out. Caratini's at the plate. Detroit's up 3-0.
Into their bullpen. Scooble's done.
Thank God.
Yes, they're finally into the bullpen, well into the Astros bullpen. We'll see. We'll keep you posted. Don't need to go anywhere. Stay right here. We will. We'll keep you posted. You got anything else you want on that? On what we've seen so far with these Astros before I move on, brother?
Just say he was nasty.
He was nasty.
You got to respect it. Scooble was dirty, but he's out of this game now, so the bats got to wake up for the Houston
You're
Astros.
into the bullpen. And by the way, Will Vest, Houston kid, pitching for the Tigers right now. He's been really, really good at times for the Tigers this season.
It's probably Casario's favorite player.
I see what you did there.
Vest, Will Vest. Yeah, very well done.
Sorry.
It's going to be tough, man, but this is the postseason. That's the crazy thing that drives me crazy. You can break these games down any way you want to, Clint. It's a crapshoot. Baseball playoffs, it's fun, it's dramatic, it can be exhilarating, and many more times than not over the last 8 years it has from an Astros perspective, but it's going to be tough, man. You dig yourself a 0-1 hole. All you can do, though, is like Tyler said, kind of tip your cap to frickin' Scooble. He was fantastic today.
Yeah, you can tip your cap if you want to after this game. You got two and a third innings left to because you got 2 down in the bottom of 7. You got 2 and a third left to do work and get into this bullpen and go ahead and break the hearts of these Detroit Tigers that think they got game 1 in the bag.
The Astros, just from a statistical standpoint, doing work, they've only done it 9 times this season when trailing after 6. They're 9-53.
I knew you were going to bring that up.
When trailing after 7, they're 6-52. When trailing after 8, you should have saved that one for this one. When trailing after 8, they're 0-56.
Well, this is not good.
So score runs now, please.
Yeah, them numbers don't add up. They don't compute. Sorry about that. We'll keep you up on these Astros. Big John Singleton's at the plate. He can change his thing with one swing of the bat. But we got to pay our respect, man. We lost an all-time great, man. Pete Rose dies at 83 years old. Boy, Dikembe Mutombo, what was that, yesterday?
Yes,
Pete
both
Rose
of them yesterday.
Today. Both of them was yesterday?
Yeah.
Couple legends.
Just, that's a tough couple days there.
I haven't heard a cause of death from Pete Rose. I mean, he was 83, but he was clearly dealing with a pretty severe sickness.
Yeah, I haven't heard either. We know had brain cancer that unfortunately he struggled from and ultimately took his life, but I haven't heard anything on Pete Rose's death either, my friend.
I'll just say this before you toss to the audio, Clint.
Yeah.
Because there's video attached to this, and I know we're on radio, so people aren't going to be able to see this, but it's been months since I personally have seen Pete Rose do anything in media. And I'll say the last time that I remember seeing Pete Rose was probably about a year and a half ago. He did like an appearance, to talk some baseball, I think probably around this point of the year with one of the networks. And, he was doing Fox Baseball for a few years with an MLB Network stuff, I think with A-Rod and some of those guys. He was fantastic. But you remember how much weight he had put on back in the day, like 2016, 17, 18. Pete Rose looked very, very frail in this appearance that he'd made on the Dan Le Batard show just recently, back in July.
Yeah. I mean, it's look, it's sad because I don't care I mean, I could not have rattled off, all the accomplishments, if you will, the career highlights, if you will, the awards, 17-time All-Star, 3-time World Series. I mean, look, it'd be easier to ultimately to give you a list of the awards that he didn't win. 2-time Gold Glove winner, Rookie of the Year, World Series MVP, NL MVP, 3-time batting champ. I mean, the dude just he accomplished everything except the obvious, which has been a topic of conversation forever, literally forever, damn near my entire life of not really, but how the guys
almost
good point, almost. I didn't realize he played 23 years either.
Yeah,
I knew he had a long career. I didn't know that was a hell of a run. I guess I don't know what would lead me to believe that Pete would hang him up early.
Well, yeah,
nothing about that. Nothing about him says that. But I tell you personally, I'm not a historian of the game. But what I am is I admire and respect the dudes that played the game the way it was supposed to be played. And look, we can talk about the gambling stuff you want, but I'm talking about the Charlie hustle. I'm talking about the grind, the just constant pursuit of greatness on the field, the intensity. Like that's the only way I knew how to play sports coming up. It's the only way that maybe I wasn't talented enough to do anything else, but that's just I just got an unbelievable amount of respect and admiration for people that play the game the way it's supposed to be played, and nobody did that more so and more often and for longer than Pete Rose.
I was very much like you. I was exactly like you. The way that you just qualified that is I wasn't talented enough to do a lot of the special and the elite things, and I tried to play baseball far too long. And one of my favorite quotes from Pete Rose just resurfaced yesterday after I'd learned the news of his passing was that this was Pete Rose. I don't know when he'd said it, but he'd said, "I'd walk through hell in a gasoline suit just to play baseball." That was one of my favorite quotes. And I told my wife, yesterday and saw that quote and I showed it to her and I was like, I'm the same way. I would do the same thing. Yeah. I mean, that's how much I love the game, but it's the way that I was raised. I mean, I was raised around my grandparents, my grandfather, his brother. They played a combined 36 years of professional baseball. And it was just, that's the way you played then. That's the way Pete Rose played, from the 60s to the mid-80s when he decided to hang it up. That's the way Craig Biggio played, who's my childhood hero.
Sure.
And that's the only way that I knew. And I thought if you weren't talented, you had to play that way just to get by.
Well, here's the audio that Sean brought to the table, and this is really good stuff, man. Again, Pete Rose on the Dan Le Batard show from this past July. It just recently, for whatever reason, just now aired. That wasn't heard until today. So this is, again, Pete Rose, all-time great, man.
In the future, several decades from now, let's say Major League Baseball then makes the decision after Pete Rose is long gone to enshrine him in Major League in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. How would you feel about that?
Well, that would, to be honest with you, I wouldn't want to go in the Hall of Fame because I think the Hall of Fame, and don't get me wrong, the Hall of Fame is for two things. It's one for the player, and it's three things. His family, his fans. And his teammates and everything everybody who was associated.
That's more
with
than three.
It don't help me when I'm 6 feet under. How the hell is that going to help anybody? I mean, I still go out today. I'll go out and try to sell the game of baseball, and I'm not even into it. But you guys will agree, my name is synonymous with the game of baseball. I have all the records, and that's all baseball is a statistic. It's all about statistics. All you guys on TV talk about how many home runs you got, how many RBIs you got, how many runs you got, how many Gold Gloves you win, how many MVPs you win, how many World Series you play in. Those are all questions that I can answer with no hesitation at all.
Hey, I'll tell you this.
There you go, Rob.
Look, I don't want to take away from Pete's comments, but whoever the kid was said that's more than three. Somebody needs to slap his ass.
I thought the same exact thing when I heard it.
I didn't know what that was at first.
I was
like, I thought that when we were listening to it before the show, I thought that was one of us. That was somebody that's got whoever the hell, because it was four, right? The player, his teammate, his family. It ended up being four things. whoever that person is, somebody's just slapped the piss out of him.
Yeah. That was a punk thing to do.
Let me just add a little bit more context.
Absolutely.
I thought those comments from Pete Rose, and again, a reminder, those comments you just heard from Pete Rose on the Dan Le Batard show, never before aired until today. Never before heard until today. That was done in July of this year. And he said, you just heard him right there, I don't want to be in the Hall of Fame. As recently as 2022, each and every single year he could, Pete Rose applied for reinstatement up until 2022. So something occurred to him, something dawned on him between whatever time of the year in 2022 he last applied for reinstatement and was obviously denied, or had gotten so frustrated and just threw his hands up because of whatever reason. And he kind of explained to you there, because it's been, in his mind and his explanation, made all about statistics.
Yeah, that's a great no, Bijani.
But I don't want to talk about, a guy after his death. I just always have contended that after he had been banned for life, I thought he had opportunities to get back in the good graces of Major League Baseball and commissioners by actually being a great ambassador to the game, which he was not up until here in the last 15 years when he started doing more and more TV and analyst work. When he started signing baseballs like I shot bin Laden, I did that, and he started kind of making a mockery of his finally admitting, at least to the degree that he felt comfortable, to betting on baseball. When he started making a mockery of that, I never thought that it was going to happen in his lifetime.
Here's the deal. Here's when it should have happened is the moment, and I don't know how recent. I mean, I know it's been recent, but I don't have the date, the timestamp. But it's when betting and the all pro sports started making money on these with the MGM Grand and all these different DraftKings and all these different and they loosened the cuffs, if you will, on that is when they should have changed their song and dance. It's just like college football, right? When all of a sudden NIL and transfer portal became a thing, what'd they do to Reg? They gave Reg
gave it back to him,
trophy back to him, right? Same concept is once that the playing field or the atmosphere around baseball changed, I think they should have shifted gears. But nonetheless, Pete Rose, rest in peace, my man. Mad respect for how you played the game and handled your business and on the diamond, man. That was big time, and many people idolized and looked up to that man for how he played the game. So rest in peace, big fella. All right, coming up next, the Heisman Trophy. Speaking of the Heisman Trophy, I didn't even do it on purpose. I'm about Reggie Bush. The Heisman Trophy, folks. it's all but wrapped up. It's all but wrapped up, and it ain't hell. It's week 6. And I'm gonna tell you who's gonna win the Heisman Trophy, and I'm gonna lay this case out, and I'm gonna be willing to bet you there ain't no way in hell that either one of you fellas or anybody else out there listening is gonna be able to give me any kind of pushback. Heisman Trophy talk next, coming up.
But before we get there, guys out there, I know many of you don't like to have this conversation with other guys, or really.
Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Clint, bro, I love you, man.
Sports Radio 6, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Ryan Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos, and it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Now, 5 o'clock hour, make sure you tuned in. Front row seats, Texans, Buffalo Bills this Sunday. It's going to be a big-time matchup. You want to be in the building. You want to be in the building for this and see how these Texans stack up to a team that's been at the top of the AFC for the last handful of years. College football, it's rocking and rolling. I'm going to be honest with you, man. College football Saturdays are about, for me, is about as good as it gets. It's about as good as it gets. I just, it's something about the normal kickoff rule. There's still something there about, you're playing for what's on the side of your helmet. I know NIL's changing. I know transfer portal's changing that, but damn it, as fans and as alumni, we still view, we still watch, we still fan in a way of which it just means more, just means a little something different. College football is where it's at, boys. And, I'm typically someone that prefers to – I don't need to be first. I don't need to have hot takes. I don't need to to try to in front of everybody else. But on this one, I've got to. The Heisman Trophy. Boys, the Heisman Trophy, if it's ever been wrapped up by week 6, it's wrapped up. It's wrapped up. And look, I'll start this by saying, obviously, Vegas doesn't think so or isn't going to agree with me because right now they're the favorite in Vegas, according to, I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at, these odds. Tyler, tell me if these match yours. Jalen Milroe, plus 220. Travis Hunter, plus 500. Cam Ward, Miami quarterback, plus 500. Ashton Genty, Boise State running back, plus 1,000. Dylan Gabriel, quarterback at Oregon, and Nico Collins, I believe is how you say it. I know I don't have the drag and the accent to run that Tennessee.
That was pretty good, dude. I think it's Collins.
That sounds good. I like that. I like that. I call him Nico. Not to be mistaken as number 12 here with the Texans. But Jalen Milroe, Travis Hunter, Cam Ward, those are your top 3 guys. I think personally right now those are the 3 guys that are legitimate in the hunt. I mean, I think the other ones you just got to get 6, 7, 8 guys out there. Tyler, is there anybody else on your list that I left off that's sexy?
No, you almost, mirror image, man. That's the odds I see.
Okay. Jalen Milroe, Travis Hunter, and Cam Ward. Look, I'm a big Jalen Milroe fan. I had questions about Jalen Milroe and whether he would fit into the new Alabama head coach's system. I mean, he is a guy he's one of the most dynamic athletes in the game, playing the position at quarterback. But when you look at the way in which Washington won games last year, it was from the pocket, on time, accurately delivering the football over and over and over and over again. Michael Penix Jr. Was big time. And the question is, how does Jalen Milroe fit that? How do they massage and tweak their offense to fit Jalen Milroe? Well, look, 2 things have happened with Jalen Milroe. They have tweaked their system significantly to fit Jalen Milroe, and Jalen Milroe has developed and been a much better passer of the football than I expected to see from him this year. Now, there's still some inconsistencies there, but boy, on the big stage, big moment, none bigger than last week. He put up huge numbers. The dude's special. So no disrespect to Jalen Milroe, but I don't know how Travis Hunter doesn't win this thing with a landslide.
I agree with you. I think it's going to take him getting hurt before really anybody's in the conversation, seriously. And I don't even know that you have to go top 3. You asked Tyler, who else? Did y'all mention Jackson Dart? Because Dart would have been up on my board too if not for him losing.
He had
the way that they lost
he had a rough one. He had a rough one last week. I watched that game. Yeah.
If Hunter gets hurt, and I hope that doesn't happen, obviously, I would love to see him run away with this thing like continuously. But if he gets hurt, I think it's a Milroe and Dart. I think it's probably between Milroe and Dart. I think it's a race between those two guys.
Playing lights, and it looks awfully easy.
Yeah, and Cam Ward's right now obviously ahead of Jackson Dart, but then it becomes a deeper conversation. But I'm with you, dude. Travis Hunter is just on a different level.
Well, I just think when we get a player, Charles Woodson was one that won the Heisman, and he did it as a dual threat. A two-way player.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was great, and that's not the only reason he won it, but I think being a two-way player like that, I think was what really put him over the top and allowed the defensive player to win it, right? But when you look at kind of how the stars need to align for Travis Hunter to pull this thing off, they are aligning, man. Colorado, love or hate them, whether you believe that they're real contenders or not, they're 4-1. They're 4-1 with back-to-back Big 12 victories against Baylor and UCF. And their team is not just getting hyped because of Deion Sanders. Now we'll see what happens moving forward, but I don't think they have to be great moving forward as a team and as a record in order for this to happen. But right now they're 4-1, and he and Shedeur Sanders are the two best players on that football team, no doubt about it. So he's carrying the team, right? The Big 12 is pretty wide open, and you're at 4-1. You still got a shot to win that thing. So it's I don't think there's anybody. I haven't seen everybody in the Big 12 play, but I don't think there's anybody that's like just scary better than everybody else in the. I know Oklahoma State did. Hell, I watched them damn near get beat by Arkansas, and then they got beat up on. Who they get beat up on by last week? But anyway,
who, Oklahoma?
No, Oklahoma. No. Oklahoma's in the SEC.
Yeah, SEC.
I'm talking about Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State. I don't know. I'll look it up real quick.
Well, I mean, they got beat last week, and it was pretty convincing if I remember correctly. But the point is, there's nobody running away with
Kansas State, 42-20.
There you go. And Kansas State's a good football team, but again, there's nobody in that conference that I think is going to or is proven yet to run away with it and be somebody that Colorado can't play with, right? And then you look at so the team is legit. They got it. They're going to compete for the Big 12. And then when you look at the player, he is a real deal two-way player. He is a top 3 corner. Many think the top corner in the league, but I'm just being generous here to kind of paint the picture. Top 3 corner in all of college football, and he is a top 3 wide receiver in all of college football. 47 catches, 561 yards, and 6 touchdowns through 5 weeks. His team is 4-1.
And he's more than doubled up Charles Woodson's offensive numbers the year that he won the Heisman Trophy. So, Woodson's the last two-way player to win a Heisman like that was non-quarterback. Travis Hunter is just going to destroy anything and everything we know to be.
And he's the guy that made the play, the hit on the Baylor player that was on the goal line that saved the win ultimately. So, I mean, he's making monster plays on the defensive side of football. And here's the kicker. Here's the kicker for me. My man, this is crazy to believe. It's crazy to think in 2024 with the way that, even just from a safety perspective, that football is played nowadays. Travis Hunter is playing on average 124 snaps a game. We played 130 plus when they beat TCU last year, kind of when the hype was at its peak.
Yeah.
I thought that was just monster game, got to get established, need all hands on deck to win. He's continuously done that. He has played 124 snaps per game this year. 5 games in, my man is, you talking about, there ain't no more. I mean, he's a starter, not a two-way player. He is a legit starter on both sides of the football and a top player at his respective position on both sides of the football.
And how many snaps did he play this past weekend?
I think it was 130 something.
All right, so play 130 snaps, and this is what this guy's been doing last year, this year. But he makes that play defensively to help win a football game at the end of the game. That's not a goal line stand at the end of the half. That's not a goal line stand at the end. That's correct. At the end of the game. That makes it that much more special. I mean, what does this guy do at the next level? Does he have to pick one?
That's the other question, right? I think that's actually a lot of banter right now that you hear on some of these talk shows, TV talk shows, is can he play, maybe not 120 some odd snaps, but can he play both sides of the ball and be great at the NFL level? And is it possible at the NFL level? Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to put anything past him because I didn't think it was possible at the college. Like I'm talking big-time football, like big boy football. I didn't think it was possible to play 125 snaps per game for a 5-game span. So he's already
at a high level.
He's already doing it at a high level. Yeah. Something that I'm just like, you got to be kidding me.
So, I mean, is he going to basically be, if he gets a chance to play two ways at the next level, he will effectively be like the Shohei Ohtani of the NFL?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be nuts?
It would be nuts, but one thing, and it's a big thing, and it's a huge green thing that might keep him from doing that: money, right? In the health and what you're paying a guy at the end of the day. Now, look, he'll be on a rookie contract, but still, like, you want
that money.
You want the guy on the field. Is he really going to be allowed to do any realm of what he's doing now in college at the NFL level at the next level?
I wouldn't think so, but I'm just telling you, I wouldn't put anything past it. Most coaches would say there's no chance in hell. But when you watch him, they would say there's no chance he's doing what he's doing, so why not? I mean, look, you want to talk about nowadays? I mean, look, I don't know what the NFL career, like of like legit, how long the careers are of like superstars, guys playing at their best. But if this guy can come in the league and legitimately be a starter on both sides of the football and contribute for 5 or 6 years on both sides of the football in even a similar fashion,
mm-hmm.
I mean, he's worth every penny. He's damn sure worth that rookie contract you're going to have to give him to draft him first overall. But you got to think about just what the guy's worth if he can do that. Like, how much of a steal are you getting if you can get, even if it's a part-time receiver, where it's not just 1 or 2 plays like Dion was, but he's a true, like, every other series type of receiver, man. I don't know, man. I'm just where it's hard to look at it and go, you make the decision.
Yeah.
I don't want to make the decision.
We all want to see it.
Yeah, no, it would be unbelievable. I'm just really comfortable saying at this point in time, there's nobody that's a better player in college football right now than a guy that's doing what Travis Hunter's doing. We've never seen anything like it, and everybody that has an opinion is the kid's absolutely ridiculous on both sides of the football. He can pick whatever he wants to do in the league, and he's still going to be the top draft pick off the board.
The only reason Jalen Milroe would be above Travis Hunter, even on an odds board, is just because of the position, right?
Sure, yeah.
That's it.
And look, the game, beating Georgia, like, he's going to play in bigger, until they get to a Big 12 championship. Milroe's going to play in big, but it's still not going to trump what he's doing.
They got Kansas State this weekend.
Sure.
Colorado does.
Ooh,
if he has a big game against Kansas State, then he's very much got to be a much more serious contender for that.
Yeah.
They only have like maybe 2 more chances to play and beat a ranked opponent. They got Kansas State, and then I think second to last week of the season they have Utah. For this season, which is currently ranked, and we'll see how that goes between now and then. But you compete. Let's just say you compete at a really high level and put up the numbers that he's continuing to put up.
Sure.
That's going to be a hard pass, like, for people to go elsewhere.
Yeah, no,
besides Travis Hunter.
Look, I agree, man. Travis Hunter, he's got the. You mentioned it right when we started this segment. If he stays healthy, Travis Hunter's going to be that dude. Hey, on another note in the college football, I know I brought to the air last week. Tyler, you remember this? The UNLV quarterback Matthew Saluka that left the team because the NIL obligation paying him the money that he said that they had verbally committed to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the UNLV. I don't know that I like to see this because I prefer the player to get the best of the deal. Like, I think the coach ought to pay his ass. I know Barry Odom. I like Barry Odom. I don't know what happened there, but I think ultimately this is going to be the straw that broke the camel's back in the NIL game. And ultimately they're going to end up having to have contracts. So it's a really good thing. But check this out: UNLV ends up playing Fresno State last week. They beat Fresno State 59-14. Here's the numbers that. Haj Malik Williams, who was the backup, obviously, who started this game, 13-16 for 182 yards and 3 touchdowns. Hang on, no, I'm not done. Haj Malik Williams, 12 carries, 119 yards, and 1 touchdown on the ground. Almost 10 yards a carry.
We going to Las Vegas.
I saw somebody said whatever donor that was that tried to pony up the $100,000 to pay the Matthew Saluka kid to keep him from leaving. They ought to just go ahead and pay that to this new quarterback and keep it moving.
It looks like it. I mean, geez, dude.
Okay,
Yeah,
but they
man.
got Syracuse this weekend.
Yeah, no. It's a big game. It's a big game, but they're just one of those teams. They've already got 2 wins, two Power 4 wins, and somebody's going to get into the college football playoffs from their level of ball. And could it be them? Could they be on a historic run? We'll see. It's still wide open. I love it for Barry that the backup quarterback came in and played well. I hate the fact that the kid didn't get his money. It's a bad situation to be in. Ultimately, I love to give these kids a contract, and if you're going to pay them, let's put some guardrails, if you will, on what the hell's going on in college football. All right, did DeMeco Ryans make a mistake? Did DeMeco Ryans make a mistake when he decided Jalen Petre's going to be your nickel defender and second-round draft pick Kamari Lassiter, before his ass even got off the plane, was going to be a starting corner for your Houston Texans? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Connect. Are you making a mistake? Are you
Day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley's out. Sean Bijani is in. Tyler's on the ones and twos. He's in there working, y'all. These Astros are in there making him work. We got a tight game now. Astros has scored. They've got one run. Yordan Diaz down in the count.
Mr. Clutch
swung at an outside pitch, and then he just straight turned me on. He pushed was nice, just outside pitch, just push it through the right side of the infield right there. Scored a run. Yes, indeed. And Jeremy Pena comes up there. Now Joe Espada is trying to get in my pants. Joe Espada all of a sudden decides he's going to lay a bunt down and move the runners. You got second and third, one out, and the Astros are down 3-1. You got the winning run at the plate. You got the tying run at second base with one out in the ninth. The Tigers have made a pitching change. And, again, we just talked about how clutch Yordan Diaz has been all year. Well, somebody that's probably been a little bit more clutch, at least a little more explosive in the level of clutchness that they've shown.
Hey, bartender!
Yeah. What is it? What does he say? What does he say, Caratini?
Give me a Yiner bomb.
No, that was a Caratini. What's he say about Caratini?
Give me a little sip of the Caratini.
That's right, baby. Caratini's coming to the plate, and the tying run is on second.
Did you see that stat they just threw up there?
I did not. It's too many. I don't know how you read that fast. The numbers was too small.
1 in 538 teams in this position that the Astros are in right now in postseason history.
One in how many?
538.
Oh wow!
Don't mess with the Houston Astros.
I tell you what, Caratini's. I mean, this ain't the first at bat, right? I mean, he's been up a couple times.
Yeah, he's got a hit already today, too.
I mean, he is seeing it well because he is confidently cutting at this thing, man. So, all right, we'll keep you dialed in literally to the moment. But Sean,
sir,
DeMeco Ryans, he moved Jalen Petrie from safety, really from the bench last year, from safety to your nickel defender. And look, I understand why. I think that's a better fit for him. But in doing so, that pushed Kamari Lassiter, the second-round pick. This was early in OTAs for the Texans. It pushed Kamari Lassiter to an outside corner. And up until this past week, I'm not real sure that there was a lot of concern there. I mean, for me personally, there's a level of concern, there's a level of wait and see, there's a level of, hey man, we need to see some stuff before we feel really good about this.
Yeah.
But if we're being honest, that's back-to-back weeks. The Minnesota Vikings did it in impressive fashion, and then the Jacksonville Jaguars were able to get the matchups that they wanted multiple times. Get Justin Jefferson, not Jordan. Get Justin Jefferson matched up on Eric Murray a couple of times. Get Justin Jefferson matched up on Azeez Al-Shaair. It was a decoy, but you still got it done. And then this past week, when you look how Christian Kirk, they were able to get Christian Kirk matched up on Jalen Petrie, get Christian Kirk matched up on Bullock, I think, a couple of times. Get Brian Thomas matched up on Kamari Lassiter a couple of times, whether it was a double move or just that's 2 weeks in a row where I think offenses have really dialed in on the weaker defenders in the secondary, and it's definitely a cause for concern with the Astros right now. Yesterday, Ron appeared.
Texans.
Texans. I'm sorry.
We got a lot
going on right now, man. Ron appeared worried about it a little bit yesterday, probably a little bit more than I was. And then I heard the midday guys talking about Brandon Scott joined the midday guys, and they were talking about it today. And I'm going to tell you, they moved the needle for me a little bit. I'm a little concerned moving forward because the quarterback's going to get better, the receivers are going to get better, the play callers are going to get better, and these guys may have gotten exposed a little bit. Your thoughts on the cover defenders for the Texans?
I think it's a possibility, right, that there really should be cause for concern. I remember when we were talking about it happening in OTAs. I don't know how many people were really excited about the idea of Jalen Petrie coming down and being the nickel defender, but I was, because it was a lot closer to the kind of player that we saw him become in college at Baylor, playing a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage, and we know about the physicality, the playmaking ability there, and I think we've started to see that, but at what cost? Since voluntary minicamp, we've become very comfortable with Kamari Lassiter as a rookie. And look, even me, like after week 1, I was asking the question on my show, like, can Kamari Lassiter eclipse Derek Stingley, as the top corner on this team? Like, is he going to be that freaking good? Be in the same conversation by year's end. And that's how impressed I've been with him from OTAs through week 1 of an NFL season. I just love the guy's playmaking ability. I love the swagger. I like the way that he approaches the game. And the athleticism, obviously, the whole package. But there's obviously a big learning curve. I do think it's legitimate that you should have some concern. And I think part of the reason is that we maybe have glossed over it up until now is we were so focused on trying to find a way to get Jalen Petrie in the best possible position to be successful. We just anointed, Kamari will be fine. Yeah. Derek will be fine.
Well, I think when you hear DeMeco talk about him and you really watch, I pay more attention to what they do than what they say, being honest, but just giving him the position that immediately, I never thought it, but I think generally speaking, it puts him in a conversation of some of these, what we've seen from some of these different guys, man, of just being able to, Sauce Gardner, even Derek Stingley Jr. when he got healthy to some degree, just being able to jump out there and be really, really great cover guys in the league from jump. And I just think that's probably unfair, right? I mean, the circumstances, the way he was handed the job probably puts us in a position, or most of us in a position to believe like, okay, well, hell, he must have elite cover skills. In reality, there's going to take some covering up to do. There's going to be some issues. There's going to be some shortcomings. They're going to target him. He's going to lose some of those. But let me ask you this real quick. Mm-hmm. Of all the players, I think there's 3 of them in the conversation of cover defenders or secondary defenders that are under the we need to see a lot more, and we're slightly concerned, guys. Jalen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter, Eric Murray. Which guy are you more concerned about moving forward?
Eric Murray.
Are you really? The safety, the one that's not in a coverage situation more often than not.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, look, he had the only sack in the game, and he made some other plays, but I worry about him in coverage because you just got done talking about 2 weeks in a row, Vikings, Jags found a way to put a DeMeco Ryans defense in compromising positions.
That's right.
And in Minnesota, they made many more of those plays than they did from Jacksonville's standpoint this past weekend. But I worry until I don't need to about a DeMeco Ryans defense being put in compromising situations when Eric Murray's on the field than I do Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, because I've seen their athleticism. I've seen their playmaking ability in coverage. Eric Murray, I've seen him wind up on his stomach too many times to this point and beat in coverage for me to feel comfortable about him.
Yeah, look, I would, if I'm just talking about general coverability, then I would agree with you. If DeMeco Ryans keeps exposing Eric Murray, we got some scheme problems we got to talk about. All right, here we go. Astros right now 3-1, bottom of 9, bases loaded. Jason Hayward at the plate with a 1-1 count, 2 outs. This is the drama that is the Astros, baby.
Your boy Chaz with a hell of an at bat.
Chaz with a hell of a bat. They didn't give him the White Boy Chaz nickname back. If he'd took 1 yard and won this thing, it damn sure would have.
Come at me about White Boy Chaz.
Yeah, he didn't get that back, but he did have a good at bat and get him a walk. We'll update breaks out right here on Sports Radio 610, Houston Sports Leader. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about.
synthetic extended life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And the 2-2 hit sharply right at Torkelson, and the Tigers hold on and win this one 3-1 as the Astros leave the bases loaded and all of Motown can exhale. Oh, what a game! And the Tigers lead this best of 3-1-0.
There it is. Detroit wins game 1, 3. Yes, 3-1. I hear you, T. I hear you, man. That was a tough watch because when it's all said and done, Scuba was nails, man. Out of the gate, he was nails. He's probably going to win the Cy Young. He went 6 innings, gave up 4 hits, only walked 1, ended 2 innings with big strikeouts and staring down the Astros dugout. I don't think anybody took offense to it or anything like that, but he was definitely jacked out of his mind. And then the bullpen came in and they shut the Astros down as well until that last inning. The Astros got to him, made it real interesting, and you had some guys come through in big-time fashion. He pushes a single through the right side of the infield to get that 1 run. Jeremy Pena bunts, sack bunts to move runners to second and third. Then Chaz McCormick had a chance to get White Boy Chaz back, and he did well, but he didn't do enough to get his nickname back. But he drew a walk to load the bases for Jason Hayward.
That was a big at bat.
Big at bat. It was a good at bat. Made him. He had to pitch. I don't know how many pitches it was, but it was up there. He fouled off several pitches and battled and got a walk, loaded the bases, and Jason Hayward hits an absolute screamer. Just right at the first baseman. I mean, got on top of it. It was a line drive, and first baseman never had to move. He teased the hell out of me because I thought that was down the line, and it was definitely going to score 2. But it didn't. Nonetheless, the Astros lose game 1, 3-1. It's a 3-game series. They're down 1-0 in this series. Sean Bijani, how you feeling about these Stros and their ability to bounce back and take the next 2?
Well, it's literally win or go home, and we're about to find out the answer to our question, one of which we started the show today asking, would you rather Yusei Kikuchi or Hunter Brown? Who's it going to be for game 2? The season is on their shoulders, and I think if we're being honest, you take out of the equation what either one of the two have done this season or even career-wise against the Detroit Tigers. It's what can either one of them do against the Detroit Tigers tomorrow in a win-or-go-home game. I feel comfortable with either one of those guys, but it just feels like it should be Hunter Brown. It feels like what he has in his arsenal would be the best possible matchup against this pitch. Look, on paper, I know what they've done here recently. The Tigers are playing some of the best baseball, if we're being honest, in all of the major leagues. And the Astros have been playing the best baseball in all of the major leagues for far longer. And Hunter Brown has been very much a part of that. If I had to choose one guy with a gun to my head, it should be Hunter Brown on the mound tomorrow for the Astros, and I'd feel really, really good about that. But the Astros have had several opportunities in the last couple of weeks to kind of galvanize if they even needed to do that, Clint. And I feel like, again, today's another example of being able to do that, fighting back, being relentless, resilient. You know, their hashtag literally has been, they've been living it all season long. What else do you want from Jason Hayward? You know, for the guys that have come before him, give him the opportunity, have great at-bats. That was an 8-pitch at-bat by Chaz McCormick, who came back from down 1-2 in it to earn that walk. And all you're looking for is the chance. Jason Hayward rips a freaking ball down the right field line that we both thought was, you know, going to be a double down the line, and he's running for days, and the Astros tie this game, maybe even go ahead. Who knows? It didn't happen.
Well, don't forget Caratini also. He went with a pitch to left field. As he was hitting left-handed, obviously, he went with a pitch to left field and hit it well, and it wasn't far enough into left field in order to get down. He hit it not right at the left fielder, but it close enough to him. And so, look, from all the way from Diaz's at bat, really all the way through, there's nothing you can complain about with the Astros in that late in at ninth inning. 3 at bat was a solid at bat.
Even go back. Yeah, Yordan's at bat to start the inning. I mean, he freaking rips a damn double, in a really difficult part of the park to try and get one out off the wall, over the glove of the center fielder. And dude you still haven't had a chance to really see if he can run or not.
Yeah, right.
he literally just cruised into second base and then is promptly pinch run for by Zach DeCenzo. But the fact that he's able to obviously swing the bat, swing it well with pop, that's huge.
Yep.
And you just need it to all kind of come together tomorrow. It all comes down to tomorrow. Hunter Brown or Yusei Kikuchi, at the end of the day, you're not going to win very many playoff games when you can only push one run across.
This is all nervous.
You leave 8 guys on base today. I think they were 2 of 7 with runners in scoring position, though they seem to start heating up towards the latter portion of the game, an area of which they've not been very good in, statistically speaking, all season long. But who's better at getting up off the mat, as Patrick Creighton always likes to say, and who's been better in clutch situations over the course of the last near decade than the Astros in these positions?
Yeah, if there's a team that's not going to flinch, it's damn sure the Astros. There's no doubt about that. Look, Framber Valdez was not great today. Went 4 1/3, gave up 7 hits, 3 earned runs, walked 2, struck out 3. But he, they didn't. He gave up 3 earned runs, but it was single in the second inning. It was beautiful baseball if you're just a fan of baseball. But it wasn't like they barreled up bombs or anything like that. Valdez went 4 1/3. He threw 78 pitches, and he didn't have his best stuff today. And the Astros didn't have enough firepower at the plate to make up for it.
Joe Espada just moments ago announced the Game 2 starter, and it in fact will be Hunter Brown. Per Chandler Rome on Twitter, Hunter Brown, Detroit native and Wayne State product, will start Game 2 of the Wild Card Series against the Tigers to save the Astros season. All AJ Hinch said pregame, I believe it was today, when asked about who he would think about starting in Game 2, was that it's going to be Tarek Skubal today and pitching chaos the rest of the way. I would imagine AJ Hinch announces a Game 2 starter if he hasn't already here very soon.
Well, it's going into Game 2. You're going to know you're fully loaded. Yordan Alvarez did obviously play today, batted third, hit third in the lineup. What did he end up? He had to end up 2 for 3.
Who, Yordan today?
Yeah, Yordan 2 for 3, 2 for 4.
I know he had a couple of hits.
I got it right in front of me. Let me go ahead and 2 for 4. 2 for 4 today. He did strike out once. Had the double off the wall late. That kind of got that little bit of a rally started. He led off that 9th inning. So Yordan Alvarez is good to go. Tucker obviously hit second. Bregman showing no signs of any issues with that arm. And so the Astros are full go. Everybody's ready to rock and roll. Hunter Brown out of the gate tomorrow. How you feel about the series overall? I know you feel good about the Astros and their track record, but this squad right here with the ability to take this wild card series. Tyler, how you feeling about it after watching that game?
Can't ever count them out, man. Like I know y'all just mentioned Patrick Creighton's little catchphrase that we all love it because it's true. Nobody gets up off the mat like the Stros, and right now Stros fans just got to hold on to faith that they'll continue to do that. This era ain't over till it's over. There's a lot of baseball left to play. 9 innings, actually, is what's on the line for the Astros tomorrow. But, no, I feel good about it. I don't feel bad about it. I feel good about it. Young kid Hunter Brown, let's go.
Hey, all you can do is talk him up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what we spent a majority of the season, half of the season, almost more than half of the season, if we're being honest, like talking about all of the negative because it was impossible to get away from. I mean, literally since before spring training officially started, Justin Verlander was 2 weeks behind. All of the injuries that they got pelted with, coming back from, 12 games under 500 2 different times, 10 games back in the division on June 18th. Talk them up. Talk them up. I mean, why focus on the negative? I mean, you have people again throwing in the towel through, 30 pitches in the game today. Like, it's ball game over. Like, you can miss me with that. Your season's on the line tomorrow. You know damn well this club has every chance to win a win-or-go-home game tomorrow just as much as the Detroit Tigers do, no matter who's on the mound or who's at the plate swinging, because they've done it all season long.
As I said earlier, Framber Valdez pitched 4 1/3, 3 earned. Also, I think of note in this ball game, Ronel Blanco did end up coming in, and it's 2 innings, no earned runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. So, he just of note, he has been – he did pitch today. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I have a bullpen, a starter that goes directly there. I don't know what that means for him. And he's obviously going to be treated differently than a normal reliever, I would think.
He threw 50 pitches today, so I would assume that he's not available tomorrow. And I understand when it's a winner-go-home situation, it's all hands on deck.
50 of them.
But, I mean, you've got plenty in your arsenal.
Yeah.
You got plenty in your arsenal. And if it comes down to the last guy, in your pen, then so be it. But also, if it does, it probably means the bats have not taken care of business, have not reciprocated, which, if you ask me my biggest concern going into tomorrow, it's complimentary baseball. Because far too often here down the stretch, the Astros have really struggled to play complimentary baseball. Nights in which they've been fantastic on the mound, they've struggled defensively, or they've struggled at the plate. When Pena's made a great play in the field, or Bregman, or Jake, whatever, they've struggled at the plate. It's just about being able to put it all together. But I don't know. We could take a page out of what DeMeco Ryans said after the victory over the Jags this past weekend. You don't give a damn how you win, just as long as you come home 3-1. Texans came home 3-1. It was ugly, whatever. I don't give a damn how the Astros win tomorrow, but just win.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's definitely a just win scenario. Just for I think just to throw this out there, Hunter Brown has been named the starter for Game 2. Bijani put some stats together. A little pitch to 923. In 2 games, I do think this is. I don't know if you meant to say this, but you did mention earlier, like throw out what these guys had previously done against the Detroit Tigers. But
don't throw out Hunters. Hunters is nice.
That's right. You know right where I'm going, right? Hey, so in 2 games, 1 start versus Detroit this year, Hunter Brown has an 0.75 ERA, 121. I'm sorry, 121. That'd be a lot. That'd be several games. 12 innings pitched, 10 hits, 1 earned run, 16 strikeouts. No walks. 12 innings pitched, 1 earned run, ladies and gentlemen, with a high strikeout rate. You got to like the at least on paper what Hunter Brown looks like in Game 2 versus the Detroit Tigers. This is what the Astros are made out of. This is where that championship DNA comes through, just like it did in that 9th inning where they made this thing interesting. Every out matters when you've got the makeup of the Houston Astros. And fell short today, but stay tuned, baby. The Astros got some baseball left. Hopefully they can push this thing to 3 and then win it in dramatic fashion, huh?
Let's go.
What do you say? That's it. All right, 5 o'clock fire coming up next. We got a Texans ticket giveaway coming. Hey, pick the phone up. Call your people now. Make sure they're listening. Get them phones ready because you never know when it's going to happen in this 5 o'clock hour. 5 o'clock fire is next.
Before we get there, guys, Texas Star Grill Shop. It's still that time, man. It was.
block, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
And the 2-2. Hit sharply right at Torkelson. And the Tigers hold on and win this one 3-1 as the Astros leave the bases loaded and all of Motown can exhale. Oh, what a game. And the Tigers lead this best of 3 1-0.
Too little, too late, y'all. The Astros dropped Game 1 3-1 to the Detroit Tigers. Game 1 of the AL Wild Card Series. Astros going to need a big-time win tomorrow to keep this thing alive. I'm looking at Brian McTaggart right now. Brian, I didn't know this. Brian McTaggart just told me via Twitter that the Astros have lost 6 playoff games in a row at home. Now, I don't know that Astros fans needed to hear that.
That goes back to last year and that anomalous, garbage about them not playing well at home.
Sure.
Clearly not a situation this year. So
yeah,
that's almost like, franchise records against certain opponents in any sport, especially every roster changes like by 50% from one year to the next. It means absolutely nothing.
You hear that, Brian? Your tweet means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, get that garbage out of here. Like, I love Brian McTaggart's tidbits and all that stuff, but that is that's poop.
Yeah, look here to just recap the game real quick. Framber Valdez gives up 3 runs in the second inning, all off of singles. He throws 78 pitches in 4 1/3 inning. He gets pulled after those 78 pitches. I think of note in the relievers, Ronel Blanco threw 2 innings, threw 50 pitches. So as Sean said a little earlier, Blanco's probably not going to be available tomorrow, and. Yordan Alvarez was active, was good to go today, and he was 2 for 4 at the plate. He did have a strikeout, but he was 2 for 4 at the plate. So Sean, look, clearly missing that Guardian series didn't bother Yordan Alvarez too much.
No, if there's any cause for concern in me, it's that we still haven't seen if the guy can run a lick or not. I thought we were going to have the opportunity a couple of different times. He wound up on second base. With less than 2 outs, and the first time they didn't move him over. I don't think the Astros up until the 9th inning had a runner make it to third base all game long. And in the 9th inning, when Alvarez got on with a leadoff double, they promptly pinch run for him with Zach DeCinzo. So it is a big deal because you're going to need the guy's bat in the lineup when you're only able to scratch 1 run across and you're out hit 10-7 today, and what we already knew was going to be a fantastic pitching matchup. And tomorrow, regardless of who the Tigers have on the mound for them, you do have Hunter Brown. The bats are just going to have to come alive. If Yordan gets on, I want to see him run. How well, that's going to be a question.
Well, I'd like for everybody to be swinging the bats well enough, Bijani,
where you don't have to worry about it.
We ain't got to worry about it, right? He's going to need a little help tomorrow. Today was too little, too late. It was very dramatic, and it was fun to watch, but it was too little, too late. So these bats got to get rolling a little bit earlier tomorrow for Hunter Brown. Here is Joe Espada talking about who's going to start tomorrow's game, as well as a little bit on Framber's performance here today in Game 1.
Joe, who will start for you tomorrow?
Hunter Brown.
And what did you see from Framber today, just overall?
You know what? I thought his stuff overall was good. Just this, his sinker was staying kind of up in the zone a bit, and they got some pretty good swings on those pitches. He battled through 5. He gave us a shot there, but I just thought that usually when you see that sinker getting away from righties and you start seeing ground balls and the swing and miss on curveballs, that's a sign of where Framber stands that day. But I give it to him. He battled. He gave us 5 innings. He gave us a chance to win.
Gave you a chance to win. Just those 3 runs early, man. You didn't have enough firepower at the plate to get back get back to it. But big news is, again, the Yordan Alvarez is swinging it well, and that's the bat that changes your lineup. Bregman swung it well today. I mean, he hit one off the top of the wall.
Yeah,
that boy, if
inches away.
It's out, then you got a chance. Diaz came through with a clutch single late. I mean, it's just that again. You got to get this thing cranking a little bit earlier with all these guys around Yordan Alvarez.
If there's to me, there's a lot of silver lining. And look, it means nothing, especially when your season's on the line tomorrow, but maybe it does in the game tomorrow. You had a number of very important at-bats today throughout the course of this game in which, the Astros are, trying to get out of a situation on defense, but then trying to create some havoc offensively. And you mentioned Yainer Diaz right now. Yeah. What a hell of an at-bat in his final, plate appearance. He quickly goes down 0-2, swings at a ball just in the left-hand batter's box, got a splinter of wood on that ball that caused it to hit the dirt before the catcher had corralled it. Umpires had to convene, and then he comes through. I can't tell you how many times where we're sitting here doing a show at night, me and PC just look at each other and we're shaking our head, pounding the desk, pissed off, and then a moment later, Yainer comes up with a big hit. He does that, routinely. McCormick came up with a big at-bat today. Victor Caratini came up with a big at-bat today. Yordan Alvarez, gimpy on one good knee, gave you a couple of hits and put himself in scoring position twice. So if they can put that all together and get it reciprocated with good defense and more good pitching tomorrow, Clint, you have to feel really good about this ball club.
Look, I feel good about this ball club any way you slice it.
Now, a little funk.
With the Snow in a 3-game series, I feel good about the Astros, man. This is where that championship DNA, this is where it shows up, and this is where a lot of teams will blink and be overwhelmed and not put their best foot forward. I believe that the Astros are going to do that. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Here's another quick stat that we'll see if Sean Bijani poo-poos this one right here. Valdez, his tough outing today of, again, 4 1/3 innings pitched, 3 earned runs, 7 hits, 2 walks, and 3 Ks. His last 4 playoff starts have been rough, man. 4 1/3 today, giving up 3 earned, 5 innings against Texas, and giving up 5 earned. These are obviously last year. 2 2/3 innings pitched against Texas, giving up 4 earned, and 4 1/3 against Minnesota, giving up 5 earned. Framber's not been good in the playoffs of late, at least his last 4 starts. So hopefully
last year and this year combined.
Hopefully, if we see him again this year, we got some work to do before that happens. But if we see him again this year, hopefully he can put an end to that mess.
I think you have to believe that he will too. I mean, we've seen Framber Valdez pitch like a Cy Young caliber pitcher, this entire second half of the season, and more times than not this year. He's very capable. Last year, he went into the season as the team's de facto ace until they got Justin Verlander back. This year, he's basically become the ace with Justin Verlander being on the shelf with injury and not being himself. But thank God you've got a guy like Hunter Brown to hopefully be a stopper tomorrow, who is very much looking like that he was projected to be.
5 o'clock fire.
You mentioned Verlander right there, Justin Verlander. There's a little bit of news that broke earlier today. By 10 a.m. this morning, they had to decide, the Astros, that is, of who was going to be on the playoff roster. And a big question, I think the thought of whether he had pitched well enough to be on this roster, I think most of us knew the answer to that. But what the Astros would do, I think, is a different question. You've got Justin Verlander, Joe Espada, Dana Brown. Those are the guys that got to talk to him face-to-face. And let's be honest, about 10 days ago, 2 Fridays ago, you mentioned it, you time-stamped it. Justin Verlander, look, he took Dana Brown and Joe Espada. He let him off the hook when he himself said, look, I would understand I have not pitched well enough. He even made it sound like he came back too early and the injury was still an issue. Right. And so he really put it out there several days ago for Joe Espada and Dana Brown to feel comfortable in having this conversation with Justin Verlander. But here's Joe Espada talking about the meeting that he had with Justin Verlander to obviously let him know that he was not going to be on this wild card round here, the roster for the Astros in this wild card round.
It was a very easy conversation. Justin Verlander is a professional. He knows how well our starting pitchers have performed throughout the season. So when we had this conversation, he was all in. He'll do what's best for this team. So I appreciated his feedback and how he evaluated his season and true pro. He is a true pro.
Yeah, I tip my cap to Justin Verlander for being that true pro.
Yeah.
I think they made the right decision. Obviously, they've got plenty of arms, that deserved and have earned and have produced, and the team should be very confident in, well above Justin Verlander. I don't know what's going to happen moving forward. I like the fact that you've got Justin Verlander waiting in the wings if anything does happen in this round, anybody's arm or for whatever reason. I don't remember what year it was, but I remember Greinke being in a situation where they knew he couldn't give him but 2 or 3 innings, but it was an emergency situation. He had to pitch and yada, yada, yada. I don't remember the exact situation you made with your photographic memory of the Astros, but my point in saying all that is boy, to have Justin Verlander waiting in the wings potentially at some degree down the stretch as that emergency guy is a pretty powerful piece of.
You could do a lot worse than a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
You could do a lot worse than, look, if we're being honest, Verlander won 2 out of his last 3 starts. The team won 2 out of his last 3 starts. He wasn't given the decision. He had a quality start his last regular season outing, which I thought had to be a big boost of confidence for him. But when you've got that guy waiting in the wings, if you know what actually hits the fan, that's great. But you're going to have to win 2 games in a row for you know what to actually hit the fan. And the Astros to have to consider to bring him back up and make him an asset going forward the rest of the way. And I would love for that to be the situation.
The Club Fire.
Crank it up, T. Y'all know what that means, baby. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Woo. The giveaway is here. If you've been listening, if you got your people listening, if you got your phone in your hand, it's that time. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5. Look at that old call log, that old screen right there, light up like a Christmas tree, y'all. It's beautiful to know y'all are out there listening, to be able to tangibly see it. We greatly appreciate you. I don't know who's going to win this. Tyler will let us know here shortly, but we greatly appreciate everybody listening. These are front row seats to Sunday's game. Texans-Bills. It is a monster game. Sean, this is the game ultimately that if you look at now in hindsight, we can talk about Minnesota. Minnesota's a better football team than we thought they were. The Texans didn't match up well. They didn't come out on the backside of that well at all, right?
Right.
But right now, as we came into this season, this is the first game on the schedule where I think everybody looked at it and said, okay, if you're going to truly believe and truly prove that you belong in the conversation with the top AFC football teams, that's the Chiefs, that's the Ravens, that's the Bills. I'm not talking about necessarily, I don't know how it's going to shake out this year, but I'm talking about generally speaking, big picture over the last handful of years, the big boys in the AFC have been those football teams.
100%.
If you're going to prove that you belong in that conversation, you're 3-1 after a month of NFL football. This is the Sunday versus the Bills for you to stand up and prove that you belong in that conversation. We've not seen A-plus football from the Texans together. We have not seen all units, complementary football. We have not seen the best product that the Texans can put on the field yet. Not for 4 quarters. It's going to take that Sunday versus the Bills, and if they do that, they can definitely win the football game. Hell, they can win it convincingly if they do that potentially. But this game, Sean, is a monster game around all of the NFL landscape, not just here in Houston.
100%. So good luck to whoever wins those tickets. And they're not just any tickets, they're front row tickets. So how about that? I would say this, like counterpoint. Okay, yeah, everything you said is true. We're waiting to see the Texans play their best football, but I'm also waiting to see the Kansas City Chiefs to play their best football. I'm waiting to see the Baltimore Ravens play their best football. I'm waiting to see the Buffalo Bills play their best football. All of the teams, I mean, hell, even the Pittsburgh Steelers, those teams, you talk about the last 5-6 years, they've all taken up the space within the AFC title game, right? It's been all of those teams. Well, the Texans are trying to kick their way into that party, right? They want a seat at the table. Neither one of those teams, if we're being honest, has played their best football that we've seen them play over the course of the last 5, 6, 7 years. So I think you have to feel pretty damn good about still being 3-1. And the coaching staff, the quarterback, the weapons around him, the guys defensively, and somebody brought this up on the text line earlier, and I'm kind of getting a little bit more excited about it. We have to wait a couple weeks, but DeMeco Autry is going to be able to play football here very, very soon.
Yes, he is.
For this Houston Texans team. So that's going to be very, very big as well for a team that struggled to get home against Trevor Lawrence, who had been sacked his first 3 games this season. You know, just maybe pump the brakes a little bit on so much panic. How often do you see an NFL team as good as they're supposed to be play perfect football week in and week out?
Yeah. No, look, I don't think anybody's counting them out. But damn it, you got to start putting up or shutting up one of the two. I mean, here's my thing: is when you talk about those top teams, the Chiefs are 4-0. We don't need they're going for a three-peat. We don't need to question any. I can't question anything that they're doing. They've ravaged by injuries in the wide receiver room, and they're still finding a way to get it done. What a time for Devontae Adams to come on the market, by the way. When you got about 3 or 4 contenders that can use the receiver.
Don't you dare even try to connect the dots there.
I'm just saying, man. That's
oh my God.
But you look at Buffalo. Who did Buffalo beat the hell out of week 2? Who was that Buffalo went in there? Was it Miami?
Miami, yeah.
I mean, just beat the doors off of Miami, and that was with Tua. That's actually the game when Tua got hurt. So that's a more impressive win than what we're doing lately versus Skylar Thompson and Tyler Huntley and what we saw last night with the Titans and Dolphins. So that's a quality win. You've seen them play some of their best football and get a good win. You look at the Baltimore Ravens, rough start, but they beat the doors off of Buffalo last week. And so my only pushback, Sean, is of those teams agree wholeheartedly that, boy, Baltimore hadn't played their best football. Buffalo looked bad last week. You know, there's definitely at the top, there's some suspect games out there. But the Texans are the one that I think has been in that conversation, and I'll say belongs in that conversation, that we've yet to see a game of A-plus football. To me, it was a good thing because you're 3-1, and now you got plenty of room to improve.
Yeah.
And it would be a hell of a time to play your best football this week against the Buffalo Bills.
It's the level of competition, too, if we're being honest, that I think causes the most concern. Okay, It's because you looked the way that you did against Indianapolis. It's because you looked the way that you did against Caleb Williams and the Bears. It's because you lost to Sam Darnold week 3, and nobody wanted to give Sam Darnold the time of day, and maybe rightfully so, but you know what? That's the NFL. I didn't have a crystal ball, but I just felt like, you know what? It's an away game. It might be Sam Darnold, but Minnesota's a really difficult place to play. I just always thought that was going to be a very difficult game to come away with. Now, I didn't forecast you getting the brakes blown off of you, but I just knew you knew it was going to be tough. And C.J. Stroud has said something 2 years in a row, and maybe it's just football talk, expected quarterback lingo, but it takes a little bit for a team and an offense to kind of get going, get their feet underneath them. And I go back to last year when the Texans really struggled. Bobby Slowick said it himself. He's like, after that week 2 loss to the Indianapolis Colts, we threw everything out the window. We just had to start from scratch.
I just answered this one also, but
and that was huge for a guy who'd spent all offseason in his first role ever as a play caller and offensive coordinator to say, you know what, and a rookie quarterback, by the way, screw this. We're just going to go with this.
Yeah.
And it worked, and they grew, and they built on it. They put their best football the rest of the way. I think that's very much going to be the case this year with a far more talented offensive team at this point in time that they had last year.
Tyler, the Bobby drops are the best. I mean, they're just, as a group, I mean, you've got some individual, great ones, but as a group, man, there's about 3 or 4, man, that are just, damn, they're hard to beat.
It's so
man.
good.
Boy, they are.
You ever watch Bobby?
They are.
Sorry, Bob.
I'm telling you, man, they are hard to beat. All right, we've got some big-time news in the NFL. One player has requested a trade from his team. And look here, are the Texans going to be interested in this move? If not, how could it potentially impact the Texans? We'll tell you who that is, and we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes, man. If you're looking to build your dream home, a custom home, you're crazy. You're nuts. You lost your mind if you don't look at and check into and dig into the
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I hope everybody was listening. I hope everybody had a shot to win the tickets. Texans Ticket Tuesday, giving away 2 front row tickets to see the Texans-Bills game this weekend. We gave them away last segment. Kevin in Humble, man, greatly appreciate you listening. Appreciate you paying close enough attention to know we was gonna give them things away. And congrats on winning. Must be living right, man. Them tickets right there probably got a nice little price tag on them, and you and somebody's gonna have a hell of a time on Sunday. Hopefully the Texans can pull out a dub, play their best football, and prove that they belong in that conversation with them top teams in the AFC, man. But big shout-out to everybody that called. Stay tuned. You never know when Sports Radio 610 Houston Sports Leader is going to give in the form of tickets. We do it. Hell, one week we did a Thursday ticket giveaway too. So make sure you dialed in. You never know when it's going to happen. Hey, early in the show we got a little breaking news, boys, and now it doesn't necessarily pertain to the Texans. It's not Texans breaking news, but it is huge news in the NFL, and it has to do with Davante Adams, star receiver for the Las Vegas Raiders. And Davante Adams has requested a trade. He's informed the Raiders that he prefers to be traded. Again, per Mike Garofalo and Ian Rappaport. So those guys, they don't typically miss. If they're going to report it, it's going to be gospel. Davante Adams requesting a trade. Now, this shouldn't surprise anybody. Clearly, there's some serious dysfunction going on in the Raiders organization. Antonio Pierce, the head coach. Did I call him Anthony Pierce earlier? It's Antonio, right?
Yeah, Antonio.
I think I called him Anthony a little earlier. Antonio Pierce, a couple weeks back, apparently in a loss, he did not like what he had seen from his team. A bunch of guys were making business decisions. In other words, they were pulling up, not making tackles. They weren't giving the effort. They weren't being as physical as he wanted them to be, and he felt like they were doing it on purpose. And he said, players are making business decisions. Well, we're going to go make some business decisions. Talking about I don't think there's any evidence out there that he was talking about Davante Adams. I think this goes beyond that, a little bit deeper than that. Davante has been, I think, disgruntled since he got to Las Vegas after it didn't work out with Carr, how they treated Carr. Carr ended up leaving. He's now in New Orleans.
Well, there was evidence in the 2024 social media version of what is maybe evidence.
Yeah.
He liked an Instagram post.
Yeah, well, that's where this mess storm is stemming. Apparently, Antonio Pierce liked an Instagram post that, and again, I haven't seen the post, but the messaging on the post was essentially that Davante Adams had played his last game in a Raiders uniform, and the head coach reportedly liked that Instagram post, and then
which has been removed now, by the way. The like.
There you go. Oh, that's been removed. All you got to do is punch that red heart, right? Is I think to get it off there. But anyway, then Davante Adams goes on the Kay Adams show, and Kay just straight up asked him, "Have they contacted you?" And he said no, he hadn't heard from anybody. And then shortly after that, he announced that he has requested a trade from the Raiders. I find this interesting. I don't think the Texans obviously are even remotely interested, although they'll tell you that they're always looking for great players and always open for business with great players. But so I don't think this is something that the Texans would be interested in. I don't think that receiver is a need for the Texans in any way, shape, or form at this point, especially your top two guys in Diggs and Nico Collins. But I do think there's a chance. Not a chance. I believe wholeheartedly that there are teams on schedule, which it's a first-place schedule. It's top-tier football teams that are going to be very, very aggressive in the pursuit of Davante Adams. I believe this is real, Sean, and I think there's a lot of teams on this schedule that are going to be interested.
You tell me yes or no.
Okay.
Buffalo.
Absolutely, 100%. Already called.
Green Bay.
No.
New York, as in the Jets.
Absolutely. That's probably number one on the list, given that's where Aaron Rodgers is.
It's that simple.
Detroit.
No.
Dallas.
Yes. Dallas. I think Dallas is desperate, and I don't know that. I mean, anybody can use CeeDee Lamb. Davante Adams.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it's in their best interest to go get another number one receiver that's going to expect the same level of targets and
yeah.
But there is, they did miss in the running back market. Obviously, whether they missed or just didn't play, they missed in the wide receiver market to help CeeDee Lamb. I could see Jerry being desperate enough to go get to definitely pursue Devontae Adams.
That's going to be something, though.
Ooh.
If he goes out and gets a guy who's got, 2 or 3 years left on a 5-year?
2 years, but I believe I read where none of it's guaranteed.
Okay. I was going to say, because you ain't paid your dang quarterback yet.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
They did? Mm-hmm. Did they pay him?
Yeah. Dak?
Yeah. Oh, was that?
Dak and
that was
both.
right before the season
It was literally moments before their first game of the season.
Okay.
There it was.
Yeah, the one they had paid yet. It's my.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
But yes, to answer your question, I think the Cowboys will be interested.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I think it's got to be a possibility because when it's Dallas, anything's possible. Then if that's a situation, what about Jacksonville?
No.
I mean, you're 0-4.
Well, Devontae,
you just paid your quarterback.
Devontae ain't going down.
Does he get to say so?
Absolutely.
Okay. Not Miami, I wouldn't say, right?
No, I would not say.
Kansas City?
Yes. That's a scary one.
Baltimore?
Boy, that's another scary one. But yes, the answer would be yes. I would think they'd be, and he would be interested.
Those are really the only teams that I would give any serious consideration to. Not Tennessee.
You mean that are on the Texans
schedule? Yeah. Not Tennessee. Not New England. Not Indianapolis. I mean, that's it. Everybody else.
Not necessarily. I think New England could potentially be interested, but I don't think Devontae would be interested. Devontae wants to go somewhere where he knows they can win a Super Bowl. At least they have a run at a Super Bowl. I think he's already made his poor decision of going to a dysfunctional organization and thinking that he would by himself that he could raise him from dead. I don't see that. I don't see that happening. But we'll see. I do think Devontae Adams requesting a trade. I do think that that could end up impacting the Texans' schedule, not anything the Texans would be interested in. But this is a beautiful thing about 2024 NFL. Maybe it's been this way forever. I just haven't covered the NFL my entire life. I was in college football forever, and then so it's just so beautiful. When you are a team that is either you've arrived, like again you mentioned Baltimore and Buffalo. I think all three teams are going to be interested in this.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, if you have a rash of injuries like the Kansas City Chiefs, man, guys like this pop up all the time.
Yeah,
like great players, damn near every year. Second time it's happened with Devontae Adams.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just like Tyreek Hill. I mean, you like acquiring a game changing player at a impact position is never out of the question as long as your team is ready to legitimately make a run at this thing.
I don't know if you mentioned this, but there's a Schefter report that says the Vegas Raiders have informed other NFL teams that they are going to consider making a deal. So they're playing the game too, right along with Devontae.
Yeah. I mean, playing hardball is out the window. They're going to agree to disagree and move on to some degree. We'll see what happens there. All right, the Astros drop game 1 of the wild card series versus the Detroit Tigers. We've got some audio. We ain't going to look in the rearview mirror, baby. We're going to keep our mind in the windshield. Tomorrow's game. Hunter Brown, he spoke about tomorrow's game. I believe Joe Espada maybe even spoke a little bit in a little more depth, a little more at length about Hunter Brown and tomorrow's game. But we'll give you an update on the Astros after dropping game 1 3-1 to the Detroit Tigers. Looking forward to game number 3. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ability.
that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley's out, Sean Bijani's in, as you can tell with that beat in the back. On the mic, not T-Mill on the mic. T-Mill behind the glass is making things work back there. All right,
Tyler Milner.
Yeah, that's right. Take the words right out of my mouth. The Astros dropped game 1 of the wild card series, AL wild card series, to the Detroit Tigers. Framber Valdez went 4 1/3 through 78 pitches, gave up 3 runs in the second inning, all on singles. And the Astros bats couldn't get going enough to get back in the game. There was a late surge in the bottom of the 9th inning. They had bases juiced, down 3-1, and Jason Hayward rips a ball down the first base line. He just hits it right at the first baseman. Game over, too little, too late, and the Astros didn't get it done. I think one thing worth noting in this game is Yordan Alvarez was in the lineup. He was batting third, and he was 2 for 4. The one bright spot, I think, for the entire game, I don't know. Bregman swung it well. He hit a couple. He hit a couple in the meat of the game that mattered as well.
I think there were some big at bats later in the game.
There were some huge at bats later in the game, which is very encouraging, right? I mean, look. I mean, you're talking about Jason Hayward ripped one, Caratini pushed one to Oppo and hit it really, really well. Yainer Diaz had a clutch single that brought the 1 run across the plate. There was. I mean, I would say the only. I don't recall seeing a ton of Tucker's at bats, but him and Altuve obviously. I think Altuve had a rough day. He had a rough day at the office.
Yeah, Tucker was just straight up 0 for 4 and one of the few Astros a day. But I'm like, it's tough because our eyes just kind of naturally go to the television screen as we're doing a radio show, and they seem to kind of pop up with some of the bigger names. And I don't think we missed a Yordan Alvarez at that.
No, we're trying to see if he can move, if he's limping or not.
It's appointment viewing every time that big man's in the box.
That's right. Yeah. But that's what happened today, and it's time to put that behind us, get out of the rearview mirror, get back in that windshield, and what we do know. Pretty interesting. Really, neither manager named their game 2 starter until after the game. I've not seen who Hinch is named. Has he named the starter?
No, I was looking during the break and I couldn't find anything. So
it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at this point.
I will say this real quick, talking about pitching. One of the other things that I think we need to bring up today that, look, the Astros need to win tomorrow for this to be a situation, and I hope it's not, but very interesting that Josh Hader came in to pitch today. We've seen, Joe Espada make a move like this multiple times earlier in the season when Josh Hader was not getting save opportunities, but was rather pitching in games in which they were trailing and or tied. Hader coming into pitch in a 3-0 game, kind of curious, 15 pitches, clean inning, good, but it's going to be a different ask, something that Josh Hader has not done at all this year, maybe ever in his career, where he might very well need to be called upon in 3 straight games within this series. If the Astros are going to do what they need to do, that's very much on the table. So I think that's kind of interesting.
If the Astros play 3 games, his ass better be ready.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. That'd be.
I mean, you love the fact that you've got Presley, that you've got Ryan Presley, that you got Brian Abreu, and that's I'm not opposed to any of those guys being options, but when it's all said and done, if this thing goes 3 games, it's all hands on deck. And if there's a situation where Hader needs to be the go-to, damn it, he better be ready.
How the tables turn sometimes. Let me ask you this question. Let's just say the Astros make it to a game 3 in this series.
Okay.
And Josh Hader is effectively unavailable. How comfortable are you with a fresh Ryan Presley versus an overused Josh Hader?
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean, it's on the table.
I love Presley, man, but
a guy
he's been nails in the playoffs his career, bro.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I mean, there's something about that. I mean, it's a hard question because of it was a rough season. Really, it was a rough season for all 3 of those guys at given moments, right? Now, Presley with the injury as well as struggling. that'd be a tough call, man. Again, that this is one of those moments. I don't know how long the playoff run's going to last for the Astros. Hopefully, the whole way. But these are the tough decisions. Tyler, we've talked about them on this show multiple times. Like the decisions that, like Joe Espada is gonna make or break his year for me, definitely for me. I don't know about everybody else, but make or break his year as the manager of the Astros with his decisions that he makes in the playoffs.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
I mean, to me, because there's decisions with this team, whether it's the catcher, first base situation, the DH situation, the left field situation, the center field situation, the first base situation,
batting order.
And then we hadn't talked about starting pitching. We hadn't talked about the in the moment, when to go get somebody, when to. He played it perfect today. He went and got Framber and put in Hector Neris. Hector Neris strikes out 2 to get out of the inning. He used Ronel Blanco and for 2 innings and he didn't give up any runs. And so really nobody in the bullpen gave up any runs. So he pulled the right triggers today, right? He made the right decisions today. But
I even think in the field after Yordan gets that last double, he pinch runs Zach DeCenzo. Astros get not ultimately, but they get what they wanted, which is a bases loaded opportunity to push runs across.
Yeah, I mean,
they just didn't get the big hit.
Chaz McCormick had a great at bat, got the walk, and Jason Hayward. There's nothing you can say about that at bat. He hit was a really good at bat, and barrels one up, and he just hits it right at the first baseman. So, look, there's just decisions that are going to have to be made that could potentially make or break. Now, look, it may never rear its ugly head. I don't know, but they're the decisions that could make or break this season, and they really started today, but ultimately it's all going to come to a head tomorrow and see if we can keep this thing rolling. But speaking of Joe Espada's decisions, the most recent decision that he made was that Hunter Brown is going to start Game 2 for the Astros. Here's Joe Espada going a little bit deeper, a little more at length about Hunter Brown starting Game 2.
Oh, Hunter was starting Game 2 from a long time ago. He never told you guys. So he's one of the best starters in the game. He's been one of the best pitchers in the second half. So that was a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, look, thanks. I've seen so many. Yeah, thanks for not telling us. Thanks for playing with our emotions there, Joe. But the thing about Hunter Brown, like recently, since they named him the starter, you go back, you just start scrolling social media, and pick a rough game that he had early on, and the number, everybody says, since this start early in the season, Hunter Brown has been this good, and this good is as good as any pitcher in baseball. And so there's no doubt about it, for a long stretch of the season, Hunter Brown has been one of the best pitchers in baseball. Whether you're talking about the going 6 or 7 innings, or you're just talking sheer numbers across the board for a starting pitcher, he's been special. So can he keep that going? If so, then he can keep the Astros' hopes alive.
Was it last postseason that the Astros and Mariners faced off in the first round? And that was
because that's when Neris threw it at Julio, wasn't it?
Okay. Yeah. He didn't throw at him. He struck him out and charged the plate or something. He didn't throw at him.
Psychopath.
Yeah. When you go to the postseason every single year for 8 years in a row, it's hard to keep track. They run together. But the reason why
in October.
The reason why I ask is that was the Mariners' first playoff appearance in 2 decades, 20 years exactly, I think it was last year. The Tigers are making the playoffs for the first time in 10 years. Got their first postseason victory today in 11 years. The squashing the Cinderella story, if you will, for a second straight season, that would be a beautiful thing, would it not?
Yeah, hell yeah, it would be. I don't care. I don't care what they squish. Call them Cinderella. Call them what you want. I just need you to get on through this wild card series. All right, there's a little bit more here. Hunter Brown, who, by the way, I've said this multiple times. Since this guy has arrived, there's just something that I really, and it's obviously it's easy to like a guy that's pitching the way he's pitching, but there's something about Hunter Brown's vibe. There's something about the intensity. Maybe the it's not swag, because it's more of just confidence than I just love what this dude's about, man.
I think it's calming.
Oh, it's very calming, but he is. It's easy to believe in. It's easy to buy into. It's easy to root for. And then he goes out there and pitches like he's pitched. So hell, it ought to be easy. But here's Hunter Brown talking about starting game 2 and specifically starting game 2 versus the Detroit Tigers. Which, by the way, Detroit is where he grew up and who he rooted for coming up.
Necessarily, I think looking back, if I think about it when I was 10 or 11 years old, I thought about pitching for them. So a little bit different now. And like I said, I'm just really excited for the opportunity. I believe in this group of guys, and tomorrow's gonna be a fun game.
Like he seemed to me, in watching that video, it did even more than just. To me, he just appears to be mature beyond his years. Like it's one thing to go out there and be able to pitch well. And I tell you, I'm going to be honest with you, Eric Getty's very similar.
Yes.
Like their attitude and their confidence and their swag and the vibe and like everything is just, it seems really authentic is what I was trying to say.
Well,
like
you know why?
It's real. It's not some, hey, I pitched well, so I'm going to be this ultra arrogant, ultra confident guy. Like it seems like it's real and genuine and sincere.
Yeah, you know why? They've grown up in an organization that has, just had veterans do nothing but mentor these guys, if for nothing else than being in the same locker room and being examples for them to watch. And a guy like Hunter Brown, who he lockers next to Justin Verlander, I mean, what better of an example for a guy who you grew up as having as your boyhood idol? You